Let's go. You're Philmo Mike right there. And we got a special guest. Do I call him a guest? I don't know. He's been here. You know him. You love him. And I'm going to need it this morning. Bonte, come on. You know what I'm talking about. Bonte Hill in studio, 4 hours for Joe Shasky.
I'm already regretting it.
No, you're not. And we're not going to play the open again, but I'm going to need it. And you know what I'm talking about. Come on.
Oh, baby! Had to muster up a lot of energy for that.
You up now?
Wow,
You good?
I think I'm up now. Hopefully everybody else is up.
Let's go.
My alarm clock's going off at 4:20. What am I doing?
Let's go.
Maybe I'm bored.
You missed it. Come on.
Man,
you missed waking up that early.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I missed baby Chaz waking up at 2 in the morning, jumping on my head. Papa, what are you doing? What are you doing? But he could beg me. He said he was in desperate straits. And you know what? I had a couple days off, and I said, why not just steal a couple bucks from Matt Nahigan at 95.7 a game? Why not?
Hey, I'm not mad at it. And we got a lot to get into today. We got Rockets Warriors starting on Easter Sunday. I know you're going to be doing all the pre- and post-game coverage for NBC Sports Bay Area. You are locked in heavy with this. I want to get your thoughts on everything that's taken place this last week. We got Kuminga talk. We got Grizzlies talk. We got everything.
Oh.
We had Steve Kerr on our airwaves yesterday talking about it all. And can't wait to do it for the next 4 hours. Again, Bonte Hill in studio here for Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570. That's the number to get involved in today's program. You can call or text now, and you're going to love this, Bonte. You can text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
Oh, my gosh.
Shout out Hillary.
Wow.
That's right.
Damn, Hillary pipped y'all out the text line,
Let's
too?
go. I'm loving
so
it,
she's
man.
got the injury report and the text line.
She's balling. What can you say? What can you say?
Wow.
And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Where do we want to start today, Bonte? What have you missed talking about here during this? Everything that started on from Sunday to now, I guess we can get into, like, it's really been a whirlwind. And we were talking last week, right? Shasky was talking his talk. I want the Lakers in the first round. I want the Lakers. I was like, he was lying. We all knew it. He was lying. I know this wasn't the destination is ultimately what you wanted, but how you got there, the journey might have been a little tricky, right? Mm-hmm. And everyone's just afraid, right? Oh, the play-in. I don't want to mess with the play-in. I don't want to mess with it. But ultimately, I think we got the matchup we all kind of wanted. If you're a Warriors fan, that's the Rockets. This is a young, inexperienced team. Yeah, they have some veterans. They got veteran coaching. Ime Udoka's been there. He's been to a finals. Fred VanVleet, obviously, is a role player with that championship Raptors squad. You know, but everyone else, the Amen Thompsons. I know Dylan Brooks has had a cup of coffee with the Grizzlies in the playoffs. But, you know, Alperen Sengun, young guy. Amen Thompson, young guy. Bay Area guy. Jabari Smith, young. This is a very inexperienced Rockets team going up against maybe the most experienced big three left in these playoffs now. And again, the playoffs, people, everyone take a deep breath. The playoffs, no longer the play-ins. So I do think this is the series, if you're a Warriors fan, you would have wanted all along. Look,
You get to play the Rockets, who you saw 5 times this year. You played the Rockets 5 times this season. You won 3 of the games. And all these games were nip and tuck. Even the first one way back in early November or late October when they won 127 and 121 in overtime. And Brendan Podziemski had a big 6 points down the stretch. They go to OT. JK scores, I believe, 8 points in the OT. And then the Warriors held them under 100 points for 3 straight times. 3 straight contests, they held them up to under 100 points. So, look, man, you do have the matchups in terms of experience, right? The experience favors the Golden State Warriors with the big 3. However, they have their own inexperience issues. Brendan Podziemski's never been in a best-of-7 series. Moses Moody's never been counted on to give you 30-plus minutes in a best-of-7 series. Quentin Post has never been here before. JK, who I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit later, hasn't gotten a lot of time in the playoffs. And the Rockets, they're confident because of Ime Udoka. They get their personality, their persona, the way they play, courtesy of Ime Udoka, who came over from the Boston Celtics, obviously led them to an NBA Finals appearance. He's got a lot of experience from just being on the San Antonio Spurs bench as an assistant, as a champion, leading the Celtics, as I just mentioned here, to the NBA Finals. And so he's no punk. And so they're going to take on that persona. They also have Jeff Green on that bench, who helped Denver win a championship. He was a role player on that Nuggets team, and he'll be on that bench kind of schooling some of these youngsters here. But there's no doubt they have an experience. There's no doubt that Houston can't shoot the ball like the Golden State Warriors, but they are super athletic. They're long. They're lengthy. They have some matchups that they can exploit. So it's going to be a fascinating series. And I'm a Warrior fan. I would not overlook this Rockets team. There's no correlation to the James Harden Rockets and the Daryl Morey Rockets. These guys are coming out there playing free and easy. They're the underdogs despite being a 2 seed. At one point, Spadoni, they won 15-17 here when we all thought the Rockets would fade out of the Western Conference. So, yeah, this is going to be a fascinating matchup, man. I'm looking forward to this one, and I'm with you. It's better, I think, for the Warriors to play the Rockets in the first round, although they may take a flesh out of you if you do advance.
Yeah.
Because the LA Lakers, do you really see LeBron James and Luka Doncic losing in the first round of a playoff series? I don't.
No, I don't. Well, and also, like, come on. Like, the fan in us, that's a later round series. Like, come on. We want to build up for something like that. I don't want all that stress. Slater was talking about. Anthony Slater covers the team, obviously, for The Athletic. And right here, 95.7 The Game, he's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with the headache in the first round. Just the headache of everything involved.
Yeah.
I'm sure the traveling, all of that, this, that, and the other. But again, it's Bonta Hill in studio with Spadoni. The next 4 hours, we're going to be breaking down this game all day long, and we want your participation at 888-957-9570. Good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work and ready for work and ready for the weekend.
Can I say good morning to somebody?
What's up?
Can I say good morning to the truck drivers?
Oh,
my guy, Ron and Hayward.
Not the overnight dancers?
Oh, I was getting there. The overnight dancers miss me.
I mean, it's Easter weekend. There's
Easter weekend.
There's Good Friday, Bonta.
It is Good Friday.
It might be a great Friday for some people.
Warriors not in town. Giants not in town. So, I mean, it may be a little dry in the city. But shout out to my overnight dancers and all my cops and firefighters.
Do it. I'm the garbage men, garbage women,
garbage
ecology.
Men.
Come on,
Starbucks,
let's go.
I saw, I walked into my local Starbucks. Iris was in there. And she was like, Bots, haven't seen you in a long time. And I said, I hope you don't see me for another 3 months.
You know what's funny? Because you got a baby Ches, what, 4 years old now, 3 years old? Yeah, right?
4 years old.
So you're at the park, right? And there is nothing that gravitates more to children than any pickup truck, dump truck. I swear to God, it's like this. It's like a unicorn that they see. They all the kids in unison look. Dad, look, it's a garbage truck. Like, they haven't seen it all day long anyways because it's garbage day. But every single time, without fail, they look at it. And that was yesterday when I was with Nora and Benny, and they just love it. So I just wanted to shout out the garbage men and women doing a hell of a job. You got to do it. By the way, now that they are a playoff team, and we can just get, all the scenarios we can get out of our heads. I know we still have 2 more games, I should say, to decide the 8th seeds, both in the West and the East. By the way, shout out Klay Thompson, exercising some demons at Golden One Center a couple nights ago. Anthony Davis, that's going to be an interesting game. How's Jaw's ankle tonight between the Mavericks and Grizzlies? And I don't really care about the Hawks Heat, can be honest, but I'm rooting for Wiggins. Let's go.
No, hold on. I got it.
What?
The Sacramento Kings. Can we just...
Please.
We're going to get the Warriors and Rockets. I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. Kyle Draper, Deuce and Mo, D'Lo and KC, Matson and Ham, Alan Sacramento Styles.
Everyone. You're Ted DiBiase right now.
That beam has been shut down for a long, long time. And the way they went out, you talk about a tumultuous regular season. Everybody kept saying yesterday in the Kings interviews, we need a point guard. We need a point guard. You had a point guard. You had a point guard in De'Aaron Fox, and you moved him. So Sacramento was all good just a couple years ago, and now getting blown out in the play-in game, they are fishing right now.
It is crazy to see just a couple years, like, how everything changes, right? Because the stock, you would say, was rising for that Kings team. Absolutely. Just a few years ago after that first round series. It took 7 games and a 50-point performance from Stephen Curry to beat them. Like that was an incredible series. And I came away with tremendous respect for De'Aaron Fox, for Sabonis, for all those players, because everyone, for the head coach, Mike Brown, who's obviously gone. He's probably getting the last laugh in all this. He's just getting paid and chilling down in Cabo or something. God love you, Mike Brown. But like, you saw the Warriors in that series and then how it took place after losing the Lakers. And it's just like, man, I don't know. Like, this team's getting a little older. The Jordan Poole situation, they shipped him off. You brought in Chris Paul. Like, man, I don't know. A couple years later, the Kings are the Kings. And it goes back to ownership for me. It goes back to ownership. Oh, yeah. One of those teams has Joe Lacob. The other has Vivek Ranadive, who cannot help himself. And he's meddling. And that's the worst thing you could be as an owner. There's meddling and being involved. Joe Lacob is involved. He's not a meddler. And you know what? He had all the faith in the world in this guy that we don't talk about enough during all this, by the way, Mike Dunleavy, to make the big deal. And they made the big trade when they needed to. They didn't. It wasn't a panic move per se, but if they were desperate, there was some sense of desperation there. There was a lot of desperation. They were clinging to the 10th spot. They were a game under 500. This team, it felt like a chore to talk about them sometimes. And I don't like that. Not with this job. We come to this job and have fun and talk about sports and be entertained. And like, it felt like a chore talking about this team because it was just watching them. It was a bad product overall.
Well, it got stale.
It got stale.
It did get stale.
And they brought in Jimmy freaking Butler. And now we know the name. We knew it all. All the baggage from Miami. We knew playoff Jimmy was a thing, but how's it going to work here? All of that with Draymond Green, Steph. You move off from Wiggins, obviously. You know, he was very loved in that locker room by the coaching staff, by everyone. But something needed to change. And man, in 2 months' time, the expectations went from maybe a play-in to maybe this team can make a deep run in the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
And it starts on Sunday.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that deep run, but it starts on Sunday with the Rockets. You got a young, hungry Rockets team right in front of you, so I wouldn't overlook them if I'm a Warrior fan.
Absolutely not.
And I don't think the Warriors are going to overlook them. The Jimmy Butler trade, because they were desperate. I'm gonna take it to that point. Yeah. They're obviously fishing for Kevin Durant, and that, you know, in a way, it was a blessing in disguise. Just like the Paul George sweepstakes and the Larry Markkanen sweepstakes. Not going after Kevin Durant or not getting Kevin Durant and acquiring him because KD basically didn't want to come here. I think it was a blessing in disguise for the Golden State Warriors.
I don't think he was the right fit, Bonta.
No, not for this iteration of the Golden State Warriors. But then you get Jimmy, and you had to pay Jimmy, you know, because that's what he was looking for, new money. And the Warriors said, fine, we'll give you the new money, and we'll bring you aboard. And ever since Jimmy Butler's come aboard, they have become a bit of an isolation team. Now, they still run the rhythm and flow and the movement of the offense, but Jimmy Butler will hold that basketball, which I wonder how Steve Kerr feels about that, because especially in the fourth quarter against Memphis where they were getting shots late in the shot clock. It's not something I'm sure you want to do against a Houston Rockets team because they have the ability to recover because of their athleticism and really, you know, contest a lot of shots. But Jimmy Butler, the numbers, they tell you everything. 24-7 when he's in the lineup. 24-7. When he's in that starting lineup alongside Moody, Podziemski, Steph, and Draymond, they're 17-3. And then the free throw shooting, which is, you know, another thing that I hear a lot of complaints about, whether I'm at the Gatehouse or inside of Chase Center. Warriors don't get calls, they don't get free throws. Well, they got 34 free throw attempts the other night against Memphis, even though the officials were a joke the other night. But I thought the Warriors got a better whistle than Memphis. Since Jimmy Butler's come aboard, they're third in free throw attempts. Third in free throw attempts.
Insane.
So they were able to slow the game down, get to the free throw line, and set their half-court defense. So there's no doubt. When we gave our awards on Warriors pregame live for the season, it was a co-MVP, Steph and Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy Butler has fixed everything. Did I think Jimmy Butler could fix everything after what I saw, as you mentioned, when he got acquired there in 10th place? No, I didn't see this coming. So there's no doubt the Jimmy Butler effect. And over the last 4 games, Spinoni, we've seen playoff Jimmy. Going into that playing game, he was averaging 27-7 and was 33-37 from the free throw line and shooting over 60% from the floor. Then you get what happened the other night against Memphis, and he scores a 38 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. And the only knock on his game was he missed 6 free throws.
He did, and he was mad at himself for it. He was actually more mad at the 2 turnovers than he was the free throws. That's just the level of expectation he set for himself, but also the team. And that's what's going to be interesting, because I pretty much know what I'm going to get from Jimmy. The mindset, that he's going to get his points, he's going to get his shot ups, he's going to put the opposing team in foul trouble. I know what I'm going to get from Steph for the most part. Draymond, if he's scoring, that's a huge bonus. But I know what I'm going to get from him on the defensive end. The guy might be the DPOY this year. He's been incredible there. I don't think it was his greatest game against the Grizzlies. I thought there was a lot of the Grizzlies are a tough team. I don't want to sleep on them and just say they're a bad team.
Defensively, they're awful. But offensively,
they offensively, correct. And that I saw that for sure. But then it's the other guys, right? And that's going to be the big question mark in this series. And for quite frankly, if they move on, Pods, Moody, Post, all these other Buddy Hield, right? Like he hasn't really played much playoff basketball. But
no, he
had a quarter maybe last year, like as a Sixer,
right?
Maybe like that was it. So I'm looking at that again. Kuminga, he's going to have an opportunity at some point.
Well, we'll see about Kuminga. We'll see if Kuminga has an opportunity.
I think he might.
2 straight DMPs. Look, he had some of his better games this year against the Houston Rockets.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But there's no doubt the combination of Jimmy and Draymond and JK, because look at all those guys at the 4.
Yeah.
Jimmy, Draymond, Guy Santos. GP2 is going to play in that dunker role, and he'll be a factor in this series against the Houston Rockets.
I liked his aggression last game.
And look, GP2 shot the 3 ball really well over his last 12 games, 11 games or whatnot, shooting over 44% from 3, and he's going to have to let them fly. But you're on it when it comes to the other guys outside of Jimmy and Steph offensively. And Pods, Moody, Draymond, GP2, those guys are going to have to hit wide open shots as well as Quentin Post. But look, I don't know if Kuminga is going to play in the series. I really don't. He had his best games possibly against the Rockets this year. The first game, obviously, when they won in overtime, the 34 points when they outlasted the Rockets at Chase Center. He had another game where he went 20-7 against Houston. His athleticism could be used. But I think Steve Kerr, if he does play Kuminga, get him out there with Steph. Get him out there with Steph to get the 2-man game rolling and give Steph a little spacing. You get a guy who's diving to the rim. But other than that, if I'm a Warrior fan and you're standing for Jonathan Kuminga or whatnot, I would not count on him to play. Right now, he's out of the rotation. 2 biggest games of the season, Spadoni. 2 biggest games of the season. And he does not get a second. So I'm not counting on JK to be a factor in the series. I'll believe it when I see it.
Right. And Steve Kerr talked about it yesterday, and we're going to get to that sound on the other side. Great interview with Willard and Dibbs each and every week. Obviously, Steve Kerr joining that show. You can find the entire interview on either the free Odyssey app or on YouTube. Steve Kerr, he had great thoughts on, obviously, Jonathan Kuminga, playoff Jimmy, all of that, and obviously that Houston Rockets series. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I don't know if you listened to at all, Bonte. I know you're a P1 still, but it was funny. It was funny coming out of the Grizzlies game because I was just like,
what was going on after the Grizzlies game? Because I didn't go to bed till 2 in the morning. So
the game was late. Like, we didn't go to sleep till 10, which might as well have been midnight for us when we get up this early, right?
I was podcasting with Monty till like 1 in the morning.
Real quick, was that the kind of game where you're like, man, I'm glad I don't have to get up at 5 in the morning?
Absolutely.
You're like, thank God I can sleep in, right?
All these games, I'm like, man, I'm sleeping in. Sucks for Spadoni and Shasky.
Well, no, it was great because I was feeling great because they won the game, right? It's their first. That was their first play-in win, right?
Let me guess. After their first ever play-in win, Shasky was worried.
Wow. Steve Kerr in the rotations. I don't know, guys. I mean, we'll get into Steve Kerr because I'm literally asking Dub Nation, what other coach in the Western Conference are you taking over this guy? What other coach in the rest of the Eastern Conference are you taking? Taking Joe Mazzulla over Steve Kerr? I'm not. You taking Ty Lue? I get it. He won against you on Sunday. I don't think I'm taking Ty Lue. He's a great coach. Great coach. He's won one title.
Ty Lue's awesome.
He is. Steve's won 4.
Yeah,
he's won 4. We'll pick it on the other side. I want to talk about Steve Kerr and give him his flowers, and rightfully so. And he spoke yesterday. He had some good thoughts. So I want to get into that on the other side. We got Adam Wexler joining us at 8 o'clock. Does a lot of good stuff with Houston radio show out in H-Town, where the Warriors are going to be on Sunday. So we'll dive into that with him at 8 o'clock. He does pre and post for their radio station. And what's coming on the game is brought to you by In at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The Inn at the Tides special midweek rates start at just $1.99 per night through May 1st. Includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Ooh. Book your stay now at inatthetides.com. It's Spadoni. It's Bonte Hill in for Joe Shasky for the next 4 hours. It's the Morning Roast, baby, on 95.7 The Game.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Same old Clay to me.
Let's go. That's Bonte in studio for Joe Shasky the next 4 hours. It's Spadoni. We're
Wonder if I'm
rolling,
gonna be
baby.
able to say up. May not be able to say up, folks.
Why not?
This is early.
Oh, come
I
on.
actually went to bed about 9:30 last night because there was nothing on. I've watched
There
all my
was
shows.
nothing on, yeah.
I pounded through the Celtic City documentary. Got a lot of respect for the Celtics organization.
I watched the
back
first
in
couple
day.
episodes. It's
Pretty
interesting.
good,
Yeah,
huh?
Bob Cousy is pretty cool. Yeah.
Not a plumber, huh?
No, not yeah, right.
John Havlicek.
Right? Yeah.
But that alarm clock, I looked over. I woke up at like 1 a.m. I was like, damn, I got to get up in 3 hours. And then baby Chaz came running the room. She jumped right on me at like 2 a.m. And so she was active. And she came, I was like, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Damn. One off here. One off.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, you'll
Start snoring at
You'll
7:30.
take a nap after this. You'll get some food. You'll get some. Maybe you'll hit the gym. I don't know. Get some lifts in.
Just kill my body clock now.
No, you're crushing
That's
it.
such a good job of not waking up at 4. That was the worst part, the depressing part. It's like, I'm setting an alarm for 4:15 again. What's going on?
I had a 3:40, and then I snooze for like 40 minutes after that. And then the snooze is worse because it's actually worse for you when you get the snooze that many times. It's like, oh God, I feel even worse. But no, we're rushing. We're crushing it, and we're talking Rockets. We're talking Warriors, baby. I'm so excited about this series. You know why? Because it's such a contrasting of styles to me, and it's the old guys versus the young guys. It's inexperience versus experience, and the Rockets are going to love every part of this. You know why? Because they're the underdogs. No one's respecting them. No one's giving them any respect. Of all the first round series, I feel like the Rockets are probably going to be the most slept on team outside of the 1v8 matchups, whatever the East and West are. I'm not counting those because the Rockets are a legitimate 2 seed. They're a legitimate 2 seed in a tough Western Conference. And I do think, Bonte, I don't know if you agree with this, but if the Warriors somehow do this thing and go through this gauntlet of the Western Conference, this will have been the toughest of all the opponents, whether it's the Rockets they play in the first round and beat, or the Lakers or T-Wolves, and then ultimately Nuggets, Clippers, or Oklahoma City Thunder. This will have been the toughest test, I believe, of just depth of teams in the West that they would have gone through. Do you think this is the deepest Western Conference we've seen in some time?
This is a very deep West. There's no doubt. This is a very deep West. When you get the Clippers and Nuggets playing in the first round, and I believe that's a 50-50 series.
I don't know. That's the tightest first round series, I think.
Even Minnesota and the Lakers, I feel like that has 6 or 7 written all over it. We'll see about OKC and whoever they play. If they play Memphis, they'll sweep them. Yeah. They play Dallas, so it's probably a 5-game series, competitive 5-game series. But the West is as deep as I've seen in recent memory. There's been some deep Western conferences. I mean, think about the Warriors. They won 48 games and were the 7th seed in the Western Conference. 48 wins.
Yeah.
That is insane. 2 wins shy of 50, and they were a 7 seed. This kind of speaks. And the Rockets, give them their credit, man. They walked in here a couple Sundays ago and really didn't succumb to the Warriors' aggressiveness. They didn't succumb to the Warriors' intimidation. Most notably, Draymond Green going at Şengün. They stood their ground. Ime Udoka's walking off the court right before halftime, chirping at Stephen Curry. Chirping at them. And then after the game, they said, hey, look, we knew we had them once they were complaining about fouls and being old. So, you know what? This Rockets team, as a 2 seed at one point, down the stretch before they arrested everybody during their L.A. trip, they have fun down in L.A., going to Melrose Boulevard or Melrose Place and Rodeo Drive, whatever it is down there in L.A. But they won 15 to 17 games. I was in the belief that they're going to fade.
Yeah.
They didn't.
No,
they played better and better and better, and they played to their strengths. And they're led by this young superstar and Amen Thompson, who can't score the ball really well.
I was say, are we overrating him just a little bit? I know the name. He's a Bay Area guy. We love our Bay Area guys.
He's going to be a stud, Spadoni.
LeBron James got body envy of him. So when LeBron, who probably has the best physique in the history of sports, says, "Yeah, this guy's different," my ears perk up. So Amen Thompson, his brother Asar. It's Amen. It's not Amen. It might be Amen. Well, it might be Amen on Sunday. Again, I'm going to do my joke that I did yesterday.
Hallelujah.
There you go, because it's Easter Sunday. So there you go. It might be Amen Thompson. 6:30 tip, by the way, right here on 95.7 The Game is where you're going to be locked in, obviously, and you're going to be locked in on Warriors pre and post game live.
5:30 p.m. Sunday.
5:30 p.m. on Sunday.
And we're carrying the game.
There you go. As Bonte is joining us, courtesy of River Island. So it's River Island Studio today with Bonte.
Or Laughing Monk Brewing Studio. It's not Laughing Monk today? Shout out to Laughing Monk.
It is Laughing Monk Studios.
It's always Laughing Monk,
but it's also, we're brought to you by River Island's guest line.
There we go.
Shout
out River Islands.
You have River Islands tattooed on your back at this point. So there you go.
Man, I'm thinking about moving out there, man. You see those houses out there?
It's hot out there, Bonte.
The houses are hot.
No,
the houses, you get you a nice little 5-bedroom for about $700,000.
I was going to say, it gets hot out there. Can you get a pool out there? That's what I'm saying.
You can get a pool. You could get a house on the lake, on the river, San Joaquin River.
You got an In-N-Out burger there. More importantly, you got the In-N-Out burger out there.
Well, let me get a Raising Cane's.
What?
Chick-fil-A.
What? You out on In-N-Out?
I'm not out on In-N-Out. You guys, you want to talk about hyping things up.
Oh, please stop. You're not one of those people. Show some pride in California and our local chains, all right?
We need to upgrade the French fries. It's all good.
Well, you get the animal fries, you get them extra crispy, all right? We've gone over this, all right?
He's right, Spadoni.
Thank you. Talking about your concern, because we were doing that Grandy and I yesterday. Grandy doing a hell of a job. Well,
what do I look like, Sausalito Shasky?
No.
Concerned about everything?
No. There's in every single matchup. In every single matchup, please. Trust me. And I am feeling what you're feeling these last couple of years with some of the scared energy.
Ahmed Thompson and Dylan LeBron. Let me do my Shasky real quick. Dylan the Villain and Van Fleet 2018. Jose Warrior Killer. And they got Jabari Smith Jr. This guy Tari Eason and eBay wearing Nike Cortezes on his sideline. I just don't. They're athletic and Steph just 2 points and 3 points in the last time. I just don't know, Spadoni.
I am slippery.
That's him. That was actually, I'll give you a 4 for that, Shask. It's not bad. You had that built in. You wanted to get that off your chest.
I did. It's just.
No, but talking about it, like every single series, you look at one thing, right? The one concern that a single team has. So if you're, the Celtics in the first round, it might be the health of Jaylen Brown, right? He's dealing with some sort of ankle injury that they don't know, that they might have to fix it after the season. They're giving him injections. I don't know what's going on with Jaylen Brown, right? So that's that. You're looking at, if you're, I don't know, the Clippers, right? It might come down to James Harden, and if he could replicate kind of that performance that he had against the Warriors in that series, could playoff James Harden, that historically has not looked awesome. Can he look like he did on Sunday and pick that up alongside Kawhi Leonard? Jamal Murray, what's his status going to be? Like, you're looking at every single matchup, they have like a concern level, right? So for me, when we were talking about, it's the other stepping up offensively, right? The health of Stephen Curry, maybe. But if you're just looking across the other side in the Rockets, like the one matchup that you're looking at that could decide this series is what for you? Is it as simple as, Amen Thompson picking up Steph? Because everyone's looking at that game. And are we looking too much into that one performance where Steph had 3 points? Steph's not going to have 3 points against this team again. I think that was them. Obviously, a part of that was fatigue coming off that gauntlet of Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets, and beating all three of those teams. Now, I'm not totally buying that fatigue because they did have a day off in between there, but I'll hear some of it because the team they had 9 games in 15 days or whatever it was. But are we looking too much at Amen Thompson being that Stephen Curry stopper?
Well, look, he's going to pick up Steph 94 feet, and you got to have the personnel to get this done, right? Memphis, when they had Jalen Wells, now he got cooked for the 52 the second time out, but you pick up Steph 94 feet, and I kind of look at it like the NCAA championship when Walter Clayton Jr. for Florida. He would bring the ball up, get blitzed at half court, get the ball up, and the Houston Cougars did not allow him to relocate and touch the ball again. Same thing with Stephen Curry in that last game against the Houston Rockets. He'd get him off the ball as he got blitzed to half court all night long in that game that when they lost 106-96. And the Rockets did a great job of not allowing him to relocate and touching the basketball again. So I think Steve Kerr, having that on film, and what he said last night with Will and Dibs, saying, hey, we get the game plan now for one team and break down the series. They will make the proper adjustments to free Steph up. But the matchups, look, it's not just a matchup because they're going to get so many cross matchups. Like guys are going to switch on the pick and roll, and they're going to switch and, getting Amen Thompson. Jimmy Butler has to continue to do what he does, but I look at the others. This is a series where the Podziemskis, the Moody's, the Draymonds, the GP2s, and we're going to say this for every series the Warriors play in this playoff run, whether it's the second round run, the West Finals run, the NBA Finals run, who knows? But it is imperative for those other guys to make their wide open threes. You got to be able to shoot them, and you have to be able to make them because that will create spacing against a long athletic team like the Houston Rockets. If you don't start making your shots and they start packing the paint, now all of a sudden you got a lot of problems. So it's just not just one matchup in the series, Spadoni. You got a couple things. One, you got to get to the free throw line like you have been doing since Jimmy Butler's arrived. In the 2 games Jimmy Butler's played against the Houston Rockets, just 10 free throw attempts. We watched him shoot 18 free throws the other night against Memphis. Just 10 free throw attempts. So their length and athleticism really stymied Jimmy Butler and kept him off the free throw line. That can hurt the Warriors in this series. And the matchup is, offensively for the Warriors is, I think it's within themselves. Can you remain balanced? You don't want to be shooting 53s and all of a sudden 50 or 85 shots are coming from the three-point line. you have to remain balanced. So how do you do that? Well, you got to help Jimmy get to the free throw line, but it's going to be imperative for these others to hit their wide open threes to create more lanes for guys to drive into the basket. So it's going to be a few matchups, but it's hard to lock in on one matchup because there's so many switches and cross matchups. And, we could say, oh, Van Vliet's going to be on Curry. But once you get a switch on to him, then it's going to be on Man Thompson. Right. Or it could be Dylan Brooks. Don't forget about Dylan the villain. His history with Stephen Curry.
Well, Steve Kerr said he's that's in the past now. Right. Remember him breaking the code when he was a Memphis Grizzly, Gary Payton. So he said he had nothing but respect for Dylan the villain Brooks. And let's get into that a little bit too as the show goes on. The rivalry that is the Houston Rockets with some of the names. Like, I still think of Chris Paul and James Harden as the real rivals in that. But is the team itself a rival for you? 888-957-9570. Yep. Again, you can call or text, same number to call or text, and now text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Bonte Hill in studio for the next, this first hour's flying by, the next 3.5 hours in for Joe Shasky. What's going on in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We got shameless shoutouts coming up at 7:45. Remember, shameless shoutouts is about you guys. It's not about us. Shout out whoever, whatever you want. You want to shout out your dog, you want to shout out the kid, the overnight dancers, Dylan Brooks, whoever you want to shout out, Quentin Post, Jonathan Kuminga, anyone.
Hey, what? The brunch is back at the Gold Club.
Oh!
And the fried chicken is popping, baby.
Hey.
Heard it's crispier than ever.
On 95.7. On 95.7 the game.
it's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
I've been pretty good at the breaks.
I bet you're a lot better than me.
As Bonte Hill in for Joe Shasky. That's the voice right there. No, Bonte, come on. You're being modest.
Oh.
You hit those breaks fine, right?
10% hit rate. 10% hit rate. Purposely missing breaks just to piss off Sam Lubman and Matt Nahegan.
No, you're like Jung Hoo Lee. You're batting 300, right?
Jung Hoo Lee, hey, he's been impressive so far.
There you go.
Very
Giants,
impressive. He's
Giants,
running.
though,
My boy Mikey Yass at the leadoff spot. Giants, hey, 13-6. 13-6.
5-5 in their last 10. 500 teams as far as I'm concerned.
You got a split in Philadelphia. You won a series in New York City against the Yankees in the Bronx. You're hitting the ball well. You know the Giants are averaging like 6 runs a game on the road. They just can't really hit at home right now. But still on the road. Giants playing well.
Hicks, Verlander.
No, yeah, they got to step up. No doubt about that.
Step up. We need more innings.
But you know what? You got a 7 out of Hicks last night. I didn't think Hicks was going 2.
No, I didn't either. So that was.
He gave you 7 yesterday, so he ate up some innings.
Well, there you go. It's Philadelphia, the Silver Linings playbook for Jordan Hicks. That was his. That was Sam Gadiri. Shout out, Sam. We are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Thank you.
Can we ask Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing what the hell's going on with the Cal Bears and the transfer portal?
What? What's
Every time I
going on?
looked
What?
up,
What?
they had a player leaving off from Cal. They're like, oh, I'm entering the transfer portal. Who the hell's going to be playing for the Cal Bears next year on the football field?
Maybe you. You want to go try out for him?
Nah, I'm done.
You sure?
I'm washed.
What are you, tight end?
No, I'm washed.
what was the line from Booger McFarland? Kelvin Benjamin's a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end. That lives rent free in my head. Kelvin Benjamin, Florida State guy, right?
He is a Florida State guy. National champion at Florida State.
You. Jalen Ramsey, also national champion there. Do you want Jalen Ramsey on the Niners? Less than a week away from the draft?
Maybe Will Johnson from Michigan. We'll see.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying. There was a little Brock Purdy news yesterday, by the way. Again, we'll get back into the Warriors. Everyone calm down. We haven't talked any Niners. Haven't talked any Giants for a while. We got Bonte in studio. I want to get all this off my chest.
Get it off your chest. Get it off your chest.
Brock Purdy, I guess. The Niners offered him a contract. Purdy and his boys said no. And the negotiations, I guess, are going to be going on for a while. That's what I garnered from Matt Mayoko, your teammate over at NBC Sports Bay Area.
You know what? Speaking of Matt Mayoko, Carlos Ramirez and I are going to be live streaming during the draft next Thursday.
Okay.
And we may be down there at 4949 Marie P. DeBartolo Way down there in Santa Clara. And you know what? Here's the deal.
They're going to be in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where they're doing the draft. You're not going to go out there?
No, I'm not going to.
That would have been pretty.
Warriors are in the playoffs.
That would have been pretty cool, though.
Well, the Warriors have a playoff series, so you really can't leave. But that would have been really good. Now, you got me thinking. But with that said, I was talking to a little birdie about this a few weeks ago about Brock Purdy. And I was under the belief that Purdy has a lot of leverage here.
Oh.
That you can't go into training camp with Brock Purdy not stepping on the football field. But knowing who Kyle Shanahan is, and I do believe Kyle Shanahan really likes Mac Jones. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan would be afraid to walk into a game week 1
possibly
with Mac Jones as the starting quarterback. I'm not saying Mac Jones is a starter. I'm not saying he's better than Brock Purdy. I'm not saying none of that. But maybe we're overestimating Brock Purdy's leverage in this situation. Just saying. We'll see.
Aaron Rodgers still out there. You guys want him? He said he'll play for $10 million. That's what he said yesterday on Pat McAfee.
I know.
You thought about it. I saw your tweet. I saw your tweet.
I tweeted it because you know how Twitter is.
Oh, God.
Twitter takes everything too personal. You can't joke on there anymore. I was just sitting to joke.
People were really taking that seriously.
Oh, Alex in Atlanta was the first one. Come on, Bonds. There's no chance. Like Alex in Atlanta, dial it down.
Hey, not numbers. Call in 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I do love saying that. We got Adam Wexler coming up at 8 o'clock. Sports Talk 790 in Houston, the Rockets flagship station. He'll get his thoughts on that. I'm sure Adam was rooting for the Grizzlies, though. Let's keep it a buck. If you're a Houston fan, you're rooting hard for the Grizzlies. You wanted no parts of Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, or Steve Kerr, or those young fans just young and dumb enough to say, you know what? Maybe we'll just F around and something crazy could happen in the first round. Like, that's the only scenario I see this Rockets team winning. It's because they don't know any better, and they go on some sort of just crazy run. Like, the confidence is exuding. Maybe we get a 2019 Fred VanVleet showing up, hitting big shots. Because remember, that series, I will say this, and again, it was 6 years ago, so I'm not taking anything away from 6 years ago. But that being said, he was a new father at the time, that new dad energy. It's real. You know, Bonte.
It is real.
It is real. If you feel this sense of you could do anything.
Yep.
And he had the biggest shots of that series were from Fred VanVleet. Kawhi obviously hit some big ones. Kyle Lowry, Marcus Saltines, but VanVleet
Norman
hit
Powell.
these shots. Norman Powell, right? I thought it was VanVleet that hit those shots. But since then,
No, he was balling in those series.
since then against the Warriors, as long as he's been a Houston Rocket, it's looked awful. You cited the numbers. He's shooting like 20% against them. So that's the guy that maybe we're all kind of sleeping on when it comes to this series. I know we're talking all about the young guys, Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith. I thought he had his best game that last game against the Warriors. And that guy's like 6'10", but he can move. He's
nice.
The length of this team.
He's nice.
And the size and the athleticism. I think that's what always Warriors fans go back to. It's like, I don't know, the size. I don't think that's a problem anymore. Like, I get it. Like, it's a problem. Don't get me wrong. It's like, it's something to keep in the back of your mind. But I don't go into every series. Like, the Grizzlies had a 7'4" guy in Zach Edey and Jaren Jackson Jr.
But that size is different. That's too long. That's too, and they're not as athletic.
I get
This size
it.
is different.
I get it.
Jabari Smith Jr. could guard 1 through 5.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson could guard. He could switch on to anybody. They're a lot more athletic than Jaren Jackson Jr. and Zach Edey. So having Zach Edey on the Jimmy Butler, he's too slow-footed. You switch out Zach Edey on the pick and
got
roll
cooked a couple
on steady,
times.
he's going to get cooked.
Yeah.
So their size and athleticism is a bit different than say, and like even Jalen Wells, I know he got cooked for the 52, and Jalen Wells had a fine rookie season before the dirty play by the Charlotte Hornets.
That was a scary fall that
Fractured
he
his wrist,
had.
didn't play. But he's 6'7". Scottie Pippen Jr. is like 6'2", 6'3". Doesn't have the size.
I thought he played
and
well.
athleticism.
I thought
He
he
tried
did,
his
yeah.
ass off. But it wasn't going. The flyby late in the game, where Stephen Curry goes back-to-back threes and give him a 117 and 111 lead. But this size and athleticism is a lot different than Memphis's size and athleticism. The Rockets are one of the most athletic teams in this league. And if you turn the ball over, they get out on the break, they start dunking on your head. They're a good offensive rebounding team. So Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith Jr., Jalen Green, even Dylan Brooks is athletic. Believe it or not, he'll be physical as hell, but he's got some athleticism. Their athleticism is just so much different than the Memphis Grizzlies.
Sure.
Their defense is light years better than Memphis as well.
Oh, that's not even close.
Memphis doesn't play defense.
No.
So they get cooked. They gave up 121 the other night. So I would be careful with the size and athleticism talk because it's different in Memphis. Jerry Jackson Jr. just makes bonehead play after bonehead play.
I came away from that game like everyone was like Steiny Goo, like they were like low, like kind of making fun of like Zach Edey and his performance, and it's like that guy's a rookie out there. He got a double. Like I don't know what you wanted him to do. I came away from that game saying, what the hell is Jaren Jackson Jr. doing with a 9 3-point attempts? Look at you, dude. Look, use your body against this team. What are you doing? Put the other team in foul trouble. There was moments where Pods was on him, for Christ's sake, and he backed up once and like kicked it. I was like, oh my God. I was going nuts watching it. I was like, what are you doing? Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Speaking of this first round matchup, Steve Kerr was on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He feels like this team has everything they need to win this first round.
I just think the brain power, the experience, the corporate knowledge, whatever you want to call it, of Steph, Dre, Loon, Jimmy obviously has been deep in the playoffs, 2 finals trips, carrying his team, his Miami teams there. I feel like we have everything we need to go and win this first round series. We have the talent, we have the experience, but we know how good Houston is. They just came to our place last week and beat us, and so we've got a lot of respect for them, and we know we're going to have to play well to win.
Is this a rivalry game to you, Bonte?
Well,
given the history of these two squads, Warriors are 4-0 all time in series against them. So I hear like the whole thing, well, in order for it to be a rivalry, the other team has to win. But like, the hatred level during those Kevin Durant years for that team, for that squad, Daryl Morey when he was there. And that's the thing I go back to. A lot of those people that you hated just aren't there anymore. Like specifically James Harden, Chris Paul, Warriors legend, and Daryl Morey, like I mentioned. And then Mike D'Antoni, for whatever reason. I always thought he looked like the Pringles guy on the can with his mustache. I love him. He's a Paisan. But his whole shtick kind of is just, it is what it is. And then you obviously had the Eric Gordons, the PJ Tuckers of the world, right? Like just that whole squad bothered me if I was a Warriors fan. Now it's like, Dylan Brooks, Ime Udoka, I guess. For me, I don't know. I don't really consider it a rivalry, but do you?
no, the history has nothing to do with this series.
Okay.
Because of what you just mentioned. The only familiar face is the owner, Fertitta. You know,
Fertitta.
That's the only one. The history of these teams in the playoffs on the Houston side is no bearings on this series whatsoever. Now, obviously, the Warriors had ownage on Houston, but this could become a rivalry because of the way the last regular season game played out. In the last regular season game, you had some fireworks between Şengün and Draymond Green. They got into it. Draymond gets popped with a flagrant, and then actually, Şengün hits an and one, and he's yelling back and forth. And of course, you got Ime Udoka walking off the floor, talking the best to Stephen Curry. There's a lot of trash talk there. Then you had the article by Sam Amick in The Athletic where the Rockets are saying, yeah, they were crying, and we knew when they were crying, we had them because of our physicality. It was a physical basketball game, nip and tuck. And so the Rockets, they're not afraid of the Golden State Warriors. So when you see fireworks in this series, look, the Rockets are 21st in field goal percentage, and 21st in three-point percentage, when their offense is bad, and the Warriors held them to under 100 points in 3 straight contests. But it can become a rivalry with these youngsters because Amen Thompson said it. I grew up hating Steph Curry to go to State Warriors. I rooted against them. And this is a guy who was at Steph Curry's camp in their Under Armour camp.
Amen Thompson?
Amen Thompson.
I thought he was from the Bay.
He is,
Who
but he hated the Warriors. I don't know who he was rooting for, but he did not like the Warriors.
Wow, that's interesting.
He said that, he mentioned that in the article with Sam Amick. And so Fred VanVleet, when you get a veteran like him, he's not afraid of the Golden State Warriors. He knows what it's all about. Now, it's a different iteration of the Golden State Warriors and a different iteration of the Houston Rockets. But this could become a spicy series because of what transpired in that final game. Plus, you think about it. They played 5 times in the regular season. I don't think this is like old school NBA when teams would play 5 times back in the 90s and 80s or whatnot. They played 5 times because of the extra game in the Emirates NBA Cup. So they know a lot about each other. They're tired of each other. They're annoyed of each other. So it can become a rivalry because you have the pieces in place to become a new rivalry here out west. But as of now, no, this is a different Houston Rockets team. So the history of these two teams in the playoffs from the last decade has no bearings whatsoever on this series.
It was interesting watching as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HU1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Bonta Hill and for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here with you for the next 3 hours. We've got shameless shoutouts coming up in 45 minutes. Again, that segment is about you guys, not about us. Yes. We want to hear from you people. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury.
Where the Roasters at, man? We got a playoff game on Sunday.
Huge, man.
The playoffs start tomorrow, Roasters. You've been waiting on this all season long. The Warriors didn't go to the playoffs last season, so we finally get to see that NBA playoffs logo back at Chase Center. Yeah. I always love to see that logo because you don't take for granted what has transpired in the Bay Area over the last decade. There was 14 years with no playoff basketball. And after last year's disaster, losing in Sacramento to the damn Kings in a playing game, a 9-10 game, you're back in the playoffs. I want to hear from the damn Roasters and how you feel about the series.
It's a great point because I thought Chase Center was on fire that Clippers game and that Grizzlies game. Now, it got a little tight. Obviously, towards the end of both of them, they got tight, which was credit to the Clippers. That was an incredible game. I came away from that one real quick because I know we haven't really had a chance to talk about it because they lost and they had a quick turnaround. But that was high level basketball. Kawhi Leonard, again, the big if with him. Always, can he stay healthy? Everyone's saying like that's just it, but he's insane when he is. And
you want to low manage him after game 1 if they win?
Well, they still might. I'm still convinced they might. If they beat the Nuggets in game 1,
it might have been one of the worst takes I've ever heard in radio history.
No, it's not. You're gonna watch, Bonte.
No, you don't. They're gonna low manage in the regular season to get to the playoffs. You have days off in between games. Kawhi Leonard just played a back-to-back a few weeks ago.
Scored 29. No joke. Hey, that altitude's no joke, Bonte. Don't sleep on it, all right?
Kawhi is amazing.
Well, I came away from like that performance of James Harden specifically. I came away from that because that's ultimately the question for that team because we've seen the shortcomings of James Harden up close. We're talking about the Rocket series. Mm-hmm. How many times did he fizzle late in some of these games with the ball handling, just chucking it up? But he scored the 8 straight points for the Clippers in that overtime period. And right after that that Curry turnover, whoever turned it over that first possession for the Warriors, he hit that 3. Is like, oh boy, like he just kept it going.
Yeah, 12 of his 39 in overtime,
and he was doing it over Jimmy. He was doing it over GP2. He was doing it over Draymond. It didn't matter who was guarding him. He was incredible.
Well, that was the problem. First of all, you're spot on. It was a high level basketball game. One of the best games of the regular season. It was riveting stuff. Yeah. But their top 3 guys, Kawhi. Would he go 13 and 19?
Oh my God!
James Harden went 13 to 23.
And the guy we haven't even brought up,
Zubac, 11 to 16, a monster double. That series, the Clippers and the Nuggets. I know. The Clippers, the Nuggets, give them credit under David Adelman. They look good. they've looked good over the last week of the season.
What's Jamal's like hamstring status and all that? Like that's ultimately what it's going to come down to, right? Because last year when they fizzled out, like he got hurt again in that series against the T-Wolves, and the T-Wolves obviously took care of business in 7 games. But I came away from that game against the Clippers, like I know they lost, but I was like, man, that actually gave me kind of confidence in this team late. Like I came away from the Clippers like equally like, wow, like that team could be the dark horse. Could they upset the Nuggets? And could they upset, I don't even know it would be an upset. That's pretty even, that series. Right. But obviously it would, if we're assuming they advance and play the Thunder, like that's the team I would be worried about if I was the Oklahoma City Thunder, obviously. But the Thunder have their own problems. They're the number 1 seed. Everyone's sleeping on them, I think, too, in all this. But again, I just wanted to bring up that game because I came away so damn impressed. And for them to come off that emotional loss and letdown in overtime for potentially being a play-off team to a play-in team, and then them taking care of business. You know what I loved after that Clippers loss, Bonte? It was this. The mindset of one Jimmy Butler. He's like, you guys, I know you guys are 0-3 in plans. I've been here. I've done that. Don't worry.
Go home and play some dominoes, drink some coffee. That'll help it feel better.
And he did, and he felt great, and he balled out against the Grizzlies.
Did you see Jimmy? He was working out, was it yesterday or the day before? He had a custom number 30 Warriors jersey with Butler III on the back.
Wow.
Working out the day after the Memphis Grizzlies game, just shooting around. Jimmy's an interesting cat.
Number 30.
Number 30 on the jersey with Butler III on the back.
How do you feel about that?
Jimmy's doing Jimmy things.
I mean,
he's all bought in. You saw Draymond and Jimmy played dominoes with the QB music in the background down in Miami.
It's kind of sacrilege, is it not? Number 30.
Big face coffee.
There's only none. Stephen Curry's number 30.
Yeah, I know, but he had Butler III. He's basically showing love to Stephen Curry. Like, I need a 30 jersey, put my name on the back because I feel like Stephen Curry. He's the Batman. I'm the Robin. That's how Jimmy feels.
I don't know. Maybe he wants to be Batman at this point. No, eventually, Robin became Nightwing. He wanted to be his own thing. You know, we're just going by the comic books. I'm not starting anything. I think that was a shot at Steph.
No.
So you know what?
A shot at Steph? How would you look at that?
He's taking his number.
Hold on. Let's examine this.
Taking his number.
Let's examine this. He just was working out, had a custom jersey with number 30, and put Butler III on it. How did you get to that?
You know what? They should have retired that jersey. Like, the number 30 forever should be retired from it. No one can touch that one. Remember the Miami Heat retired Michael Jordan's number 23? Got to retire number 30, all right? No one else can touch that.
It won't be. It won't be.
Retire it now.
He's showing love. He said, what he said after the game Tuesday, too. Thank God I play with Steph. He's our Batman.
Well,
he is our Batman. And you saw what Steph did at the end of the game. So Jimmy Butler understands his role. And he also understands why he's here, because when Stephen Curry leaves the court, the non-Steph minutes, that's what's giving me hope here. The non-Steph minutes the last 2 nights have been a plus. I think it was plus 10 against the Clippers, could be wrong, plus 9, and then plus 7 the other night against Memphis. You stabilize those minutes without Stephen Curry. That's why Jimmy Butler is aboard. So, you know what? Jimmy being here, getting to the free throw line and all that stuff. And in the last 2 nights, I know everybody's worried for a second. He's not shooting enough. He needs to be a bit more selfish. Well, the last 2 nights in must-win games, and I know you went 1-on-1 in those must-win games, 20 field goal attempts in each of those games from Jimmy Butler, the most field goal attempts he's had since he's been a member of the Golden State Warriors.
While getting to the line also on top of that. So he was doing it all. And I have so much confidence in that tandem alone. And we were talking about it, and it was, we do all these things because it's the start of the playoffs. So we talk about, how do you rank the Western Conference team? How do you rank, the best coaches, right? I'm thinking Steve Kerr over any other coach left in this whole thing, right? Definitely in the Western Conference, outside of maybe Ty Lue.
JJ Redick?
No, stop. JJ Redick, Chris Finch.
I want to check his temperature over here.
Well, that's Draymond. That's Draymond's guy. They had a podcast. That's hashtag new media right there. You're looking at that. Hashtag new media, right?
Oh,
which sounds a lot like old media. But the tandem of Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry, Bonte, when you just take a temperature of all the tandems, there's a lot of good tandems out there, right? Like, am I crazy to say, like, towards the end of a game, I kind of want Steph and Jimmy as my tandem over anyone else. Oh, I'm taking them over Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I'm taking them over Luka and LeBron. I'm taking them over Kawhi and James Harden. Is that crazy to say?
It's not crazy to say. It's not the craziest thing to say because it's Steph. This is the Steph Curry era.
But I think we're sleeping on that tandem.
People sleep on is that 2015, once the Warriors won that first championship, that was the beginning of the Steph Curry era. He's got 4 championships since 2015. LeBron has two. It's the Steph era. He's changed the game.
Not the Kevin Durant era?
Not the Kevin Durant era. It's the Steph Curry era.
Got it.
But there's a lot of good duos, man. I mean, look, if I took Steph and Jimmy and you took Luka and LeBron, you should feel good about that.
Right.
If I took Steph and Jimmy and you took Tatum and Brown, you should feel good about that. Tatum and Brown are damn good. Damn good.
I know. I was talking yesterday. Grandy was just like, "Oh, they're." I was like, "No, let's show some." They are the champions here, and I think we are still sleeping on the Boston Celtics.
Kawhi Leonard on Sunday was the best player on the floor.
The only question with Kawhi, obviously, I had an asterisk there because it's health. That's it.
But you know what? Dave Bennett just minutes. He's ready to roll. He's smiling. He's been a fun guy.
The burst looked there late for Kawhi, which I was most impressed with because I was like, I saw him like in the first quarter, and the first I was like, it doesn't look like the burst is there. And then all of a sudden, as the game went on, he was intercepting passes, the length, the size, everything.
I watched the games from one of the tunnels, and Kawhi Leonard had a move on the baseline where he went up for a dunk, and he got up so quick. And then he had a couple steals with those long hands. I've shook his hand before, back in 2019. Yeah. I shook his hand. He's got fingers on top of fingers. It's like he's got fingers, and it's like this extender. It's so weird. It's straight out of Alien. It's like E.T. or something. He's got E.T. fingers. I don't know. It's weird. So if you took Kawhi and Zubac or Harden, I can't be mad at that because Kawhi could be the best player on the floor at one time.
Right.
He can be at any minute, any moment of the game. How about you didn't even bring up Jokic? He's the best player in basketball right now.
Yeah.
Jokic and Murray, Jokic and Gordon, Jokic and Porter, Jokic and whoever. He's that damn good. So you have a lot of great duos. You didn't bring up SGA, Jalen Williams, or SGA, Chet.
I know. See, that's you had to say or. So that's why I didn't do it yet because we don't know who the top. I know the top dog there. I don't know who's number two.
Look, I feel good about Steph and Jimmy. I do. It's a different duo because Steph does his damage from the outside. Jimmy does his damage from inside the perimeter, although Jimmy did attempt 4 threes the other night against Memphis because that's playoff Jimmy where he elevates his game everywhere. But it's a damn good duo. But it's not going to come down to the duo. That's why I bought basketball. I love basketball because it's 5-on-5, not 2-on-2. It's going to be about the others. Can Moses Moody, who played 33 minutes the other night against Memphis, and he's playing some solid defense, they need to get his three-point shot rolling again. He was 1 of 4. He's hit a little mini slump. We'll get into the numbers on the other side. 9 points. Brandon Pajewski, how does he fare in his first ever playoff series? When you're in the NBA and you're a youngster, it's not smooth sailing your first time around in the playoffs. There's some bumpy roads, some ups and downs. So let's get into it on the other side, Spadoni. It's going to be about these other guys and how they step up alongside Jimmy and Steph.
I love that. What's the confidence level in the others? Outside of Draymond, Steph, Jimmy, your confidence level in these young dubs is what? 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's Bonta Hill and for Joe Shasky. It's Joe Spadoni with you. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
when you look at Kelvin Benjamin, guys, he's 6'5", he's 245 pounds. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Love the enthusiasm pods. It's Ponte Hill in for Joe Shasky. That was Booger McFarland talking about Kelvin Benjamin. That was Booger back on thinking of Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Him, Tessator, and who's my guy?
Witten.
Jason Witten, Hall of Famer. They had the game when Jimmy threw all those picks, remember?
Oh, the preseason game.
The preseason
When he
game.
threw the pick six and almost threw the pick six.
Remember
and
Booger had the-
McFarland said, hey, Jimmy Garoppolo's just scared in the pocket. He's scared. And I was earlier that week, or late the week prior, he had the 5 interception practice.
Yeah.
5
He was
straight
awful,
plays. Yeah. And that sounds so Steiny. He go, I think you were on the board for one of those shows. And that's when Guru said, I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Oh, damn mosquitoes out there, right? Oh, that's
man.
good. Oh, we're talking Rockets, we're
Damn.
talking Warriors.
Damn.
We're not talking Niners, although next week it is a big draft. I am very
this is a
curious
huge
to see.
draft.
I'm very curious to see. This is the highest pick they've had since the Javon Kinlaw pick, I want to say, which was about 14 or 13 overall back a few years ago. And obviously that was a bust for them. So we'll see what the Niners do. Do they
Javon
draft?
Kinlaw got chipped out, by the way, by the Commanders.
That signaled to me when he got paid early on. I was like, oh boy, we're just paying for everyone now. That's going to be one of these. And I was actually very impressed by the Niners not overpaying for a lot of people. And they said, you know what? We're going to eat it this year. We're going to shell off a lot. The Drake Greenlaw one is probably one of the few where I'm like, you might regret that one.
Honestly, though, outside of Drake Greenlaw, did the Niners lose any player that you're like, damn it, like Banks got paid by the Green Bay Packers? Nobody's losing sleep over Banks.
No.
Not disrespecting him. Burford. Are you really losing sleep over Spencer Burford?
The one I was kind of iffy on, and Shasky and I talked about it, was Hufanga, because I do think he was dealing with some injuries.
Yeah.
And if he can get back to being healthy, he could look awesome in that Denver Broncos defense. That's the injuries right
even
there.
before
So
the injury, he was missing some tackles.
He's a gambler.
Kind of angles.
He's a gambler.
He's a gambler and whatnot. There's outside of Drake Greenlaw, there's not one player where I thought, damn, you really lost somebody. Now, I know the disappointment of not adding players, and obviously you traded away Deebo Samuel, which we all kind of saw coming this offseason. Right. I'm not as doom and gloom about the 49ers because they didn't pay a lot of people. Now, to bring it Juszczyk back, I was scratching my head a little bit
weird.
like, okay, that's a little strange, but it is what it is. I get it. Outside of that, though, I don't think they lost anybody that I was really losing sleep over outside of Drake Greenlaw.
Well, the Warriors might be losing someone in the coming months. His name is Jonathan Kuminga. Or they might keep him. Who knows? No one knows. Well, I think I kind of know, but we'll see what unfolds here in a second. We had Tim Kawakami on our station yesterday talking about the Kuminga situation. Obviously, SF Standard, he wrote a piece there about chronicling everything that's been going on. The Warriors Plus Minus podcast and Odyssey podcast right here with Marcus Thompson, with Anthony Slater. They do a hell of a job. They're talking about it all. But let's hear from Steve Kerr, who addressed what's going on with JK, and the DNPs obviously did not play against the Los Angeles Clippers in what was essentially a playoff type of game to be in the playoffs. And obviously the play-in where they were 0-3 heading into that game had a DNP. Is he going to play at all in this Houston Rockets series? Here is Steve Kerr talking about just handling young players like Jonathan Kuminga first and foremost.
I try to communicate with all my guys constantly, just checking in with different guys at different times. And then you have to be careful not to overdo it too, and sometimes you have to give a guy space but we have a great staff. JK has a lot of support, in the locker room. All his teammates like him and coaches like him. And so, you just support him and remind him to stay ready because things can change, in a heartbeat.
Steve Kerr continues again, this on Yesterday with Willard and Dibs. You can find the entire interview on YouTube or the Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Steve continues to say he feels for JK.
Mostly I feel for JK because I like him and he's been here 4 years and he's a talented guy. And, sometimes things go in a different direction. And what happened here is, it's pretty obvious. I've talked about it, but Jimmy Butler came in, and when JK was out, we traded for Jimmy and they played the same position and our whole team changed. We became an ISO team with Jimmy, the movement of Steph, ISO with Jimmy, and Jimmy's one of the best players in the league. So it's not as simple as just saying, oh, okay, we'll play them together. Basketball doesn't work that way. The puzzle has to fit. We found, a really good formula when JK was injured, and we got Jimmy. I think we went 18-2 or something right away. So we found lineup combinations that have clicked, and we're winning, and we have to stick with that. And it's brutal for JK. It really is. He's a young player who wants to play, and he's absolutely talented enough to play. And he still may be a part of the equation in this series and the next series after that and after that. So we just have to keep plugging away, keep moving forward, and he's doing a good job of that. But I definitely feel for him.
Steve Kerr on yesterday and him feeling for JK given the situation. And I mean, I kind of do too. Like, he was balling prior to the injury. It was a very severe ankle injury. I know they didn't call it a grade 3, but it felt like a grade 3 almost, just given all the time that he missed. And then he comes back and it's a brand new team. Andrew Wiggins is gone. Jimmy Butler's here and they're rolling. They're great. And that's hard for anyone in any like scenario, Bonte, whether it's in sports, whether it's in, our business, right? We miss a couple weeks and someone else has been there. They build some chemistry. We come back and, we're trying to find our groove back, right? And it's hard sometimes, specifically this team. And Jimmy Butler's not going anywhere. It's not like they brought in some guy that's going to a rotation or role player. No. They brought in a 1A or 1B type of player, a Hall of Famer in, and it changed everything. And, he's biting the short end of the stick. Him, Trace Jackson Davis, a couple of other guys as well. And, it sucks. I feel for the guy. I do. It sucks. It sucks. Like, it's great for the team that they're balling, but how can you not feel for him?
Look, these are pro sports. And I can't wait for shameless shout-outs. I know we're working on the phone lines here. I can't wait to hear from Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. Do I feel for him? Yeah, it sucks because it's a contract year for him. And what sucks about the season was he was playing his best basketball before spraining his right ankle. The previous 17 games before spraining his right ankle, he's averaging 20-6. It shooting 50% from the floor, 47% from the floor, and over 34% from the three-point line, which is not bad. Since he's come back, he's shooting 17% from three. And obviously the combinations of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green just has not worked. And you look at the logjam at the 5 and 4 spots, Jimmy, Dre, Guy Santos, Looney, GP2 in the dunker spot. It's not good. And so is JK going to be back next season? Look, we got a Rocket series, and we'll talk about the offseason when the offseason comes around. But it's hard to see JK wearing a Warriors uniform after the season. I think it's best for both parties. We've seen this before around here, these parts, whether it's football, basketball, baseball. Klay Thompson moving on, probably best for both parties.
Jordan Poole
is best for both parties, right? Chris Paul moving on, best for both parties. So Jonathan Kuminga as a 22-year-old, look, I know a lot of people say, man, he's had 4 years to develop, and I wish his three-point shot was farther along. But it's also hard to find a consistent role when you get drafted into a championship-type organization. Yeah. You don't have the runway like Cade Cunningham and Franz Wagner. I'm not saying JK is as good as those players, but Cade Cunningham was able to play through a 28-game losing streak. Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero down in Orlando were able to play through their mistakes. And insert any young guy, you're not allowed to do that on the Golden State Warriors because you have a Steph, Draymond at the time, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins or what, and now you have Jimmy Butler. So for Jonathan Kuminga moving forward, because I don't know if he's going to be in a rotation or not during this Houston Rockets series, look, he's got to stay professional. And I will say Sunday afternoon after the Clippers game, he was working out on the floor, taking shots for about 80 minutes, but there was no coaches around. He was doing it with his boys. I'm not sure that was the best look. But for JK, he has to maintain his professionalism, and this is a great opportunity to show his maturity. This is a great opportunity to show that mentally he's engaged and he's locked into the gameplay because you never know when his number may get called. Somebody may get into foul trouble. Steve Kerr may need him. But you got to stay ready like Moses Moody has over the course of his 4-year career. But unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out. Now, would I like to see JK maybe more with Stephen Curry? They touched on that two-man game a couple weeks ago. That may be more advantageous for JK to be productive. It's not missed on me. It's not lost on me, I should say. The LA Lakers game where he had 18 and 9. That was played great point of attack defense on Luka Doncic.
I thought that was his best, given the circumstances heading into that game. That team that beat you in the playoffs. That place is a house of horrors. Everything baked into it. I know, like, scoring-wise, it wasn't his best game, but I thought all around, defensively, offensively, being a facilitator, all of that, his decision making. I thought it was his best game in his career. I truly did. LeBron was baiting him to take threes. He was patient. He had some blocks in that game. I loved that game. And I still think about it. I was like, again, if we're thinking, not too far ahead, you got to take care of the Rockets. There's a good possibility you take care of the Rockets, you're playing the Lakers.
Yeah.
And yes, I do think you need Kuminga in that series against that team.
No doubt.
So,
you may need him.
Yeah.
You may need him. But you know what? Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors are in the business of winning. And when it came down to winning time the last 2 nights, JK did not play. Now, is anybody going to sit back? If anybody sit back saying, damn, they won, but JK didn't play. You know what? These are pro sports. Steve Kerr's doing what he has to do to win high-level basketball games. And you know what? Jimmy Butler, he's going to play 40 minutes. Draymond Green's going to play nearly 40 minutes. Stephen Curry's going to play nearly 40 minutes.
They got rest now.
Right? They got Looney against Şengün. They're going to dust off Kevon Looney against Şengün at times, right?
He had a good game last time against them. Yeah.
Quentin Post coming in, lighting up threes. He's going to – so I for everybody, and that's why sometimes you guys always tease me about, oh, man, you miss radio. I don't miss the JK conversation.
No.
Because it's bigger than Jonathan Kuminga. It's about winning games. And if JK doesn't factor into winning games because Steve Kerr doesn't think he can help, then so be it. Steve Kerr's a championship head coach. He's pulling all the right strings. He's the master of adjustments in series, within series. We've seen him change up a starting lineup. That's why everybody's like, oh, the starting lineup. The first ever championship they won together in 2015, Andrew Bogut was starting. And he made the move to bench Andrew Bogut for Andre Iguodala. We've seen this before. So, look, JK sucks because he's averaging 16 a game. He's athletic or whatnot, but you have to be able to play within the system. And right now, this current iteration of the Golden State Warriors, since he's returned, is a new iteration. You've had 3 different, that's my alarm for 7:30.
What was that?
That was my alarm for 7:30.
What is that?
I don't know what the hell that was, but that was my alarm when I usually wake up baby chairs for school. So 7:30. It's good to know that I've been up for 3 hours already. Anyway, so the whole JK conversation, hopefully his number does get called because you want to get him a taste of playoff basketball, and you hope that it doesn't decrease his earnings in the offseason when he's a restricted free agent. But you know what? We're in the business of winning games. And whoever helps winning games, so be it. I'm not here to worry about who doesn't play and who does play. I'm here to, did you win the game or not?
I guess from a fan's perspective in all this, we've been told for months now, whether it's Anthony Slater, whether it's Marcus Thompson, whether it's, Bonte Hills of the world, everyone's saying, you're going to need Jonathan Kuminga in the playoffs if you want to get to where you need to be. You're going to need him. So if a fan's hearing that for months on end, and then he sees 2 DNPs in the most important games of the season, that signals to me, I was like, well, what went wrong? Like, do you still need Kuminga? Does the team not think that they need him to go forward into these playoffs, deep into these playoffs? Is that what they're telling me?
Steve Kerr's been telling us this. He's been telling us this, especially after the Portland game up there in the PDX. Yep. May have been the worst basketball games I had to watch.
Chauncey honestly, got rewarded.
Chauncey did get rewarded. Joe Cronin did get rewarded. They got
Chauncey,
nice talent.
Let's go.
But it wasn't the Portland Trailblazers playing that day. It was the Rip City Remix, their G League team, basically. It was a terrible basketball game. But there's no doubt, you cannot deny that the offense the previous 2 weeks has looked clunky. Now, is that all on Jonathan Kuminga? Absolutely not. That's unfair to say. It's unfair to say that it's on one player on this team. There's a lot of reasons why the offense looked clunky. GP2 was out for a little bit. Guys getting elevated in roles. Brandon Podziemski has the ball in his hands a lot more. When Jimmy Butler has the ball in his hands and he's ISOing, look, he's surveying the floor for shooters. Jonathan Kuminga being in the corner, his instincts has to take him to the dunker role. He's not a three-point shooter right now, knockdown three-point shooter. So it is what it is. I think too much has been made about JK, and I think Steph Curry said it perfectly. We don't need to hyper-focus on Jonathan Kuminga. We do this every single year with certain players where we're hyper-focused on every single possession. He's had a rough patch because he's tried to prove himself saying, hey, look, I'm back after missing 31 games. I want to play perfect. But the way I see JK playing is I see a guy playing not to make a mistake, not to make a bad play, not to force something. Looking over his shoulder saying, boy, if I make a couple mistakes, my leash is not as long as, say, Brandon Podziemski or Moses Moody, so maybe I'm going to get yanked. You can't play basketball like that. You have to play free and easy, and right now JK hasn't been playing free and easy, and so therefore you're getting DNPs with a shortened rotation.
Do you think this team could go on a deep run still in the West if Jonathan Kuminga is not contributing?
I still think they can make a run.
Okay.
They can make a run without JK.
Okay.
They can.
What's
but
the run look like? Western Conference Finals?
We'll see.
Okay.
I mean, you got to get past the Rockets, and then you got to take on the winner of the Lakers in Minnesota. That's not going to be easy. Where's Steph health at?
Yeah.
Where's that right thumb sprain? Is there ligament damage within that right thumb? I don't know. It's a big sprain, and it's heavily taped. Where's Draymond Green's health? Where's Jimmy Butler's health? Where's Brandon Podziemski at? But I do think they're going to need a game or two where JK gets dusted off and he has an impact. But it's up to the young man to be locked in. I think he could earn something by being locked in and staying mentally engaged and helping out this team.
888-957-9570. Your confidence in this young group of Golden State Warriors here heading into this Houston Rockets series is what we're going to be talking to Adam Wexler at the top of the hour. Covers the Houston Rockets down in Houston for their flagship station. Can't wait to do that. And I'm curious if Adam is going to be, a little salty, just given the history between these two, or is he going to be more the professional? Because Houston's not like the Dallas guys. It's a different breed of Texas, right, Bonte?
Oh, I forgot about the Dallas guys. The RJs and Seans.
Well, yeah, we'll talk about that. Oh, my God. The Nico Harrison just blow. Whose Q rating is lower right now in Dallas? Is it Jerry Jones or Nico Harrison, right?
Well, Nico.
Oh, my God.
Or the Dallas Mavericks owner.
Well, that's what. How about them Cowboys? We're talking about Michael Parsons. God, what's that whole charade. But no, the state of Texas and their sports, Houston Rockets, or the Houston Astros are in shambles. They're in last place in the AOS. You really hate to see that. The Giants swept their ass. Thank God. I can't stand the state of Texas. My dad, he instilled the great Boston. He instilled in my mind, any team from Texas you're supposed to hate. I don't know if anyone, I don't know what it is, but you're supposed to hate them. That's what he told me. LA, sure, but also just the state of Texas, he told me.
I used to like those Rockets teams in the 90s with Hakeem and Drexler and Otis Stork.
I guess we always wish they matched up against the Bulls, right? Like that was the dream matchup.
Max.
The dream, right? And no pun intended there. That was the matchup. By the way, I think this is the dream matchup, talking about this first round, if you're the Warriors. And it was funny. I was listening yesterday to Steiny and Guru. They're fired up, obviously. And they're talking about expectations, right? And everyone has these expectations. It's the start. So I've seen it on First Take right now.
What are the expectations of the Warriors from Dub Nation right now?
That is the question I do have at 888-957-9570. Hit us up on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The expectations are what? They were clinging to a 10 spot. Let's have some perspective here for a second. I get you got Jimmy Butler. I get all that. He's a Hall of Famer. You got a Hall of Famer in Draymond Green, maybe a DPOY this year. You got the Hall of Famer that is Stephen Curry, top 10 player in the history of the sport, Hall of Fame head coach. All of it's baked into it. That being said, just 2 months ago, Bonte, they were maybe the 11th seed. And we were talking blowing everything up. We were talking moving on from Steve Kerr. We had hosts on this station, Steiny, saying trade Stephen Curry.
You know what? I take it back. Your take about low managing Kawhi in the playoff series last week wasn't the dumbest take ever at this station. That take Steiny had about trading Stephen Curry to Cleveland was probably the dumbest take.
I'm telling you what's happening.
You're worthless.
Kawhi's going to get load managed in one game. You can laugh all you want. It's going to happen at some point.
Spadoni, stop. He may get hurt.
Stop.
Hurt.
No.
That's why he may get swelling in the knee.
Oh, that's load managing.
No, that's not. No, it's not. It's saying you got swelling in your knee. We're not messing around with that.
Stop. This is going back to the prime rib bet when it comes to injuries and time missed. By the way, you won it.
Oh, yeah, I did win the prime rib bet. Shasky hasn't owned up to it.
Where's the clapping? Where's the applause? There you go.
Where is Shasky at with my House of Prime Rib?
He's gone. And like that, he's gone.
No, I need my House of Prime Rib before summer's, at least in the next month.
Hey, you know what? We got shameless shout-outs coming up here in 8 minutes. You're going to be shouting out Joe Shasky for getting you the King Bonte.
No. I'm going to be shouting out myself for having the balls to make the bet, even though you guys try to... I had these stipulations with the trade, like, hey, injuries and this and that. You guys all went against me because you all thought I was going to lose. You, Lubman, Rizzo, Carter, everybody. And I had to gall to bet on Draymond Green playing over 65 games this season. You know what? He played in 68.
Congratulations. You played in 65 games,
Hey, 35 years old now, man. A lot of injuries, back injury, calves, you name it. So I want my damn House of Prime Rib from Shasky. He hasn't even brought it up. I tweeted at him the other day. No like, no retweet, no reply, no nothing. You that salty, dude?
I've never been. I really want to go.
Sausalito Shasky,
I would like to come. What do you get there? Obviously the prime rib. What are the sides?
Get the king cut, get the creamy spinach. And then they got the salad.
My gosh. Once I pay, can I also get some of that to go on top of it? I think they do.
Oh, yeah.
Can I get some of that? Yeah, take that home? Because that's what I need.
No, it's all on Shasky's credit card.
All right. Well, it's a Friday.
He's making the big bucks.
Well, he's not doing it tonight because it's Good Friday, so you don't need meat today. It's the last day of Lent because he's a good Catholic, right? Well, so he says anyways. I think it's the front. He likes to say he goes to church all the time. Really, he's locked in watching the San Francisco Giants and what Jonathan Lee's doing. He's getting haircuts and telling us he's going to get the haircuts is what he likes to do. Oh, baby LJ's got to get this haircut. Joe, he's 1 year old. He doesn't need to get his haircut all the time. I'm just telling you. It's okay. I love you, buddy.
You said it, not me. You have to deal with him 20 hours a week.
I'm blessed that Benny has kind of the curly hair, so we can get away with not giving him haircuts. Baby Nora, though, God, it's all over the place. The clips.
Sausalito Shasky. How's he feeling about this Rocket series?
Of course he's nervous.
Of course he is. Let me guess. He was freaking out on Tuesday with the playing game. Dub Nation, I want to hear from Dub Nation. I'm on the roast before I woke up for you guys, damn it. I didn't wake up for Spadoni.
What?
I didn't wake up for Nahegan. I didn't wake up for Lubman. I woke up for the Roasters, damn it. I said the Roasters, you know what? They may miss me. Let me come in here before a playoff series.
You missed me.
I did a little bit.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Ahmad missed you. He's in Concord. Ahmad is in Concord.
Really?
Wants to join the conversation.
All right.
888-957-9570. By the way, shameless shout outs, 5 minutes. You can call or text. It's the same number. It's about you, not us. I'm going to go Rick Tittle here. It's about y'all's and your calls. There you go, baby. Ahmad, Concord. What you got on Jonathan Kuminga, Ahmad?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Good to hear your voice again, Bonte, on the airways. Real quick, guys, I'm super unhappy with the way the Warriors coaching staff and everything is going about the benching of Kuminga. I think he's a huge part of our future, and even though he might not be fitting in perfectly right now, they need to keep him engaged. They need to keep him locked in. And I think Bonte's right. It kind of does fall on Kuminga to kind of just have that on his own and to figure things out on his own. But at the same time, we got to realize he's young, he's impressionable. His teammates, coaching staff, Kerr, all this talk with the media, they need to keep him engaged. They need to speak of him very highly still, because it's very easy for a guy like him to just check out and just be halfway out the door already, and that'd be super unfortunate for such a talented player.
No doubt. That's a good point. That's a good point, Ahmad. You don't want to lose this guy, but right now it's about a playoff run, and let's not forget this organization and this franchise moves as Steph moves. This is his team. Let's not get this twisted. This is about Stephen Curry. You're trying to get him number 5. This is about Draymond Green trying to get him number 5. He's trying to get Jimmy his first. Trying to get him his first.
Yep.
All right. So right now, that's all the regular season talk with JK. And, again, I haven't missed that conversation because I know it's been out there. Every time you tweet about JK, there's a million people want to talk about JK and this and that, blah, 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 blah. But it's all good. You may need him in the future, but he may not be here in the future.
No.
He just may not be. He may not be. So right now it's about the playoffs. How do you get this team ready to beat the Houston Rockets? And then if there's a game or two where he fits in, then he'll play. Now the great thing about JK against the Rockets, he had some of his better games of the season against Houston. A team that's kind of similar to his strengths, athletic, young, could jump out the gym, could defend at the point of attack. But there's some things he has to clean up as well. So right now, when I'm looking at the rotation, it's going to be the starting 5 that's 17-3 with Moody, Podziemski, Steph, Butler, Draymond. You got GP2 who's going to get minutes.
What'd you have?
Kevon Looney, Truly. Kevon Looney's going to play. Quentin Post is probably going to see some minutes here and there. You have to play Buddy because of the threat of his three-point shooting and his spacing. But Steve Kerr's had a quick hook on Buddy. Buddy only played 12 minutes against Memphis Grizzlies. So it's not like Buddy's playing 25 minutes. If Buddy doesn't have it going, Steve Kerr will pull his ass in a heartbeat.
He balled out against the Rockets. He was one of the few to show up offensively against the Rockets last game. And again, of course, they lost because he had a Buddy game and they lost. And you're asking for those all the time. He had 20 points. GP2, also 16 points off the bench.
You know what? Steve loves Guy Santos and his energy.
He loves Guy Santos.
So, you know what? That's your 9 right now. Now, one of these guys get in foul trouble, somebody gets hurt, JK's going to get another opportunity. But right now, we need to focus on the Rockets and how they penetrate their defense and get on-man Thompson from picking up Stephen Curry 94 feet.
I think this conversation also ties into TJD as well, staying ready. Draymond had that the little soliloquy after the game about TJ taking his seat off. He's for the rookie post. You know, I don't know why. You can maybe speak to this. Why aren't there more seats for the players, Bonte? I don't know. I know you're trying to pack that house in, sell all the tickets you can. Let's get some more seats for the players, please, so they can sit down. But it was a cool story about Draymond talking about the camaraderie of this team and where they're at. And it does go from the top bottom, right? It is instilled by the big dogs on the team. Obviously, the coach is the coach, but it's the players that got to police themselves ultimately and check that locker room, right? I go back to that Stephen Curry speech. If you're not getting on this bus and you're not fully bought in, don't come on in Game 7 going up to Golden One Center, right? You're not fully bought into this team. So all that being said, all that being equal, the past is the past. The future is now, to quote Christopher Walken and Joe Dirt. All right? The future is now. And if Jonathan Kuminga steps up, if they go to him and his number's called and he steps up, then he'll be rewarded going forward.
Well, I think we're not talking enough about Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody.
Yeah.
How they fare in this starting lineup next to the big three. That's where the conversation and the attention needs to be paid.
I thought Pod stepped up big in that Clippers game, but obviously that Grizzlies game was not his best.
But you know what? He had the big block at the end of the game. That should have been a block.
Should have been a block.
Should have been a block. So
that last minute was just a joke.
There may be up and down games with Brandon in the playoffs. This is his first taste of playoff basketball. But you know what I've seen from Brandon Podziemski, and I remember being on the show and everybody was freaking out about him. I said, leave Pods alone. He suffered the right abdominal injury, came back, and started lighting it up for the three-point line. There's going to be games where it looks clunky with Pods. He may miss some shots. He may turn it over. But you know what? The guy has that confidence, the irrational confidence that you need playing alongside champions like Steph and Dre. You need to have irrational confidence playing alongside Jimmy Butler, and his decisiveness offensively of letting it fly, I think is very important for the Golden State Warriors in this series. So you see him go 7-11 against the Clippers in a high-level basketball game. He's had some games where he's gone 4 of 11. But don't forget, he had a stretch, over a 20-game stretch, Spadoni, where he was shooting 50% from 3. And these games over the last month for the Warriors have been very important to stay out of that box. So
he might have been the Warriors' best player in that first. No, he was their best player in the first half against the Lakers a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
he was
in that game.
He had that buzzer beater 3. That was a huge momentum shot. I think we sleep on.
He's had a great game. So the attention, instead of talking so much about Jonathan Kuminga, because right now he's out of the rotation, are we talking about a guy who hasn't played the last 2 games? Sure, he needs to stay ready. I'm more interested to see Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, Quentin Post,
I think people are
getting their first playoff run, and how do they respond to the pressure of the Houston Rockets? That's what I'm intrigued with.
And that was the conversation a lot, was the rotations, right? It's like, Pods, I don't know why he was closing that game. He looked unsure. He looked hesitant. And that's the big question mark. I think a lot of Warriors fans did come away, even with that win over the Grizzlies, is the lack of aggression from some of these other guys when it comes to shooting when they're open. They're deferring to, and I get it. Hey, listen, when he got Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry,
right.
I want them shooting the last shots. I do. Like, if I'm a fan of those, that's what I want. But at the same time, if you have an open shot, you need to take it. If it's a high percentage look for you, you need to take it. And I do think that's going to be the big question mark heading into this series. Who's going to take those big shots when they are open? Buddy Hield, obviously, in that Clippers game. I know a lot of people are like, Buddy Hield taking that last shot. Well, he was wide open. He's a three-point shooter. What do you want, right? In the past, maybe it could have been better. It was a little like he had to reach down for it. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, I know he hasn't been great for most of this year. He's been very up and down. He started off very hot. Has been pretty mediocre since. There's going to be some Buddy Hield moments in this series that they're going to need from him. Again, I mentioned it. He was the guy last game against the Rockets that showed up offensively. He led all Warriors scorers. He did 20 points. No one else can sniff 20 in that on that game. So let's go to Coach Hall real quick, Bonta. We got shameless shout-outs coming up here. I see Uncle Gene on there. He has a shout-out. Coach Hall, good morning. Bonta Hill, Joe Spadoni. How are we feeling about this Rocket series?
Hey, good morning, guys. What up, Bonta? Long time no talk, man.
What's up, Coach?
Man, I gotta apologize to you too, because I didn't believe Draymond was gonna play that many games. I was out on Draymond. You was right. I was wrong. We all were wrong. So kudos to you,
Coach Hall. I'll let you know how the steak tastes.
Yes, please do. But I think the people we're not thinking about is Jabari Smith and Jalen Green.
Oh my gosh!
And Jalen Green is playing out of his mind. So with that being said, I think you got to play JK. I don't know who else we have long and athletic that could challenge Jalen Green or switch on to Jabari Smith. Jabari Smith kills us on the low. If you go back and look at all the times we played him this year, he gets off. I don't know what it is, but I just think at least let JK use 6 fouls. And then I think it's going to come down to that, and then Draymond and Dylan Brooks Draymond can keep his cool, look at the basket, shoot the open shot, make a layup. I think we'll be fine, but we'll see. I'll root for him.
You know, Jalen Green, up until that last game, was shooting 25% against the Warriors.
Awful.
They did a really good job. Now, in 3 of those games, Andrew Wiggins was a primary defender. When they beat the Rockets right before the All-Star break, 105-98, Brandon Podziemski had done a good job at the point of attack. You see maybe Jimmy Butler at times. But he started to find his rhythm the last time out against the Golden State Warriors. Got to his spots, hit a couple mid-range twos. Look, he's struggled against the Warriors, but you definitely got to watch out for him. Jabari Smith Jr. off the bench. This guy can play, man. 6'10".
Yeah, we
can handle the ball. Long, athletic, can block shots, rebounds in basketball. I think he had 16 and 9 in that game. So Coach Hall makes a great point about Jabari Smith Jr. He is an X factor for the Houston Rockets in the series.
You know what else is an X factor? Shameless shout-outs. I think that's an X factor.
I want Iguodala.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I like that a lot. Shout out to Wes and the net. Shout out them.
Let's go. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Please shout out your dog, shout out your cat, shout out Bonte, shout out Steven Risotto, shout out the Oakland Roots, baby. Know your roots, Bonte. Let's go, all right? Got our first win last weekend. Let's make it another one this weekend. What do you got? Who are you shouting out?
Who am I shouting out? Shouting out all the roasters this morning. Thanks for always waking up and supporting the show. You guys, I love running into people. Bonte, man, we miss you in the mornings, but I'm like, hey, Spadoni and Shasky are doing their thing. They're like, yeah, we're still supporting.
It's all right.
We're still supporting. So shout out to the roasters. Shout out to everybody out there trying to get up and get $1 in these troubled times in America with the economy and everything. 401k dipping up left and right.
Yeah,
it's been
that's pretty lame.
Right? So shout out to all the roasters. Shout out to all the Dub Nation too, getting ready for a playoff series.
Speaking of one of the best roasters, Uncle Gene in Oakland. He's one of them. He's got a shout out. Good morning, Uncle Gene.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning, Bonte.
What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, I miss you, guy.
Yeah, good to see you. Don't come by the gatehouse anymore, okay?
Yeah.
Tell your grandsons I'm coming for them.
I'm gonna. I'll try to make it one more time here before the end of the year. So I want to shout out a couple of friends, old friends. First one, Ben Blackshear. I've known him for many years. Started out as a client, became a friend. Ben's a year younger than me, 78, and but he still plays hockey, if you can believe that.
Wow.
However, Ben's got cancer, and seems to be doing well, but I want to wish him the best. Second is another friend, Regan Bice, my oldest friend. We go back to 1970 when we met in Thailand in the Peace Corps. He's an architect in Berkeley, but he too has cancer, and he's struggling right now. So my best to both of those guys. I hope they make it through.
Absolutely. Great stuff there, Gene. He was in the Peace Corps? That's what I got from there, too. Why, Gene, Mr. Worldwide. Move over, Pitbull. But also, we're thinking of your two friends right there. Absolutely. Ben, very strong name. That's my son's name. Very strong. You'll beat this. You guys got this. Let's go. 888-957-9570 is the number.
What's you shouting out? Who you shouting out?
Just relax. You wait. I'm going to Dawn and Concord first, all right? It's about, again, Bonte, I've been teasing. It's about them, not me, all right? Dawn, Concord, what you got?
Hey, how you guys doing out there in Bonte land? How you like that, Mr. Bonte?
What's up, Don?
Hey, good morning to all my friends in Oklahoma Sooners, man. They got my Jaden Ott. I love that man. I went to the spring game on Saturday. I was talking to Jaden Ott and a bunch of other guys. That guy didn't let the cat out of the bag, man. But good luck to Jaden Ott.
Don, real
He's
quick.
An Oklahoma student.
Don, he really went to Norman? Damn. I saw that rumor.
I just saw it, yeah.
Oh, man. He's a hell of a player.
Yeah, he is. I love him, and I wish him luck. But anyway, go Bears. Bonte, good to hear your voice. Shasky, I guess he's on vacation. I love Joe Shasky.
There it is.
Over and out.
Thanks.
Over and out.
Appreciate that.
Over and out.
Don, I set him up. I love Joe Shasky. I love Bonte. Who's that other guy?
No love for Spadoni?
It's fine. No, it's cool.
Hey, don't worry.
No, it's fine. No, it's cool.
Shasky, I love you. And, who's that? The guy from Tahoe.
Yeah, exactly, right. Or Reno.
Reno. Yeah, he forgot me, too.
Will in Reno. It's okay. Ja. Is this Ja Moran? Is in Orlando right now? What's he doing out there?
No. Ja.
Oh, okay. What you got? Who you shouting out?
I'm shout out my dog Bonte.
You're shouting out Bonte Hill? Well, talk to him. He's right here.
Yeah. Why you shot me out, man? I'm not doing nothing.
I'm a big fan.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Are you a big fan of Paulo Banchero if you're out there in Orlando?
No. I'm a big Golden State fan.
Okay. All right.
Are they winning this series? And how many games? How many games?
I'm in the game. I think the Warriors are basically only winning the championship this year.
Oh, you got to win the title. I love it.
There you go.
I love it.
You say John? He's got, who the hell is John?
I appreciate the shout out.
We got some more here on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Shout out to the farm workers. I know it's a difficult time, but appreciate all your hard work. Blessings to you. Shout out TV Bonte, who showed up to radio. That's from Morali, our boy Morali.
Oh, what up, Morali?
D-Lou22, I want to shout out the Stockton Kings doing something the Sacramento Kings can't do.
Did they like
finish.
Did they like the beam for Stockton?
Do they do something else if it's the Sacramento or the Stockton Kings?
I texted Deuce and Mo yesterday, and I said, empty calories, no hate. And Deuce just texted me, actually said, Bonte missed the playoffs 18 and 19 seasons, 10 playoff appearances, and 40 seasons in Sacramento. What did I do to deserve this bleep?
Oh, my God.
Did they like to be for the Stockton Kings?
They should have. At least they showed up. Do they raise a banner is what I want to say.
They'll have a banner. They'll have a banner.
You know who I'm going to shout out?
Who's that?
I'm going to shout out the Valkyries and their first selection. I'm putting you on the spot for mispronunciations of the year.
Oh, no. I had it too the other day. Oh, man. Oh, don't do it to me. Oh, I nailed it, too, on pregame show.
Did you?
Hold on. Yeah. Oh, man. Hold on.
I got it right here. I got it right here.
Oh, man. Hold on. I'm cheating on this one because I don't want to butcher it.
Yochite.
Yeah, you stay Yochito. Yochite.
Yochite. There you go.
You stay Yochite.
The pride of Lithuania.
19 years old, 3-level scorer and a lefty.
Some are comping her as the female Alan Smiley-Geach, they're saying.
No, let's not hope she's a female Smiley-Geach.
What? The hype was there with Smiley? All he needed was an opportunity. He didn't get the opportunities, folks.
Smiley's what it done in the league. We need you stay Yochita to be more than Smiley-Geach. We need her to be the Lithuania Luka.
They should have had the first overall pick. What are we doing here? Like the expansion teams, like we did this with David Carr and the Houston Texans. Why can't we do this in the WNBA? What's going on?
That would have been pretty sweet to have Paige Beckers.
But we got Ustay instead. You know what? We're all in on Ustay.
She's been playing pro ball since she was 14 years old.
There you go. Luka Doncic comp. How about that one? There you go. Robson Hayward to finish out the shout-outs. Who you shouting out, Rob?
Hey, this is Ron. This is J-Rob.
Oh, Ron and Hayward.
Champion, baby.
Hey, Ron.
Right.
The Giants are coming for your ass, and you know what? The Warriors are coming for your damn Lakers, too. They're coming for your Lakers. And Luka, we're going to hunt him on defense all day long in the pick and roll and see if he can step up, Ron.
Look here, Bonte. I'll call in to give a shout-out to you because I want to find what's going on. Is you leaving or what?
Leaving or what? Leaving where? Where am I going?
Oh, I thought you was going somewhere. But, hey, I called to give a shout-out to you because my Dodgers is coming. Hey, you notice how I changed my name. It's not Jackie Robinson no more. It's J-Rob Dodger Blue, the world champ, baby.
Hey, listen.
That's more swag to that name.
Listen, that was last year. You got a gift from the New York Yankees as they botched the baseballs around. But we're coming. Hey, Rob, we're coming for your Lakers. We ain't worried about baseball right now. It's the NBA playoffs, and you better focus on Anthony Edwards, buddy, and make it to the second round, or the Warriors will be waiting on your Lakers. All right, Ron? You get that. You get that ready to go. Put some gas in your truck.
You good? Yeah. Injury report.
Radio Bonte reappeared. I'm awake now.
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Hey, RJ, I better hear from you too, RJ. Don't go ducking and dodging after the Kings got smoked by my boy Klay Thompson, all right? Radio Bonte's back right now. I'm awake. I got my second win, Spadone.
All it took was 2 hours. We're halfway home.
All it took was 2 hours.
Where is Ja? Where is he?
Where his job.
He was not a part of the Grizzlies practice yesterday and is expected to be a game-time decision for the play-in final tonight against the Mavericks. John Morant is nursing an ankle injury after he rolled it on Buddy Hield's foot Tuesday night. It was not on his foot. It was by himself. He did not hit his foot. He has experienced significant swelling in the ankle and been undergoing around-the-clock treatment over the last 2 days. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Adam Wexler, who is a host out at 790 in Houston, the Rockets flagship station, is going to join us. Get a little preview from the Rockets' perspective in all of this. I know they are rooting for John Morant in that fourth quarter. They were hoping that ankle was not that bad because they did not want any part of the Golden State Warriors. I promise you that. So we'll get into that on the other side. Bonta Hill and for Joe Shasky. It's Joe Spadoni here. And it's all going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Bonte? Oh, that's right. Bonte Hill's in studio. No Joe Shasky. He's out today, enjoying his long Easter Sunday, I'm sure, weekend, Good Friday, going to church. I don't know what he's doing. But we got Bonte Hill in the building, Joe Spadoni alongside him, halfway home on a non-payday Friday, but a Friday nonetheless.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, that's right. Oh, wow, okay. Excuse me.
Speak for yourself.
All right.
BPA, is he still around?
Oh, he's around. He called yesterday. He's very impressed with Steve Kerr's coaching.
Oh, is he?
He's very
impressed
with
something.
Yeah, he's very
impressed. Every time I look at him on TV, on Twitter, he's replying to somebody. He's telling somebody at STFU and
really?
This and that. He's like,
that doesn't sound
like
him.
So negative.
That doesn't sound
I'm sorry, I hate to break the narrative. I also have the gifts of sight and common sense.
That's him. That's BPA.
No, that's not him.
We're coming to you live, by the way, from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Our boy Sam Gadiri. I know he's locked in on Rockets, Warriors, and shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And Bonte Hill, like I said, is in studio.
Oh, baby.
And he is brought to you by River Islands. He's got the tattoo on his back of River Islands. He's got what?
It's kind of big time to be like, "Hey, Bonte Hill's brought to you by River Islands Guest Line."
It's pretty big time.
Whoa, but Mama, I made it.
Well, just like Adam Wexler, who joins us now, is also brought to you by River Islands Guest Line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game are brought to you by River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Adam, good morning. Adam, obviously, Sports Talk 790 in Houston, Rockets flagship station, and he's a radio analyst for the Rockets. All right, Adam, be honest. You're watching the game on Tuesday. It's Grizzlies. It's Warriors. Winner plays you guys. When John Morant turned that ankle, you went, uh-oh, we got to play the Warriors. Right? Is that how you were feeling?
I don't know if it was uh-oh, but you'd have to be blind to think the Grizzlies are better than the Warriors. They just flat out aren't. Same record during the regular season means little when these two teams weren't the same all year. Nobody thinks the Grizzlies were better. Not here either. So, yeah, it was kind of a foregone conclusion at that point. A little surprising it took all the way till the final of the thousands of mistakes the Grizzlies made to finally end the deal.
You know, Adam, thinking about the Rockets, I thought they were a team that would fade. You know, obviously a lot of inexperience on that team outside of Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Ime Udoka, of course, who helped lead the Celtics to a finals appearance against the Golden State Warriors. But a lot of youngsters on that team, a lot of guys who hadn't been in this territory before in the Western Conference. And, you know, at one point they won 15-17. So, Adam, are you surprised that the Rockets were able to hold on to the number 2 seed in a loaded Western Conference?
Not really, because I think every team has a little bit different attitude towards how they want to play and how they want to finish. I think it came all the way till the final couple of games, until maybe the final 2 weeks, till teams finally realized it kind of, you know, we really need to push for this. And the Rockets felt that way the whole season. They were done with the season, 3 games to go, and were able to rest the way they wanted. We clearly saw how, you know, a couple of games the Warriors lost late in the season. Losing to Houston is fine. Losing to San Antonio is not. And similarly, the way that the standings felt, and they really don't know any better. They got guys who are young and can play every night. They didn't really need to rest guys on back-to-backs just because, and They played for it during the regular season, much more than I think some of the veteran teams that are in the Western Conference really needed to. I mean, look at the star power at the top of the Lakers with LeBron, the Clippers with Kawhi and James, obviously the Warriors with Jimmy and Steph. It's a very different makeup of the team. You want to be healthy when the playoffs start. These guys are, and that's why the West is going to be unbelievable.
How are Rockets fans feeling about this series? Because obviously they got that big win over them a couple Sundays ago, 106-96. It was Şengün. It was Draymond. Steph obviously held to 3 points. That might have been one of his worst offensive performances I've ever seen. Amen Thompson is that guy. He was guarding him the whole time. So when you first saw this series as a possibility, what were your initial thoughts, and how are the fans overall feeling out in Houston about it?
There's no doubt the fans are feeling, not again, because Looney was there back then, Draymond was there back then, Steph was there, and obviously Steve Kerr. And these guys all still matter. I think all of them will play a significant role in this series. It's a totally different Rockets organization, though. None of the players were here. Fred and Dylan have played against the Warriors in the postseason, but none of these guys have played against these Warriors in the postseason, and nobody really even on the bench, none of the coaches, a few people in the front office. The rest of the organization, myself included, we've been here for all of this stuff. I was in California for a lot of those road games covering the team back then, and it is a little bit of, come on, man. But the other side of it is, who do you want to beat more? There's nobody the Rockets fans should want to advance past more than this team, but it's a massive challenge. As much as this team has changed, adding Jimmy Butler was, if not for the Luka ridiculous trade, this would have been the biggest deal in the NBA. And I can't believe people didn't see it coming that he was going to make this kind of difference. So much better than Andrew Wiggins. No offense to Wig, but this is just a totally different caliber player.
Yeah, no, different player. And the free throw attempts for the Warriors, they're third in the league since he's come aboard to the Golden State Warriors. But looking at the Rockets here, obviously they played the Warriors 5 times this year. 5 times. And I would say each of those matchups, with the exception of the first game, maybe that was 127, 121, was played at the Rockets' pace. Now, I know the Warriors won 3 of the 5 matchups, and they held the Rockets at under 100 points in 3 straight matchups. But we watched that game a couple Sundays ago, obviously at Chase Center. I was in there, and I just came away impressed with Amen Thompson picking up Stephen Curry 94 feet and defending. And I actually thought the Rockets stood up to Draymond Green and company not getting punked. And Ime Udoka barking at Stephen Curry. I was, wow, maybe this Rockets team does have a mentality here. How are the players feeling about the series? Are they saying, hey, look, we're the underdogs, we're getting slept on, we can take this team? What is the vibe in that locker room right now after playing the Warriors 5 times in a regular season?
Yeah, the chippiness you were experienced there, I think you saw it in a lot of their games against Golden State, but that's who they are. I mean, we joke about it on the broadcast all the time. Don't mess with the Rockets. They get chippy with everybody. Mm-hmm. There's guys nearing, not fights, but there's skirmishes constantly, and it didn't start this year. It started last year. The influx of these types of veteran players that don't back down, specifically Dylan, and obviously Ime Udoka. They are absolutely a reflection of, we want to defend, we want to rebound, we want to play physical, and we're standing our ground. And that's what they taught this young group of players. Amen obviously follows that very, very well because of he's so defensive-minded. There was a little bit of me for that game that thought, why unleash this in this game? Just wait till you get to the playoffs if that happens. But it was a little, I think there are more people that get some credit for what they did with Steph, how they handled that. And I thought Jalen Green probably had one of his best defensive games at the times where he had to defend him. But this is a matchup that they know they can compete with this team. They played them 5 times. They beat them twice. They only saw Steph in 3 of those 5 meetings and only saw Jimmy in the final 2. So there's still a lot of chess pieces to move and cards to play, I think, for both teams.
So you mentioned, the experience from Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet, obviously, against the Scott. Another guy that actually played pretty well against the Warriors last time they played for the Rockets, obviously, is Steven Adams, who has a lot of history going back from multiple teams going up against the Warriors, especially against Draymond Green, shot to the nuts on line 1. But the X factor for you, Adam, who should we be talking about in this series that's not going to be talked about a lot, whether it's the national media? Because a lot of people listening to us right now don't know a whole hell of a lot about this Rockets team because they don't have a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? They don't have a LeBron. They don't have a Jokic. Şengün's a nice player. He's nice. I don't think he's a household name for a lot of Warriors fans that are listening right now. So who should we be talking about more looking into this matchup on Sunday?
None of the best Rockets players are household names. As Sunday night will be the first playoff game for all of them, these young group of players. I think I'll take you back to the game Bonta mentioned earlier, the pace game at 121 early this season, Tari Eason. If you guys, I'm sure, recall, the Rockets were getting embarrassed, absolutely blown out on their home floor. They were down by 30+, and they forced overtime. 100% because of Tari Eason. He was everywhere. He brought them the energy they had to have in a game that they were losing like that. Wouldn't let them say, okay, we'll lose by 10, we'll lose by 12. He wanted to win. And that needed to be seen, I think, by that team, and that's what they're going to have to see. They're going to have to win a playoff game in this series just to learn if they can win a playoff game in this series. And it really needs to come in game one, so they're not headed back to Golden State in a tough spot. But among the players that maybe the nation, like you said, doesn't know, I would certainly say he'd be at the top of the list.
Well, I think Tari Eason's an interesting one because remember, he was doing that chirping last year, Adam, the Rockets coming out to play when they were making that push to try to beat that play-in team, and the Warriors were fading, and then Draymond obviously clapped back with
the Rockets coming out to play.
So he's definitely a household name here, Bonta. Absolutely.
You know, Adam, Tari Eason he's a hell of a player, and that was funny, the back and forth last year between Tari Eason and Draymond Green. But I'm looking at Şengün, and you mentioned that first game, and I thought the Warriors played Şengün off the floor. And I thought the Rockets, with their small ball lineup with Amen Thompson and Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr., I wonder how much they will go to that, although Şengün was phenomenal in that Sunday game. And I thought the way he didn't back down from Draymond Green was very impressive. But how much do you think the Rockets can lean on Şengün against the Warriors small ball lineup? Because I still think that's a thing the Warriors will love to take advantage of. Şengün, he's a little slower with his post-up moves. He's an all-star. He's a hell of a player. No doubt about that. But I also think the Rockets small ball lineup could be an X factor in the series, Adam.
Yeah, I looked a little bit at the game on Tuesday night and the way the Grizzlies, who are an awful defensive team, decided to be even worse when they said, I really like this Butler on Edey matchup. Let's go with that some more. This is really going to work out. I love it. If the Rockets play their double big lineup, which they did a bunch over the final 2 months of the season, it would have to be a concern in how do you match up defensively. If Draymond's on the floor without Looney, that probably means somebody is going to be out of position defending Jimmy Butler out on the wing, and he'll absolutely destroy them. So I think they'll try to figure out what lineups might work best. Şengün was inconsistent against the Warriors, kind of based on who the Warriors had. I actually think Looney is an exceptional defender, specifically against Şengün. And the Rockets had a tendency to say, well, this is our go-to guy. This is how we're running the offense through him. So they kept giving it to him, and he just didn't have the advantage for enough of one of those particular games. But I think the Rockets are pretty savvy at figuring things out on the fly. If it's not during this initial game, it'll be over the course of the series. And I do think the fact that they did at least see the Warriors twice post-trade will help a little bit in what they want to do with them. They played a little bit more zone the second part of the season, have the Rockets defensively to maybe try to give them more opportunities to use the lineup they want. And I think they feel so confident in how they play and how they're the best rebounding team in the league and they're the best offensive rebounding team in the league. And the Warriors are not among the best defensive rebounding teams in the league. They're going to miss shots against Golden State, and probably a lot of them. But they're confident that we're going to go grab the rebounds, and it just won't matter.
Yeah, 21st in three-point percentage and field goal percentage in that game a couple Sundays ago at Chase Center. The Rockets, I believe, were 6 of 16 from the free throw line, so they will throw up a lot of bricks up there. There's no doubt about that. But Jalen Green, the first 4 games against the Warriors, I believe he shot 25% from the floor. It scored a grand total of 42 points. Now, Wiggins was a primary defender in the first 3 games there. Jimmy obviously came aboard and they beat him, and Jalen Green didn't really play in the second half. Remember, Ime Udoka basically benched him. Where is Jalen Green at with this Rockets team? Where is he at as a member of the team? And what is his long-term future with the Houston Rockets? Is there still a belief system that he's one of the core guys moving forward with that franchise?
It was an 82-game season. He played all 82. The 4 games he played poorly against Golden State, the first 4, I don't think that they're overly concerned about that. It could change over the next 4 to 7 games, but he got his extension, although not a max, this last offseason. So did Şengün. He's their leading scorer. He is their so-called go-to guy on a team that really doesn't truly have one. I honestly think the fourth quarter of the last meeting, the 20th quarter between these two teams, means something because even though they did what they did to Steph, the Rockets had a 1-point lead at the half. It was a 1-possession game into the fourth quarter, and for about 3 minutes, from about 5.5 minutes to 2.5 minutes, Jalen scored all the Rockets' points. He had 4 straight shots. step back on Steph, 10 points in a row for that team, and he put the game away. He needed that success against the Warriors, not knowing that they'd see him again, but certainly now that they are, I think that actually matters a great deal. Warriors have some pretty good defenders on the perimeter against him, and I think it's shown, but I think his willingness to allow his teammates to maybe be the better options in certain matchups like this one is something that he's probably willing to do. When you asked me earlier which of the lesser-known players maybe people don't know about, that's why I didn't say Jalen. Jalen is the 100%, no question about it, no debate about it, X factor for the Rockets. If he plays well, shoots well, they're going to win this series. But that's a far cry from what he did in the 5 matchups during the season.
Adam Wexler joining us here on the Morning Roast. Bonta Halen for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here. Adam, obviously host for the A-Team on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. Adam, one more for you. Great stuff right here. Ultimately, though, what do you think happens? How many games, who wins, and why?
I mean, I do think it's definitely a long series. I think the Rockets just need the proof that they can win. So win one of these early games, win one of the 2 games clearly in Houston. They already know they can win at Golden State. It's not a Warriors team that proved to be invincible at home, and previous years they have been. So deep series probably goes to a 7th game. I hope the Warriors are the team that needs to push it to a 7th game, and hate to go to Golden State down 3-2. But I do think it goes 7. I do think that it's probably the most entertaining first-round series in the NBA, and predictions are tough. It's tough to see this Warriors team play the way they did the last 2 months and expect a first-round exit, especially to a team that has so little playoff experience from the core that they're going to be counting on in this series and moving forward. But, you know, why not just go Homer? I'm on enemy territory radio today. Why not just say Rockets in 7?
Hey, there it is. I'm not mad at it.
Dillon Brooks, man. Dillon Brooks He's had a hell of a year for you guys. 10-13 in that last Sunday game. But do Rockets fans feel like me when Dillon Brooks hits a couple shots early? I'm like, boy, that's the best thing that's going to happen because he's going to continue to chuck them up. How do Rockets fans really feel about Dillon the Villain?
They would have thought the same way you did and the rest of the NBA did prior to this year. But I pointed this out just before the playoffs began. Each of these 2 teams that are playing in this series had a 3-point shooter that hit exactly 39.7% of his 3-pointers this year. It's the presumed terrible 3-point shooter you're suggesting, Dillon Brooks for the Rockets, and it's the presumed unbelievable best shooter in the history of the NBA, Steph Curry for the Warriors. They shot the exact same percentage on threes this year.
Unbelievable.
That is crazy. I actually did not know that. It's a great stat right there.
You look at the numbers it is. He's had a hell of a year.
Hey.
I'm actually a Dillon Brooks fan now, believe it or not.
Steve Kerr forgave him. He said he broke the code a couple years ago in the Grizzlies, but he's a hell of a player. So Steve Kerr obviously doing the gamesmanship early on here. Hey, Adam, great stuff, man. We really appreciate the time, Adam. And good luck covering the series. Should be a fun one.
Appreciate it, guys.
There he is. That is Adam Wexler, Sports Talk 790 out in Houston, the Rockets flagship station. That was good stuff there. Hey, Jalen Green, he said it right there. That's the X factor. If he shoots well and plays well, they're winning this series.
He is, because those first 4 games, as I mentioned, Spadone, he shot 25% from the floor in the first 4 games. Now, 3 of the games, Andrew Wiggins was that point of attack defender. He did mention in the fourth quarter that Jalen scored 10 straight, and one of them was on Stephen Curry, a step back. So I'm interested to see the defensive matchup for the Warriors on Jalen Green. Will we see Jimmy Butler on Jalen Green? Will we see Draymond Green at times on Jalen Green? Moses Moody, can he hang with Jalen Green? So you want to cut the water off because he's athletic as hell. And if he gets his jumper rolling, all of a sudden it opens up the entire floor for guys like Dillon Brooks to drive and slash. Van Vliet, who we didn't talk about, has shot 22% from 3 against the Warriors this season.
Awful
Will he hit those open threes in the playoffs? Because he's a playoff performer at times for the Rockets, and he's their little pit bull.
He's a doppelganger, too, some say.
He is. I know. He's got a lot.
I mean, he got more gray now than he does. He's getting up there, though.
His lining is a little crispier than mine. I'm a little jealous of Fred Van Vliet.
Pocketbook must be $100 million, too. Must be
2019,
nice.
When I ran into him up there at Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, it's a little flex. I was like, Van Vliet, man, they say that we're like long-lost brothers. He goes, yeah, I can see it a little bit. And I was like, but your bank account looks a lot better than mine. I was wearing flannels at the time.
Hey, the flannels look, you got to.
I almost wore the flannel this morning.
Did you? You got to stay bundled up in the Great White North, though, right? You got to stay bundled up there.
I do love Toronto, man.
Do you? Action? You got a lot of action in Toronto?
Hockey Hall of Fame. Action in terms of what? What type of action?
Just the nightlife. The buzz is buzzing out there.
I was in the hotel room sleep by 10 o'clock.
Please. Come on, the poutine. Come on, the gravy with their fries.
The poutine.
I can go for some of that right now, by the way. 8:23 a.m.
Listen, let me tell you something about the poutine. They had a speakeasy in Toronto. Nick Friedel was there. Cousin Nick. This girl, she comes in, goes, no cell phones, da-da-da-da-da. And it was like this big old shelf of wine bottles. She picked the pink one, pulled it down, and the shelves just open up. Like it was like open up like a speakeasy. Boop, open up, and it was like music, girls dancing on the pole. It was unbelievable. I was like, whoa, what's going on in here?
Huh?
Oh, it's Slater.
Wow.
There's a little JD. There's a few of us out
New
there.
father, Anthony Slater? Come on.
It was a time.
Is this fun? We're talking about that.
Then Dubas. I went out with Dubas out there. And, yeah, let me just say,
Toronto's Hall of Fame.
Toronto's, coming up, by the way. I see Doritos at 7 in the morning all the time. The morning shift is different.
Thank you.
Sometimes you get a little hungry. We can't just walk out and go get food.
We can't.
Just order food. It's a lot going on here. So the only thing we have in the vending machine are Cool Ranch Doritos or some Fritos. What do you want us to do?
Thank you. You get me, all right? You get me. 888-957-9570. Reaction to Adam Wexler on the other side. And he mentioned something there, which I do think is interesting, and we can pick up. The disappointment level, if you get bounced in the first round, and the expectations heading into this playoffs for Warriors fans are what? If they truly were one and done in 7, would we look at this season as a failure? I want to get into that on the other side. Because remember, people, they were basically the 11th seed 2 months ago. I get it. Things have changed.
Things have changed, Spadoni.
So let's get into that.
Basketball's back in the Bay, Dub Nation. The hell, you be quiet for a second. Dub Nation, where the hell you at? The playoffs are about to start. They're going on another run. Year 16 is Stephen Curry. He's coming off a game in which he had 37-8-4, and he's got tape all over his right thumb. He's got bilateral knee tendonitis. He's got pelvic contusion, for crying out loud, and he's still dragging his team across the finish line. Playoff basketball's back in the Bay. Let's go.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Dub Nation, is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Is this banda? Is this mariachi? Well, I don't know what this is. Great, whatever it is. Is this Mario Kart? Diddy Kong Racing? It's good.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7.
Are you going to be dancing like this after Sunday when the Warriors win Game 1?
Oh, there would be no dancing. You don't dance after winning Game 1s.
Oh.
You dance after when you win championships, Fedoni. I know you wouldn't know about that. Wouldn't know about that title life.
Do you have a ring? Do you?
Yeah, for City College San Francisco.
Oh, stop it, please.
Washington High School.
Hey, I got a trophy.
Champs.
I got a trophy.
Turkey Bowl champs, 12-0.
Best news radio station. Shout out the Becky Awards.
Oh, the Becca Awards.
Yeah, 2019.
Becca Fest.
That's right. Me and Ryan Williams, big Ryan Williams,
Big Ryan, Big Melvin.
The Big Melvin. There you go.
You guys won an award, Becca Fest?
We did. There you go.
I think I may have judged that one.
Yeah, you might have.
Yeah, I was a judge for a few Becca.
Oh, was there some insider trading there going on? Maybe. We won't talk about
biases.
that.
We
Shout out Len.
Books.
888-957-9570 is the number. It was nice to hear, Steiny in the back, Bonte in between the breaks, chop and shop, talking
we
shop.
Talk when we talk Celtics. We were talking about Celtics City.
Celtics doc. Yeah.
Celtic doc is unbelievable.
I can't wait for the Warriors doc in about 20, 30 years. Is Bonte Hill going to be a part of that? Talking about it?
If they call me.
Oh, my God.
There's another doc coming out, too, May 6th, about Javaris Crittenton and Gilbert Arenas.
Oh.
Gungate in the locker room. Oh, my God. I think it's called shooting. It's called, the title, I believe, is called Shooting Guard.
Get Plaxico Burst.
It's called Shooting Guard.
Plaxico Burst is again.
It is not called Shooting Guard. Come on.
I swear to God. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Gilbert Arenas.
Give me the drop. You know you want to play it.
Where is Job? The Gil's Arena with like Josiah Johnson and Kenyon Martin and Rashad McKinney. They're wild on that show.
No, who's my other guy? Do you see Vernon Maxwell?
Matt Max.
All the smoke?
All the smoke.
Oh, my God.
Matt Barnes does a hell of a job with that. I love all the smoke. I do love all the smoke. I'm not going to lie. I'm an all the smoke fan. What is this called?
That's Bonte, by the way, in studio, brought to you by River Islands Guest Line. We got KC, we got Oreo Cookie, we got JJ, 888-957-9570. Your confidence level, Dub Nation, heading into Game 1 this Sunday is what?
Real quick, it's called a Netflix sports film, Untold Shooting Guards. It's Gilbert Arenas and Crittenton.
That's a 5 for the title. That's an
Shooting
absolute
guards.
5.
Very risky title.
No,
I kind of like it.
Insane.
Gilbert's all about it. Gilbert Arenas is out of his mind.
So Jaws obviously in the sequel.
Oh, man. That's...
Hey, I liked the grenade throw. I thought it was hilarious. I was actually hoping that Steph would do one into the crowd and the crowd would go boom, but they didn't. Steph's much too classy to do that. Speaking of class, when I think of class, I think of KC in San Jose. Wants to join in the conversation. Good morning, KC. Say good morning to Bonte. He's loving life right now. KC?
Of course Bonte is loving life. Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can now. Yeah, that was a dramatic pause you had.
Oh, no, it was just respect for Bonte making a comeback after 45 days of talking about how is Jimmy going to help this team. For 45 days, all he said was, Jimmy's not going to help this team. Coldest take
Wait. First of all, I haven't been on the show. First of all, I haven't been on the show since January 31st. All right? The trade deadline was after as a host, right? So as a host. Number 2, my question was, why Jimmy after what happened in South Beach, Miami? Wasn't a question of the player. The player's a dynamic player in terms of getting to the free throw line. But how would his ISO play intertwine with the rhythm and flow and the read and react system with the Golden State Warriors? How would that fit? How would that work? Now, it's not just me who didn't know it was going to work. There was a lot of people, including experts, who didn't know if it will work. And you know what? It's worked so far to get them to the playoffs.
Fair, Bonte. I'll say this, and this was my basketball point after,
I forgot you, Casey.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even give me. Oh,
You know me. You know me.
And then, unfortunately, I do know you.
Yeah, that's right. Joker to Batman, man. We all need it. But it's good to have you back. But that being said, man, the entire playoffs, and obviously starting in the first round, it's all about Jimmy and Steph. Whatever they need to do, and it kind of relates to JK too, because we always talk about them, but the rest of the team, have bought in. I know they were a little rough the last couple of weeks, but whatever Steph and Jimmy need to do, Kerr has adapted in midseason. In fact, honestly, I can't wait till the entire offseason with Jimmy. I know we should be talking playoffs now, but the way they have adapted, and if the rest of the team plays like they've been playing, Rockets, oh my God, man, I feel sorry for Houston. You could hear from the guy you guys had on before. Yeah. They're scared.
Oh, yeah, they're nervous. They know they're done. Roster. It's Warriors in 6. That's my prediction. Warriors in 6. But KC, how far are the Warriors gone?
Oh, he's gone? He's gone. He's gone.
All right, just like that. I guess she's always coming out.
We'll do that. We'll do rapid fire last hour. Warriors, Rockets, who you got and how many games. I want to do rapid fire.
I want to do some predictions. I want to do some X factors.
Yeah.
Is any Warrior fan concerned? We're not doing the concern hour. Well, Sausalito Shasky is not here.
I don't think there is. I don't think there is a lot of concern.
Oh my God, we're so concerned. We're so worried. We're nervous.
You know what? The confidence level is so high with this region. When Dave Fleming joins us yesterday.
He's always confident.
Well, just listen to what he said. Just dismissing the Rockets.
They're going to beat the Rockets. The experience level of Curry and Butler and Draymond Green. Rockets are talented. Rockets are good. Rockets are athletic. A bad break, I think, for Houston to have the Warriors fall into that 7th slot. OKC would have been a whole different thing, I think, if they had to match up with them in that first round. I think the fact that they won that game the other night and avoided that matchup, I really feel strongly that the experience of the Warriors in a best of 7 will prevail. After that, then, I'll be less certain. But Rockets are really good. I just think this early in the playoffs, it's very hard I would be shocked if the Rockets aren't playing in the next round after this.
Obviously, man, if they are playing in the next round, a little misspeak there from Dave. But your teammate, Dave Fleming of NBC Sports Bay Area. So there you go. Dave on the call yesterday. On the call yesterday when the Phillies evened up the series and got the split 6-4 over the Gigantes.
Yeah, the Rockets, listen.
Would you be shocked? No, real quick. Would you be shocked?
I would be very shocked if the Rockets won the series.
Wow.
Very shocked. I mean, their numbers, they can't shoot. They don't shoot the ball well. And if you just box out, make sure that they're not pounding the offensive glass and not grabbing a bunch of offensive rebounds. Now, they're going to get to a lot of loose balls because they're so damn athletic, and that's one area the Warriors are going to have to fix here, getting to the 50-50 balls. When you're an older team, less athletic than the Rockets, how do you win the 50-50 balls? You got to make sure that category is as even as possible because the Rockets will get out to those 50-50 balls, get those loose balls, to get out on the break and start dunking on your head. You don't want that happening. Obviously, turnovers with the Warriors. I thought they did a great job the other night, but committing only 10 turnovers, 5 in each half. And then you look at the points off turnovers, in which that category has flipped since Jimmy Butler has come aboard, 27-12. Warriors were a plus 15 in points off turnovers, so you want to continue to dominate that category. The Warriors shouldn't win this series in 6. I believe they will. I believe they'll win game 1 or 2. They'll get the split down in Houston.
Do you think it matters?
They'll win every single home game.
Sorry, not to cut you off there, but do you think it matters if they win game 1 or not?
I would like to see them win game 1.
I think that would shake that young Rockets team. Doubt. If they were to win game 1 of both of them, obviously you want to take one of them, right? But I think if they go all out and win game 1, and you'll see what happens if game 2 get greedy, we'll see. But you just really need one of them. If I'm the Rockets and I lose game 1, though, emotionally, I feel like, oh man, here we go. The doubt's going to start creeping in.
Especially with the way the first round is structured, Spadone, with the schedule. You get the Sunday game, and the Warriors, look, I know 1 to 6 days off, and a lot of Warrior fans weren't scared of the LA Lakers, which is all fine and dandy. But you play the Tuesday game, you get 4 days of rest here, plus the travel days baked into it. But then you play game 1 on Sunday, you get 2 full days off before game 2 on Wednesday. Then you get another 2 days off before game 3 on Saturday. So the Warriors could take full advantage of that schedule because after game 3, it's every other day of the series.
Yep, absolutely. 888-957-9570. Your confidence level heading into the series against the Rockets is what, Dub Nation? Again, you can call or text us now on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Oreo Cookie, how you doing, bud? I can go for an Oreo Cookie right now, by the way. Oreo, how we feel about this series? You confident?
Oh, baby.
Are you choking on a doobie over there? Choking on the doobie Oreo Cookie?
Man.
Might be an Oreo Cookie.
Wake and bake?
I can't do it like the king. Not
and
the
bake?
king. The Kang is back.
The Kang.
What up, y'all?
You said it, not me.
Hey, I wanted to ask you guys a question about strategy, man. I wanted Kerr to go inside out and play Jimmy at the elbow. I want to go inside out, man, and have the rest of the guys cutting and moving from there. And I think that's an avenue to get Kuminga in there because he's also good on the block. So my level is real high. So I got the Dubs winning, and this is Oreo Cookie. And let me tell you this, Allen Houston, Whitney Houston, there's always problems in Houston. Dubs in 5, baby.
There it is. That's going to be a rejoin for the next 2 weeks. Save that, Steven in the back. Good stuff from Oreo Cookie. I had some Oreo cookies yesterday, but it was like the Whole Food knockoff. It was if you
do Oreos, you got to do Oreos.
Well, I know, but I didn't
Tuxedos?
buy them. I didn't buy them. They were there, so I ate them. So, but they were passion fruit and strawberry. And I got to tell you, I smashed like 5 of them in a row. And I needed to be on abundant life weight loss is what that was telling me after that because I had a problem, Bonte. Yeah, there's certain cookies where I can eat like tagalongs or like Thin Mints. I can smash an entire box.
You said passion fruit. I automatically thought about the Drake song on, I think, the More Life album.
Great song. Great beat. Yeah, it's a great beat. I have it somewhere on the board. We don't play a lot of Drake these days for obvious reasons. The guy he's gotten cooked the last year. So.
Yeah, he's gotten cooked.
He's gotten cooked.
But Oreo Cookie makes a great point about inside out basketball. That's where the Warriors are at their best with Jimmy Butler. Go inside out first. Open up those 3-point shots by going inside. Now the Rockets, they'll get around there, and I don't know what their blocks per game is right off the bat, but they are long and athletic, so they will challenge you and contest shots at the rim. I saw Amen Thompson in that third quarter last time out against the Dubs in that 106-96 loss to the Rockets. He came out of nowhere, rejected Jimmy Butler's shot damn near into the third row. I was like, damn, where the hell did he come from? So he's going to be everywhere. You do have to be balanced, though. You can't have, say if you get 85 field goal attempts, you can't have 50 of them coming from the three-point line.
No.
You definitely have to have that balance offensively because that will open up the three-point shots for Stephen Curry and that will open up the inside lanes for guys to cut to the basket like Pods, Moody, Jimmy Butler to play off of that. So this is going to be a fascinating series because the Rockets do a lot of things to take away stuff from the Warriors, like the Grizzlies, right? Stephen Curry got 13 three-pointer shots up. Ime Udoka company got to make sure they limit that. When they teams come in, especially in the playoffs, Bodoni, if you could get Stephen Curry to attempt less than 10 threes a game, you've done your job.
Yep.
You've done your job. You don't want him going crazy out there, getting up 15 threes, 17 threes, 20 threes, because then that tells me he's feeling good, he's in rhythm, and he's getting a lot of possession time. So some of the possession time, I know you want to take a call here.
No,
some interesting numbers that Mully broke down.
Please.
Remember that 4-game gauntlet the Warriors had with Memphis, the
3-1.
Lakers, Denver, and the Rockets. They went 3-1, which I think anybody would have taken 3-1. But the ball in Stephen Curry's hand, he had the ball in his hands for like 7 minutes and change against the Grizzlies and the Lakers and the Nuggets. Against the Rockets, that last game, he only had the ball in his hands for over 3 minutes, like 3 minutes and 15 seconds, which tells me that when he got blitzed at half court and doubled and Rockets forced him to give up the rock, they did not allow him to relocate and touch the basketball again within that possession. That is something to watch for in this series when Amen Thompson and Dillon Brooks are pressing and bumping Stephen Curry and they blitz him and double him at half court. What adjustment will Steve Kerr make to make sure that Steph Curry has more possession time game to game against the Rockets?
And that puts the onus up much more on guys that are going to be wide open that need to take those threes. The Draymond Greens of the world, who was shooting it at a point during the Jimmy Butler era now, he was shooting it pretty damn well. He was a double-digit scorer for a stretch there. Can he get back to that? I'm not asking him to be a double-digit scorer every single game, but a couple times in this series, it would be huge. They'll probably win those games if he is aggressive like that. You look at Brandon Podziemski, right? Pulling the trigger when you need to, going back to shooting guard. And Moses Moody as well, right? Like those are the guys I'm looking at to step up from beyond the arc when things aren't going well. And the guy that had the best game against the Rockets last time he played them, can we get a Buddy Hield game here or there? Like that would be huge because he's going to have some open three-pointers as well. Let's go to JJ in San Jose. His confidence level is high according to this little excerpt in the box here. Good morning, JJ. You're on with Spadoni and Bonte. How we doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday. What's up, Bonte?
What's up, JJ? What's going on,
baby? Your voice, brother. Yeah. Oh, man, it's good to hear your voice. And you guys are, you know what? This is why I love this show. Because you guys are so, like, high-level thinkers when it comes to the Dubs and basketball. You guys took the thoughts right out of my head. Because I got Dubs in 6. And let me explain why. I think we can get a game out there. But based on what happened the last couple games or the last couple weeks, I wouldn't hold it past us, the Rockets, getting the game up here if we don't get our stuff together. So I'm going to give them a little bit of like, this is just how the Warriors track record. We might give a game away, but I got dubs in 6 because at the end of the day, we got the dogs on our team. But you guys made a huge point. They are going to do everything in their power to make sure Steph don't get the ball, because that's been proven effective these past couple of weeks, which is why we ended up in a playing game, because every team that we played face guarded him. And Iman Thompson, I haven't really watched the kid, but word is that this kid he's legit, and they're saying he's one of the best young athletes in the game. Dylan Brooks made a career out trying to stop Steph Curry, and he didn't really have much success. But right next door, Fred VanVleet, he made his bones is guarding Steph in the finals. So they got so much invested into guarding Steph that I think it's going to require a third scorer, which leads to me. I'm just going to Dub fans, we're going to have to deal with it. If a third scorer is going to be needed, and your boy Pods might want to take that spot, and he's going to make his mistakes, and we're going to go crazy because we wish somebody else is in this position. It is what it is. We're going to need a third scorer to actually make some moves in these playoffs, and if we do that, we'll be good.
Spadoni, good call, JJ. Hell of a call.
Pods, last time they played the Rockets, he had the second most points in the team. He had 19, 7 of 14 shooting.
And you know what he did in that game? Because the Rockets were really closing out on those three-point shots, he took it to the mid-range game.
Yep.
His midi was hitting in that game. And Pods has an underrated mid-range game from 15 feet out, 12 feet out. And let me just tell you, Spadone.
He just needs to limit the turnovers.
Yeah, no, he limits the turnovers, he'll be fine. His last 34 games, Brandon Podziemski, the Warriors are 23-11 in those games. Pods shot 41% from 3 in his last 34 games of the regular season. 41% from 3.
He was one of the best three-point shooters in the league. The last month, it was like him and Steph.
Yeah, he was shooting like 50 at one point. And then you look at his field goal percent, it's 47%. And overall, his numbers, 15 points, 5.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. I'm really interested to see Pods in this playoff series because obviously we forgot he made the all-rookie team, first team. All-rookie first team. He came in, he was struggling. But he told everybody, my shot's going to come around. I don't know what it is about Pods.
Broke his nose, too, and he had to wear a mask. Yeah.
But you know what? The guy works on his craft, dude. He's a gym rat. He's in the gym early. He's in the gym late. He's working on his game. He's got irrational confidence. And I love what he said after that gauntlet. He was basically, they were talking about his stretch where he's shooting 50% from 3. He goes, look, man, if you want to be an all-star, you need to do it day in and day out. I haven't gotten there yet. So I know some people think it's irrational confidence. Some people call it arrogance. But you got to have that in this league.
Yeah.
If you don't have a little arrogance against some of the best ballers in the world, then what are you doing?
You don't
Pods, I like that call, that point by JJ. I think Pods will be up for the challenge.
You absolutely need to have that. You don't think Tari Eason, who was doing all the smack talking in the world last year, in a play-in scenario, doesn't have confidence? I think that's the one thing the Houston Rockets do have a lot of, because I do think they're listening to the noise. And you best believe Ime Udoka, the coaching staff, they're playing all the stuff that the media saying. No one believes in you guys. These are the champions. That's Steph Curry. That's Steve Kerr. No one's give you any credit. Vegas is against you. Everyone's against you. So they're definitely going to be playing that. Right. The confidence, and they're the underdogs in this series, and they're going to be playing like it in game one. And that's why I think winning and stealing game one, maybe stealing strong, because we all think this team is going to win.
It's a tone setter, though.
But it sets the tone, and it says, you know what? No. We're big brothers. Right. You're little brothers. You guys aren't ready for this. We have Jimmy Butler. We have Stephen Curry. We have Draymond Green. And we have Steve Kerr. And you don't. That's what you need to say on Sunday.
Yeah, no doubt. And these other guys like the Moody's. And now Moody hit a little bit of a slump. Defensively, it didn't affect his game whatsoever, which was what I love about Moody. He could shoot the ball poorly, and he's still going to give you A-plus effort defensively. He's going to die for loose balls. He's going to try to defend at a high level. But they need to get his three-point shot rolling. His last 6 games going into the playoffs, not even including the play-in which he went 1 for 4 from 3, just 33% from the three-point line. He's going to have those open corner threes. And Moody's an underrated. He could finish at the rim. He's been dunking on people's heads. He's been driving to the rack, hitting layups, showing some emotion. So I'm very happy, and I'm very intrigued to see how Moody and Pods play in their first significant playoffs. Now, I know Moody's been around, but he hasn't played much in these playoff games. I'm very intrigued and excited for Moody and Podziemski to get this experience to play in high-level playoff games.
I thought he did a great job on John Morant, and John Morant obviously is one of the best playmakers and athletes in the game today. He's incredible. He's even with the rolled ankle, he still is putting fear into the pain. He had some floaters here and there, but I thought he did a great job after getting crossed up in that first quarter, and everyone was oohing and ahhing like, "Oh my goodness!" Reggie Miller going nuts on the broadcast. Right. Oh my goodness! And Ja, what was he doing? He was chirping. He was laughing at the bench. He's like, "He can't guard me. He can't guard me." Well, he did a pretty damn good job on the rest of the. And he was up for the assignment. So, especially against this Rockets team, where not like they have all John Morants, but there's a lot of big athletic guys that are going to try to do the same thing, and he's going to be up for the challenge. It's Brandon Podziemski for me, and when he could be opportunistic defensively is going to change things, because I think he's learning a lot from Jimmy, picking and choosing his spots when to intercept passes, right? Trying to think a play ahead, right? Because let's be honest, if I'm the Houston Rockets looking at this matchup, is how can I pick and isolate Stephen Curry and Brandon Podziemski defensively? That's what they're going to try to do. They're going to hunt those guys because we know Jimmy and Draymond are some of the best in the business on-ball defenders. They're going to get up in your face. They are very, very good. They're going to try to isolate Pods and maybe Moody to an extent, but I think Moody's going to be more up for the challenge. He's bigger, he's stronger. But Pods, can he get those charge calls again? I'm kind of missing that Pods when he was just getting those charges left and right. Can he be opportunistic getting those blocks like it should have been towards the end of the stretch there? The 2-minute report, they said they made a mistake. It should have been a block and not a defensive blocking foul, obviously.
Yeah.
So
that was a hell of a play.
It was a hell of a play. It was great. That whole last minute was just god-awful. And the refs. We haven't even talked about the refs. Well, there's going to be a ref game here in this series. How do they
call the series?
Yeah.
Are they going to let them play, or are they going to call fouls? Now, I don't want to hear it. Look, I know a lot of Warrior fans, they did not like the whistle Tuesday night. I would say the whistle favored the Warriors.
Yes.
Honestly, they got 34 free throw attempts.
34.
34. And since Jimmy Butler's come aboard, the Warriors are third in the league in free throw attempts. Jimmy Butler averages nearly 8 free throw attempts per game. Steph is nearly at 6 free throws per game since Jimmy Butler's come aboard. So, look, the officials are going to be the officials. You know how, Spadoni, you've been around me for a long time.
Yeah.
They've never been worse. The officials are awful. God-awful. You got to play through the whistle, though, because they're going to make some bonehead calls. They're going to make some bogus calls. How many refs I see out of position making a call? And I'm like, wait, there's a ref under the basket looking right at the play, doesn't make it. You got a guy 50 feet away blowing his whistle. What the hell are you doing? So I'm not going to get into the refs right now.
Not too short.
It is what it is. The guy who threw out Luka Doncic at Oklahoma City, JT Horn.
Oh, my God.
He's not even in the postseason rotation.
Oh, my God.
He's not in the postseason rotation. So all these guys are terrible. I mean, the refs are what they are. Control what you control, which is how you play.
Dominate the controllables. Shout out Rob Saleh, back as defensive coordinator of your San Francisco 49ers, draft in a week. Darren, Richmond, how confident are we feeling about the Dubs in this series?
What's up, fellas? Good morning, man. I think I got the Warriors in 7, man. First, I want to congratulate Bonte on his new gig, man. I see what you're doing over there, man. So congratulations.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
It's all good, man. So I like the Warriors in 7, and here's why. The non-Steph Curry minutes are very, very important. We got to get somebody else that can score the ball. The last caller mentioned Podziemski. Buddy Hield got to get his head in the game. Period, plain blank. He be lost in the sauce. We got to get J.K. some minutes. Now, my second point is we give up leads like they donations, fellas. We should have won the Clippers game. We was up 20 against the Grizzlies. Now, granted, today's game, 20 points is not a lot. But we still can't give up leads like that in the playoffs. This is a young, athletic, high-energy team. They play above the rim. So we gotta do that, and we gotta stop being careless with the ball towards the end of the game. I get moving the ball around, but sometimes we move the ball around way too much, and we shooting against the shot clock, and then you feel what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
Lastly, Ime Udoka is a great coach. He got those young guys believing. The last game they played against the Warriors, they gave Steph a hard time. They're coming in this series with a bunch of confidence, and just like the last point the other caller made, we gonna give up some games. We gonna give up at least 2, but I still got the Warriors in 7. Thank y'all, fellas.
Good call, Darren. Good call. And you
Thanks,
know
Darren.
what? They can't blow a 20-point lead. I thought the end of the second quarter, they did not finish the first half well. The Golden State Warriors.
And the quarters in general.
End of the quarters, not good. The Clippers game on Sunday, Norman Powell hits a 3.
That was big.
I'm looking up. I'm like, how are the Clippers up 2? The Warriors played a really good first half
3.
and controlled them. Now, the non-Steph Curry minutes the last 2 nights have gone well for the Golden State Warriors, but he's right. They blew a 30-point lead early in the season to Houston. Now, Steph didn't play in that game. They've blown some leads against Houston. Even in the game on a Sunday where they felt like they had control, but Houston came chipped away. So, look, man, he is right. The non-Steph minutes will be very important, and that's where you're going to see Jimmy and Draymond. Maybe there's Quentin Post within that combination, which I believe. Maybe Keith Santos can hit a couple threes. And look, Buddy Hield, Steve Kerr has done a great job with Buddy Hield, I believe, over the last month. If Buddy doesn't have it rolling, he senses it. Tuesday night against Memphis, Spinone. Buddy only played 12 minutes to 6 seconds.
He didn't play a lot.
He didn't play a lot.
Yeah.
He didn't play a lot. So that is what it is with Buddy Hield. So he is right, though. The non-Steph minutes will be imperative for the Golden State Warriors. You have to at least be neutral, or as they say in soccer, level.
Thank you. I like the soccer reference, obviously. Arsenal's going up against PSG in the Champions League semifinals, and it's going to be Barcelona taking on Inter Milan. My guy, Robert Lewandowski, balling at age 37 for the old guys. Let's go, baby.
Bayern Munich, Harry Kane couldn't get it done.
You hate to see that, don't you? Harry Kane can't get it done, huh?
They're going to win.
Not the first time we've heard that, huh?
Hey, but what's that league out there in Germany? They're going to win that league.
The Bundesliga?
Yeah, they're up 6 points.
They always win in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, but last year they didn't lose. Last year they didn't win. It was going to be Harry Kane's first trophy.
Was it Bayern Leverkusen last year with Xabi Alonso?
There you go. Look at you. See, we can talk soccer.
I can absolutely talk it. Liverpool, your guy out there. Yeah, they're going to win.
Signed an extension. Liverpool's running away with Premier League.
Mo Salah getting the hair plugs, by the way. The hair's looking immaculate for Mo Salah.
Maybe hair plugs soon.
No, stop. You're good. You're going to Turkey? With Alperen Şengün?
You can go to Turkey, get hair plugs and good suits.
Okay, the more you know. Well, they got the Turkish silk out there, don't they? And the nice rugs. Nice. Yeah, okay.
But these
it's a different kind of rug up top. You like that? Come on, we're funny guy. Steve Kerr, you mentioned him. He feels like they have everything they need to win this first round series.
I just think the brain power, the experience, the corporate knowledge, whatever you want to call it, of Steph, Dre, Loon, Jimmy obviously has been deep in the playoffs, 2 finals trips, carrying his team, his Miami teams there. I feel like we have everything we need to go and win this first round series. We have the talent, we have the experience, but we know how good Houston is. They just came to our place last week and beat us, and so we've got a lot of respect for them, and we know we're going to have to play well to win.
If we are going off experience, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Bonte Hill in for Joe Shasky today, brought to you by River Islands. If we're going just off experience, Bonte, I don't think there's a more experienced team right now in the NBA. If you just look top to bottom of the best 3 players on this team with the head coach, there is not a more experienced team than this Golden State Warriors from the big boys. Now, it's the lack of experience from the others that you have to worry about, right? Because obviously it's baked into Draymond, 4-time champion, Steph, 4-time champion, Steve Kerr, a bajillion-time champion as a player and a coach, and Jimmy Butler being the best player on a team that's been to the championship twice, been to the finals, I should say, twice. There's so much experience factor. Then Kevon Looney, I don't want to sleep on him, multi-time champion as well, who's going to have some minutes.
He'll be a factor in the series.
And Gary Payton's won a title. So again, there is some experience with the others, but it's the Pajemskis, it's the Moody's, it's if he plays the Kumingas, Post, obviously. It's all those other guys that is going to be the factor. So when I look at the matchups in this series, ultimately, I am going to be taking the Warriors in this, and I don't know if it's 5, I don't know if it's 6, hell, maybe 7. I just know that the experience matters in these things. I've seen it time in and time out. I'm trying to find a way for this Rockets team to, I'm trying to you talk yourself into all right, well, how does it happen, right? Well, and we got our guy, Adam Wexler, saying, if Jalen Green, if he's that guy and can shoot the ball consistently and efficiently, he feels strongly that changes everything for them. Because at the end of the day, I just don't think the Rockets can score with the Warriors. If the Warriors are on and shooting the ball, I just don't think the Rockets can keep up. I don't.
But you know what, though? They are bad at scoring. The Rockets, again, 21st in three-point percentage, 21st in field goal percentage. However, the numbers, when the Warriors and Rockets meet up, all these games, for the most part, with the exception of the first one, when the Warriors went up 30 and the Rockets came storming back with Tari Eason and Amen Thompson picking up full court, these games have been played at the Rockets' pace. The Warriors just averaged 103 points per game against Houston this season. That's advantage Houston. If it's in the low 100s, that means it's a Houston Rockets style play and a Houston Rockets type of game. Warriors got to get up in the teens here, 110, 112, 115, and that's going to be difficult with the Rockets because they are a really good defensive team. They'll mug it, they'll hold you, they'll grab it, but you know what? It's within the rules. They're a physical basketball team. They get up into you. They press your full court. And you know one thing they do, which I don't get, and not every team has a personnel, it's knowing the head of the snake, Stephen Curry. By all means necessary, anybody but Steph.
Malcolm
and again,
X.
I'll throw these numbers out here. Stephen Curry against Denver had the ball in his hands for 7 minutes, 36 seconds. Against the Lakers, he had the ball in his hands for 7 minutes. Against the Memphis Grizzlies, when he dropped 52 points, had the ball in his hands 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Against the Rockets in that last game, Steph only had the ball in his hands for 3 minutes and 15 seconds, which means every time he crossed half court and they ran a pick and roll to try to get a switch and get Amen Thompson off of him, they blitzed the hell out of him. They doubled him. They got the ball out of his hands. And when he tried to relocate, they were aware of it, and they didn't allow Stephen Curry to touch the ball back in his hands. So that adjustment that Steve Kerr has to make right now as he's game planning for the Houston Rockets, I can't wait to see how he unlocks Steph in this series after getting that on film, in which Steph Curry only scored 3 points. They know, okay, how do we now open up Stephen Curry? Does he bring the ball up the floor? Does Bods bring up the ball off the floor? Does he bring the ball up the floor? I mean, does Steph Curry just play 2 guard here in the starting lineup and just run off multiple screens and just have them set up down in the half court? So that's going to be fascinating to me to see how the Warriors make the adjustment from the Rockets blitzing Steph every time he has the basketball.
It's a great point. And, Stephen Curry, obviously, he's going to get all the shine. He's one of the greatest players, if not he's the greatest shooter. He's going to be a top 5 player maybe when it's all said and done, if he's not already there. He is sensational, but it's Jimmy Butler for me. And
this is why you bring him here.
This is why you bring him here. And you know what? It's a homecoming of sorts for him in this first round. Obviously, there's a lot of history, him being born in Houston, Texas. Very difficult and rough childhood. If you've ever looked up or, done your research on Jimmy Butler, the guy's had a very tough life leading up to it. So when everyone says, oh, this guy's kind of off, this guy's kind of weird, well, look up to his past and maybe it explains why Jimmy is who he is right now. So this is a homecoming of sorts for him as well. And I wonder the emotions for Jimmy heading into this series. It's going to be very, just given everything that's gone on these last few months.
Jimmy's locked in.
No, I know he is. And that's why I think he's going to be incredible in this series. I think he's going to be full playoff Jimmy from game 1 in this, because I look back to that last game, he wasn't shooting the ball a whole hell of a lot. He wasn't. He was more of a facilitator. He was the defensive guy, 4-7. He got to the line only a couple times. He did knock down 1 3-point shot. But I look to him, if Steph's getting hounded like that, I think he's going to take it upon himself and say, you know what? Yeah, guys, playoff Jimmy is activated like you saw against the Clippers, like you saw against the Grizzlies. I think we're going to see this Jimmy going forward now being that much more aggressive and having that ball in his hands and that ISO ball that Steve Kerr's kind of feeling a little bit now. And you know what? I'm feeling it too. I get it. We've gone accustomed to the ball movement, but the sucker in me, Bonte, my favorite player, he's Kobe. I love me some ISO ball, one-on-one, like Kawhi doing it to Draymond towards the end of the game. Yeah. I know you were fearing a little bit. It's like, oh God, Kawhi's gonna hit this jumper. They're gonna go home. I was calling it, but that didn't happen, obviously. And they got to overtime.
Well,
there's gonna be some moments where Jimmy might have a game-winning shot, and I'm here for it. I was
disappointed at the foul to give that Draymond had with 10 seconds left. It allowed them because there was only 2.5 seconds left on the shot clock. And it allowed the Clippers to have the final possession regulation. Yeah, no doubt about that. I was a little disappointed there, but you know what? It was a hell of a game. Kawhi Leonard's a tough guard. He's a very tough guard.
So
one thing the Rockets have done in the 2 matchups, and because Jimmy, again, he averages nearly 8 free throw attempts per game with the Warriors, 18 free throw attempts the other night against Memphis. But in the 2 games against the Rockets, since he's been a member of the Golden State Warriors, they beat him right before the All-Star break, 105-98. And of course, they lost that last game. Jimmy Butler only 10 free throw attempts in both games, which tells me that the Rockets, with their size and athleticism, the Jabari Smith Jr.'s, the Tari Easons, the Dylan Brooks, the Jalen Greens, the Amen Thompsons, they've done a good job of keeping Jimmy off the free throw line.
Disciplined.
Very
and that
disciplined.
Comes from Ime Udoka.
Not going for the pump fakes. Not going for the pump fakes against Jimmy Butler. Not going for the head fakes and not putting him on the free throw line. So can Jimmy get back to the free throw line against the Houston Rockets? And can he finish? Now, he may have to step out and hit some threes here and there. In the 3 games going into that playing game, now obviously he had 38 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. He was dynamic. 21 of the 38 in the first half. He was unbelievable. But Jimmy's on a heater right now. 27 a game, 28 a game, 33 and 37 before that last game against Memphis for the free throw line, 3-6 for the 3-point line. He was 2 of 4, got up 4 3-point attempts in that game against Memphis. I do expect Jimmy to shoot more threes in this series, but he'll take what the defense gives him. But can the Rockets keep him off the free throw line? That's going to be very important for the Houston side of things there. And for the Warriors, getting Jimmy back to the free throw line so you're allowed to set up your half-court defense which doesn't enable the Rockets to play in the open court and get out on the break and start dunking on your head and get layups or whatnot. So that's going to be very important in this series.
The Rockets coming out to
I'm just going to
play.
be playing that every single show. Why not? West is in Castro Valley, wants to join in the conversation. West, how are we feeling about this matchup? Sunday, 6:30. I know you're going to be locked in.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. The Rockets head coach, what's his name? Pete Carroll?
Ime Udoka.
Ime Udoka. I'll be quick.
Hold on. Wes. Why'd you bring up Pete Carroll?
Yeah,
I gotta know. I want to know.
It's the rah-rah style.
I could not think real quick.
Hey,
there
I
is
don't
not
see no
polar
rah-rah
opposite
Ime
personality.
Udoka.
Not even close.
When I see Ime Udoka, it's like, you want to mess with me, I'll beat you the hell up.
No, he's Suge Knight. He is not
the guy,
Pete Carroll.
Come on, Wes. The guy's wearing Nike Cortezes on the sideline. What NBA coaches wear? When I think of Nike Cortezes, I think of some of the biggest gangsters I grew up with in the Bay Area, in the Mission District. When you wearing Nike Cortezes, you're about that life.
You know what Pete Carroll wears, West? He wears Air Monarchs. He does not wear those. He wears
he does not wear Nike Cortezes.
No, I think behind closed door, he's a rah-rah guy. You know what I mean?
Sure, continue, Wes.
Guys,
yeah.
But I'll be quick, guys. I have no idea why Steve Kerr is not playing Guy Santos more. I mean, he's that guy's a dog. He does the dirty work. He knows how to play. He has high IQ basketball, I think, given a chance. Also, can we just get Buddy Hield out of the rotation?
You need some shooting, and you need the threat of shooting. So, look, I wouldn't go crazy about Buddy.
Thanks, Wes.
He only played 12 minutes the other day.
Yeah.
Let's not go crazy. And Guy Santos played 6 minutes the other night. We'll see how much he plays.
I'm still reeling from the Pete Carroll, Ime Udoka comp. Pete Carroll's like 80 years old.
Dude called in and just said, I want to talk about Guy Santos. And then I don't know where the Pete Carroll thing came from.
The rah-rah, they're completely different, by the way. Completely different. I don't think Pete Carroll's also having the extracurricular activity that one Ime Udoka is having.
Would Pete Carroll yell at Stephen Curry walking into the locker room?
No. What's your deal? Is that what Ime Udoka said to Steph at the half court?
What's your deal?
What's your deal,
What you
man?
complaining about? I don't know, man. The guy's wearing Nike Cortezes on the sideline. Looks like he's putting up 400 pounds on the bench press.
Not only did he
look at him.
He went at LeBron last year during the game.
Told him the B word to say, what you gonna do about it?
And then he goes
They do nothing. Yeah, I mean, this guy is crazy. I won't mess with Ime Udoka. He's a hell of a coach, though.
He is a hell of a coach. He took that team was maybe a step. If Steph doesn't go off in that fourth quarter, that Celtics team's going up 3-1, probably winning that series.
Yeah.
So I have a tremendous amount of respect for Ime Udoka as a coach because this Rockets team, again, there's not a lot of household names, a lot of young talent on there. They got some veteran leadership, obviously, Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks. You got Steven Adams coming off the bench. But what's the Amen Thompsons of the world going to do? The Alperen Şengüns, the Jalen Greens, Jabari Smith, Cam, don't call him Scam Whitmore, who a lot of Warriors fans wanted. When he was falling. Could you get him? Yeah, right? So we'll see. There's a lot of talent in this series, and I'm very interested to see how it's going to shake out. We want to squeeze one now. Antonio in Oakland, we'll get you on. We want to give Antonio his time, all right?
Antonio, got to give Antonio his time.
Got to give Antonio a lot of time.
I thought you said Tony in Oakland.
Now, where is Tony? Where is Tony at?
You tell me. I haven't been around.
Signal at for her?
I only get to listen from like 9:20 to 10 o'clock these days.
Yeah, well.
Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again.
Ever again. You won't, will you?
I'd never lie.
Never?
I'm a truth teller.
You are?
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. As we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Was that you this year or last year?
That was last season.
Oh, okay.
No, Shasky, I came in here, you guys were compared to the championship team. You guys hit the flip and the flop that's been going on.
I said it. This team, like on paper and from the players, I think this is a better roster than that championship team. But I do think I think the teams that they're going up against this year, it's a lot deeper than the West was in that championship run.
Spino, do you want to play some of my bad takes? Don't make me play that Kawhi take from last week.
I'm standing by it. It's not a bad take.
It's a terrible take.
Real quick, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a terrible take.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's the worst take.
You heard it here first. At some
it's
point,
up there with Steiny's trade step take.
At some point in these playoffs, Kawhi Leonard will be load managed. You heard it here first. All right, and that's what's coming up the game. Brought to you by someone. Here it is, Fremont Bank. Here for you. here for good.
problems in Houston. Dubs and fire, baby.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Jonathan Kamingo.
Let's throw Guy Sanchez in there.
Oreo Cookie. Hey, passion fruit.
It's passion fruit. This is it.
It's a great
beat. You said
beat.
passion fruit. I was like,
this is a great beat. Like, this is one where you're chilling, like you're getting off late or something. It's just like you're riding home, you're cruising. This is nice.
Not bad. It's not bad.
I don't hate Drake. I don't hate you. They got great beats. You got owned.
No, I was
It's okay.
bumping a lot of Wiz Khalifa the other day.
Ooh.
Wiz.
Okay, Rolling
Cushion
Papers.
Orange Juice and Rolling
Okay,
Papers.
there you go.
Yeah, then little Nipsey.
You were on your level.
I was on my
John
level.
Too Short? Yeah, let's go.
I don't know what you're talking about, Spadoni. I don't know what you're talking about. It's good to be back on the roast, man. Oh, I missed you guys. Where's BP? You know what? Get BPA in here so I can shut them down.
Brian
What's he
Palo
complaining
Alto,
about
the
now?
bat signal. Tony in Oakland, the bat signal's out.
I put up bat signal for him.
How's my boy Robin San Bruno been?
Well, you know what? You know what's been great? Real quick. Not only that, but Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Bonte.
Hey.
I know you've been missing out on that a lot.
I've been stealing a lot of notes for those guys. But I got to say, the best ever episode, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, happened to be with Steven Risotto and Lubman. I was like, damn, maybe they need to replace Shasky. No, I'm kidding.
Well, it is the best Giants talk in the world, they're saying. Catch the latest episode where Sam reacts to the Giants' statement road trip through the Northeast. Subscribe today and don't miss out on the podcast that Bonte Hill calls, quote, his favorite Giants podcast.
It is.
It's right there.
Well, oh, it says it. You know, Alex Pavlovich does a great job on Giants Talk. That's probably number one.
All right, sure.
Shout out to Pavs,
Friend of the
NBC
show.
Sports Bay Area.
Yep.
My teammate now.
Totally.
But also, Lubman does a hell of a job. I steal a lot of numbers from them. And you know what? The Giants, they've been very enjoyable this season. Now, I don't know where the season's going to go. I'm not predicting playoff appearances and Miracle Down Market Street, another parade. No.
That division.
But you know what? I've been having fun watching them. They're intriguing to me. It's just a breath of fresh air of not having Farhan Zaidi, even though they're kind of winning with this team.
Right? I know, right? That is part of it.
It is what it is. But I've enjoyed watching the Giants.
Good. You've been watching the Giants. I've been enjoying watching the Golden State Warriors in particular these last 2 months since acquiring Jimmy Butler.
Oh, yeah.
They are finally, folks, a playoff-bound team, and it starts Sunday, 6:30, and that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game all postseason long. And also, be sure to watch Bonte Hill on television all postseason long as well.
5:30 p.m. Warriors pregame live,
Where?
NBC Sports
Thank
Bay
you.
Area, and we'll be carrying the game live. So you want to watch that? I think we got 4 games in the first round. If I'm not mistaken.
It's always
4
the first round, right?
Always
Okay.
only the first round. Fitz and Buki will get their last, and
There
this will
we
be
go.
the last time we carry the first round because the NBA will be shifting to Amazon and NBC. So the last time the first round will ever be aired on NBC Sports Bay Area. Also, don't forget the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Pool.
Thank
We're
you.
doing numbers brought to you by Miss Cindy Sleep World.
Thank you.
You know, it's 50% off a tariff-free clearance sale right now.
Tariff-free.
Yeah,
Wow.
Tariff-free.
Okay.
Look into a Sealy,
Apostrophe
Beauty
Dick?
Rest, all that stuff. 50%
Okay.
off. You need a new bed, Spinone?
No, I don't right now. Mine's doing just fine.
Just
but
let
you
me
know
know.
what?
I got you.
But
I got you covered.
I appreciate you.
I got you covered. Just tell them Bonte Hill sent
Do
you.
they have sleep number there? I do like those ones are always really cool to me. I was like, wow, you have like a number on your bed.
Hey.
I just have like springs and like the box and all that stuff. But people have all these fancy stuff, the Tempur-Pedic, all of it. I'm not mad about it. Are you a soft? Are you a firm? Are you a medium? What are you using
medium.
pillows? Okay.
Medium. I like the medium.
In between. I got to be honest, I was a My Pillow guy for the longest time. And I always have to say I was grandfathered in before I knew like the owner was this crazy person. But I still have my Pillow, but I always like to, because it's 100% machine washable. I just got to say it. It's very clutch for me.
It is clutch.
But I'm grandfathered in, all right? Like a lot of people with the Teslas these days, they're grandfathered in because of the guy that's the owner there. We're not going to talk about him. But yeah, I just want to say I'm grandfathered in. Antonio in Oakland is also grandfathered into the morning roast in 95.7 is like, if we're talking Hall of Fame of callers, Antonio in Oakland.
Oh, he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
First
right?
ballot. First ballot Hall of Famer.
For sure. Antonio, good morning. How are you feeling about this series?
Oh, man. It's going to be a tough series. Of course, they're athletic and all that, and I do hope Kuminga plays. I just want to win, though. Gui Santos with the highest plus-minus over the last month on the Warriors. He got to be in there, at least like 10 minutes. He got shooting touch, high IQ. He goes for the loose balls. And what do the Rockets do? They're pretty good at rebounding. So at the end of the day, though, man, they can't shoot, though. So they're more than capable of missing 27 shots like that other Rockets team we faced in the playoffs years back. That's how bad they shoot. But we got the two best players in the series, Steph and Jimmy, man. Like, it's on and popping. That's why we're going to win, because, you know, in Jimmy we trust those freaking mid-range and Steph threes, and, you know, Steph's going to go to the rack too. And, you know, of course they got great players like, you know, Sengun. He's an all-star, but, you know, I wish we would have drafted him, by the way. And Amen Thompson from Oakland, you know, he's not going to back down from, you know, Steph and Jimmy Butler because he's from the Bay. You know, Bay people, that's how we are. But anyway, you know, Jalen Green, he's a poor man's Anthony Edwards, but, you know what I'm saying, he ain't going to be enough. They're going to be like last year's OKC team, man. You know, high seed, but, you know, not really ready yet. You know, like they lost last year.
Well, I hope not, Antonio, because that last year's OKC team did win in the first round. They did win, so I appreciate the confidence. I don't want any upsets. I don't want any upsets in this first round.
They advanced to the second round. They pushed the Mavericks. That was a hell of a series.
It was.
Hell of a series.
So I actually hope it's not like last year, because Oklahoma City Thunder, that was that kind of their, you know, like the Warriors did a few years back. Obviously, not a few years, it was a decade ago. But against the Spurs, right? Like they pushed the Spurs a little bit in that second round. It's like, okay. Then they lost in the first round against the Clippers the following year, and then the rest is history, obviously. But I am very curious with this Rockets team, because I do feel like of all the teams that are going to be around, like the inexperience factor, they're the most inexperienced team. Like it's not even close. Like them, the Pistons probably in the East.
Yep,
that's
Pistons
probably the other one.
Inexperienced.
Right, like that. Those are the only two I can think of. And I'm looking at DraftKings right now. If we're just going by like the series, right? You go to Vegas. People like to do that now, right? Minus 190, the Warriors are, and they're the 7th seed. They're the favorites in that one. It's not even the most favored series in the first round in the West. Can you guess? Because we don't have the ones yet for the first round. For the
Lakers
first overall
Minnesota?
First overall seed, I should say. Yes, minus 195, but pretty close.
Yeah, but the public loves betting on the Lakers.
Yeah, Clippers,
They're like
Nuggets.
the Cowboys of the NBA, where a lot of people bet on Cowboy games. They bet on Laker games.
Clippers, Nuggets, the most even. I think most people agree. That's minus 110 in either direction.
That is a toss-up series, man. I cannot wait.
The biggest favorite, it's not even close. The Celtics minus 5,000.
Over Orlando. Orlando Magic.
Your Orlando Magic. Paolo Banchero and those boys. Man. They talk about not scoring.
Yeah, they could have used Klay Thompson to space the floor.
They could have. Used Klay. They could have. They didn't. They went to KCP instead.
You know, Antonio was talking about like the loose balls and the 50-50 balls, and I find this fascinating. NBA.com does a great job with the stats and everything like that. And they got the hustle stats, right? Oh. The loose balls recovered and contested shots. Did you know the Warriors are number 1 in contested shots this year?
Are they?
Contested 3-point shots. They're number 4 in the league, behind the Wizards, the Bulls, and the Thunder. Contested 2-point shots. The Warriors are number 3 in the league. Loose balls recovered. Loose balls recovered. The Warriors are right behind Oklahoma City in that category. Houston rounding out the top 10 there. Defensive loose balls recovered. The Warriors are number 8. In that category. Offensive loose balls recovered. The Warriors are number 1.
Wow.
Deflections per game. Deflections when you're disrupting a half-court flow, where you're not necessarily getting steals, but you're deflecting a pass, and you're making the offense reset. The Warriors are number 2 in the league. So the hustle categories are advantage Warriors in this series, which is surprising when you think about who's the younger and more athletic team. The Warriors are getting down and dirty in the hustle categories.
Is that the entire season? Is that the last couple months?
Season.
Okay, interesting. Okay. And obviously, since the Jimmy Butler acquisition, they've been one of the top 5 and offensive, defensive. They're doing all the metrics, all of it bakes into it. That's why ultimately I do think this Warriors team wins this series. I'd be, again, shocked is strong, but I'd be very surprised if they do lose in this first round. 888-957-9570. We can start doing some rapid fire if we want. Why not? We got like 20 minutes left in the show.
That's it? This show flew by.
Who's winning and why?
Wait, you may not see me back in the morning some more, folks.
Winning? Yeah,
I don't know. That 420 wake-up call. But you know what? This show's been fun. They're flying by. We're talking playoff basketball. The playoffs are back.
Let's go.
The playoffs start tomorrow.
You're so happy.
I'm so happy right now. I've been waiting for it. Dude, oh, my God. There were some bad games down the stretch. The Portland Trailblazers game, we can never get that back in our lives. That time, the Phoenix Suns, when Shashi came here the next morning after they beat the lowly Phoenix Suns, the Warriors are winning the championship. I truly believe it. Then the next day, he's freaking out. He's calling out Fitz and Buki for crying out loud. What are you doing calling out the announcers?
I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. Like I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
It didn't got mad at us for bringing it up last week.
Well, you said it was the wrong one. I talked about the Western Conference. No, you said both. Stand on it.
Oh, he's hedging his bet?
What was that?
In fairness, there's one that I sent the social that he said later on that was a lot more rational when he said it, but we obviously are going to keep replaying that one, which is just
we don't play rational Joe Shasky here on 95.7.
No, that was for social.
No, that's not.
He's not a rational human being.
No, he's not.
What have you guys learned over the last 5 years?
That's why we love him, though. That's why we love him,
no
right?
doubt. He's not rational.
No, he's not.
He's probably worried right now thinking about Amin Thompson.
You know who is rational? It's Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh, I love me some Tim.
I think of Tim in Raleigh.
You know what? Tim, Guru put me onto this. Was it Sunday against the Clippers? Tim in Raleigh, I think he came at Mark Grady, called him the Raymond Ritter, said, stop using propaganda. He called him Tim in Raleigh. What's up, man?
Propaganda Grandy? Propaganda?
But I say, man, hey, I miss you, man. I mean, no disrespect to Spadoni. I love him too, man. I miss you, man. I'm so proud and happy for you, bro. Hey, real quick, when the young fella was getting shots up after that game, I don't know if you know it, but you and Festus was on the video. I guess I was sitting courtside for that. So tell me a little bit about that if you can. But I just wanted to say, what do you think, man? I just think these young guys, if they don't go for Jimmy's pump fake and they kind of stay with Steph, beat him up, I think they might be hard to deal with. You know, Jimmy gets to the line with that pump fake, and if these young guys, they just got bodies to deal with Steph in them, man. So and this is obviously a different team. I'm not going to say the name that we can't say, but this is a different team than this team is kind of like 1-1 against Houston.
Yeah,
that team that won 3 games is that team that won 3 games is different. So I mean,
let me real quick. Tim, I'm gonna let you finish here because you make a great point. You are right about, and it's something I brought up last hour. Jimmy Butler only 10 free throw attempts in the 2 games he's played against the Houston Rockets. 4 the last time out against the Rockets. So to your point about not going for the pump fakes, they're long and athletic. And if you notice, the teams that have given Jimmy and the Warriors trouble are the teams like Orlando, long and athletic. Jonathan Isaac, Paulo Banchero. There was another game that's slipping me where they were long and athletic and they kept Jimmy Butler off the free throw line. That's a very astute point right there, Tim.
I know, man. So I just think, and I think they're not gonna just disrespect Pods. They're not gonna disrespect Moody. I think these young fellas gonna come to play some D, and they just got bodies to throw out there. So I think that might be a little troublesome. But yeah, man, it's good to hear from you, brother. I'm just really proud of you, man. But yeah, tell me about that, man. Y'all were on video. You and Festus sitting there looking at him throw some shots up, man. So how was that? I mean, did y'all sit in there for the whole time or what?
So I was waiting on Monty Poole because he has to write his article Thanks, Tim, for the call. So I go in there. We do our post-game show. Go in the arena with Fezzi, and there's music blaring. It's the Afro. I don't know, forget the genre, but they're Afro beats, and it's blaring over Chase Center. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, man, what the hell's going on? It's JK getting up shots with his boys, right? One of the dudes is in Timberlands. If you don't know the slang there for Timbos, Timberlands.
Thank you.
He's got the Timberlands on the floor. Not Timberland, but Tims. The Butter Tims. And JK, so Fezzi and I are watching him get up shots. Fezzi and I are there for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I go to the Modella Club to go, set up for the podcast, and I'm waiting. JK was out there for maybe 70 minutes, 80 minutes, and it was him and his boys, and it wasn't anybody on the Warriors personnel getting up some shots. So obviously, he looked frustrated. Obviously, you would be frustrated if, you're a restricted free agent. You're not getting playing time, and you don't play in the, obviously a Clippers game, and you don't play in the playing game against Memphis, and you're frustrated with the way things have gone since you returned from the right ankle injury after missing 31 games, and you were playing your best basketball. But it's up to JK, and I think he will. He's a smart young man. He's a professional. He's mature. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine in terms of being ready to lock in if he does not get minutes. So it's up to him to be ready when his name is called. But right now, we can't worry about Jonathan Kuminga playing or whatnot. You got to win playoff games. And my worry right now is not even a worry, but I'm more, I'm paying attention to Brandon Podziemski, Moses Moody, and how they respond to their first ever playoff series. That's what I'm focusing on. These guys are playing 30 minutes a night. JK's not playing right now. He's out of the rotation. So until he gets back into the rotation, I'll comment on this game. But right now, he's out of the rotation. He's not playing. So let's move on.
Let's move on to Cam in Los Gatos, who wants to join in the conversation, 888-957-9570. Who's winning this series and why. You got the game 1 on Sunday, so it's your last chance to put your predictions in the bubble. All right, we'll come back to them, revisit them, who's winning this series, and why. Cam and Los Gatos, what you got?
Definitely Warriors in 6. They got 2, 3, 4, and game 6, I think. We're holding all our games at home, and we're taking one from Houston for sure. I had a question, though. One of my biggest disappointments this year has been TJD. I thought he was going to have a breakout year, kind of be like a mini Sabonis. He was going to have like a full year under his belt to work with like his shot. Maybe Gale hit that, open 8-footer, open 10-footer, work on his layups. And yeah, just really disappointed with him this year, to be honest. But I think he's still impactful on defense. And with Houston being long and lean, do you guys see a chance for him to making a small impact in the series, or will it be kind of like it has been, where he's going to
I love
not get many minutes beyond?
I love TJD. I love TJD, but he's out of the rotation too, and he's been out the rotation basically since the All-Star break. Unless Looney and Quentin Post and Draymond Green get into foul trouble, I wouldn't expect much from TJD in this series. Now, can he maybe guard Şengün at times? I'm not sure. Can he run to the rim? We know he can dunk on people's heads, but he's, unfortunately, TJD's been one of the worst finishers at the rim by the data. So I wouldn't expect TJD to be in this playoff rotation.
No, I don't think so either. And you lean on the veterans come this time, and I would lean on Kevon Looney heavily in this series as well. I'm not sleeping on Kevon Looney in this matchup. Adam Wexler joined us, who covers the team over at 790 out in Houston, radio station there. That's their flagship. He was saying he's looking at Looney, who more than holds his own against Şengün. Right. Şengün struggles against the guy. Like, I know a lot of people were watching these last 2 games like, oh my God, the Kevon Looney minutes, they're killing me. I was like, well, in this series, you're going to need him. Like, no, you again, will. There's going to be moments where you're going to need, obviously, and someone mentioned Guy Santos. Yeah, Guy's going to have some moments to shine. And Guy's a great player too, and we can get back to TJD if you want, but Guy Santos in particular, I wanted to switch to because we haven't really talked about him all show. And he is that hustle guy that can add that fire and fight. If you're down a little bit, he comes in, gets a couple offensive rebounds, gets those second chance opportunities. The Brazilian Orlando Bloom that I call him. He's a pirate out there. He's swashbuckling. And I appreciate that the head coach does have that much trust in that guy because he needs some sort of oomph in that lineup in the secondary. Sometimes when some guys don't have it, they're just, I don't know if the body language is bad. I don't know what it is. I know we like to talk about body language when it comes to JK, but when it comes to Guy Santos, the guy's playing with his hair on fire a lot, and that is going to be needed, whether it's in this series, the Lakers, Timberwolves, I don't even know. But specifically this series, he's going to have some moments, I believe. And those second chance opportunities you're alluding to, Bonte, are going to be huge in a game like this, in a series like this.
Well, he only played 6 minutes the other night against Memphis. 3 offensive rebounds.
I felt those 6 minutes.
I felt him a little bit, but can he stay on the floor by hitting a 3-point shot? What is he going to provide offensively? Because you're going to have to score at some point.
He had an and one real quick in that game. Yeah.
He will play. 3 points the other night. He will play. But he does provide a lot of energy off the bench, deflections in the half court, sets good screens. Can he free up Steph off those screens? So he will play. There's no doubt. Looney is going to be very essential in this series. There's no doubt on Şengün and some of those bigs. And then Steven Adams, of course, coming off that bench. For the Houston Rockets. Kevon Looney is going to be very important. And Loondog has been a trusted agent in these playoffs. Now, I know he didn't have a great Lakers series a couple of years ago because he had the 2 big lineup and the spacing was all screwed up.
He was also exhausted going up against Sabonis. That was a 7-game series. But
he had a really good King series.
Yeah.
He had a really good playoff run when they won the championship. So Loondog will be counted on. I would not count on TJD. If he gives the Warriors anything in the series, I would consider it a bonus, and I like TJD. But he's done a great job of staying locked in when his number is called. He's got to be ready to grow. And that's where JK's taking notes. You're not playing right now, but can you lock in mentally when your number is called, if your number is called? But if you get something from JK in the series, I would consider it a bonus. Because right now, Steve Kerr's let us know who his top 9 is. And JK's not part of that top 9. So my focus is outside of the big 3 with Jimmy, Draymond, who we haven't talked about the spice and the game within the game.
Right.
Against Şengün and Dylan Brooks. We haven't touched on that much.
I've been impressed with Draymond. He's been toting the line a little bit. He was chirping a lot at that Grizzlies game early on. And I thought at the Clippers, some of the Clippers moments, I was like, oh God, is he going to get thrown out here? And then obviously, end of the Grizzlies, he fouls out. Thank God. Because I was thinking about it. I think we all were, oh my God, this is going to go overtime. We don't have Draymond Green. They're going to lose this game. Like, there was moments in that last minute.
Report said that the Grizzlies should have had the ball down 1 with 7 seconds left. I'm not going to talk about that. But Podge and Moody complimenting the big 3 if they do struggle, because the Rockets, they have a hell of a game plan. But I think Steve Kerr having a few days to prepare for the Houston Rockets. Looking at that game plan in which Stephen Curry. Remember, Steph Curry scored 2 points and hit a field goal against Memphis in a 51-point loss. Next time he went to Memphis, Tennessee, he dropped 52.
Yep.
So I don't expect Stephen Curry to walk off the floor Sunday with only 3 points.
This season has been absolutely insane. You just mentioned a 50-point loss, then him also dropping 50 on the team with Jimmy Butler as his teammate. This season has been insane, and now we get the playoffs, and it starts on Sunday. I just can't wait. It's gonna be Easter. It's gonna be a great weekend of sports. We got Angels and we got Giants. I want to sleep. Angels actually sneakily pretty not bad in the AOS. Not a bad team. Mike Trout's been struggling, by the way. He's about like 176. Got 6
You guys still want to trade for Mike Trout around here?
We'll see how this series goes. Maybe you're gonna change your mind after on Monday. What if he goes
you
off?
Still want to trade for Mike Trout, Rizzo?
Yeah, I would. I love Mike Trout.
You guys are insane.
I mean, Gabe Kapler. I mean, your boy Gabe Kapler saying he's the greatest player he's ever seen in his life.
Yeah. Were they playing the Angels?
What's up?
Were they playing the Angels at the time?
I don't think they were. No, I just asked him. We were talking about Shohei Ohtani, and he said, I asked him if he was like the greatest player, like top to bottom he's ever seen. He's like, no, Mike Trout's probably the greatest player I've seen up close. But he said Shohei Ohtani's the most talented player he's ever seen. So ever seen, because we didn't see the likes of Willie Mays up close, Babe Ruth, all your boys, the guys that you like
to gravitate towards.
He saw Barry Bonds. He did.
Did you see King Griffey Jr.?
He did. He put Mike Trout over those guys. It just speaks to the greatness of one Mike Trout. Yeah. Oscar Stockton, speaking of greatness, Oscar and Stockton, who always had Draymond Green's back, Bonte. He never once wavered with Draymond Green. Oscar and Stockton.
You still want to trade? Your take. You still want to trade Draymond Green for Zion Williamson? Even I was against that.
Well, actually, let's see after the summer. Let's see after this series.
What else do you need to see?
Let's see after this series.
Zion Williamson's getting people fired down there at the Big Easy.
Well, that was David Griffin. I mean, what is he doing? Getting rid of Anthony Davis for all this?
Too.
Well, that's their fault. That's their problem. They got rid of C.J. McCollum. When you're throwing out C.J. McCollum in the starting lineup like you're doing, they deserve to get fired. Oscar Stockton, what you got?
What's going on, fellas? What's happening with you guys? Bonte, man. Hey. I know you got that dinner coming. I knew you was going to win it.
Hey, come on now.
Check this out.
Hey, Oscar, Shasky didn't reply to my tweet about the dinner, man. He broke my heart.
Hey, Shasky, he been nervous, like you said. You know him, because he been nervous like a mug, talking about this and that. Man, tell him to calm down. We are the Warriors, man. People were steady calling in about the Houston Rockets. I understand the time is off everybody. I understand what he did last game, but do they understand that Steph Curry has fire inside of him? He's not going to let nobody stop him from having just 3 points. And people got to understand, I am so tired. I'm out here in Stockton, California. You guys know I'm from Oakland, but the Kings fans, they bowed down. Like I told they would. They bowed down because I got my flags flying high. And another thing, with Steve Kerr, I am getting so tired of all the Warriors fans calling in about Jonathan Kuminga. I love Jonathan Kuminga, but this right here is a championship organization. And Steve Kerr is not just coaching for feelings. He's coaching to win championships. So people got to understand. And TJD, I love him. All these youngsters got to understand. You're not playing high school or college. You know, college getting paid now. You are a professional basketball player. You have to understand, take the good with the bad, and be prepared to play when your number is called. I'm with Steve Kerr. The numbers don't lie. We are trying to win a championship, and we're not trying to satisfy everybody's ego and happiness with playing one player. So, Warrior fans, get it through your skull. Be happy for the whole organization, not just Jonathan Kuminga. Even though we say it's Steph Curry team organization, Steph Curry is the most gracious superstar ever on this planet. So he's a team player. So people going to understand. I'm getting tired of the Warrior fans getting called about Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga's on a winning organization. Fall in line and win championship. Go Warriors all day. I'm going to debate tomorrow. My son went to San Francisco State tomorrow. So, Bonte, I know that's in you guys' school.
Go Gators. Let's go.
Go Gators.
And they're losing a lot of sports. They're losing a lot of sports, man. And it's sad. So I want everybody to start supporting all these CSU universities and all these universities for losing these sports, man. So I'll be out there tomorrow at San Francisco State. Go William Jessup University. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Go Warriors all day. Have a good day, fellas.
You know, he made the point about Steve Kerr and the Kuminga point. So look, it's go time.
Yeah,
it's go time. Whether personally now, and I'm the biggest JK fan.
I don't have time for hurt feelings right now.
I'm the biggest JK fan out there. Yeah. But Steve Kerr gets paid big bucks too, and his job is on the line.
Yeah.
He's got to do what he's got to do.
The guy benched Jason Tatum. He didn't care about that. He just came off a championship with the Celtics because he knows, you know why? Because he had Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Stephen Curry, and all these other big boys in the Olympics. You know what his goal was? To not lose and to win the gold.
Win gold.
The expectations are that damn high.
Win gold.
Yeah.
And when you have an owner like Joe Lacob, and you got this fan base who's all over you, and they're critical of every single move and every single rotation and every single lineup combination, you got to do what's best for the team. And right now, you got to go with what is working. And what is not working is that JK, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green combination. I'm the biggest JK fan there is. But you know what? You got to move on. He's not hitting the 3-ball right now. Since he's returned, he's shooting 17% from the 3. Now, are the combinations beneficial for JK? No, they're not. Steve Kerr mentioned it with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, that the spacing's just not there. But he's got to be ready for his opportunity. But Steve Kerr, the job he's done this year, and I know there's a lot of people who think Steve Kerr should be fired. He's not that good. He's overrated, blah, 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 blah. I think it came in Antioch all the time when I think of Steve Kerr and the job he's done.
Cam coming around still with the sign?
Oh, no, now he hasn't come back around. Right. But all the different, they've had 38 different starting lineups.
Yeah.
How many different injuries have they had? How many different iterations of the Warriors? You lost DeAnthony Melton 3 weeks into the season.
The Dennis Schroeder era?
The Dennis Schroeder era. Then you lost JK. You lost Draymond. Steve Kerr's doing what he's got to do to win games. And right now, JK's not in the rotation. You move on. Maybe his number gets called. Maybe you need him at the point of attack against a team like the Lakers if you make it that far. Yeah. But right now, you got to do what's best for you. And right now, what's best for the Golden State Warriors is limiting Jonathan Kuminga's minutes, which is unfortunate for JK, for him, but the Warriors got to win games. You want to win, or are you worried about minutes?
We over me, am I right? We over me. SF Bay Drummer in Houston. Oh, he's in H-Town. We know SF Bay Drummer. Oh, yeah. SF Bay Drummer, who is winning this series and why?
Oh, man, you know it's the Warriors in 6. In a town that's in red, I'm happily walking in my blue and gold for the Warriors. I'm going to just let them be loud and wrong, and I'm going to be happy to stick out like a sore thumb. Houston already know who their dad is. I expect them to give him Father's Day cards early because Steph is coming into town to check on his Airbnb property and shut that place down just for concerts only this summer. Man, the Warriors, because of their veteran leadership and the veterans they have on their team, it's not about the physicality and keeping up with their pace. They're going to be playing mind games with the Rockets. So this series, depending on late game situations, the Warriors could probably wrap it up in 4 or 5. But I'm choosing 6 just to be on the safe side, just because I know how sometimes we shoot and we have stinkers. But, man, ain't nobody scared of the Rockets. Nobody's scared of Ime Udoka. Yeah, he got those boys playing. But there ain't no way I'm going to put my trust in a coach that fumbled an NBA title and fumbled Nia Long in the same summer.
Oh,
let's go, Warriors!
Damn.
That's SF Bay Drummer in
He had
Houston.
to drop Nia Long, dog?
Yeah, well, he did. I mean, that is what it is.
You know,
talk about fumbling. Shout out Melvin Gordon.
Game 4, I think. I was walking out of TD Garden and Nia Long with the kids walking up.
Hold on. Let me pick up that name you just dropped. Continue. All right.
Nia Long.
Thank
and I
you.
just said, wow, the legend Nia Long. And she goes, oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. And I wanted to get a picture with her. But I was with Millie and D, right? I didn't want to fanboy, and I just kept it moving.
Well, Pixar didn't happen. Yeah, that's usually what it is. And unfortunately, that's the society we live in.
No, but I had that moment.
But when we're in these spots, like the great Bonte Hill and myself, when we're meeting all these celebrities and stuff, we're not.
No, I'm not meeting them. I just ran into him. It was the NBA Finals. She was there.
Well, no, like me with Michael Bublé at Disneyland is like, what's up, Mike? What's up, bro? I don't need a picture with him. We're tight. You know, we're tight. We're on first name basis.
People.
Adam, SF, who's winning this series and why?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Bonte, welcome back. I got Warriors in 6. It's going to be a very hard-fought series. It's going to be a lot of physicality, but I think they have the wherewithal to do it. The Houston is the up-and-coming young team. They're hungry. They've got a good coach, I think, for this situation. So that's what I think is going to happen. But, Bonte, I had someone that wanted to say what's up to you and give their take real quick.
All right.
Hey, Bonte, what's going on? It's Ikenna. I'm back in the Bay.
My boy, man, what's happening? Ike, you're big time now. You're like corporate, dude. You got the P coach, you got the suits. I can only pray to dress like you in these streets.
try to do what I can here. Try to do what I can. It feels good to be back in a beautiful city. And, I'm saying Warriors at 5.
There you go. And Ike, let me tell you, Spadoni, Ike, Stewart Hall legend, baller. Where'd you go to college? You went to college in Ohio, right?
He gone. He's
gone?
So
Okay.
much of a legend. He's gone.
Gone.
I mean, I thought Carter was the legend of Stewart. Carter, by the way, Carter Chickering, usually here, Steven Risotto in his place.
Yeah, he's
getting married tomorrow.
Oh, is that why he's out?
Didn't invite anyone from the station.
Well, he just got here. I wouldn't invite any of you guys.
Wow. Okay. No, it's fine.
I want you guys.
Cool.
I deal with you guys enough during the week. Well, I want to see you guys in my off time.
I'm just saying,
there goes Bonte lying again.
Oh my
he didn't invite all of us.
Marriage.
You want to hear Giants take some love at my wedding?
Marriage.
Please.
Hey, man, we had fun at Langford's wedding.
Well, speak for yourself.
No, those are your
we did
words.
have fun. We did have fun until our boy Shasky wanted to bring up the Diddy conversation.
Oh, that was awkward at the table. I don't know what that was. Hey, they had prime rib there, though, and like mac and cheese. I was smashing the food there.
Hey, Risotto, why are you laughing so hard, man? We got to roast Shasky while I'm out. He's out.
You know what I call him? His new nickname is the Rizzard, because he's the Riz God, but he's the Rizzard for risotto. Do you like that? The Rizzard of Oz. Not bad. Come on.
You got to work on that.
Do you know
one.
the Rizzler, like the kid?
My head went to a different direction.
Oh,
I might went somewhere else.
What?
I don't know why. I'm just saying.
The Riz? No? Okay, if you're going to tell me off air, you're giving me a little smirk. You're very
it's
uncomfortable.
A little sketch, Fedoni.
Oh, what?
It's a little sketch.
Oh, stop. Okay, I know what you're talking about. It's not even close to that.
You need to flush that one out.
No, there's not even close to that.
You got to flush that out.
Get your mind out of there. Stop.
He's with the Wizard of Oz. I mean, he's just got this guy. I don't know, man. Rizzo stock was he buttered me up so well. Pause. We're talking about, we got a real journalist from the station at Farhan Zaidi's press conference. Remember what you said, Rizzo? He was like, man, we got credibility in the building, an actual journalist. I was like, wow.
It's not even close to that word. I know what you're thinking.
He goes, I knew Bonte would bring the heat. That was my reputation. I don't know, man. He's been kind of mellowing in lately from what I hear.
I still agree.
All right.
I agree on Fast Five is what I agree on. How about that? You like that?
I said pause on the butter me up, all right?
Get buttered up?
Buttered up. Pause. Pause.
Let's take real quick. Coach and Vallejo.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear from Coach and Vallejo.
We'll bring him on to Fast Five.
All right.
It says JK is the most important warrior on this description. Coach, good morning.
Go on, Coach.
Hey, good morning, guys. And I do think JK is the most important warrior because JK can turn the game around, and I think Draymond and Steph, they're really pushing for JK to play. I think the Warriors will lose if they don't play JK, and so I'm all for JK. And Bonte, I appreciate you being the only one not dumping on JK because he does produce whenever he plays.
No doubt. He's had good games against the Rockets, too. There's no need to dump on the guy. You may need the guy at some point during this playoff
Sure,
run.
you might.
But that's what we do in sports. I've seen it every single year. We'll dump on anybody. It's a narrative-driven business, it feels like these days. We all have our narratives. Nobody's ripping pods anymore, right? Remember all the calls you took about pods?
Just wait until the playoff series starts. We're going to rip everyone and everyone. You know that. One loss, Bonte. The sky will be falling. Everyone's freaking out. Scared radio. If they lose on Sunday.
Radio.
Oh, my God.
Scared radio.
We're done. We're not winning this. It's such a disappointing season. Everyone takes
Scared radio.
I think it's been a couple of years now since actual playoff series, so we don't know how to act.
It's been since that Lakers series.
It's been a lot.
That was a depressing series.
That was the only loss in the history of the Western Conference series for Steve Kerr's Warriors. So let's all take a deep breath and relax. What's your final thought, Bonte?
My final thought, it was good to be back, although it wasn't fun waking up in the morning. But we got through it. The 4 hours flew by. I'm going to go get a haircut like Joe Shasky, and I'm going to go take a nap. There it is.
There it is. Steven Risotto, what is your final thought?
Yeah, kind of a shameless shout out. Our senior digital director extraordinaire, Whitley Sandretto, started a new podcast with her friend and also Cron reporter Aaron Wilson.
What made you bring that up?
It was a shameless shout out. She was talking to me about it at the game on Tuesday.
Are you a guest?
She's very excited. I'm not a guest, no. But
tune into episode 2.
Well, I saw the pictures, and shout out Willie Sandretto. That's my sister from another.
They're drinking some vino.
Another mister. Sister from another.
Mister.
Yes. Okay, sister.
Available on all platforms, by the way.
No, sister from another mister. They had the wine glasses in the photos and everything. They're all dressed up and stuff.
Yeah.
So do you have to join them to sip wine and do the pinkies up with Whitley Sandretto? Very proud. Willie, you talk about new money, Spinoni. I mean, she's walking into these games like it's an all-star game or something.
Her last
championship outfits.
Her last name speaks for itself. She's Italian, so I expect nothing but the best. Right, Sam Lubman?
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting the best from the Warriors in this series. That I expect to go 7 games. We're going to see a split in the first 2 games, and then we're going to see a split in the second 2 games. Then we're all going to be panicking because the Rockets are going to win Game 5 in Houston. And then it's going to be some very nervous energy. But the Warriors will take care of business in Game 6 and then go into Houston. And much like the last time the Warriors went into a Game 7 in Houston, they'll take care of business. Warriors in 7.
Town business? I'm going Warriors in 4. I think they sweep the Houston Rockets. How about that? How about that?
That feels like a kiss of death take.
Oh, my God.
Why are you guys so scared?
It just went all the way.
Stop.
Sounds like a 2-6 take.
I'm serious.
I would love a sweep. I would love a
serious.
sweep. Oh,
I think they win Game 1. They have a couple more days off, so Houston keeps thinking about it. Oh, boy, we have no shot in the series. They take Game 2, and then it's night-night. See you later after that. Maybe they can win a game, and it's 5, but I like the Warriors in 4. How about that? Put the league on notice in the first round, Bonte. You like that, Mr. Bonte?
I do like that. I do like that.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
What about that Lakers series, Spadoni?
The Lakers are going to win in 6 against the T-Wolves, I believe. Lakers in 6 there. I think Oklahoma City wins whoever they play in 5. And I like the Clippers in 7 over the Nuggets.
I like Clips in 6, Thunder in 5 against Dallas because I think Dallas is winning tonight.
I don't think it matters. Yeah.
Lakers T-Wolves could be. I don't trust Minnesota, so I got Lakers in 6, winning in Minnesota, clinching it in Minnesota, and then Warriors in 6.
There you go. And that's Bonte Hill in the Western Conference. And for the East, I don't really care because it's the East. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Yay!
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. We're Warriors. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, baby. Playoff Friday.
Hey, what are you looking at, Evan? Sometimes I don't have a one-liner to start the show.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Who is that dude?
That's the guy who I work with.
Evan left the room. Man? I'm fired up, and I played the little music for you.
Oh,
the
yeah.
OJ's family reunion. Yeah. And I don't think I'm going to mine because the Warriors are going to be in the finals, Steiny.
Oh,
I'm feeling that, man. Early, Evan.
Yeah, let's not talk game one. Let's talk about how we match up with the Celtics.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Boy. Oh, man. All right.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. And I'm excited about these games that are coming up, the playoff games. Warriors, of course, play on Sunday, 6:30 against the Rockets. And what's this series going to come down to, Warrior fans? You tell me.
Man.
You tell me. We got a young team. They're spry. They're athletic. A tough-nosed coach.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Yeah. Hey, Dre, you better be ready. You better be ready. Because Şengün's got a little something for you, I think.
I sent you guys that video last night in the lab of the last Rocket game that was here in Chase.
Okay.
Draymond Green went WWE. That was the game he almost lost it, but remember he did the elbow on Şengün, they called foul. And
yeah, that's right.
He was out of control. Then we had to halftime. So my point is, I love this because Steiny, Sunday on Easter, there's going to be bad blood. Yeah.
I don't know why I said, I was talking to Evan before the show and Ethan and you, and I just said, something's going to happen in this series.
Dude,
I just feel like something is going to happen. And our good man Ethan, who's one of our salespeople, reminded us that at halftime of that game with Houston about 2 weeks ago, man, there was Udoka talking to Curry, and there was some evil eyes and things like that. And when you play a series with the team, you get sick of them in a hurry.
No doubt. And Dylan Brooks is already on the Warriors list. You know what I mean? Bad blood.
Yeah. What are you thinking about for this? Like, let me ask you this, Warrior fans. What's the biggest Warriors Rockets Sunday? How do they win this series? What do they got to do?
It's upstairs, and I'm calling the Warriors Muhammad Ali. There was a point when he was the champ, Steiny. He didn't hit the hardest. He wasn't the fastest anymore, but he was the smartest. Rope-a-dope. And before we give our predictions, I just can't see the Rockets as great of a season as they have had upstairs, the mind game, the Jedi, along with Kerr. I just can't see them beating the Warriors, getting to 4 games before the dub, Steiny. So to me, it's I didn't get my first Burger King job. It was the first interview I had. Inexperience.
Did you ever?
It was the best thing that ever happened to me. I didn't get it.
Did you ever make a bet and you ever make a bet and let's say you got let's just say you bet on the Celtics Hawks,
okay,
and you bet on the Hawks to cover the 32-point spread or whatever. No, but you ever make a bet on a game and you watch 3 minutes and you're like, I lost this bet
all day long,
and you do, and I'm gonna bet on the Hawks. I think they're going to give it 21-9.
Yeah, I'm with you.
37-21.
Happens a lot.
What I'm saying is, I think early in this series, we are going to get an indication of kind of where it's leaning. I really do. I know there's varying thoughts of whether there's momentum in a playoff series or not, but I just think stuff is going to reveal itself Sunday, and we're going to think, I'll tell you what, Rockets might be in a little trouble. Or, boy, Warriors, this is going to be a tough one.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb. You tell me what you think here real quick, and I hear you. What if I told you a good Dre, Jimmy, and Steph is enough to
to where if they don't get anything from the others, let's just say Pods and Moody post the rest of the game, Kuminga or Pedestrian, I still think those big three can win this series against the Rockets if they're on. You say what to that?
I don't think so.
I don't think we need obviously you want it, but I think the Rockets are not scaring me from that vantage point to where, like the Clippers, you need the others. You know what I mean? But I feel like, and I could be proven wrong, Steiny, a good Curry, a consistent Curry, Jimmy, and Dre is good enough.
I don't think it is. And I think one of the things we got to acknowledge is the Houston Rockets are a good team. They've been good all year long, except for that one game against the Warriors before the All-Star break. But they've been good all year long.
Talk to me.
You cannot disagree that Ime Udoka is getting the most out of this team right now in their careers, all of them. Totally. And so they are playing to their potential, and now they go into the postseason where they don't have a lot of experience, so we're going to find out what they're made of, and we're going to find out how much the Warriors veterans have in the tank. But no, here's what I think. Here's the only way I would agree with you.
Okay.
Let's say hypothetically, Curry and Butler combined to average 55. That would be, that'd be 30 and 25. And then let's say Green averages 12, 10 or 12.
67 right there.
That's not enough. But this is the way I look at a series like this. If Podziemski has a bad series, can he have a good game? And in that good game, do the Warriors win? Because let's say Podziemski or any of the young guys, Podziemski, Moody, who else? Podziemski, Moody, Gary Payton II. Buddy Hield too. If Buddy Hield plays well in game one and they win it, then in game two he doesn't have a great shooting night. All right, well then now they need Pods. Like they need one guy at least each game to be that third guy or a player who really impacts the game.
Rotation.
So
by committee.
Like I actually think I'll meet you halfway here where let's say I don't think the role players have to be great night in and night out, but can the role players split up and kind of take a game to play well while the big three is doing their thing. And if they can do that, then I think they're going to win this series.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, Donnie, I don't know if you know, they've played 5 times, and 3 of the 5, the Warriors have held the Rockets under 100 points. Now,
how many of the Warriors scored in those games?
I'm about to bring it up.
Okay, well, go ahead, finish your point.
I just say that to say, does that all go out the window, those 3 games where they didn't score 100, because Houston set the tone for a possible series the last time they came in here and did what they did? I mean, Curry was Steiny. My gosh, man. Was that just an off night, or do we give Thompson?
How can you not give Thompson credit?
Oh, no, I'm giving him credit.
Okay,
but
there you go.
Can you go Equifax again? Can you do you get the credit?
Not every game.
Okay, right.
Not every game, but there it is too. I mean, if the Rockets defense, let's say in 7 games, could the Rockets defense make Steph a volume shooter and turn him over a little bit in 2 or 3 of the games? Because then that's going to make it more difficult. To me, it's always, your stars have to be there game in and game out. And yes, ideally we'll be coming in Sunday saying, hey, Moody and Podziemski and gosh, even Post, wow, they were all terrific. Well, the Warriors are going to win that game. But
totally agree.
The way I expect it to go is come in Sunday, well, let's say the Warriors win, you're going to be like, well, Pods and Moody they're going to have to be better in this series. But boy, Post was great last night. He had 15 on 7 shots, and he's a big part of that win. Okay, great. Now you're up 1-0, and 2 or 3 of your role players haven't played well, so now they get another chance to play well. And as long as the big three's being consistent, then you can take a game from each guy over the course of 3 or 4 games and still win. It doesn't have to be all the role players playing great at one time or every game in a series, because that's just not the way it works. All right, let's get into it, kiddos. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Rockets, Game 1, Sunday in Houston. What is the number one priority and the number one issue facing the Golden State Warriors as they embark on this series against the Houston Rockets? What is the concern with the Rockets, if you have one? 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's going to be a great first round. It really is. Warriors, we're going to find out. We're going to find out how good this team is. That segment brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Pods can dunk.
Traveling.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
Championship coming soon.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, playoff time in the NBA.
Playoffs.
Yay!
I remember they used to wear black shoes across the board. Remember that?
No.
Back in 2000.
Who, the Warriors?
90, the whole league. Remember, they just all went to black shoes. When the Knicks and Heat used to wrestle each other. That era.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Warriors did it too.
You're more of a style guy than me, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're more of a style guy than
Like
I.
my shirt from the team store. Golden State.
Yeah, right. I mean, yes, it's from the team store, but let me guess. James Kincaid went into the team store, bought it, put it on the company credit card, Joe Lacob,
That's
and then
my
said,
guy.
hey, Goo, you want a shirt?
Yeah. No, that's my guy. Shout out to his
Which one?
Padres, James Kincaid. First place, Giants on their tail. But your boy spent his own hard-earned chicken on this one. I'm
right.
feeling it, man.
I'm gonna start. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
I heard a good
and
interview.
I'm gonna start with a what they call a money quote. And after this money quote, I want many of you who dismiss something that I think's important. I want you to call in and say, Steiny, you were right.
I lied.
You are right. And here's the money quote. This is Steve Kerr explaining just how big it was that they beat Memphis.
Yeah, that game was huge. You know, to beat Memphis and to get this 4 days gives us such a better opportunity to win and advance in the playoffs and make a run. I just feel like, you know, had we lost that game, we were playing tomorrow, maybe won the game and then flown to Oklahoma City. I mean, I was half joking, you know, the other day. I said to my staff, I'm just going to rest our entire starting five for game one. I'm sure I'll get fined by the league, but we are not doing this. I'll just rest and we'll try to beat them 4 out of 6 with 4 days rest or 3 days rest. It was a daunting schedule, and that's what made that Memphis game so enormous.
For all you out there that continue to downplay the age of the big three, Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry, I am blown away by how Steve Kerr essentially acknowledged that the whole playoffs are about keeping these guys fresh and keeping these guys ready.
When you say downplay, what do you mean? Like it doesn't mean anything? They would have been fine had they lost?
No, what I'm saying is the idea that the Warriors have 3 aging veterans that need to push them through 4 rounds, it is the number one concern of the team, the Golden State Warriors. So they are very, very aware that not only do they have to advance or try to advance, they have to almost do it a certain way. And I look at it very similar to 2 years ago when the Lakers and Warriors had their second round series. And
you swear on that one.
I swear on this one in a big way. 2 years ago, Steph Curry scores 50 in a game 7 against the Sacramento Kings, and they have to open up the second round after 1 day off and play the LA Lakers on a Tuesday at Chase Center. The Lakers came in and won that game. They had wrapped up their series on the Friday previous. So the Lakers are coming into that game with 3 days off, and the Warriors have 1 day off, coming off an emotional Game 7 win. And the Lakers put every piece of energy into Game 1 because they knew that was their best opportunity to win a game on the road. They won it, and from that point, after they won Game 1, the Lakers controlled the series, and almost moreover, LeBron controlled the series. He played hard in Game 1. They won. Game 2, the Lakers didn't even care. They lost by 27 points in Game 2. Then they go back to LA and they blow the Warriors out. Then they hold serve with Lonnie Walker. Then they come back and lose. So what I'm saying is Sunday's game for the Warriors, to me, has to be like the Lakers approached that game 2 years ago against the Warriors. This is the one that you can get. You've had 4 days off. You're rejuvenated. Go down there, get Game 1, and then, hell, take your chances in Game 2.
And which is not till Wednesday.
Right.
So you got that built-in rest. But just going back to that Memphis game, when I heard the fellas ask him that question and that answer, Steiny, he hadn't even talked about what it would have been like from a mental standpoint to kind of blow that game, quote unquote, again after what just happened to the Clippers. And that was feasible. It was on the table after Jackson Jr. hit that three to put him up 1. But they didn't, and you are right. I don't want to do the ageism thing, but when your 3 OGs are 37, Michael Jackson, Tito and Jermaine are 35 collectively with Dre and Butler, yeah, rest is it's imperative, man.
I mean, what I heard Steve Kerr saying about that Memphis game was it really feels like the Warriors believed that if they lost that game to Memphis, it essentially meant they were down 1-0 to the Thunder after Sunday's game. He said there was very little chance they were going to be able to win that game.
Logistics.
So that's why the Memphis game was big. That's why 4 days off before the Rockets is huge. And to me, it's amazing the way they're acknowledging that just an extra couple days can make all the difference.
Yeah, especially when your lead dog has a ailment on his shooting hand, and you talk about, Draymond being not winded, but being Joe Frazier battling. Because I know you don't like this, but it's the truth, Sonny. They've been in playoff mode for almost 3 weeks here.
They've had big games in the last 3 weeks. There's no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Nahigian hit me early, and I got to give him credit. He knows the kind of stuff I like. And he said, we should ask fans, who their X factor is in this series and keep track of it. Right. Like we're getting a Super Bowl prediction or something like that. So I'll jot down some notes, and then we can figure out who had it mostly nailed right. But the Warriors, they start on Sunday. And let's start out with, and this may be a little bit of a curveball to start, but Chris in California is on the phone, and the comment says how to take the Warriors down. So I'm wondering if Chris has the scouting report on how to beat the Warriors. What's up, Chris?
Oh, yeah. There'll be self-inflicted wounds that you put in place, and the Warriors will go down. They're a very dirty team. You got to fight fire with fire. Case in point, look at the last 5 seconds of the Memphis game. Someone was holding John Morant, grabbing him and hugging him like he was his bedside buddy. It was GP2. He would not let go of John Morant. But everyone saw it. No one made the call. Dirty play. You got to fight fire with fire. Udoka is a classic coach to set the wood to Draymond Green, who's going to self-implode. He's going to blow it. He don't have the mental makeup not to get himself kicked out. So he's going out. You hit him with a series of blind picks, brother, and Draymond Green will not mess with nobody taller than him from the neighborhood. Hey, he knows who to pick on. He won't pick on Mr. Thompson. He won't pick on Mr. Thompson, and he ain't going to touch Dylan Brooks. So he will get turned out.
Hey,
so
Chris,
send your little minions.
So who's your team? Are you a Rockets fan?
I'm a fan of the NBA.
Gotcha.
I'm a fan of clean basketball, not dirty, clean. Watch the game, Warrior fans.
All right.
Don't be so blind.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Let me ask you this, because I've been accused of this too. What about the fact that opposing teams are really physical with Steph Curry?
Say the question again.
What do you say to the Warrior fans who say, the opposing team gets to rough up Steph Curry and he doesn't get any foul calls?
You mean the guy who shoots the ball and then kicks his feet out and falls down on the ground? He needs to be stomped on.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot for the call.
Wow.
I mean, okay.
Chris said the neighborhood.
I said what I said.
All right. I do think, let's just take one of the things he said. It might come down to which team can maintain its composure better.
Yeah, and a lot of that will be predicated on how they call the game.
Well, I didn't see GP2. That can't be an impact on like the referees can't be the reason that you lose your composure.
So you're saying Draymond, because he was running hot that last game.
I mean, it either with the officials or with the opposing team. I do think it's important. Does Draymond Green do what he does, and the next thing you know, Dylan Brooks is affected because Draymond's in his head? Are the Rockets, are they mature enough to be able to turn that kind of tide on the Warriors? And it doesn't seem likely because you think the Warriors have pedigree and the Rockets don't have experience, but I don't know. Can the Rockets maintain their composure over an extended series and maybe get the Warriors over emotional and maybe doing some things they're not accustomed to doing?
Yeah, and I think, again, the Warriors' goal, you tell me if I'm wrong, Stoney, the object, right, is to come back to the Bay with a split. Get one of these two games. But, man, if somehow Houston could pull it off, just from the mental, when you talk about chess from upstairs with the mental warfare going on, I mean, that ball becomes a little heavier to me when the pressure, is ramped up. And if you're down in a series, I just don't feel like you're afforded the luxuries of kind of letting it hang. I mean, when you're headed to the Hall of Fame like Steph, Dre, and Jimmy, you kind of been there. But, man, if a young team, an impressionable team like Houston could get up 1-0, and Udoka talks about that great quote, which I agreed, the fact that they're complaining means we're in their heads. That stuff matters, man. I mean, these guys are human at the end of the day.
Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, man, I think the Rockets, youth and just some young legs, man, and being able to, get up and down the way they get up and down. I mean, they're more athletic at every position, I would say. You got, two cats on the team that has championship rings, Matt Fleet and Jeff Green, whether Jeff Green plays or not. I mean, just that experience and able to, get in the young guys' ears and stuff like that. And then I think the Dylan Brooks factor. I think Dylan Brooks is more likely to get in Draymond's head before Draymond or anybody else gets in Dylan Brooks' head. And I think that's going to play a big, big role. Because, I mean, if Draymond does something crazy and gets ejected, or kicked out and missed a game or, or whatever, they're done. But ultimately, if everything is played, evenly, I still think the Rockets win just because I think they have more youth. I mean, they rebound, offensive rebound, defensive rebound at a crazy rate. And, I mean, Steph Curry cannot come in there with those turnovers. Podziemski is going to almost have to play his best basketball of the season, and they're going to need help from players like Buddy Hield and Moses Moody's going to have to step up too. And you guys have a great Easter weekend.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate the call. I think most people would agree with Jimmy there that the big concern is the youth athleticism, length, and overall rambunctiousness of the Houston Rockets. I think the Warriors know it. The fans know it. Houston fans know it. Houston players know it. Whether we like it or not, that's the theme of this series. Can this young team, the Houston Rockets, without a lot of experience, just make it miserable for the Warriors at that end of the floor?
Yeah, and I told you I was in the lab yesterday, and what frightens me from a Houston standpoint is the front line. Now, it'll eventually get here of Jabari Smith Jr., Stoney, 6'10", Adams, old friend, OKC, still around, 6'11", and Şengün, 6'11". So I just see a scenario. You haven't asked me earlier, but I'm going to share it with you guys, Donnie, and you guys might scoff at it. How many times during this Warriors run have we seen Clay or Steph or anybody, Durant, miss, and Kevon Looney was there to get an offensive rebound and give you another shot, not just at a 2, at a 3. Those second chance points and those offensive rebounds are everything. But if you got this front line who did a great job just last game securing the rebound, that scares me. But when you talk about the Rockets, and I don't want to say lack of creativity, but they get bogged down when you can get back and set up your defense like a good chessboard, right? But Stoney, if you can't and you miss and those rebounds are coming long, that's when the Rockets and guys like Jalen Green and the rest of the gang, now it's open gym-like. And that's when what you just talked about, that rambunctiousness, that athleticism, doing the cinnamon to the cup, that to me gives the Rockets the edge. So the Warriors, one, got to shoot better and have the ball come out the basket, but you can't let them run, man.
Yeah, you got to try to prevent that. There's no doubt about it.
Kevon Looney's my X factor, Sonny.
And that's why this game is all interconnected. If the Warriors can not turn the ball over, use some shot clock, get good shots, shoot a pretty good percentage, and make the Rockets take the ball out of the net, the Warriors are likely going to win this series. If the Rockets somehow figure out a way to kind of duplicate what they did a few weeks back, not only to Curry, but to everybody, because the Warriors only scored 86 points that night, well, then the Warriors are in some danger.
How many turnovers, and I know I'm just kind of throwing this at you, last time, I keep going to that, the last game that they had here, Houston won 106-96, kept the Warriors under 100. If I asked you how many turnovers the Warriors had that night, what would your answer be, Stoney? If you just try to...
Probably...
they lost, didn't score 100. How many turnovers would you say the Warriors
It's a good question. I can't quite remember, but I would just guess if it was a loss, 18.
20.
Yeah, that's even worse.
That's the number. If I'm the Rockets, that's what we want.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, they take that in a big
all
way.
day.
888-957-9570 is the number. Game 1, Western Conference Finals playoffs. First round. They start Sunday, Warriors 6:30. Let's go to Patrick in Walnut Creek. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, man?
Howdy, guys.
Hey.
Guru, you were talking about rebounds.
Yeah.
And just a comment about that. I think Kuminga needs to spend the offseason watching highlights of Dennis Rodman and an anime called Kuroko's Basketball. Next season, he'll come back hair on fire. What I wanted to talk about was how I think the way the NBA created the play-in tournament worked perfectly this year. Because remember, Memphis was a playoff basketball team when they decided we're going to blow up the tail fin of this whole thing, and they were in a spin. And they didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. You know? I think the one way you could improve it is that you just give the 8th seed an automatic bye and you just have the last two play for it, because the Warriors really should be in there where they are.
Yeah.
But I think the design of it is actually really well done for getting rid of those. Like, is an 8th seed really, worth it? Because I think, the Mavericks or Sacramento is a much more interesting watch than the Memphis team.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think no, I appreciate it, Patrick, but I know my partner would disagree with you.
Yeah, and I thought about that, Stotty, and the Warriors would have been in the playoffs with or without the play-in, right, with the 7th seed. But I kind of get what he's putting down. But the bottom line is, one of the greatest seasons ever in this team's history, the Warriors, was from an A seed beating the Dallas Mavericks. We saw the Lakers do it when they won the bubble chip. They were a low seed, and obviously what Jimmy Butler's done when he was with Miami twice.
Hey, Steve Kerr, do you feel you're well-equipped to beat Houston and make a run?
I just think the brain power, the experience, the corporate knowledge, whatever you want to call it, of Steph, Dre, Loon, Jimmy obviously has been deep in the playoffs, 2 finals trips, carrying his Miami teams there. I feel like we have everything we need to go and win this first round series. We have the talent, we have the experience, but we know how good Houston is. They just came to our place last week and beat us, and so we've got a lot of respect for them, and we know we're going to have to play well to win.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about what they have to do to beat the Houston Rockets. They have to play smart. They have to limit turnovers. They have to make a legitimate percentage of three-point shots. They need some other guys to chip in outside Butler, Curry, and Draymond Green. And if they can do all or some of that to a high degree, I think they win the series.
Yeah. Did you have any problem with my X factor being Looney? Maybe not in game 1, but just in this series.
Let me explain something. Right. Not to you.
Oh.
My feeling, the way I think. Yeah. There are no wrong answers to who do you think will be the X factor. There are no wrong answers. We're just so. Don't do it. Don't do it. And
that's why there's wrong answers.
But we know not what the wrong answers will be today.
Right. I got it.
We know not.
But you know where to stay away.
Yes, that I do.
What to stay away from.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, Looney, he might.
Yeah.
Hey, he can get the Warriors. He's their best offensive rebounder, right?
I thought about that.
Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, that Memphis game, the Warriors miss. Looney gets the rebound, and this has happened like a million times during the run. Curry's running around, Stoney is in the corner. Looney gets the offensive board, waits a little bit, throws to Curry, who's in the corner, and the three just goes in. It's like, you can't underestimate that. When it rears its head, I don't know. But, man, Loon Dog is a dude that, coming into the series, he doesn't get a lot of fanfare, Stoney, but I think he has to be big for them to win this series.
By the way, for the record, and we'll be keeping track today.
What we got?
Our first Jonathan Kuminga reference at 10:35.
I didn't say anything.
No, caller.
Oh, yeah. You got
caller.
Yeah.
10:35.
Well, Kawakami was on. Did you hear that interview with the guys yesterday? God, that was a great article. Did you happen to hear it? Or you were networking?
Not today.
Right. We're not here.
I'm not good at that.
Here's what's happening today. Look,
I'm not boss. I'm not good at it. Right.
Here's what's happening today as it relates to Jonathan Kuminga. Not much. Now, what I'm going to do at some point in the show is I'm going to play you what Steve Kerr said about Jonathan Kuminga to Willard and Dibbs yesterday because it's the most timely thing we have.
Yes.
But let me tell you, and this is where, even though I'm not a real host, I'm going to have to perform like one. I'm not having it. We're not breaking down the impact of a guy who may not play at this point. If he plays, we'll talk about him Monday. If he doesn't play, we'll talk about him for a minute or two on Monday. But I hate to say it, but today's show, Jonathan Kuminga, you're not in this one. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's X Factor, Kevon Looney. The X Factor of my first caller was the Rockets, and the Warriors' emotions will be the wild card. Can one team remain poised while the other team maybe gets a little over emotional?
Jimmy said, real quick, Dylan Brooks will get in Dre's head before. Dylan Brooks won that last Dylan Brooks in Draymond's head before Dre gets in Dylan Brooks' head.
Who said that?
Jimmy.
Jimmy Butler said Dylan Brooks will.
Our caller, Jimmy.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Shout out, Jimmy.
I got you.
Jimmy.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who is going to be the X factor in this series? I said who mine was yesterday. I'll repeat myself on the other side of the break. But who's the X factor? Or what's going to be the difference in this series that gives the Warriors the edge over the Houston Rockets? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I am Jake. Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC. Why? Sports Chicago. What's up, KC? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago. Come on,
man.
Stay with
And that's what life's about. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? I just realized, even though I've heard that 15 times, what perfect timing by KC Johnson and just a wonderful, sarcastic, dry
But you
tone.
swung and missed again. That was just part one. Then you go, oh, no, it's like, no. Not to rub it in.
We don't have enough time for that.
I text Evan. He was out that day, and I think go back and listen.
Oh, I was listening.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I made the mistake, because I didn't have the right bio for him.
And I got a question for you.
You want to ask me now, or do you want me to tell you my X Factor?
Have you ever been an X Factor athletically?
No. Hell no. I was counted on.
Oh,
are you kidding me? Was I
not-
an X Factor? I was the factor.
Evan, that's not how we. Wow. Look at my. Okay.
I don't know. Like, is Steph Curry an X Factor? No. You need to check the microfilm.
Wow.
Learn about your boy.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a guy who played big in big games? Oh man.
When's your documentary coming out?
You know what? I'm going to make some calls. I am going to make some calls. Thank you, Evan.
And I want you to refer real quick here. And I just told Dibs on the text chat. When I feel this way about a certain bet, I'm money.
All right.
And I'm telling you right now, it's not Houston Golden State tonight. The Miami Heat are getting 1 point against the sorry, crappy Atlanta Hawks who have no home court advantage. Put everything you have, 401k, just everything, liquidate all assets. The Heat are winning this game tonight. And I'm giving you free money, and so is the NBA.
A game's in Atlanta.
That's why they're going to lose. They're done. Dude gets thrown out of a playoff game.
It was over.
And the Heat had to leave. Miami is ready. This is what they do. Evan, whatever you got,
then they're going to make a run.
I'm going the boss.
And then what do they do against the Celtics?
No, it ain't about that. It's about tonight. Put it all on the Heat. I will chew your shoes Monday if Miami loses tonight. I'm telling you.
I think the Hawks are winning tonight.
Yeah, I got Atlanta.
Are you guys being serious?
Yeah.
2 bets right now then. Payday next Friday, 2 bets.
Okay.
I got you too.
I'll bet you.
Oh,
Why not?
I loaded up. I don't got a lot. But it's all on the Heat tonight.
Yeah, I'll take the Hawks.
Yeah. I'll take the Hawks.
Okay.
What the hell?
All right. You and Evan.
First time since 2021, Steiny's taking the Hawks.
Now, you know what? I want to back. I don't want to root for the Hawks. I can't stand them.
Then why are you so confident?
It's just to be different from you. Just bet Evan. Let me back out of this one. I cannot root for the Hawks. I hate the Hawks.
Sometimes I can't stand
I can't stand the
Hawks.
Hawks.
Evan, the shoe with me then.
Yeah, you don't have to eat your shoe, but no, I'll buy you pop.
All right.
I was the factor.
An X Factor. Oh, my God.
You were pods.
Like, don't take it personal.
That's all I have is my legacy. All right. We're talking about X Factors. And if you don't know by now, an X Factor cannot be the best player on the team. Or the guy that everything revolves around, like I was. Okay. Buckets. You know, he's fair game because he's the second best. Well, hey, who's the best player in the Warriors, Goo?
Steph.
Yeah, talk to me after the series.
I mean, he's got 4 titles, and I love Jimmy. How many does Jimmy have?
Yeah, but I'm talking about right now.
I just told you, Steph, and I mean that.
And
who has the most gravity? Steph.
That's a good question.
If you're Houston, Evan, real quick, who scares you more, Jimmy or Steph? It's Steph to me.
I would answer yes to that, actually.
Well, probably Steph, considering Jimmy shot it like 5 times the last time they played.
That's true.
That was Jimmy Light, yeah. Playoff Jimmy is here. He told us.
Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tone, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Doing well.
All right, so I actually have 2 X Factors. I have a reserve and I have a starter.
Right.
The reserve for me is going to be actually Dos Santos.
Oh.
If they start QP and he doesn't have it, let's say he's not making his shot or he's not rebounding, I think Kerr's got to take him out and let Dos Santos play. The reason why I say Dos Santos is because he could be like our Dennis Rodman. He can match the Houston Rockets' energy, and all he's got to do is just get boards, man. That's your job. Your job is just to get the rebound, make the Houston Rockets fight for every rebound that they get. You know, use your fouls wisely. And then, I do agree with Kevon, but I think they should hold back on Kevon Looney and use him for, like, the end of the game.
Yeah.
Let him build his energy up. You know, don't waste that energy and use his experience on, you know, the little ticky-tack fouls that they like to call at the end of the game. Kevon Looney has that experience to call those. But my main X factor, the one that I want you to write down, Steiny, is Moses Moody. Moses Moody, I know a couple years back we spoke about his defense and how, remember, I think I told you his defense was kind of senseless. He doesn't know where he's at. Well, right now, the guy knows how to play defense. And if I was Steve Kerr, I would sit him down. Hey, I need you to take this one-on-one challenge to, you know, personal. If he can guard Jaylen Brown, if he can keep Jaylen Brown under 25,
Jalen Green,
and Moses Moody can Jalen Green. You're right, Jalen Green. I'm sorry. If he can keep Jalen Green under 25 points and Moses Moody give us at least 15, I think that right there, that will be the biggest X factor. You know, Moses Moody, not even locking him down, just playing good defense, playing good hard, making him earn everything that he gets. You know, whether he does get 25, making sure that he's earning that 25 and making his shots, just to ease off the defense on Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. You know, I think if we could really ride Moses Moody on the defensive end and he makes his shots, I think we could take this series and, you know, we'll be on to the next.
All right, so
guys, have a good day.
It's Moses Moody, and who was the other one again?
Santos.
Oh, Moses Moody and Dos Santos.
Gotcha. That's who I thought. That's what I thought.
Now, I know Dos Equis, but I don't know a Dos Santos.
De Los Santos.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Guy Santos.
Yeah. Moody was 1 of 7 last time against the Rockets in only 14 minutes.
Sanchez has to play.
Who does?
Sanchez has to play.
We know who you mean.
You know what? Here's a good one. X Factor is Buddy. Buddy Hield. Buddy, make a shot. You got to make a shot.
6 of 11 last time in a loss, but he was 6 of 11 from deep.
What was the score of the game, the last game that the Warriors played with the Rockets? Was it 106?
No, I'm looking at it. 106-96.
Why did I think 99-86?
That was, well, there was one game where.
Was that the play-in?
Oh, you don't know it off the top of your head, Evan?
No, it's where J.K. scored 33.
No, I'm talking about the last game of the last game they played.
106-96. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. What's the date on that?
I just showed you the video from last night. Let me give it to you. I don't have the date.
There's also
you know what?
I want to say a non-100-point game where
92-91.
Yeah, Steph had those terrible shots in the final seconds in Houston.
Yep. You know what? It was 106-96. I remembered.
I just told you that.
Okay. Do you have that box score up, Mouth?
I'm looking right at it, partner.
Okay. Hey. Please do me a favor. Get the play-by-play up.
Okay. I got it
because
right
what
now.
I did is I remembered a score late in the game. Okay. And at one point in the game, I will bet my bottom dollar that the Rockets were up 99-86.
Let me get to you. Man, here after Jalen Green made a 3.
Thank you.
That's impressive.
I don't know why that number stuck with me. Maybe that's when I was like, put a fork in him.
Yeah, because he was cooking. I don't want to say cooking curry, but
why not?
He had a couple shots. I was like, oh, Jalen. Only 21 for Jalen, though. But for him, that's like 40 against the Warriors.
But keep in mind, you know, when Jalen Green got cooking a little, they were up 7 or 8 or 10. So those shots are low stake shots, and he had a couple daggers.
Kind of front running a little bit. Pressure off.
They needed those shots to keep the Warriors at bay.
Are we allowed to pick X factors for the other team?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, mine's Fred VanVleet.
Okay.
No, well, that's
watching him again last night.
No, but you just pick negative factors, like who's going to get this team beat, and that is Fred VanVleet.
He's going to get Houston beat.
No, the X factor is Tari Eason.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a good
an
one.
interesting
Yeah,
one.
He was. Yeah, he's athletic.
Killed the Warriors.
Yeah. He likes to go to the glass.
Yeah, he's tough.
You know who else hurt the Warriors last game was Jabari Smith.
And that was my expect. Can he be? He ain't the.
That's fair.
Well, let me ask you, both of you and the fans. Who are the two? We talk about the tandems, and that's what has me so confident. Now, we'll give our prediction before we get out of here.
Okay.
Who's Houston's two guys?
Şengün and Green. But they've got a lot of guys. You know, Amin Thompson's nice player.
Yeah,
Jabari Smith.
Lot of guys.
Yeah.
They got a lot of guys.
He's climbing up the charts.
Let's go to Fernando in San Jose. Hey, Fernando, how you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, playoffs, baby.
I think that's it. Go State. Go Golden State, buddy. Hey, I got two things. Number one, Steiny, why are you always bullying my boy Guru?
That's a strong word.
And it's not really bullying,
That's a
man.
strong word.
This dude is a softie.
We have good-natured banter, and he's giving it back to me every
Watch it
bit
on
as much.
YouTube. It hits different on YouTube.
It is funny.
Nice, good boy. You guys are good. I listen to you guys all the time, and I think my X factor for the Warriors is going to be Santos, like that other guy mentioned. Because Santos is a bully under the net.
All right, Guy Santos is Fernando's guy in San Jose.
That's two for Santos. Man, he's a popular dude, Donnie.
Yeah, for the Warriors, I actually think it's Gary Payton II.
That's a good call.
Because he might have to guard Jalen Green. He's like the only guy they can really give the ball to on the perimeter down the stretch. And when he's making threes, he's pretty impactful.
Yeah. And don't sleep on Thompson. He was getting to the rack, finishing with the flushes a couple times that last game.
The Rockets they're an interesting team. They're an interesting team. You know who I'm not scared of?
Who?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
That didn't work the way you thought it would.
Wow.
So, I had to get it in. So, cut that.
You did something I didn't like either.
What?
You summoned somebody at our job during the break, and you knocked on the window violently, and you scared the person that you needed help from. I didn't like that. You could have just professionally walked out. Hey, Steve, can you help me? But for you to knock,
you don't have to say every single thing that comes into your head.
No, but I don't like when you're feeling yourself. They are not our help. They are part of the team in the Odyssey team here. Knock on the window. Come here. Go get me some water.
I didn't say go get me water.
But that's how it felt. I was like, whoa.
What were you nosing in there for anyway, nose?
Dude, your nose, you are Pinocchio.
Please.
I don't want to get something from Cadillac. I couldn't, but that hurt.
Quit begging. Do your job, as Bill Belichick would say.
Key word there, Wagyu was a professional.
See, now.
Take a breath.
Back to Wiggins.
So, all right, let's take a call. Let's go to Al in San Francisco. What's up, Al? How you doing?
My quarterback.
I'm gassed early. I'm like Butler and Curry.
Getting me on here. Happy Good Friday, by the way.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Hey, my X factor would be, one of the three. Draymond Green is my X factor, only because he needs to score over 10 points for them to win. If Curry and Butler are going to score over 20-some points, Green's got to be the X factor to score more than 10 points. His defense is going to be there. Also, he's got to calm himself down, do not get in foul trouble, do not get technical, and play the game smartly, not with the physicality where he's going to be thrown out of the game. And watch the turnovers. Between him and Curry, they have a lot of turnovers. So Draymond Green be my X factor. He's got to score more than 10 points and, not get in foul trouble or ejected from the game. And that's it, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Al. Yep.
That qualifies his offense. It's the point production from Draymond. That qualifies.
It's asking for a lot.
Well, he can do it.
So who was yours, Steiny?
Fred VanVleet.
For the Warriors.
For the Warriors, my X factor.
By the way, Fred VanVleet, you just think is going to lose the series.
Dude, 19 of 80. I'll never forget those numbers.
19 for 82 last 7 games against the Warriors. My X factor for the Warriors would be
mine is Loon. Who you got?
You know, I'm gonna take the guy that I haven't talked enough about, Quentin Post. He's been pretty darn good.
Yeah.
He's giving the Warriors another dimension, and
he's only 7 minutes in this last matchup
against the Rockets.
Yeah.
See,
and only one shot.
That's the reason he's my X factor is because their athleticism could. How many turnovers did he have in that game?
2.
2 in 7 minutes.
No, so Steiny, I'm sorry. I need my reader 0. Yeah,
okay. Because I'm just saying that the Rockets are a little like the Warriors in that if you're a big, you better know what you're doing.
Or the Clippers.
You better know what you're doing because
they get out there. Memphis left them wide open early.
I think it's a tough matchup for QP.
I kind of do too.
I'm with you.
I kind of do too. Because here's the other thing. Draymond's going to guard Şengün.
Yeah.
And Draymond does a good job against Şengün. There's no doubt about it.
Facts.
But the minute Draymond goes off the floor, I feel like Udoka's like, Şengün, get in there. Because Şengün then can go to work against virtually anybody else other than Draymond. Draymond gives him a lot of trouble. And Şengün had a real good game a couple weeks ago. There's no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors playoffs start Sunday. Houston Rockets are the opponent. 6:30 tip. Then they play Wednesday. Then they play Saturday. So a great early schedule for the Golden State Warriors. And this is kind of what I mean, Goo. This is why I would lean Warriors. They've had 4 days off. They're going to play. They're going to have 2 days off. They're going to play. They're going to have 2 more days off, and they're going to play. And here's why I think that's important. Because, and Evan brought this up too, we were talking about it a little bit before the show. The Warriors not only, I almost think they can't just advance in the playoffs. They've got to advance in 6 games. Because if they go to a 7-game series, it means they're not going to have a lot of rest heading into game 1 of the following series. And so it's little things like, man, could you win this in 6 at Chase? You put the Rockets away, and now you get 3 or 4 days off before you get the Lakers or Minnesota. Because I do think that's what I keep hearing from Steve Kerr about managing the older players is they don't want to get into a game, day off, game, day off, game.
Because those are
win
coming.
Series, day off, game against the. It's almost like he has no belief they can win a game like that.
Man.
Almost.
Well, I'll say this because he was honest with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and I appreciated it, and I felt it. I felt watching that game against Memphis. Even when they got down, Steiny, you could just and the lead was wilting. You could see it on his face what the ramifications were, just to get prepared for Friday's game and then be ready for OKC. But you guys are going to call me crazy. I really feel like for both teams, Sunday night is like 2 wins in the sense that you got to have that bad stench or taste in your mouth of an L for 2 days and all the drama, especially now with social media, the talking heads of you're down. Like, Steiny, you don't just get back. What's the best baseball? Oh, we lost a tough one. You get back out there tomorrow. That's coming,
it doesn't
but not
work like
right
that.
away.
It doesn't
you
work
lose
like
game
that.
1, you're in the Lone Star State for 2 days.
Right. And
we're
what?
down 0-1.
Yeah. And then you know what? They'll go play dominoes to get their mind off the game.
How'd that work last time?
Goop.
I'm just saying.
I love you, but it's not like if the Warriors lose Sunday, oh my gosh. Steph and Jimmy Butler, Monday and Tuesday, actually they just spent 48 hours in the fetal position.
No,
they can't believe they lost. They've never faced this before.
None of that.
Come on, Goo.
No, it's the Nick Nolte of 48 hours of just Houston.
Okay, so if the Houston Rockets win game 1, it's over?
No. If we get game 2.
Then it sounds like you think the Warriors will come back and win
I'm
game 2.
stating the obvious. It's just a good-ass feeling to know we got 2 days off with 1 in our pocket already.
Right, and if they don't, then the sense
Wednesday.
Right, then the sense of urgency. We got to win game 2. We got to win game 2. We got to win game 2. And then maybe they win game 2. I mean, I don't know.
Real quick, Goo. Is that why you have so much confidence in the Heat? Because they dominated the Warriors?
Oh, no, not at all.
Of course not.
Miami is better than they
didn't dominate
played.
either.
And Atlanta's a joke. And Atlanta
also beat the Warriors.
Yeah, but Atlanta got embarrassed their first play-in. That was an embarrassment. And that let me know, you know what, Stoney's right. I don't want to call them clowns, but they're clownish. They're not serious. And they're going to lose in that building where people just come to show off their jewelry.
What are you talking about? How many Hawks games in Atlanta have you seen?
All of them when I watch.
How many games in
I can
Atlanta
be in an arena and not be in an arena.
Have you been there?
I'm just telling you.
You don't know. You don't know the A. Stop it.
It's ATL for me.
Stop it. I know, for you.
They're
you're an
losing
outsider.
tonight. It's so much you don't even want to bet now.
I don't want to bet because I don't want to root for them.
Well, sounds like you're lightweight.
You will.
Yeah, come on.
Because Goo's got him.
Yeah. There's Evan. You complete me.
Goo's so confident in them.
The NBA is giving money away tonight. Miami is buttoned up. They showed you, beat a cute little Chicago team. And that's why I said, watch out. Wiggins and company tonight, easy. Easy. Like, I'm going to need somewhere to stay if the Heat don't win tonight.
I'll bet you.
Okay.
I'll bet you.
That's all I needed. Hey, Evan, you, me, and Steiny, baby.
Go Hawks.
This is incredible. They're getting one.
The mockery of the game.
Dude, I can't wait.
By the way, are you down bad if you're betting on 9-10 games?
Yes. Actually, I don't.
You bet because it's on.
That's why you're down bad.
No, you bet on the baseball starting in 30 minutes. Some people are betting on the Cubs today.
Right. So you're right. Some people are guessing on the Cubs today.
It's my second job. I told you. Gambling, I'm telling you, it pays. It's like the stocks up and down.
Well,
yeah, how's that going?
I'm not in. My stocks for the games. Yeah.
All right. On the other side, tell you what we're going to do. Well, first of all, 888-957-9570 is the number. Can somebody out there tell me something about this matchup that's going to be important and I haven't heard yet? I've heard it all. Give me something new.
Well, Willard said yesterday, dude.
What did he say?
They got 11 Kumingas.
Who does?
The Rockets. So, you can take advantage of them.
So he's not
scared of
high on the Rockets?
No, I don't. When he says that, and I listened to this show, I said, man, he's confident.
I got something you haven't heard on the other side.
Oh, there, look at him.
That's a team speak, bro. By the way,
get us out.
Huh?
Get us out clean.
We still got a minute.
Oh.
So I don't, that's fine. I'm not going to bring it up, but I want to congratulate the listeners so far. One Kuminga reference in 70 minutes. I knew you guys knew basketball.
Man.
I knew you were going to stop harping on a ninth man. And I really want to commend you because I knew you had it in you, Bay
Dre
Area
said he's going to
fans.
have a big role.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he didn't use big, but he's going to have a role.
All right. Well, now that's two references. My bad. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you have an X factor for this series that starts Sunday? What's your X factor for the Golden State Warriors? Who's got to play well for them? And who's got to avoid playing poorly, I guess maybe is also the way I'll put it. But the one thing I am convinced of is I think we're going to see a little bit different Steve Kerr in terms of coaching and particularly coaching maybe Pods and Moody. How long will he stick with them if he's not feeling it? Because it's a playoff game. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What's up, Bay Area? It's your boy, Joe Schaff.
is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that
you
you'll
get,
never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Rockets Sunday at 6:30.
Let's go.
Game 1. And, the league. Let me ask you this, Goo. Do you believe that the league sometimes shows favoritism to certain teams or players?
Yeah.
And do you think,
and that's out.
And do you feel that's exactly what's happening with the Warriors getting 2 days off between the first 3 games?
No,
of course not. No.
Because they don't know if the Rockets are going to win too. But as far as the time slot and all that, it just goes back to everything. You put your big boys, the Celtics, Lakers back in the day on prime time.
So the Warriors aren't a big boy?
They are. I don't.
Well, why are they at 6? Why are they at the? That's like the worst time slot.
No, it is. Everybody's gonna. The world's watching. They've done what Easter.
Asleep.
Nah, I don't.
Sunday.
I look at it the other way. So you want a 12:30 where people are going to church and coming home?
I mean, that's where you and I differ. I don't really care about a starting time of a game.
Well, we'll always be different. I'm black. You're white.
Oh, but when I say that to a room full of people, you don't like it. Remember?
Some of our best tandems are black and whites, Donnie. Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney.
They sang one song together.
It was a classic.
What was it called?
I forget. Help me, Evan. He probably wasn't even born.
Was that the one? She's Out of My Life?
No.
No, almost. You're almost
there. Gotta be Ebony and Ivory.
I think you're right. Ebony.
Get it?
Well.
Boy, that's clever.
And then we got 48 Hours, Eddie Murphy, Nick Nolte. Great white-black tandem.
Yeah, it was all right. I saw that movie.
Classic.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
That's the one where Eddie Murphy goes into the
Reggie
cowboy bar. That was pretty good.
That
was a good scene.
Yeah, I could have went left.
You heard of him now? Let's go to Philip in Florida. Hey, Philip, how you doing, my man?
Hey, what's good? How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. First time caller, long time listener here. I want to chime in on the X Factor.
All right.
I got 2. One for Rockets and one for Warriors. I'm obviously a Warriors fan, so let's start with the Rockets. I want to say Fred VanVleet is an X Factor for them. 2019 when we played the Raptors.
Yeah.
He messed us up bad. And I'm kind of nervous about that, but I think we could pull through. So I'm going to say he's an X Factor for them. And then on our side, I want to say Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Buddy got to hit his shots. I want to see the Buddy we saw in the first couple games of the season. That would be ideal for us, just for us to pull out of that seed.
I think Buddy Hield is a very good call, Goo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, he has got to make some shots. It's really as simple as that.
And I don't want to put, he could care less, Buddy, but Steiny, if you don't get the good Buddy or you get the Klay Thompson version against the Kings, in the play-in last year, man, because you talked about it all year, will it rear its head? Their lack of shooting, their perimeter shooting. And Buddy Hield was brought to town specifically for, to be Klay Thompson basically or better. So let's see if that Houston defense can kind of make it rough for him.
Yeah, I was wrong.
I know, and I was wrong too.
Apparently, Ebony and Ivory was Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
And the song you were thinking of was The Girl Is Mine.
That girl is my man.
Those quietly are 2 pretty lousy songs. Don't you think?
No.
They're not very good.
So much so I remembered it.
Well, sometimes you remember the bad things in life.
People saying I need my black card revoked, and I did know it was Stevie.
It was horrible.
Okay. I'm looking at the Toronto Raptors Golden State Warriors finals from 2019. Now, Fred VanVleet was a little bit better in that series than he's been the last 2 years.
And a little lighter.
All right. In game 1, he had VanVleet had 15 on 5 for 8 from the field, 1 for 4 from 3. It's a solid game. Game 2, they lost. He had 17 on 7 of 17. Game 3, they won. He had 11 on 4 of 8.
Does it feel like more? He had more.
Game
4?
No, Game 3, he had 11. Game 4, he had 8. Game 5, he had 11. And then the big one, he had 22.
That was it.
Game 6, 114, 110. 6 for 14 from the floor. 5 for 11 from 3. And he wound up with, with 22 to close out the
Warriors. The day Klay Thompson's career changed, man.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Good call. Let's go to, how about Eastside Vic? Eastside Vic joining the show. Hey, Eastside.
What's up, gentlemen? Before I start, I just want to say I love you guys, man.
Thank you.
You guys help me get to my work day every day, man.
Appreciate it.
My X factor is definitely not even going to be a player. It's going to be Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is going to show all you guys why he is a top 3 coach to ever coach the game. Udoka's a good coach too, but there's a difference between good and great. And I think during a 7-game series, it's up to each coach to make adjustment after adjustment after adjustment. And I just don't know if Udoka's going to be able to do that. And I know Steve Kerr, he's done it 4 times already, man. That's all I got to say. I love you guys.
Thanks, Eastside. Appreciate it.
Well, Kerr took his lunch before on the grandest of stages, even though Udoka went up 1-0 and 2-1.
Yeah, see, that's, you just criticized one of our.
What the? I just stated the fact. Kerr went to the lab.
You said, okay, Kerr took his lunch. What are you talking about? The Celtics lost the series in 6 games. Somebody's lunch was taken. Like, why do you feel the need to be that insulting to an opposing coach? Just say, Kerr had a great coaching series, and, that was Udoka's first finals.
Yeah.
Took his lunch.
And his last.
Let me tell you one thing Steve Kerr could not do. Take Udoka's lunch.
Yeah, I got you.
Literally.
Yeah.
Who has the coaching edge here?
4 titles to none.
Well, let's leave that out because then it's easy.
But if I've already told you and shared with you guys, I was being honest, I got Kerr as a top 5 coach of all time. I'm going Kerr.
Well, what if Kerr gets out-coached
then I will be
series?
shocked and say that the X factor. Now, can a coach be an X factor to you?
I guess. Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
we'll see.
At the end of the series, if Steph Curry shoots 30% and they lose, how much of that's going to be on Kerr?
But I think that's what sports is about, right?
Well, that's why I categorically reject stuff like guys were out coached, guys didn't make adjustments. They can't play the game for the players.
But I'll just say this about that, Steiny, it's real. Why didn't the Celtics make it harder on Curry that series when they were up? Had they done something that Nick Nurse was doing in Toronto, boxed and won anything, you had the athletes to do it. My point is, he beat them on the grandest stage. The players are, the sole reason. But, man, I thought Kerr made some adjustments. And
which team do you think has the roster to make more adjustments? I think that's what the coaching comes down to.
I think it's the Warriors.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I think Kerr has the edge, is because he just has more cards to play than Udoka does.
Well, you know what I feel like? Maybe it's not more cards, but it's Kerr's got different kinds of players to go to. I feel like the Rockets have
same thing. Yeah.
A lot of the similar type players. So yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
Like if Houston's strategy doesn't work, let's say the Warriors steal game 1. Is there really more of an adjustment than like be more physical or be more tenacious?
Man. I'm with you. I'm not a coaches don't matter guy, but why'd the Warriors beat the Celtics in 2022? Curry's game 4 was absolutely off the charts. And I don't know that a coach can stop Steph Curry in a game like that. When he's just doing his thing. Like, that's just, to me, where greatness comes to the fore. And, what's Udoka supposed to do? Run 7 guys at him? I don't know.
Well, but they could do stuff like essentially forcing Derek White to beat them, who at the time wasn't a great three-point shooter like he is now.
That's fair.
And Draymond Green said they basically just didn't guard him.
And that's been something the Warriors have done over the years.
D. White said that changed his career, that conversation with Draymond at the Olympics.
Yeah, statistically, he's right.
Yeah, let's go to City Boy. Hey, City, what's up, buddy?
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Man, I'm psyched for the playoffs. Can't wait. Yeah, so listen, I just wanted to say, and if you guys remember back to 2007 and what happened to the Warriors in the second round when they went up against Jerry Sloan, and listening to Ime Udoka after they held Steph to 3 points and pretty much whooped us last time, Ime said it, and this is right out of the Jerry Sloan playbook. He said, look, basically he said, we're going to foul them, and then we're going to foul them again. And as soon as they start crying and complaining, I'm telling my team to turn it up and do it some more. And he said the refs will adjust to us. And so that is going to be Ime's plan. And, the league has a call with the refs every game before the game, right? And the league will essentially tell them, here's what we want you to look for. It's not that it's rigged and all that, but they do steer the boat in a certain direction.
No doubt.
Let's just say, if the refs are letting them play and they're letting the grabbing and holding and clutching go constantly, it's going to be a real long series. And whether or not the Warriors win, the Rockets are going to take their pound of flesh. And that's probably what I'm most worried about. And that's why I'm most glad to see we get a couple days of rest between games 1 and 2 and 3, between games 2 and 3. So, I'm looking for a really tough series. I think it's going to go 6 or 7. I think the Warriors are going to pull it out, but this is not going to be easy because Ime Udoka is a tough dude. And, his team really is built in his image, and they're quality players. For me, I just don't want to see overhelping. Don't let guys like what's his name, Smith.
Jabari Smith
like
Jr., yeah.
If you're overhelping... Yeah, if you're overhelping in the paint, and I hate it when guys help, but they don't get there, and then they leave their man, and they still don't really get to the help spot.
Right.
And you get open threes. So that's my worry defensively. Don't overhelp. Don't worry about Sengun getting, 20 points in the paint or whatever. I'll give that up. I don't want to give up those open threes and let a guy like Smith get hot because once the role players start feeling it, you could be in trouble. So, I'm looking for the defense to be solid, the rotations to be good, and hopefully the refs actually give us some calls. And I'm not saying they screw us all the time or nothing, but the fact of the matter is, how they say, back in the 90s we used to hand check. Steph Curry has hand-checked more than any player I ever saw in the 90s. That dude is hand-checked off the ball. In the 90s, there was a lot of hand-checking, but it was the guy with the ball was getting hand-checked. They hand-checked this dude from the first whistle until the end of the game. And, I give him so much props for what he deals with, and he really doesn't complain that much about it either. It's wild. Anyway, hey, fellas, enjoy the series.
You too, man.
And take care.
Appreciate it, City Boy. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, I like that. They do take on the style of Udoka, Stoney, and I love all of it. That's why I keep bringing up Curry's hand. And maybe any other team would be like, okay, Slap. But, man, I really feel like that these Rockets, these young guys, Dylan Brooks included, all of them, are going to be trying to get any advantage they can, and that coach, Ime, is orchestrating that like it's on a whiteboard, Stoney.
See,
and he says Sloan, one of my favorites.
And this is where I just don't know how to respond to that because essentially you're saying that the Rockets are going to go out and try to hurt Curry.
Yeah,
and
no bounty. I'm not going far as that bounty, but
Buddy Ryan.
But just
it was what was the guy's name?
Buddy Ryan.
No, Buddy Ryan,
the D coordinator,
was the original.
Yeah, but the guy that got popped for it was
his name?
Greg
Williams.
Look at my man.
Yeah, Greg Williams. Greg Williams. Well, listen, here's why I give Udoka a lot of credit. All right, so you're the Golden State Warriors, and you got Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler. Everybody's been in the league 14 years. Curry plays a style that's one of a kind.
Yeah.
And they can get, and they're really smart, and they can get complex. They can get, we're going to run our split action. We can run our elevator doors. We can go 4 wide and we can do that. And they can. They can do that because they've got players who can do that. Udoka's coaching a team with a majority of the players at 22 years old who are still developing. And like he can't coach them like that. But what he can do is get them to play as hard as they possibly can. And that's the one thing he's done. He has turned them into a team that plays super hard, is very physical, they're athletic, and then eventually over time, I guess they'll probably get more sophisticated and, because the players they'll get better and they'll start working on their weaknesses, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, there is no doubt Udoka has had his personality rub off on the Houston Rockets. And I actually think he's kind of the perfect coach for them.
Man, that's a good call. I'll say this to that. And again, I'm fixated because I showed you and Evan the video of me in the lab last night, and they were letting that 106-96 win for the Rockets. They were letting them play. And Jimmy Butler was a different Jimmy Butler. Stoney only shot 7 times. But again, we'll play, name that number. How many times do you think in that game the Warriors went to the free throw line? The last game where they were held to 96
106-96?
Yeah. Because
I'm pretty sure Curry didn't go very much.
Jimmy shot 7 times.
Go ahead, tell me.
11. Yeah. So if you tell me, just me, Steiny, we'll give our predictions here soon, but if you tell me the Warriors are only going to get to the line 11 times in game 1, I'm going to tell you I think the Rockets won that game. So it's all on how they call it.
Well, okay, and that's kind of...
Because Jimmy's going 18 times.
Hold on a minute. So what you're saying is if the Warriors shoot 11 foul shots, under no circumstances could it be because the Rockets defense was so good and didn't foul that they actually shut down the Warriors offensively without fouling.
Oh, no. I think we saw that with this game.
Then that has nothing to do with the officiating.
But before answering your question, we got to watch it play out. Then I'll be, Steiny, they came in. I didn't say that last game.
But if the Warriors take 69 threes, okay, and they score 4 buckets in the paint, I don't want people to come in here and say, well, they only shot 10 free throws. Well, they shot 68 threes. That happened. So, yes, it behooves the Warriors to get to the line and to get Houston's play, get them over aggressive and maybe committing a lot of fouls.
And if they're staying on their, staying down on Jimmy Butler's head fakes, that's good defense. And we haven't seen a lot of teams be able to do that. But, I mean, to me, Steiny, that's been a big part of the Golden State Warriors change since they got Butler is getting to the free throw line. They went from last to first damn near.
GSW XSF on the YouTube chat, Rockets are just hackers. They don't play defense. Okay.
They're a 2 seed for a reason.
All right. And then from the RTC, Warrior fans are becoming real dependent on the officials.
Read the last part. You sound like Rocket Harden fans. Mm-hmm. Nobody's begging. I'm just saying.
Please, you're already begging.
No.
And listen, it's okay to beg. Steve Kerr will beg in this series.
I beg for a lot of things, but fouls are not one of them. I'll tell you this, Donnie. Bottom line is we cannot ignore the fact that this Warrior team with Butler has been getting to the charity stripe with the best of them.
And yet the complaints continue from the hometown fans.
That's the championship coming soon.
Let's go to Filmo.
Mike.
Filmo's going to, right up my alley, Filmo.
What's he got?
Give it to him.
Oh, man, I'm just saying, man. It's a lot of callers that say championship DNA and pedigree. Man, Mike Tyson said everybody got a plan and they get punched in their mouth and their lip and their nose. So respect to all the callers. The new NBA is not about experience. It's about execution. Can you play? Are you playing hard? And you feel me? Because the Houston Rockets, they're going to come at us like, you know what I'm saying? They don't really care. They have nothing to lose.
Right.
So nobody's scared of, pedigree like that. Thompson is trying to create his legacy. He don't care about Steph Curry and Draymond Green. They're not scared. The old NBA, maybe you could use they had veteran experience. The new NBA is not about no veteran experience. Can you play? Is a wide open person going to hit the shot? And then speaking of pedigree, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, they be making the most craziest turnovers with the 3-4 minutes left, and they have quote-unquote pedigree and championship experience, and they do the dumbest things I ever seen in my life. So, like, all that pedigree talk, I'm sick of it. It's like, why are we talking about what we used to do? We sound like I hate to say this though, guru, talking about what we used to do. Oh, I used to be the 24-hour fitness champion.
Still am.
20,000. I'm sorry, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to clown you, Guru. I'm just saying, but your best days was behind you. You get what I'm saying?
Wow.
Like all of us, my best days was behind me. You feel me? Yeah. When it comes to athletics,
I got you.
Don't get mad at me, blood. I'm just saying, you not 25 no more.
No, you know what? Hey, Mike.
I'm feeling that.
You know what, Mike? I kind of agree. I agree with you, and it's like it's word choice. If you want to use the word experience, I'll give you that because that's a fact. But pedigree never won a game by itself, and so I do kind of agree with you.
Thank you, Steiny. Because it's like when you get hit if the Warriors get hit in their mouth, man, it's gonna tell a lot. But I do think that we're going to beat them in 5, with that being said.
All right, Filmo, we'll see. Thanks for the call. Have a great weekend.
I think some of us athletes.
Like, I get what he's saying.
And, they're not going to go. I'm just speaking from a Warrior standpoint, Stoney. When you say that, I'm not saying they're going to go out there and, we got 4 rings and we got our last one in 2022 and we're going to win the game. See you later. I'm not saying that either, Mike. But, I mean, Stoney, we can't sit here and ignore the fact that Jimmy Butler's the new part of this. He's trying to get his first. But we can't sit here and say the Warriors haven't done what they're about to embark on 4 times.
All right.
I'm not saying that will win the game all by itself, but that is experience out the
Somebody brought this up. Okay, fine. That's fine. Fred VanVleet is a champion. He's not only a champion,
he beat you.
He was a big factor in an NBA Finals. Okay, that's one guy. Jeff Green. He's won another title. He's sitting on the bench. He doesn't do much, but he's a hell of a pro. I'll give him that. So he's kind of like Looney. So I do agree. Like the Warriors aren't going to win this series because of pedigree. They're going to win it because they're better than the Rockets, that they withstood their pressure, that they came through in big moments, and that maybe, yes, the Rockets weren't quite ready to knock off the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570, 925 here on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Experience matters, brother. I agree, experience matters. But I just don't think pedigree in and of itself is going to be the reason the Warriors win this game. All right, 888-957-9570. Who is your X Factor? Playoffs start Sunday with the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
He's too old.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, let's wind it up, Warrior fans. Let's go.
Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
I was about to say, where you watching, but it's Easter. You'll be at home with the family.
Okay.
Church? Okay.
First of all, I'm an empty nester, so the family's gone.
But you got a spouse. And nobody else is out.
Partner.
I'm good now. If you're at a bar on Easter, you need to look yourself in the mirror.
I disagree. I disagree.
If you got a spouse, at some point, come on, man.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, come on. Keep it real now.
You know, when one of the greatest...
I was so ready for it.
You know, let me tell you one of the best days to go out. Christmas night. Everybody's done opening the presents at noon. You're sitting around, laying around with your family. You're reciting the same conversation for the 9th time in 6 hours.
Half the venues are closed.
No, they're not. Some open.
No, there's action on Christmas.
Thank you.
All right, I've been out the game for a while.
Thank you. It's not quite the night before Thanksgiving, but don't sleep on Christmas night.
Well, Thanksgiving's for the Harry high schools.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. But those are, well, I'm not going to say it.
And Harriettes.
We used to go to this thing, Evan, back in the city before you hip hoppers, Cream of Beat. And that would be here in the city on Thanksgiving. So it would be all kind of DJs.
On the day of Thanksgiving?
Yeah, Thanksgiving night, baby.
Cream of Beat?
Yeah.
So it was a concert of like hip hop artists?
Some would be there, but mostly DJs and just a party atmosphere. Michael stole my thunder.
Michael.
Filmo Mike. Calling the bar's government name Michael.
No, he didn't. No, he disagreed with you.
No, but my thunder in regard to the prediction.
Well, you didn't have to say that, we're going to do them at the end of the show.
That's what I was trying to tell Johnny over here, and he was like, oh, we're going to do this and that. So thank you, Evan. So I'll save it.
What?
Nothing.
Also, when you guys want to go through the entire playoff?
We'll do that at noon.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that in 10 minutes.
All right.
10 minutes.
But our series prediction being that or towards the end, Evan just told us.
Listen, I like to.
You went viral a couple years ago with this prediction.
With what?
Dallas prediction.
Okay.
We'll stay away from that.
I'll stay away from nothing. Nothing. I like to dig a little deeper than I think the Warriors are going to win. How come? Well, because Steph won a title 10 years ago.
Your take also took attention away from the best part of that graphic, which was someone who had the Kings in 8.
Dude,
Ray
Ratto.
Of course.
I'm going to text him.
Of course. As long, and look, if you practice, go to church Sunday morning, and then Sunday night, get after it. Nothing wrong with that.
I guess I'm just asking where. Local tavern? Chris?
Don't forget, Jesus was a wine drinker.
That's a fact.
No.
He did sip a little bit.
It was in his blood. Those are facts.
He had a little sippy.
Water to wine.
All right. And, as a Catholic school product, I can make fun of my own religion. That's fair game. I read it in the unwritten rules of religion. Festo in Oakland. What's up, Festo? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, especially since you guys just played our record.
Whoa, yeah. Souls of Mischief.
I mean, you guys play the record so much, and I would listen regardless, trust me. But I called to say thank you, first of all.
Dude,
I'm a diehard basketball
fan. Let me be
fan.
quiet. Go ahead, baby. Because I'm a fan of yours. This is the guy.
Hold up.
And Goo.
Festo, hold up.
This is Souls of Mischief.
Someone's got to tell me who you are, because
you tell him.
I'm
Introduce yourself. Yeah, he don't know.
All right, this is I'm a team player, so the team I play for is called Hieroglyphics, and there's a crew inside of Hieroglyphics called Souls of Mischief. And you guys just played our song right when you came out of the break. It's called 93 Till Infinity.
It is a classic, Stardy, and this is him.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That is cool.
Yeah, so Goo, I got a name for you because I've actually known you for some time through a cousin of mine named Ron Tillman.
That's my, and
so
I
Ron
was just
Tillman
about to, Ron T. Go ahead, baby.
Right. And I know you guys grew up together, and I know the history, and so I've been wanting to, I've for some reason, I can't get you guys. I get Willard and Dibbs time to time, but I'm a first-time caller.
Hey, this is awesome, man. Yeah, you made my day,
Hey,
man.
so can I ask you a question, Festo? So
of course.
You said hieroglyphics. Does that have anything to do with, wasn't there like a Hyro Day or a...
Yes. Yeah.
That was for...
Yeah. And wasn't a Crypto involved in that also?
My brother Equipto, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Me and Equipto go back 30 years.
Oh,
30 plus
okay.
years.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
That's dope.
I used to play pickup basketball with E.
Oh, wow.
Small
Wow.
world.
Yeah, that's one of my brothers in music and in life, and one of the greatest people I know, man. That guy is he's incredible.
Yeah,
he's an incredible human being.
Yeah, he really is. He couldn't guard me in the low post, but he's
Lord.
a good guy, no doubt.
How you see this series, man?
I laid it out for you. I laid it out for you. Red carpet.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, man.
It's playoff time. I'm excited. I know you can hear it in my voice. I'm so excited right now. The Warriors are back in the playoffs, not the play-in, and we got, I'm looking at this point guard matchup, gentlemen. I'm looking at, I feel like the point guards are always a major cog in this. And my uncle was a famous point guard. He played for the Lakers. His name was Walt Hazzard.
Oh, my God.
Does that name ring a bell?
Man.
Come on now.
Look at him.
So I grew up in a basketball family, and every time, Christmas, I don't care what it is, playoffs start, it becomes a family celebration for us. So, the family would be reunited for this game one against the Houston Rockets. And Fred VanVleet, point guard, I look, you got all-star point guards, right? You had Drew Holiday last year, who obviously started for the Celtics and was a major cog on that Olympic team. And then before that, there was Jamal Murray. And the point guards are always something I look at. I always look at that matchup, and it's very interesting to me. I played a little point guard in high school, so I'm always watching for that matchup. And I'm waiting to see what pods. I'm looking at pods this series a lot, and I'm wondering. I'm kind of like, Otto Porter a couple of years ago, and you had Sean Livingston. There's always somebody that comes off that bench that's very important, and so those are the things I'm looking at for this series. But shout out, the Thompson twins, because that's my backyard.
Yeah,
they actually came from an AAU team that was sponsored by us, and the team logo was the Hyro logo.
Wow,
and they were a team called the Vision. So shout out the Vision. And I'm losing the brother's name right now who's running that organization, but came to us and said, "Can I use you guys' logo as my team logo?" And sent me a picture with the Thompson twins as 11-year-olds or 10-year-olds. So there's that, but of course, go Warriors, man! Warriors in 5.
There you
I'm
go.
Going 5.
There you go. Hey, and I got to leave you with this. Your cousin Ron T, he was a lefty, and Steiny, he had game, baby. Hey, I'm so glad you called, man.
His daughter, Goo, his daughter, MVP of the Big Sky League. She moved on to Sacramento State and became the MVP in her red shirt senior year, and is now playing overseas.
Yes, sir. Ron shows the videos all day. Yeah, that's love.
Yes.
Hey, Festo, man, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great. That's 341. Come on, man. You really don't know who the hieroglyphics are? Can you live in the... I said.
You did it. You got
the hieroglyphics have to do with Hyro. Come on.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of them. Yeah. But Del the Funky Homo Sapiens probably
went to Logan.
Really?
Yeah, my guy. Ice Cube's cousin. Yeah. Look at Goo.
See, this is where I need to be graded on a scale. All right.
Well,
I'm 60 years old and I'm white, and I had a clue about it. Like, that's a win.
Yeah.
I don't know specifics. Come on.
Yeah. A+ was also in the group too, Evan. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're from the East Bay, it's just kind of a part of the homework growing up.
Yeah, that was dope, man. He listens.
Yeah, that is cool. Yeah. It's always nice to hear that.
Warriors in 5 he has. So does Mike. That's 2 callers in a row. Come on, Mike.
All right, Evan, you want to do this?
The debut of our yearly predictions for the playoffs.
We haven't done this in about 3 years. Remember, the Warriors didn't even make the playoffs last year.
Just go along.
We didn't do this for the Warriors last year. They didn't make the playoffs.
Oh, you're right. Wow.
3 of the last 6 years, actually. But
wow.
Yeah, sorry. Do you guys? Well, technically, these are a little bit.
I got you.
Missing because we don't have the 1/8 yet.
Well, put Miami in the East for me.
We're not. Although I do want you to win now. That's neither here nor there. Yeah. So let's start with the way that we're going to do this is predicting the series of the first round, East and West.
Yeah.
By essentially least irrelevant to most relevant.
Okay.
So you guys can spend as much time as you want on each series, but I'm going to start with the most lopsided ones according to Vegas. So in the East, 2 versus 7, Boston against Orlando. The Boston Celtics are minus 6,500 to win the series. Who you got?
Boston.
Yeah.
How many games?
This is the big one.
4. Boston sweeps.
Wow, Steiny. I'm right behind him, Evan. I love what Orlando is doing. They're missing their point guard, and they've been missing them for a while. Boston, too much firepower. But, they fall asleep every now and again. So
It
I'm
is
going to say
true.
Boston in 5.
That's true,
I'm going to give
actually.
Orlando 1.
Gentleman's sweep for Goo. That's,
Okay.
I could see that too.
I'll take Boston in 3.
Okay.
All right. And the next series is the New York Knicks are minus 380 favorites in the series against the Pistons.
You know what, guy? I'm going to go first.
Go ahead.
You know what? I'm feeling Detroit. I'm feeling Cade. I'm just feeling their vibe, how they play. We talk about Udoka, and rightfully so, how the team takes on his personality. And I think Detroit's doing that with Bickerstaff. So I'll say all that to say, I'm going to say New York in 6, Evan. I'm going to give
That's
Detroit 2
3
games.
versus 6, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to say New York in 6, Donnie.
Well, here's my feeling on this game.
Okay.
I think it's
Series.
series.
Yeah.
I think it's. I think there's some similarities to the Houston Warriors series in that the Knicks have experience. Pistons are getting there for the first time, and I think the Knicks are going to have a little too much for them. But the Pistons are going to be. They're going to be spunky. So I'm taking the Knicks in 7.
Wow.
Knicks in 7.
Yeah, I also got New York in 7. I think Detroit's pretty good.
Yeah.
And
All
the
right.
Knicks have not been able to beat teams above 500 this year.
They missed. Yeah.
All right, the next, or least lopsided series, we go to the West, 3 versus 6. Lakers minus 210 in the series to beat the 6-seeded Minnesota Timberwolves.
Your turn, Stoney.
All right, my turn. Let me take care of some business. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I got T-Wolves in 7.
Give us one component as to why.
Because I'll tell you why. Game 7s on the road do not phase the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think my guy Finchie's got something up his sleeve. I am very concerned about Luka. He seems to really be Minnesota's a great defensive team, but Luka seems to just know what he's doing against them. So that's
Luka's
what worries me.
depressed.
But I am taking the Minnesota Timberwolves because my friend's the coach.
Yeah, no doubt, Finchie.
Yeah.
Well,
but we're working together on this one. We've noticed some tendencies with the Lakers that we're going to start attacking probably mid-series. We might not unveil it right away.
yeah, I'll say this. Minnesota last year this time was embarking on shocking the world, and they did by getting to the Western Conference Finals. But starting when it's all said and done and the dust settles, they're going to regret trading Karl Anthony Towns. I'm with you. I told Bonte, but I just see the Lakers with Luka's success against Minnesota. I think your boy Randall is going to shoot them out the game. And with LeBron James and Austin Reeves, who I think Minnesota can't take him away from being the big 3, I'm going Lakers in 6.
All right.
I got the Lakers in 7.
Okay.
I think that last home game is the one where they get it done. But
7.
yeah, it's because there's a possibility that Minnesota's got the best player in the series.
Man.
It's possible.
Because he dogged Durant and reminded him how old he was last year. But I'm like, are you going to do that to LeBron and then stave off Luka as well and Reeves and that Lakers length? And Minnie has it, but Gobert. What's he going to be? I don't know.
I'll tell you right now.
But there's no Anthony Davis.
He's going to get 15 and 15. Gobert.
Well, the guy win Minnesota then.
I'll tell you who's got to make a shot. DiVincenzo has got to make a shot.
I think you just don't like him. He's been good.
You loved him when he was here.
No, I didn't.
I always thought you were a DiVincenzo fan.
No. Everybody, when he was here, everybody, he's great. This guy's the greatest player ever, because he's a Warrior now. He was okay.
Well, I thought they missed him last year.
They missed a lot last year.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
I must, all the Wolves games I watch must be the ones where he can't make a shot.
Wow. But Julius Randle doesn't scare you? He's such a when he's on.
It's a legacy series for Julius Randle, the former Laker.
All right.
Yeah, to me, that's who's going to get him beat. All right. In the East, the 4-5 series, probably one of the closer ones. The Milwaukee Bucks are the 5. The Indiana Pacers are the 4. Pacers minus 160 in the series.
Yeah, and you cannot piggyback on this one because this is my team.
It's 2 teams.
I'm taking the Pacers.
Okay.
I'm taking the Pacers in 6. They are good. That's a good team. Very good team.
And
they play well together.
Yeah.
They've got depth. They've been playing well. They win 50 games this year. They were knocking on the door. And they didn't get off to the greatest start.
No, they didn't.
They won 50-32.
Damn.
Yeah, so I like Indiana. I like Indiana. And wait till we get to round 2 after they advance. You might be surprised at my pick.
No.
Go ahead, Goo.
I'm going to go, you hate it, but I'm doing it because I've been down on Giannis and Milwaukee all year, and I'm down on Doc Rivers. Dame got some good news last night. Not going to play in game 1, but he's been cleared of the calf issue, so we'll probably see him in game 2. But Indiana's too fast. They're too young, and they got length, and Halliburton's a baller, and I just see them taking advantage of the Bucks. So I'm going Pacers in 6.
I like the Bucks.
I'll take Milwaukee.
What?
This is when I want a radio fight. I'm like, Evan, why would he care? It's like,
so in other words, I took Indiana in 6. You took Indiana in 6. All right.
It happens in sports.
No, it's that old. You know what that's like? That's like the jerks in Price is Right, who somebody will bet 1,000, and then the next guy goes 1,001.
Well, also like auctions too. Going on. But yeah.
Evan's got the Bucks though.
Yeah, Damian Lillard's off the blood thinners. Give me the Bucks.
But doubtful, most likely won't play game 1. That still don't change your.
No, I think they're a different team now. They got Bobby Portis back. I like their tough.
That did happen. You want to change now, Mr. Pacer lover?
No, I'll take the Bucks in 6.
All right.
And then our last series, we're going to save the Warriors and the Rockets for the last hour. But the last series is probably the closest one. LA Clippers minus 130 against the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets are the 4, Clippers the 5.
I'll go first, Donnie, because I've had this thought last night when I was talking to myself in bed, and I said, and I mean this, guys, because I watched the Clipper game like 3 times against the Warriors. If this dude, Kawhi Leonard, can stay healthy, what would a title mean for him and his legacy if they were able to get it? I know we're talking about this series. I got Clippers led by James Harden and Tyronn Lue and Zubac. I got them in 7. I think this is going to be the best first-round series of them all, and I got Clippers in 7. Murray's back. They say he's healthier than ever, Stoney.
This is a tough one.
Man, oh, man, it starts tomorrow.
Boy,
you know who you want.
I know who I want.
See, I don't.
But I'm actually, God, I'm going to argue against myself, and I hate to do it, but it's because of the opponent. Like, the fact that Denver did fire their coach shows you that something's not quite right, even if they play better, knowing that Mike Malone's not going to, rip them after every bad possession. But because they're playing the Clippers, I'm still picking Denver.
Wow,
I'm picking Denver.
And they got home court.
I'm picking Denver. And
how many?
7. I got to pick Denver in 7.
I think that Harden, Kawhi, and I know it's just 2 players, but they are playing, it looks like their best basketball. They know who they are and what they want to do. And you got guys making contributions like Dunn. Evan, I can't wait to hear your take, but I got Clippers in 7. He's
Clippers
got Denver.
in 7. I got Denver in 7.
Where are you going?
Yeah, I also had the Nuggets in 7. I just think that last home game in Denver it's even though they did lose a game 7 at home last year, I also think if there's somebody that could make Zubac not a problem, it would be Jokic.
Who's favored in this, or I should know through
the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Got to be Denver.
The Clippers are minus 130.
Wow. So they're taking in, it has to be, Stotty, what you just said, the coaching thing. Yeah. I mean, Denver's got home court.
I mean, also, the Clippers have been playing great.
I think they've won like 18 of 21.
Yeah, the Clippers are playing great right now.
Spry.
In fact, they're playing so great, I may change my prediction. No. I'll take Denver in 7.
Yeah, I like the Nuggets.
Yeah, I like that.
All right.
Would you like to tell everyone who we have in the series, Steiny, since you wrote them down? That's the last series.
Sure. Although I need you to chime in also. Boston, Orlando. I have the Celtics sweeping. Guru's got the Celtics in 5. Evan has
Celtics in 3.
Celtics in 3. That's not going to be a winner. All right, Knicks, Pistons. Guru has Knicks in 6.
Correct.
I have Knicks in 7. Evan?
I have the Knicks in 7 also.
All right.
Wow.
Knicks, 7. Lakers, Minnesota. Goo's got the Lakers in 6, and makes sense. It's their his favorite team. And
boy.
Timberwolves, I got Timberwolves in 7 because I got a personal advantage. It's got nothing to do with basketball. I will be rooting that series. Go ahead, Evan.
I'll be rooting for the Wolves, but I like the Lakers to win in 7.
All right, LA in 7. Bucks, Pacers. I have Indiana 6. Goo has Indiana 6.
Yep.
Evan has
Bucks in 6.
Bucks in 6. And then lastly, Clippers, Denver. Goo with the Lakers. I'm sorry, Goo with the Clippers in 7. And me with the Nuggets in 7. And Evan with Denver in 7.
Yeah, baby. It's going down. Selly sale.
We're gathering timber. Remember that?
Now, I'll tell you
it's
this.
going down. Remember, that was like, well, that lasted for like a year and a half.
Yeah, it's going. That was on Madden, I believe. You know, Madden had that sound, the songs, and I think that was on there.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
It's gathering timber. It's going down.
That's a wrong lyric. I sang the wrong lyric.
But I got the song, though. That's yeah.
All right.
It's going. Who is that?
Is it Katy Perry?
It is her.
Katy. No, it's not. Taylor Swift?
Is it Kesha?
Yeah. I would put my money on Kesha.
That's just a guess.
Yeah, but
the fact that those guys don't know back there is shocking. That's their era.
Yeah, but it's pop.
It's still their era.
These guys are much more hard.
I think it's Katy Perry.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out on the other side. All right, let's get back into it with the listeners. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, Houston Rockets, Sunday at 6:30. The playoffs begin. The Warriors are there, and they play a young, frenetic, athletic, long, inexperienced team. It's going to be fun. It's certainly going to be a contrast of styles. I think the Warriors would like to keep this thing under control in terms of pace. The Rockets are going to want to get out as much as possible. Can they turn the Warriors over? 888-957-9570. What's your X factor in this series? Warriors and the Houston Rockets.
Sunday night.
Really excited about it. I am. And I'm serious. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Bay Area. You know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk.
nerve.
All right, Moses, a lot of people have you as the X Factor this series. Don't let them down.
M double.
Don't let them down. Warriors play the Houston Rockets on Sunday. We're talking about who the X Factor is going to be. And by the way, I'd like to congratulate our listeners. They have been absolutely, positively on point today.
Money.
They've only brought up Jonathan Kuminga's name twice today. Twice. Well done. And I'll tell you what, for anybody having Kuminga withdrawals, we will devote approximately 3 minutes to Kuminga at some point during the show.
Probably
and that reminded me. I got a bone to pick with you.
I love it when you do it because it's probably going to be wrong.
I think it was Wednesday.
All right.
And somebody called. I don't think it was Filmo, but you jumped him. I think somebody was asking him, hey, talk about Kuminga, and you said, I'll talk about whatever I want. This is my show.
First, I just want to know. I don't think
you
that happened.
You said this was. Yes, he did.
I'm not.
Evan remembers. Evan remembers. And you know who else remembers? Ernie Chavez. You said it. You stepped in it.
No, I'm a team player.
You do remember, don't you?
Honestly, I don't. I just want to know when you thought about it to say.
I've been thinking about it for 2 days. I lose track of my memory.
Was it Caleb?
No, it wasn't Caleb. Caleb's always been kind of fun.
I only jump at people when it's when I feel like it's personal.
Right.
Well, I do have some good news for Goo. This is from Shams Charania of ESPN. The Los Angeles Lakers have signed Rob Pelinka to a contract extension with his new title as president of basketball operations, along with general manager.
How about winning a title first?
He looks just like Rob Lowe, but I'll say this, man. We got to get new material around the station. It doesn't hit like it used to.
I thought you liked that.
No, Shasky did it, and it was in fun. That's my guy, but
was Pelinka was the GM when they won it in the bubble?
I think. Yes,
he was. He was.
Yeah, all right, so.
Got some money, huh? Got a new, yeah?
Those guys tend to be rich.
What about, real quick, we hadn't talked about that, Nico Harrison doing a State of the Union, but nobody could ask him questions.
That's not the way it went down.
How sissified is that?
It's not the way it went down.
I mean, either ownership set it up, but they chose to do that. They put him in a, wow.
They didn't. They said no TV cameras.
And no questions.
No way.
Yeah, no questions.
Evan?
No, it was no recording audio.
Get in the game.
I'm going to Google my friend right now.
Hey, Shasky, you butchered that.
Because, Tim McMahon was getting raked over the coals.
Exactly.
The ESPN Mavericks reporter, when it happened, because it felt like he was defending the trade, and then he just eviscerated Harrison during this behind closed doors meeting that he had with the media.
Yeah,
I'm wrong.
Say it louder.
No, there were no cameras.
Right.
Evan, I got it.
I mean, it's still all leaked out, though. Like, what's the point?
They didn't want a live.
Yeah, but that hurts.
Cluster.
You guys, go ahead.
No recording of the tears.
Did you see the guy with a Lakers shirt that said 0-0 Harrison? Lakers fans are wearing Nico Harrison jerseys.
Oh, man.
That's pretty funny. Let's go to Joel in Louisiana. They call it the Big Easy and not.
That's New Orleans.
Hey, well, he's there. Joel, you in New Orleans?
Hey, no, I'm in Houma. I called y'all about 2 years ago and gave that hot take. I don't know if you remember. It was a terrible take, and it did not come to pass.
What was
I predicted they were going to go 7-0, and we went through the list of matchups, and I'm pretty sure they lost at least 5 of those games.
Yeah, I remember. All right. You're off 2-year probation. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm in college now, so life's different.
No, where'd you go?
Tulane.
Say that again?
Where do you go to college?
Oh, I'm at a private Christian college up in Kentucky.
What's it called? Give me the name.
Boyce College, BOYCE.
All right. Well,
Yep,
I'll
that's a small college.
I'll channel my inner Gary Radnich. Well, good for you, young man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. But my question was, who do y'all think is going to need to step up, be that third option to give the Warriors at least 15 points? I think it needs to be Brandon Podziemski. I think we've seen him do it over at least 5 game stretches over the season. I think he could do it this series. Who do y'all think it needs to be?
I think Joel, and thanks for the call, buddy, and good luck to you.
Yeah.
I think Podziemski's the most logical. I think that's a fair question. At the end of the series, win or lose, well, let's say the Warriors win. Who's going to average the third most points on this team?
Pods would be my answer.
I think Pods would be the likely third scorer average-wise. But,
if you're the Rockets, do you want that instead of that being Buddy Hield?
Oh, gosh, that's a good question. But if Buddy Hield is their third leading scorer, I got to believe they got action.
Me too, Sonny. Man.
Who would be the other candidates for that third scoring?
Moody. I think Moody and even Posty a little bit.
You guys are is it a flag if I say what I really feel?
Depends.
JK. You don't believe that, though.
No, I do.
That's 3.
You brought him up.
All right, let's take care of it right now. Mark Willard put his career on the line yesterday.
What'd he do?
He asked Steve Kerr about Jonathan Kuminga. So it's fresh sound, everybody.
All right, I got to.
It is now 12:25. I promise we'll be off it by 12:30.
Right.
Willard, hey.
Mark.
Kerr, Stevie, what's going on with JK? Okay.
I try to communicate with all my guys constantly, just checking in with different guys at different times. And then you have to be careful not to overdo it too, and sometimes you have to give a guy space but we have a great staff. JK has a lot of support, in the locker room. All his teammates like him and coaches like him. And so, you just support him and remind him to stay ready because things can change, in a heartbeat.
And one of the things I think that makes a lot of sense because most teams on any level, everybody likes the team manager, the guy who doesn't play. We love the team manager, so it's no surprise Kuminga's well liked in the locker room.
That's a shot.
I'm kidding. I said 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes.
Someone in the YouTube chat said he's guarding the tunnel, so.
He what, Goo?
He's going to play.
He's going to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, no, he's going to play. I don't think the Warriors
And this is where you would say, you don't know that. To me.
Well, what did Draymond say?
I don't care.
So you saying Draymond's a liar? He was just saying that. He's going to have a role.
Draymond has been a liar in the past.
I'm never forget that. Bottom line is we're going to see 22.
If you think so.
Not 22. What's his number?
Who knows?
00.
All right, this is it. This is the last thing Kerr was talking about with Jonathan Kuminga.
Stop.
And if you don't want to hear it,
why are we
just
laughing?
Cover your ears.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, more on apparently the most interesting man in the world, Jonathan Kuminga.
Mostly I feel for JK because I like him and he's been here 4 years and he's a talented guy and sometimes things go in a different direction and what happened here is it's pretty obvious. I've talked about it, but Jimmy Butler came in and when JK was out, we traded for Jimmy and they played the same position and our whole team changed. We became an ISO team with Jimmy. The movement of Steph, ISO with Jimmy, and Jimmy's one of the best players in the league. So it's not as simple as just saying, "Oh, okay, we'll play them together." It doesn't. Basketball doesn't work that way. The puzzle has to fit. We found, a really good formula when JK was injured, and we got Jimmy. I think we went 18-2 or something right away. So we found lineup combinations that have clicked, and we're winning, and we have to stick with that. And it's brutal for JK. It really is. He's a young player who wants to play, and he's absolutely talented enough to play. And he still may be a part of the equation in this series and the next series after that and after that. So we just have to keep plugging away and keep moving forward, and he's doing a good job of that, but I definitely feel for him.
All right, we got another minute.
Wow. The coach said brutal.
Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for...
Sorry, I'm going to have to hit this one.
And that's what life's about. Goo, what do you think of this? I thought this was a good one, and I'm not afraid to put myself out there.
Okay.
So here's the way I'm looking at it now. So the Warriors acquired, remember, the Warriors were talking about acquiring Kevin Durant.
I'll never forget.
And it would have included Kuminga.
Yeah.
And they just made a trade with the Heat for Jimmy Butler. They gave up, Wiggins, Waters,
and a future
Kyle
first.
Anderson, future first. You know the way I'm looking at it? You know who else was included in that deal?
Wow.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Man.
Jonathan Kuminga may as well have been included in that deal.
I'm not mad at that thought process.
I mean, hasn't played much since the trade. Might not be on the team next year.
Well, I know
so they did include Kuminga. You see what I did there?
Yeah, but Steiny, he was getting...
That's pretty clever. You got to admit.
He was getting 15, 20, maybe 23 minutes at times.
Wow.
So we just... The only surprise to all this...
Is what?
Is when it happened. And what did Evan say? I remember the 82nd and 83rd game. That's what's so good. Like, nobody saw it. Well, nobody. I sure didn't.
Let me tell you something, the way it goes. When you play Twin Valley, the subs play a lot. When you play a good team, you got to tighten that rotation.
Sounds like my career.
I was going to say, who's the best team that Logan played?
Moreau.
Right, and you didn't play in that game.
Oh, stop, Sonny. Your boy was long, Evan. Hey, I'm telling you.
Who's,
we play J Kidd, too.
I got to believe Head Royce is pretty lousy at hoops. Bet you got into that game.
I would know.
All right, let's go to Ferris in San Francisco.
You're like D6.
Ferris, is it your day off?
Hey.
I get that all the time.
I'm sure. I'm such a dork.
It's a great movie, though.
It is.
I can't lie.
I own Sky.
It really is. Bueller.
What do you got, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey. Doing great. Playoff time.
All right. I'm ready too. We believe. Go Dubs.
I love it.
Only because you brought it up, Steiny, I will just say, if Eric Hongo, JK, doesn't end up with the team after next year, I wish him much, much, much luck wherever he goes, just like we do with Clay.
Yeah.
You know how much we Bay folks love our Warriors.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. What do you got?
So my question to both you, Steiny, and Guru, I mean, obviously we know that Kerr mentioned that Jimmy Butler has really great IQ, a lot like Andre, like Iguodala does.
Right.
But I guess for me, my X factor more to my question to you guys is, if the Warriors can limit their turnovers and they can play hard-nosed defense based on what Stackhouse has, outlined with them through X's and O's, because I'm not the type, I get very weary about making predictions. I'll just be very clear. I never do that with 49ers, none of the Bay teams, especially not the Warriors. But if they can play hard-nosed defense and limit the turnovers, where do you think they'll end up is my question.
Well, I don't know how far they can go, but they're gonna, if they want to go as far as they can go, you're right. They gotta take care of the ball.
Yeah.
And they gotta be a real good defensive team, which they've been under Butler. But the competition's going to be significantly different in the playoffs than it was in the regular season. But I just want to echo the sentiments. If Kuminga's not here next year, I'm going to root for him wherever he's at.
No, just like I'm doing for Wiseman, Poole.
Yeah. I mean, the problem Kuminga's going to have is if he's not a Warrior next year, it's going to be hard to keep up with him, because those Italian League games aren't televised.
No, I'm not into that type of.
Oh, you're not?
Now you're hitting below the belt, but that's what you want to do on Good Friday. Bottom line is,
by the way? What makes it good? Is this when he rose? Is this when he rose?
I think he was getting ready.
I think you're right. I think he rose today.
This is it.
I think today he rose. Just when you thought it was over.
Ken, get your boy, man. Get your uncle.
He comes back.
Get your uncle. It's feeling frisky at 12:34.
The apostles were doing the night.
Yeah, that's Steiny.
The apostles were doing the night. But
we hadn't seen that in a while. Think we see it in the playoffs? Hell yeah.
You better be careful. Better not try to do it when they're up 4 with like a minute left.
Now he knows when to break it out.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike. Mike in San Jose. Hey, Mike, how you doing? What's going on? Oh,
hey, what's up, fellas?
When you see him come in,
how you doing, Mike?
I'm doing wonderful, man. I hope you guys are doing good today.
Back at you, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't really see this as like a clear-cut X factor, like one specific player. I think it more or less rides on the Warriors doing 3 different things. One of them is going to be keeping the Rockets off the offensive glass. They're number 1 in the league in that. We got to get on that. And the guy who can help with that would be Jonathan Kuminga if he decides he wants to rebound. So it's going to depend on the rebounding and transition because they commit so much on the offensive glass. They're vulnerable on a fast break. Warriors got to run it on them and run them back.
Yeah.
And then the last factor I got is Quentin Post. He's going to be like the pressure valve for all of this. They're going to rotate and they're going to make him hit shots. So him, GP2, or Pods, either one of them, if they could score 12 to 15 and they do those 2 things I said, the Warriors will win this series in 5 to 6 games easily. You guys have a good day.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
That's how I see it, Stoney. And the beautiful thing about the others, per se, is it could be one day Moody get that 15, get that 20, Pods get it the next, Buddy the next. But, man, hopefully you get it all at once. But, man, the box score reads to me, and I was in the lab, I keep telling you that, and you got proof, the 20 turnovers, that's what happens when you play a good defensive team. And the Rockets are active, Stoney. So we'll see how will the Warriors take care of the basketball Easter Sunday night.
How will they take care of it the whole series?
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this, Goo. I'm going to list you 6 players. I want you to tell me who you're the most confident in going into this series, and then which player you think may
Get lemon Moody a little
struggle.
bit. Yeah, right.
All right. Post, Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, Santos, Hield.
Okay, hold on. Post, JK,
of
Moody.
those young players or players with very little playoff experience.
And
like
obviously
Buddy
you
Hield.
had Pods, right? That's the one I'm missing.
Post, Kuminga, Pods, Moody, Santos, Hield.
Okay.
Who are you most confident in that group of young players or Buddy Hield, who hasn't had a lot of playoff experience? And you can feel free to jump into this conversation, 888-957-9570.
All right, I'm going Pods 1. Pods
right.
I got the most confidence in.
Okay.
Or would that be a 10? Pod, no, we'll go 1. That means the most.
Number 1.
2, Stoney, I'm going to shock you.
Are you? Or are you just going to lay out?
2, I'm going the boss is in there, right?
You can go whoever you want.
No, I'm going JK, 2.
Number 2.
All right.
All right. 3, Moody.
Right.
4, Hield. 5, Post, because he's so young. And 6, Santos.
Okay.
I want to hear yours.
And the question here is, who do you trust the most?
Yeah.
And then who might struggle in this series?
All right.
Maybe if you want to put it this way, and Goo uses this phrase a lot, are you worried the lights could be too bright for any of these 6?
So many great sayings by me.
Pods, Moody, Santos, and Hield.
Here we go.
Who do I have the most confidence in? I have the most confidence in Pods in this sense. He will play probably more similarly in the postseason than he does, or as he does in the regular season.
That's how I looked at it. But go ahead. So we got the same. we both agree because I had Pods 1.
Number 2, the most mature player of this group is number 2, Moses Moody. Moses Moody, I trust.
All right, I had him at 3.
Number 3, Santos. And the reason I have Santos 3 is because he's not asked to do anything crazy.
Wow.
He's just got to come in and play with energy. And he's a guy who's probably not going to get you beat. Let's put it that way.
I had him 6, but go ahead.
Number 4, Buddy Hield.
We agree.
Number 5, Kuminga. And number 6, Post. I'm worried about Post.
Yeah. And he's a youngster.
That's why.
I got you.
We don't know where Wiggins is.
Yeah, we do. He's in Miami getting ready for the lock of the year tonight.
The Warriors played the Houston Rockets 5 times this year. They won 3. They went 3-2 against the Rockets, but the last time they played, the Rockets played a hell of a game.
Held them under 100. That's hard.
Now remember, though, that was the last game of a brutal 4-game stretch where they had won the first 3, and the Warriors afterwards were very honest about saying they were mentally fatigued, and that was a big reason why maybe the game went the way it went. So,
well, it's kind of funny because on December 5th, the Warriors, and I know they didn't have Jimmy, they beat the Rockets here, but they scored 99 points, 199-93.
Give me that. You have the 5 scores in front of you.
I have them right here.
Give me this Warriors point totals in each of the 5 games.
Okay, 127, the first game of the season, November 2nd. That went overtime.
First game of the year?
Well, no, the first time they played.
Okay.
November 2nd, it went OT. Warriors 127, Houston 121.
All right.
So that was a track meet. Number 2, December 5th, I just mentioned, here at Chase, 99-93. Obviously, no Jimmy Butler.
Right.
Okay. Then December 11th in H-Town, get this, 91-90 Houston. So that's 2 or 3 games that the Rockets kept the Warriors under 100.
Man.
Okay.
Right.
Then February 13th, Warriors beat Houston. That was All-Star, right before All-Star weekend, 105-98. Remember, that's the game.
That's the game that they tricked off on purpose.
So you say, yeah.
Go ahead.
And then our last one, April 6th or April 5th.
Wow.
106-96. Warriors under 100 again.
Wow.
So,
wow.
I got you.
I mean, that's something to consider. 3 of 5 games,
impressive.
They held them under 100.
Man.
And the one was 105, which I think the Rockets would take. And then, of course, the 127, but even that was in overtime.
Yeah. Basketball doesn't work that way.
Boy,
that's great.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Who do you trust most of the 6 guys on the Warriors that are either young or don't have a lot of playoff experience? And then how are you feeling about those raw numbers? The Rockets' defense has been very good against the Warriors this year. There's no denying it. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Signature Select Classic Ham, Shank Half or Whole, bone in while supplies last, just 89 cents per pound.
Here's Baldy.
I think with the 49ers, with the 43rd pick, they got to take a look at Donovan Jackson, the offensive guard from Ohio State. 4-year starter. This year, when Josh Simmons got hurt, Donovan Jackson kicked out to left tackle, and he started the last 9 games in a row, including that run to the national championship. He's got versatility, but they lose Aaron Banks. Aaron Banks was the 48th player taken in the 2021 draft. The 49ers with the 43rd. I believe this guy is a plug-and-play player. He was the #1 offensive guard coming out of high school in the whole country and lived up to it at Ohio State with the brand of football that they played.
Draft Spotlight with Brian Baldinger. Brought to you by Laughing Monk Brewing, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
It's time to get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Garden of Riches drawings going on now until April 27th. Celebrate the start of spring.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was a tough one for you.
Those were the old vibes, the old team.
Warriors Rockets.
Yeah.
Sunday.
And that's what life's about.
Gosh, man.
When do you want to do this?
I
got to. Well, go ahead. When do you want to do your game?
It's our game.
Okay.
You're 0-2. That's what makes you mad.
It's 1-1.
Thank you, Evan. This guy is a flat out Pinocchio.
We had an inadvertent buzzer by Evan, and I said, all right, 1-1. Whenever.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let me do something first, though.
Name those
Let's do it now. Let's just do it now.
All right.
Hold on.
I don't think he has any players up. Oh, he does? Goo, are you cheating?
Did he really walk I'm out. You ought to be ashamed.
I can't believe
you ought to be
walked
ashamed.
over here.
I walked over.
Oh,
and once I saw Rick Adelman, I was like, you ought to.
I lied.
Oh, no.
You ought to be ashamed.
But that's what you really think of me for.
You have the roster. You have the all-time roster on your screen. Shame on you.
I don't know if he was going to bring it up during the game, but good, you're doing research right before?
No, it wasn't. Wow, man.
Oh, God.
He's going to come out first
today.
with Billy Paltz. And I'm going to be like, how the hell does he know Billy Paltz? Oh, well, he's got the all-time roster up.
Man,
and he's down to the P's.
Evan,
ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry.
Evan.
So this so-called game Guru wants to play is simply there's a team, and we go back and forth and name as many players on the team one at a time as we can until somebody's stumped.
Oh.
He wanted to do it with the Rockets. I looked at his computer screen. He had their all-time roster in front of him. That's who I deal with every day.
But the fact that you felt you had to come check.
Because I knew it. Let's go to Anthony in Brentwood. You got to live with that one. You got to live with that one.
I'm disappointed in both of you.
Why me?
Because you didn't believe me.
You know what? You know what? Go ahead and take the whole all-time roster. I'll still beat you. Because you'll start skipping around, and then you'll start forgetting who you named, and you'll repeat, and that'll give you.
I can't believe you walked over here.
Let's go. Because I
is
know
my
you.
Space.
Anthony in Brentwood. Let's go.
Anthony.
What? That is unbelievable.
I am embarrassed. I'm going to be honest.
Man, that's actually funny, Guru. Sometimes you just, when you get caught, you get caught.
Hey, that's how I'm feeling. I'm caught, man.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I mean, hey, we've all been caught in different instances before.
Hey, it's Tiger. Yeah.
Real quick, Anthony, why do you think a guy with 143 IQ would even need to do that?
I was doing it.
You know what? I think he was just trying to keep his streak. You know, Guru was pretty knowledgeable of different things, and he was trying to put his best foot forward.
Do you call what he did cheating or lying?
Yes.
Let's talk about the Rockets, buddy. What do you got, Anthony?
Okay. So what I got two things. One, Ime Udoka was a really, really good coach, and he employed a really good strategy as to neutralizing Steph, basically. I thought it was pretty interesting that Steph didn't have, I think it's interesting that nobody's really talking about how good the Rockets played that game, the last one of the road trip, holding Steph to 3 points, and that 3 points didn't come to late in the game.
Right.
So I want people to remember that, and also, you know, to me it seems obvious that he's going to try that again. And then on the conversation of JK, I feel like JK fans really, really believe in his athletic ability and what we think he can do. But I just go off of what I've seen, and what I've seen is he's not willing to do the little stuff and the scrappy stuff that the other players are willing to do. And I think if he did those things, he would definitely find his way on the court, because there are other players that do that stuff on different teams, like, you know, Ahmad Thompson, the other Thompson twin in Detroit. There are other players that are less talented as him, but they get on the court because they do the other stuff. So I think it's a lot of wishful thinking with JK, and I wish he would just step up to the plate. But I feel like he's shown us that he's just not willing to do that. And once we got Jimmy, Steve Kerr was like, forget that. He says all the right stuff, but let's be honest. Once we got Jimmy, it was good riddance for JK.
Yeah. Good stuff, Anthony. Yeah.
Man.
I mean, I think Steve Kerr would probably agree with you, although he wouldn't do it publicly. But that might be playing into it also.
I'm sorry, man. I'm ashamed. No, but listen.
Apology not
let me
accepted.
Just tell you
You're
what,
a cheater.
The time I left for tip and I looked back into the tavern and
so
saw
you're reading the text line.
No, but they reminded me. You checked to
get
see
him off the text line. Can you please?
You went to see how much I tipped. And that's how I felt by you invading my space, walking over here to check.
Right,
but that
the same
make
thing
it right.
happened
You're
twice.
wrong.
You stiffed the bartender, and now you tried to cheat.
I left a fat tip.
A cheat in a game. Let's go to Carlos in San Carlos. What's going on, my man?
Who? Sorry.
Carlos.
Hey,
Los.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, so I appreciate you taking the call. This guy before me just touched on it.
All right.
As did Coach Kerr. But 99% of basketball fans do not understand this, and that's kind of harsh, but it's not the best 5 players. It is the 5 players that fit best together at any given time. And there's classic examples of this in the finals when Dirk and company beat Miami and LeBron and Wade and all those guys. And the Lakers, when they lost to the Pistons with Chauncey Billups and those guys, Lakers had like 4 Hall of Famers in the starting lineup. And that's just how the game is played. So with respect to Kuminga, $1 million talent, 10-cent brain on defense, he gets lost. He doesn't know where he's at. So that's just the way that it is. He doesn't fit into the defensive scheme. I thank you for taking the call.
All right. Thanks, Carlos. Appreciate the call.
Well, good point. It's about fit.
I mean, a lot of teams, I shouldn't say a lot, I'd have to look, but he's right. And I go back to one of the greatest teams of all time, and it pains me to say it, the 1983 Philadelphia 76ers, an unbelievable team, and they brought Bobby Jones off the bench.
I remember.
They started a guy named Mark Ivoroni. Bobby Jones is a Hall of Famer. He was coming off the bench. Why? Because that's what worked. That's what worked. And look what happened with Manu Ginobili. Greg Popovich determined that when he started all 3 of those guys, Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili, that one of them, like 2 of them would get rolling, but it's tough to get 3 guys rolling at the same time. So he brought Ginobili off the bench. It's basketball. I agree. Devin in the Uber. What's up, Devin? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Hey. Doing well, thank you.
I want to start off by saying that I've been a caller for a little while. I've been a listener for longer than that. I've never been more heartbroken. Right, we're going to put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Adco Pest Control.
I've never been more heartbroken to have to hear Steiny come here with his competitive nature, knowing he's going against a juggernaut with 143 IQ, just to be cheated in broad daylight. Dude, brother, what's going on?
I was looking at Mario Ellie's all-time stats, and he was on the Rockets, and it happened to have those names up. So
every name of every player who's ever played for the Rockets.
Now people are saying the Patron bottle I brought to the party that was open was really sipped, but nah, man.
You know what else, Devin? You know what else, Devin? It absolutely punctures this joke of a 143 IQ.
That's real.
Because, I'm sure you did get a 143. You cheat? Did you cheat on that? Like you cheated on this?
I've been telling the streets, man. I've been telling the streets you got 143. You've had the streets hard, and I'm broken. So that I just want to say that.
Listen, okay, go ahead, man.
I'm shattered also.
but I did want to say this, right? I don't know if anybody's brought it up. I'm sure we need X Factors pod. Sure, Moody. Sure. What I want to see is the fans really be the real 6th man out there, right? Like let's turn this into Oracle. I remember what that used to be. Win or lose, we were there. We were alive. I need the crowd to be a part of the game. I need us to get in the Rockets mindset and the coach's mindset. I need us to wear those towels. Wear those shirts that they put. Don't be these entitled casual Warrior fans that they show on TV that want to wear their Prada and their Louis and whatever. Put the shirt on. Be a part of the frat. Be a part of the family. Let's love and support our guys. Let's, as fans, if you got the Warrior flags and on your car, drive them around because the Warriors will see them. The coaches will see. The players will see. It's going to hype them up, man. Let's give them some juice. Let's get this Dub Nation, and let's really be fans. That's all I wanted to call in for. But the heartbroken, I'm still hurt about that. I love you guys. I'm going to keep driving.
Thank you, Devin. Appreciate the call.
No, good stuff, man. Let's root for him.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And yeah, I completely agree with Devin. You are going to need the Chase Center crowd on Saturday when you are down 0-2. I mean, they are going to have to come in droves.
Wow, dude. Yeah, stop it. But I got to say something about I sent it to you and Evan for the 10th time. I was in the lab. Dre tried the antics, and it didn't work when they lost this last game, 106-96. So it was emotional, and he was doing all he could, Stoney. But, it felt like the Rockets were ready for it. But we'll find out come Sunday, Easter. And I'm upset, too, at you.
By the way, I should correct myself.
What happened?
Good Friday was the crucifixion, and Sunday, Easter, is when he rose. I said he started to rise on Friday.
That's what you get playing with the Bible.
Okay, I was wrong.
You were wrong.
That's all right.
And you know what? Just real quick about my episode, I'm aware it.
You have to.
The fact that we've been together, no, this is real. This is relationship 101. That you thought you had to check and see if I was cheating tells you what you really think of me. Just real quick.
That's
then
right.
The day when I paid my bar tab and was halfway to the car,
Here's what
and
he
the
does.
Lord told me to look back in the restaurant, and I saw you look to see if I tipped.
Right, I was going to put an extra
But
$5
no,
in there.
That's really the root of that's what you think of my character. You caught me today.
Yeah, I know.
Because we would have found out anyways.
I don't think you would have.
I mean, when Rudy Tomjanovich came up in the fourth round, I think it
would have been the Brent Barry. The Brent Barry one might have gave you away.
Well, I would have one-upped you with Rick Barry.
Yeah, because he was on there. I can't say that one. But why would you not trust me, man?
How did he think
because
of
you're
Luis
not
Scola?
trustworthy.
No, I'm competitive.
You're not trustworthy. I'm sorry.
I can't make you think different.
And you know what?
This is the first time
you just pulled a Jeff Garcia. You stepped in it.
I did not.
All right, let's go to Paula in Pacifica.
Hey,
Paula, how you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Hey, Dynamite, first time caller, huh?
I'm out.
No, I've called before.
Okay, well, welcome back.
Are we doing the confidence thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Get in the game.
Yes, absolutely, Paula.
Okay, Pods.
Okay.
Pod.
Yep.
Pods, Moody, He, Healed, JK, Post.
Wow.
That's exactly my order.
Yeah.
Paula.
Good job,
That's
Paula.
not your order.
You know
didn't say
the
Moody
game.
Second.
She said you didn't say Moody second.
Yes, I did. I said Moody second.
No, I'll do it again. Pods, Moody, He, Healed, JK, Post.
Yeah, I think that's what I had. Good stuff, Paul. Appreciate it. Yeah, I had Moody second.
You just lied.
No, I didn't. I had Moody second.
Oh.
I had Pods, Moody.
Yeah, I am making it.
Third was Santos because he's not asked to do a ton, so I have some confidence in him. Buddy, because he is a veteran, even though he doesn't have a lot of playoff experience. I put Kuminga there because we had to do something with him. And then Post is the guy I'm most concerned about in this series.
It's like me in fifth grade. You just stole Paula's answers.
Evan, did you not hear my list? It's like Don Nelson. Did you even watch the game? Did you even watch the game?
I love that one.
Oh, man. Let's go to...
Who we got?
Oh, boy. Ken in my ear saying car sick in Mountain View. He's making me go to this guy next.
No,
I hope you got a bag.
No, it's actually. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Karthik. So it's like car and frick.
Car
frick. Yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Sure.
And, I went slightly differently from where you guys were at. I agree with everything you said, but went differently.
All right.
So I had Moody going first because he's the most mature and most consistent. But I dropped Pods all the way down to 4. And I had JK coming in second. And I'll tell you why. Because I said JK is someone who we don't really know what to expect. And I think he may deliver more than we think he can. Because he's athletic, Houston's athletic, and there may be something there.
All right.
Pods may not play within his game. He may actually try to do more. You guys race this really well. 3 games under 100, and he may try to score a lot of points and screw up. And then we had, at number 3, I had Quentin Post for the same reason. You don't expect much from him.
All
he
right.
may just over-deliver.
All right.
And then you go down the list, Buddy Hield, 5, and then Guy Santos, because he brings a lot of energy, but I think he'll get the hook pretty quick.
All right. Now, you know what, Carford, thanks a lot for Karthik. Okay. Yeah, no, he thought about it a little differently, but I get it. I may have had.
She was right, Stoney.
I think I had Moody second.
She heard it different.
Yeah.
GP3.
But you know what? Now that Karthik said that,
Peyton.
Huh?
We didn't use Peyton.
I know, because he's got experience.
All right, I got you.
But that is interesting about Pods. I got to say that is a concern. Not a concern, but will he react to the moment by trying to do too much?
Yeah.
Not a bad thought, because sometimes Pods does try to do a little bit too much.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Dale. All right, let's go to Dale. I know you just. Hey, Dale, how you doing?
That's the shortest wait I've had. Thanks for taking my call.
I know I made a mistake. I made a mistake, actually. I should have had Alex, but welcome.
Well, I think I'm going to make a little bit of a noise here because I think J.K. will be the number 1 most consistent because he's going to hold that bench down for the whole game.
Well, I'm going to give you a 4. Yeah.
Oh,
because those people that keep on saying Kerr is wrong and J.K. is good, and then they quote that Houston game where he won it in overtime, rewind the film a little bit more and see how he lost it for us during the game. He dribbled himself into a one-man half-court trap, gave up the ball, and stood there pouting, let the guy get away with an easy layup. He should at least come back and follow the guy to make it harder to score those 2 points. He still doesn't have basketball IQ. He's a fantastic athlete. It reminds me of the JV coach my son played for in high school. Had these guys out there that here we're up by 5 points with a minute left, and five seconds into the shot clock, throw up a half-court three-pointer and miss it. We lost the game. You know, he just doesn't have the basketball IQ yet. So I'd put Pods and Moody almost as a tie up there because they've both been playing really strong.
Fair.
I'm going to give Moody the edge today, though. I'm going to give Moody the edge. I actually think Post is going to come in strong.
Okay.
But my next choice was Hield and Post as a tie, and I'm leaving it at that. But I think certainly I'm going to stir some conversation here because there's a lot of people out there that just don't understand their blindness of believing J.K. is going to change overnight. I don't see that.
Well, and thanks for the call, Dale. That's kind of what I'm a little concerned about, too, is he might not go to him. I don't know. 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. When is someone going to admit Pods is not a point guard? Position is too cerebral for him. It may be an issue in the playoffs. He can get around that by having other guys bring the ball up.
But he handles
various
it more
times.
It's in his hands. He's the PG.
So you admit Curry's a shooting guard. He's not a 1.
I'm embarrassed, man.
About what?
The whole game.
So, and your response to that is going to be to mail it in and take the rest of the show off?
I mean, I'm trying, man.
See, this is what got Kuminga into trouble. The pouting.
How you pouting?
3 minutes until the break.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Their point guard's Jimmy Butler.
Well, I like that. Jimmy.
Let's go to Kurt in Oakland. Hey, Kurt. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Almost at work, but I'll make it quick. If I have to do the confidence level, it's going to be Moody and Pods because they still start with the other 3, and they can play off of them, and they understand that if one of them is hot, they just got to get all the other stuff going on to make sure things are going right. Gee is a sleeper because of just his hustle and his tenacity to get the ball. The big sleeper is Post, just because he could stretch the floor and he could actually get Sengun off the floor with his ability to stretch it. I just need them to be a little more physical because the Rockets are going to try and be physical, as we know. And then JK, I mean, yeah, I guess we got to put him in there too, but he'd be last on my confidence list because he reminds me a lot of Anthony Randolph, where all the talent in the world, but he just couldn't figure it out. And that's the downfall. He needs to figure it out and play team ball, period. He doesn't want to do that. And it sucks, but it happens. But he's got to be in there, But yeah, that would be my confidence level parts. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Yeah, good stuff, Kurt. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. So everybody just, again, I got to be careful here. We just know Santos is getting run.
Yes. Because to me, Santos is a guy who, if some things aren't going right and you don't like the way the game's going and you think you're lacking emotion and maybe you're lacking physicality, get Santos in there.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what can't happen if you're the Houston Rockets. You can't have Santos come into the game or Post come into the game and get into it with a Sengun or with an Amin Thompson, and there's an incident. Now all of a sudden one team loses a great player and the other team loses a Scribini.
Yeah.
And I say that for the Warriors too. You don't want Jeff Green coming into the game and getting into a fight with Draymond Green, and the next thing you know, they're thrown out and then maybe have to be suspended or something like that. That's an extreme case, but you got to take into consideration all types of scenarios. It's playoffs after all. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. One more segment, and then we welcome in Willard and Dibbs for the crossover. And what's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
So I came home and I had like 2 or 3 days where I was just out of it. I was sad. I was very sad.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement.
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the playoffs are here, and the Warriors are in the playoffs, which is good news. They play the Houston Rockets on Sunday.
Yeah.
And this is what hit me. Let me ask you this question. Give me the three worst sports cities in the country. The three worst. And I'll start.
Okay, go ahead, because
I got Houston in there.
Oh, wow. Because can you define what constitutes them going in this category? Support?
Like a city where the fans have the least interest in their professional teams.
All right, go ahead.
Number 1.
Atlanta. There's just no doubt about it. Atlanta. Number 2. Houston. Houston's not a great sports city.
Wow, I think you're off with
Number
both of
3.
Number 3.
Phoenix. Phoenix isn't a great sports city. There you go.
Whoa, what are you?
Hey,
professional?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be professional.
There's a clear-cut number 1.
Atlanta.
It's Charlotte.
That's a great one, Evan.
Charlotte could give a rat's ass about their professional sports
And
teams.
I got Tampa Bay right behind them.
Major sports cities.
Yeah.
I got to give you Charlotte.
Good Lord.
Tampa, I'm not going to put in there.
What about Miami? They could give a damn. Look at the Heat games. Even the
Not a bad
playoffs.
call. It's not a bad call.
And the Marlins, we already know what that is.
I was thinking about Washington, but they do love their football.
Oh, my gosh. Even when they stink.
And when the Nationals are good, they draw.
Yeah.
Now, the Wizards.
Yeah, of the major sports towns. Whew.
Don't you dare say L.A.
Oh, I was actually thinking about.
San Francisco?
No.
Santa Clara?
It's not. Oh, my. Evan, stop, man. You can't eat your own, E.
Yeah, you know what? I got to be honest. I didn't think of the Bay because I think Giants fans are.
Raiders and Niner games
Raiders
had to be
aren't
stopped,
here anymore.
but when they were,
that
fights. Giants A's Battle of the Bay.
Not anymore.
Well, I'm in the past.
But like the Warriors when they were in Oakland.
Well, I was thinking like I have the five major sports hubs. Yeah, New York, Dallas,
New York's
the Metroplex,
number 1. Yeah,
Chicago.
They care.
Well, let me tell you what.
Boston.
You know who just rose up in the standings, and I mean down? Dallas. Because they don't love their Mavs right now.
No, it's true.
They do not love the Mavs.
But that's justified. They love the hockey team. They love the Stars, the Rangers, and Dallas, the Cowboys. The Mavs one we get. They're doing a revolt.
I thought Texas
played. What about Colorado?
I thought
Nobody
Texas
mentioned
played
that.
in Arlington.
It's the Dallas Cowboys. The Niners playing Santa Clara. Your point?
You said the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
How far is Arlington from Dallas?
Oh, Steiny, skip and a jump from here to San Jose.
It's
Probably
not that
less
far.
than that. Yeah. I know for a fact.
Don't the Cowboys play in Arlington too?
Yeah, they do.
Bad call with Denver. The Broncos are. Do they love their Broncos?
What about the
in
Rockies?
Denver? You got to take all 4 teams together. That's the point.
Nuggets
aren't. I'll tell you what.
Who did you guys?
They love the Avalanche, and I am not kidding.
Yes, they do.
They say more than the Nuggets.
They do. I would. I would
that
probably
was you
agree
and the
with
boss
that.
trying to convince me that day.
I think there's probably more. Let's put it this way: Avalanche fans are more passionate than Nuggets fans. Let's put it that way.
How about Utah, Salt Lake?
Hell no. When
I like the Utes.
When the Jazz are good, that's like the loudest building in the NBA.
BYU.
We're talking pros, although they've got some pros. DeBoncha
hasn't stepped foot on campus yet.
Oh man,
they got somebody else too now.
But he's on the
that
payroll.
dude, he ain't gonna be playing Sunday, Steiny.
Well, that's because he's not a football player.
Oh, we didn't say the real. The by New Orleans.
That is wrong.
The Pelicans.
They don't like the Pelicans, but the Saints make up for it. Who dat? Let me tell you something about New Orleans. They love the Saints. The city shuts down on a Sunday. What Drew Brees did for that city and that community in the wake of Katrina was indescribable. New Orleans, I'm with you. There are no Pelican fans. I will give you that.
Who's the best one?
Best sports city?
Because I got it.
The Bay Area.
No, they're off there. You can't even use them.
No,
Evan ripped them already.
It's obvious.
I think we're on the
Philadelphia.
I was going there first or New York.
Oh, well, but Philly's also had. See, I feel like you got to classify this as the fans that don't give up on their teams even when they should. And there's a clear-cut number one city.
Dallas.
It's Cleveland.
That's not a bad call. That's not a bad
They've had
call.
nothing to cheer for in a century.
Cavs.
Well, Cavs, yeah.
But yes, I would agree. Cleveland's up there. I've been to the Dog Pound. It's unbelievable.
The original?
Municipal
Yes, the
Stadium.
original, yes.
Yeah, by the water, they say. The lake.
Hard by Lake Erie.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Minneapolis also.
They used to bring kegs into the game in Cleveland.
What?
Yeah.
How would you know that?
Because I've been there. Dude, the guys wore like dog houses on their back, and they'd have a keg of beer in the dog house.
Oh, man.
Dog Pound was unreal.
Yeah.
Chicago's a great sports city.
Boston, too.
Boston, yes.
Yeah, they're overrated.
L.A., yeah. I think L.A.'s middle of the pack.
Boston is propped up by the most amount of puff piece propaganda series and movies or documentaries.
You guys are watching
whatever you want to call it, I have ever seen.
But
Please
they
explain.
care. But they care, Evan. That's my biggest my metric. They care.
Please explain.
Sports city in the country.
Right.
Who has the most movies, docs, series done about them? It's not even close. It's Boston. And they're like a quarter of the size of New York City.
I was thinking of the Ben
Do you have
Affleck
any data
movie.
to back that up?
There's one that released every single year.
He's on to something.
There's a lot of New York documentaries.
But
Well,
he
New
meant
York City's
movies.
like a top city in the world.
Well, not anymore.
Population sake.
Not anymore. New York's fallen. It just has.
What data do you have?
That's that. Listen, see, this
But
is
the
where.
way you say it.
Okay. This is where you rubes try to get out of the country once. Okay?
Hey.
Go on a vacation to Europe. Go spend some time in London. Go spend some time in Paris. And you'll realize that
they play
all
Tupac in the mall.
American cities must answer to those two cities.
It's 11th in the world.
What is?
NYC.
In terms of what?
Population.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about bustle. I'm talking about vibrancy.
You're talking about fussle is what you're talking about.
Stoney, you're talking about New York when you say that. Bustle.
Okay, listen.
The city doesn't sleep.
Yes, it does. If you're comparing it to London or Paris, it sleeps.
Well, there are two different divisions.
Dude, walk out of your apartment in Paris on a Sunday at 11 p.m. The streets are packed.
London's 38th and Paris is 29th.
The streets are packed.
And we're talking about the states.
I'm talking
they're
about
a different
bustle.
division of their own.
And that's where San Francisco has plummeted.
Yeah. I'm
not talking about I'm talking about bustle.
I was in New York.
We're missing bustle.
This city don't sleep. I swear to God,
when were you there? When were you there?
2 years ago.
Yeah, it's
what? Since then,
it's like Curry. It's lost a step. All right,
you haven't been back since,
huh?
But even Evans' numbers are not even going to care. I don't like. Come on.
I'm just saying.
Numbers are numbers.
Yeah, you know what?
Numbers are numbers.
Vegas is now livelier than New York.
Well, man,
take it to the bank.
They should be. You ain't saying nothing with that.
Well, that was a text from the 605.
Cigarettes per capita.
Who's been to Barcelona? They're saying Barcelona is better than Paris and New York.
Division.
I believe it's pronounced Barcelona.
Yeah.
He says
Paris.
Bustle is Barcelona. Okay.
Yeah.
That's in the East.
Wait, but isn't that the one where they don't want tourists anymore? Or is that Madrid? Or Portugal?
Why no tourists?
Because they're sick of them.
Oh, boy.
Because
I think the whole world is sick of us.
They're sick of all the tourists, probably specifically us.
No.
What city am I thinking of? I think it is Barcelona.
Barca.
Yeah, they're saying stay away.
I'm being real with this because you brought this up, #random. Steiny, I swear to you and Evan, I would love to go to Tokyo and just see if is it as clean as the movies make it to be. Like, I was watching, what was the Fast and Furious, and I'm like, is it really like that out there? Like, I want to go check that out.
Which one?
It's
Fast and Furious.
Like 18 different Fast and Furious.
It captures
which Tokyo?
I'm like, is it that clean?
I don't know.
Yes, it is.
And would I play well over there?
Everyone who's been to Tokyo has told me that it is a utopia.
Dude, you're telling me it's cleaner than Vancouver.
Well, I heard that's clean.
Well, I've only been to Vancouver. I haven't been to Tokyo.
How is that?
But Tokyo is 40 million people.
I know. I'm not.
I want to get there.
Vancouver's incredible. Are you talking about Tokyo? Yeah, it's funny. Like Tokyo,
what's the homeless population?
Isn't it funny how everybody's different? Yeah, you want to go to Tokyo, and it's like I never really had an interest to go to Tokyo. I'd rather go to Stockholm or
that place is close.
Helsinki or Copenhagen.
Even when Evan went back on his retreat a couple summers ago,
to Stockholm. By the way, Copenhagen is one of the most expensive places in the world.
Well, it's supposed to be unreal.
I'm out.
Just like at the ship. It's like hey, you may as well call Copenhagen the old ship.
Why are you laughing? Oh, man.
Let's go to Ethan in Lafayette. He's got a Sports City he wants to talk about. Hey, 650, watch your mouth about Vancouver. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, fellas, thanks. I like listening to you guys on occasion. I get a chance to break away from work. Today's one of those occasions.
Nice.
There you go.
I'm picking my son up from the 5th grade camp today. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, so anyway, you guys are talking about Cleveland. I heard that mentioned.
Yeah.
I'm a lifelong Cleveland sports fan, man. I still am. Die in the wool. Browns, Guardians, Indians, Cavaliers. I got the Cavs flag flying out in front of the house in anticipation of Sunday. I just wanted to say I'll turn 50 next year. I have had one championship in my lifetime. That was 2016. I know, much to your dismay. But that said, with the Cavaliers, but that said, my sports fandom has been hallmarked by 2-word captions that all of you know and that are part of the tapestry of my life. The drive, the fumble, the shot, the fumble part 2, late decision. I mean, all of these things, right? So I would challenge anyone out there to say that the misery index is higher anywhere than in Cleveland, Ohio. The Fury by Lake Erie, also known as the Mistake by the Lake, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
That's where I hail from proudly. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I'll take my response off there.
Yeah, I love.
Have you heard about the frog?
Yeah, this frog thing, I don't know what that's all about. I think it's a gimmick, but whatever. That's fine. I mean, Oh, by the way, Stein, you mentioned the dog pound. I went there once and smelled like weed, beer everywhere, but the most rabid, crazy fans, and it was an experience. I was like 11. I'll never forget
that's
it.
the
So anyway, I can
Coliseum.
relate to what you said.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I love Cleveland. By the way, hey, you know what? Let's get some people mad at me. The black hole can't hold a candle to the dog pound.
See, I don't.
The black hole,
Evan, I hadn't been there.
The black hole is like a kindergarten class compared to the dog pound.
One of a kind.
You can't talk about a deceased part of our area.
Well, damn, E.
I'm just saying.
It was incredible. All walks of life. Let me tell you where I don't want to go, and somebody just put it. I'm being real. Miss me with Buffalo. The clips I see from what goes on at those games before and just the city, I'm like, I'm cool. Buffalo, I ain't going.
All right.
I'll eat your wings.
There's somebody on the text line saying, get out of the country, Steiny. I'm like, yeah, I have been out of the country.
Now, I lived in Japan. I just don't remember it. But I want to get back as an adolescent. I'm serious.
What?
Yeah, Norm was in the Navy. We had a nanny. And my sister and I are probably about 4 or 5.
You have a gardener and a nanny?
Well, back when I was young, even Pops was in the Navy.
Norm!
Yeah.
No wonder this kid is spoiled.
Oh, please.
143.
Justin in Oakland.
It took a hit today.
What's up, Justin?
Hey, top of the afternoon to you guys.
Hey. Sounds like Jimmy Butler. Hey, Justin, what's up?
Hey, just want to say, man, hey, when it comes down to sports love, the best city of all the United States got to be Oakland, California.
There
man.
you
Put
go.
some respect on the board.
Yeah.
Ain't no team, ain't no dog pound better than the Black Hawks.
I believe that. Steiny's right. He tried to stir it up. I believe that.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it.
Let's just real quick, and I know Evan don't want to go. Black hole, it was in doctors.
No, it wasn't.
Street pharmacists, whatever walk of life they
What's
all
a street pharmacist?
Don't sell them, don't deal with
Don't want to know.
My point is, you had that black on, it was family, man. I'm serious. I'm waiting on a doc on the black hole, man.
Why?
Because it brought people together.
They also dump beer on people. They're pretty rude to opposing fans.
They don't do that in Philly. You see what happened to Shasky and Bonte? They barely got home when they went to Philly. They got spit on. Dude, it was kids and ladies.
Know what? This story gets more exaggerated by the year.
Nah, you watch that. That was Mississippi Burning Part 2. That was hate. Buffalo, I'm cool. Steiny, the black hole, you've been in it. It's incredible.
I've never been in it.
What about We Believe Oracle?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's not the black hole.
It's right next door, but you know what the town vibe, the feel.
No doubt. Yeah, I'm with you. Vancouver, BC is the second Vancouver. Stop it. I know there's a Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah, it's where all the people who don't want to live in Portland live.
Portland taking a hit?
Don't sleep on Victoria. What?
You have such... Oh, my God.
What?
And also, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a city better than New York. Toronto. Toronto's better than New York.
Now, I'm hearing that. I've been hearing that.
That's one of the reasons why.
What about Ontario?
That's a state or a province, as they say.
But it's Canada.
Right, but it's...
That's like saying...
The province of Ontario is as big as like four states in the United States.
It's like it's like the Midwest.
That's huge. It's like the taiga. It's like the taiga.
No, it's not.
No, seriously, when the Raptors and Warriors got down, and be real, Bonte told me about his experience going to Toronto. It was A+. It was like
Toronto's
incredible.
Great. Yeah, Toronto's
clean.
Great city. And plus, here's the problem.
I want my cities to be clean.
Here's the problem with and it's
hold on now, don't get in trouble.
You live in Sac.
So the problem, this is gonna hurt with Oracle and Warrior fans
and you live there.
Is the last game ever at Oracle, the Raptors took it over. They took it over.
We're talking about bigger than sports too. Culture.
Okay. Toronto doesn't have culture?
No, I bet it does. That's why I want to go.
Let's go to JP. He said he was in Tokyo. What's up, JP? How you doing?
Hey guys. I've been to London. I've been to New York. I've been to Mumbai, and I've been to Tokyo.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I don't think there is another city like Tokyo.
Really?
The people are so nice. The streets are clean. The food is awesome.
I need to hear this guy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, keep going.
I want to go.
Sorry, I thought you were gonna ask a question, but no. The sports fans there. I mean, I saw as many Shohei Ohtani billboards and ads on trains and taxis. I've not seen them here. And I actually went to watch at a university baseball game, and the stadium, even though it was small, it was full of people, and it was so noisy. I couldn't understand a thing of what they were saying, but the game was really fast, and I enjoyed baseball live after a very long time.
Thanks,
man. I'll leave you with that.
Thanks, JP. Appreciate it.
Hey, give me the Tokyo. Oh, my God.
Where is our world tour?
Man.
Oh, God.
Dude, when Stein and Guru goes global, it's going to be over.
Wow.
Yeah,
because I didn't enjoy Paris when I went.
Real? Well, that's because it's multicultural.
They were playing Tupac with the cuss words in the mall.
I know, you said that 17 times.
I'll never forget it. And I love pot.
And but
that ain't in the
you also think Wrigley Field isn't cool. You're the only person I ever met.
I'm not. Evan, it was the worst experience I've ever had.
You're the only person I've ever met who went to Wrigley Field and didn't say, "Yeah, it's pretty cool."
No. Now the energy around it, the ambiance is second to none.
You stepped in it
again. There was a pole right in front of us, Evan, as if I was in a cartoon movie. Like, I can't see.
Guru.
And people admit, like, dude, Wrigley, I'm out.
Guru.
If I'm in the
you
dugout,
made a mistake.
I did not.
When you bought your tickets, they said
and they
obstructed view, and you said, "Yeah, why not?"
Evan, I'll never
it saved
forget.
you a few bucks.
Pirates were playing the Cubs, and it was. I mean,
if the Pirates are playing, you don't want to watch it.
Hey, they were good then, dude.
Tokyo. Yeah, you're on your own on that one on Wrigley Field.
I might do some research on Tokyo after this show.
Wrigley's incredible.
Now's the time to go to Japan, by the way.
How come?
Currency's tanking.
Yeah.
Dollar's very strong across the pond.
Yeah. Okay. Back to
Wiggins.
Wiggins.
I don't have a lot of experience on turning the money into, how much is, $20, what did it get you there?
Well, you don't have to figure it out. Give them a 20 and they'll give you the appropriate,
man.
lira or peso.
Someone said
euro.
For now.
I want to go to Dubai, though. Yeah, I see the videos.
Yeah.
Now that's clean.
That's where Jimmy Butler went during the All-Star break.
I think you'd be arrested inside 12 hours in Dubai. Like, you can't spit. You can't litter. You can't drink in public. I mean, it's...
You're playing.
No, I'm not.
Maybe not.
Well,
maybe take that off the list.
I might be playing, but I've heard it's like...
strict.
Yeah.
Ooh. And they enforce
But it's weird because I also hear it's like a big party for the people who are rich.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Well, I'm out.
But I'm all ears with Dubai. Now, we got Willard coming in. He knows everything on the other
speaking
side.
of the rich, your daughter, right?
Oh, yeah.
What about her?
See, congratulations is in order.
Yeah, we want to congratulate her.
Tell her. Tell the people and how you processed it. You are, man.
All right. It's probably something that no other parent can relate to. But, my daughter recently got a new job.
Let's go.
With a PR firm in
L.A.
She's 20 in L.A. and she's 27 years old and making more than me.
That's your goal.
No. Making more than me.
That's why I cheated.
Although, you know what? With a couple more appearances, I could close the gap.
Why? You raise your kids to be better than you, and she's done that in regard to the annual income, but you look at it as a slight. That is weird.
It's not weird.
It is, Steiny.
It's not weird.
If little Daryl said, I'm making yada yada, it's more than you, Pop. Yeah, I did my job.
Two things can be equally true. I can be very happy for her and want to wring Nahigian's neck at the same time.
Don't blame him.
All right. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I root for Africa.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine?
I would run around the studio naked. Absolutely incredible.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover, and today's crossover is sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Coming up in 10 minutes, what's bugging you? Again, sponsored by Atco Pest Control, swatting away yellow jackets for good. Nothing ruins a good backyard hang like yellow jackets. What's up, gentlemen?
Yeah, guys, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Look at my man.
Let's start this thing.
Yeah.
Come on.
Nice job with Kerr yesterday.
You guys did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, he's awesome.
It's tough to
as far
follow.
as
Ask you what movies to watch.
I know.
Say this.
Yeah.
What'd you want us to say?
White Locust. He watched
White
that.
Lotus.
It's a lotus. It's not an insect.
I did that to him earlier. That was
No, he
forfeit.
did. That was shtick.
But he asked us what we're watching.
Yeah, and
I'm
Dibs
like,
kept it real.
I know. I'm like, boy,
not from the open net.
I'm like, you're barking up the wrong tree, Coach. You asked the wrong two people to give you
Imagine if I would have been in on it too. I would have been like, Life in the Taiga.
Well, what I'm watching is Dora the Explorer and Cocomelon Lane is what I'm watching.
Dora's still around, huh?
Dude,
wow.
yeah, she's had a reboot, but like the old Dora still hits nice. So, and I'm watching Backyardigans and Baby Shark and Bubble Guppies and all the rest of this garbage.
Swiper, stop swiping.
Yeah, that's right.
Swiper's got to stop swiping.
Swiper, no swiping.
That's right.
Yes.
There you go.
That's right.
But
No
yeah, a good
swiping.
interview, man.
How you feeling?
What stood out to you?
Take a guess.
Well,
I think you figured it out.
No. That's what he.
Yeah, that's fine.
To me, what stuck out most, and we can get to commitment. I don't mean to cut you off, because seriously. But what stuck out to me the most is that they acknowledge the age of their team, and they're acknowledging it to such an extent that they know they have to manage it to accomplish their goals. And what I heard Steve Kerr say is, we knew that if we lost to Memphis, we may as well have been 0-1 right off the bat to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that would have been a major problem.
And I actually pitched the question to him that way because that's how I felt.
Yeah.
Remember, the balloon pops if you lose tonight.
You said it.
I didn't agree, but I was like, I think he did.
I don't think you can do it. I love that you pointed that out, because when we asked him that, I thought the relief that he was feeling was evident immediately in the first sentence. He was just like, boy, that game, he called it huge, but you might as well have just said
and
it.
when the
it
offense,
was a must.
Yeah,
it was a must.
While I'm listening, I just pictured those inept possessions, and I'm wondering collectively, was that all on their mind? Because I'm like, shoot it. But had they lost and they came back and went down 1, I'm like, maybe you guys were onto something.
The heaviness of those moments.
The heaviness.
Right? Go back to Kyrie's three-pointer. Like that.
Never forget it.
How many possessions back and forth are just
5 minutes of non-scoring for the Warriors.
Clank. The heaviness of those moments. And these weren't game 7s, but they played them. Steve Kerr played them like game 7s. And so yeah, man, it gets heavy in those last 2 minutes. You could see it.
Yeah, it does, and I can't help but think about if the Warriors go on a run. The only other older team that ever did what the Warriors are trying to do is the Bulls in 98, and you had Rodman at 37. Jordan was 35 and a half. You had Ron Harper, who was critical, 34 and a half, and Pippen was 33, almost 33. And you look at Steiny, what they did in that run, and they had some off days, and when they didn't have off days, they lost. And the end of the season, before the start of that best of 5, they had 6 days. They swept New Jersey. Great. Then you had 4 days, and you took care of Charlotte in 5, and then you had 4 days. Well, the Pacers took them to 7 games. And by the time that series ended, 88-83 over Indiana.
Damn.
3 days later, you played the Jazz and you lost. And that was at Utah. And so I think about an older team with rest versus no rest. And so the Bulls were better than the Jazz, but the Jazz got them early in overtime, and then the Jazz were able to hang, I think, because the Bulls were markedly older than Utah.
Well, and that's like, you want to start thinking about a game within a game, do they have to wrap up some series in 6 to make a run?
I don't think so. What I heard Steve say, and I believe him on this, what I heard Steve say was, whatever the best of Warriors basketball is, we are now going to have the opportunity to see it and play it because there are no back-to-backs.
Yeah.
And I know where fans go whenever professional bajillionaires start talking about I'm tired because of my charter jet. I know.
Hotel in the sky.
I know. Yes, they stay at the W and the Ritz and all of those things. I get it. But their reality is their reality. They're the only ones who know it. We don't. And I believe him when he says these last 3 weeks were intense, even by NBA standards. And we felt at times like we were spinning and we couldn't get a breath and we couldn't get our feet on the ground. I believe him. And now you don't have to worry about that ever again. I mean, until next year. Yeah. But you don't really have to do that anymore. So I think it's actually it's now set up in their favor, especially against an inexperienced team.
Yeah. Well, I have a comparison to what happened to the Warriors 2 years ago with the Lakers. I've said this a few times. The fact that the Kings pushed the Warriors to Game 7 on a Sunday. They won the game. Curry had 50, and the Lakers got him 2 days later in Game 1. They had 4 days off. What I'm getting at is this is the Warriors' Game 1 like the Lakers. I just feel like this is the one that you get, and you'll maybe even feel like we can manage this series. We can manage this series. I'm not saying you win Game 1, the series is over, but I do think Game 1 now becomes the one you get.
I mean, the numbers will tell you that obviously Game 1 is an immediate marker on your likelihood to win the series. I also think, though, I'll agree with you from the standpoint that this particular matchup, I mean, how many key Rockets will play their first playoff game Sunday night?
Jalen Green,
Thompson, Sengun, right? Jabari.
Keep going.
Eason, right? All of them, right? I think all of them. Other than Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet, I don't think.
Jeff Green.
Okay. Does he?
Love it. If he gets in.
For his 3 minutes. Yeah. So don't let them think that this is like another game. Make them feel like this is different. And so if you take Game 1 from them, I think all kinds, especially because of it's the Warriors.
Yeah.
I think doubt just overwhelms them if the Warriors can win Sunday night.
Do you know what the percentage is of the Game 1 winner winning the series in the history of the National Basketball Association?
I'm going to say 7. I'm going to go on 81. 81%.
81?
I'm going lower. I'll go 69.
For fun, I'll go in the middle of those two.
Which is?
Do the math, Willard.
Yeah. You said 81 and you said 69? Well, that would be 75.
Yeah, the correct answer is 77.8% of teams.
Sorry, you went over.
Yeah, I know.
Who win Game 1, they go on to win the series. And I mentioned this before to you guys about the chef. He is 4-3 when losing Game 1 of a series.
That's incredible, actually.
It is, yeah. It is. And, I mean, the last 3 series the Warriors have played, they lost Game 1, and they beat Sacramento. They lost to the Lakers, and then the one before that was, I believe,
it was Boston.
Boston.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, if you win Game 1, like Game 1 is usually at the building of the better team, so the better team usually will win Game 1, and then they're just a better team.
Are you all surprised that the Warriors are such favorites in the series, but they are underdogs in Game 1?
I'm like, make it make sense,
Underdog in Game 1.
Yeah, Mark, I see. I don't understand.
Very slight one.
Yeah, I saw it.
But you're an underdog in Game 1.
I saw it.
And Dibs just said 77%
yes, he did.
of the time.
That's pretty.
You win that game, you win the series, but the Warriors are heavy favorites to win the series.
I do think it's weird just on the surface, and I get it. If you dig deep, you can figure it out. But this team won more games in the regular season. They finished second. They have home court. So that tells me Vegas is putting a lot into the experience part of it, right? Can it be? Seriously, you guys know more than I do about that stuff.
Because they're not taking into age or attrition like they might tire the old guys against the young guys.
But there is,
I think,
a Warriors tax that's built in because more people are going to want to bet on the Warriors, and so you do have to build in a cushion if you are the house. You want to make sure that you don't get burned by the real odds of a 52-win team against a 48-win team with home court advantage. Houston should be favored minus 150.
Go ahead.
But if you had the Warriors at plus 140, you're going to lose a lot of money if the Warriors win that series.
But if you go in, let's just say it was minus 175 for the Warriors, I'm thinking this spread, Mark and Dibs, is going to be like Warriors minus 4.5, 5. But for it to be that minute, I'm like, boy, okay, we'll see. Go ahead.
Well, go ahead. What's bugging you is coming up.
I know, but I just want to say this because Willard hit me with it with 2016 hashtag super random. But I'm a sports nerd and romantic. The 2 what ifs I want back. If Jordan didn't retire after the 98 title, that Bull team, I believe they would have won again, and Houston wouldn't have won. And had the Warriors not lost, had Draymond not got suspended, and Durant came, I don't think they needed Durant. I truly believe they were better than Cleveland, up 3-1. We were robbed of watching that Warrior team as is. Try to avenge that, and they would have lost, Andy, my partner, but they wouldn't have. Dibs, I wanted to see that revenge from blowing the 16-1. That's all.
Well,
Draymond
Green went begging.
So you wish
in the parking lot.
You wish that Durant to the Warriors never happened.
No, I'm happy. I've lived it,
right?
But I didn't like it when it happened. But I felt like it was a surplus. That team, is, they were up 3-1. And my friend was coaching on the Cav coaching staff, and they were fighting inside that locker room after Game 4 when they thought it was over, and Draymond gave them a bone. And they did what they did with it.
I mean, they had just been down 3-1.
That's true.
Previous series. So,
yeah. What's bugging you is sponsored by Atco Pest Control, swatting away yellow jackets for good. Nothing ruins a backyard hang like yellow jackets. Atco Pest Control, they get it. And they've got a solution that lasts all season without using pesticides. Their season-long yellow jacket trapping keeps the buzz out of your space so you can grill, chill, and enjoy the outdoors without the sting. No chemicals, no hassle, just solid protection from the pests that bug you most. Book now at AtcoPestControl.com and mention what's bugging you, and you get 10% off your yellow jacket trapping service. Atco Pest Control, natural protection for the home and backyard you love.
It's really well done.
Yeah,
my man.
It's really well done. It took a big, deep breath there. Here, I'll do a stupid one first.
We got to label it.
No, it's stupid. It's stupid. Hold music. It's completely bugging me. I had to make one of those.
You guys are getting me with these. I love it.
I had to make a phone call this morning where you got put on hold. And I've decided that hold music has not updated since there used to be rotary phones. Because when you used, and for those of you who don't know, anyway, ask an old person what a rotary phone is. When you're actually on a phone, you have the ability to sort of have an actual speaker, and therefore more musical instruments sound okay. But none of us are doing that anymore. We are on a cell phone on Bluetooth driving around, and a high-pitched violin might be the worst sound that could possibly come through your car's sound system. Please update them. I don't want my ears to hurt while I'm just waiting to talk to a human being. That's all.
And real quick, while I did a great job on that read.
You did.
I didn't do. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I take it back. You did an awful job.
Yep. Oh, time for the legal.
You want me to go?
Please.
What's bugging me? Aaron Rodgers.
That was mine.
Well, you better find a new one.
Wow.
And you know why it's yours? Is because you overheard me saying it was mine before the show. We move on. Don't interrupt. So you want to take him? Go ahead.
No, I don't. Go ahead.
I need to be your friend more than.
No, I had my top three, but now I'll go to my second.
I got some time for you, but go ahead.
All right. It said Aaron Rodgers is still unsure of his NFL future. The NFL is deciding Aaron Rodgers' future, not Aaron Rodgers. Did you see that he's actually meeting with teams and saying, you know, I have a lot of obligations in my life, and so, I'm going to need you to work with me as it relates to how, the off-season regimen. And of course, he was interviewed yesterday, and you're not going to believe what he did. So gutsy. He ripped the Jets.
Yeah, he's a loser.
I mean, you want to talk about gutsy? Come on.
He's a loser, man.
In the words of my great partner, take a play off, Aaron. Take a play off.
Yeah, well, he won't because
wow.
And he also said in that same interview that he is not somebody who is like starved for attention, and yet you put
That's
yourself
the
out there.
stuff.
Right. I mean, that's the stuff right there where you're so starved for
McAfee
attention.
just soaks it all up, man.
We're leaving out that in the midst of all this, days after meeting with the Steelers, he invited cameras to a workout with DK Metcalf,
man.
And now you're telling, but please respect my privacy.
Man.
I don't get it, man.
We're on to you, Aaron.
What a drama queen.
Dude, he loves all of it.
If you want it, if that's the deal, if you've got real things going on in life and you need a moment, my God, we'll all be understanding. But I'm thinking maybe DK Metcalf and Pat McAfee are not your friends if what you have are complicated things going on at home.
Yeah.
They're your friends if you want pointless attention, though.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Really weird.
Terrible. What's bugging me is parents who send sick kids to school, whether it's elementary, high school, or in my case, preschool, where, we have a preschool out where I live, and it's a great preschool, but there's a stomach bug. And so my daughter got it. And unfortunately, what happens when you have a 2.5-year-old in diapers, the stomach bug turns into a problem for you and for the daycare providers. And turns out 5 of her classmates now have a similar problem with their tummy. And I don't know who patient 0 is, but when you're a parent, especially if you're a stay-at-home mom, and I'm talking directly to like 3 or 4 of you, and I see you, and your kid on Tuesday, I walk in, and this young man has got the green stripe. He's got the green stripe hanging from the right nostril. And I'm thinking, you've got a nanny, and your nanny's at home eating bonbons, watching TV. If your kid is sick, you keep your kid at home. That's what's bugging me. Selfish.
I haven't had a bonbon in years.
What is a bonbon?
It's a chocolate thing.
Ice cream bowl.
You get
it
the Nestle Dibs that you get?
Oh, yeah, I know those.
That's
a
basically that's a
bonbon.
bite of a bonbon.
Yeah, not bonbon, but bonbon.
It's a chocolate covered, filled with ice cream little treat.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll go here. So I don't know if you and Willard know this, Dibs and Willard. You guys are truly married. You're a couple. You're a tandem. And
Me-
so
me
am
and
I.
him?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You're 20 hours a week.
I need a lawyer.
If not more.
Go ahead.
So my thing is trust. So I've been with my man 7 years and met my father, my most precious thing I have in my life, and I love him. And you think through time that you bond and you know each other's faults and you know what I'm about.
Bond to bond?
So there was an incident. I won't say the time and year, but we were at the cafeteria and we did a little shtick on tipping. And I was light tipper.
Yeah.
But I've learned to be a big tipper through him. But I was leaving the locale, and the Lord or somebody spoke to me and said, turn around. And when I turned around, I had paid for my tab. I saw Steiny open my book to see how much I tipped.
Oh, boy.
And we all laughed, and I laughed from afar. But as I got in the caddy and drove home, it hurt because I felt like he didn't trust me. You had to see if and it was one of the biggest tips I gave, but I was proud, but I was hurt too. So come in today, I'll come up with this pea-brain idea where whoever the Warriors are playing, I say an old name. Anybody that's played for that franchise, we go back and forth, and the winner is when somebody runs out.
Tomjanovich, Elijah, Drexler.
So we're at 1-1. And today we got all fired up when we did the Rockets.
We're going to do the Rockets.
So somehow on my computer, I brought up all-time Rocket players, and we're getting ready to go to battle. And Steiny walked all the way over to see what was on my computer.
Oh, boy.
And he found what was on my computer was all-time Rocket players. And if I could turn red, I would have, because I was like, I'm embarrassed. So I'm at fault. I was cheating.
There you go.
But what hurts, Willard, is You known me for 7 years. Why did you, or maybe I just got my answers.
Because he's known you for 7 years.
Why did you walk over and feel like you had to check the deck? Dibs, help me. That was a lack of trust, even if he hadn't found what he was looking for.
I mean, it sounds kind of warranted, doesn't it?
In this instance, yeah. But other than that, there's never been cheating. Now, I'll leave that there.
You said you cheat and pick up basketball.
And you cheat when you get on your tippy toes when we take pictures. That's cheating the camera.
But I don't maintain that I don't. You maintain things that are not true.
If I check the ball and it's 8-7 and I say 8-4 and you're slipping, that's how we used to do it. I got another life.
I mean, cheating is still cheating whether or not you get caught or not. And for those of you who are driving to the Bay Bridge and you zoom on Battery in that right lane and then I knife in at the last minute. I didn't know that this was a right turn only lane. Whether or not you knew that, you're cheating. You're cheating.
But Willard, why do you walk over here? It doesn't make him right. It says I'm right. He don't trust me.
It makes it right.
No, why did you walk over here?
Because I knew that the game was going to be rigged.
No, say more. You knew what about me?
That you're a liar and a cheater.
See, and that's what hurts, Will.
So I walk over there and I'm like, why does he have, why are there names of Billy Paltz and Rick Adelman and Alan Level?
I can't say Rick Barry. He'll be
this is going to make you mad. I'm going to bring up.
No, we're being honest.
No, but I'm going to bring up your bet. Remember your bet when you took the Chiefs against the field and you
never forget.
You
never got paid.
Right.
Boy, a lot of that going on.
Randy, he got paid. Stop. Go ahead.
You still owe me a drink for a bet.
Who?
Go.
What bet?
Brian in Palo Alto owes me lunch from 3 years ago.
Quick, Randy,
you don't want that.
You told me Texas was going to beat Ohio State in the college football playoff.
All right, I got you. It hadn't been that he asked. I forgot. I make a lot of them.
Remember when I said
Kansas City gets the field?
You could be right, and it's still a bad bet.
I get.
Because you could have gotten better odds. It's like Luka to the Lakers. Hey, Nico. I mean, in the end, you could be right. Still a bad trade because you could have gotten a lot more. You have made your point at precisely the wrong time.
All day.
Like,
I'll give you that all day.
I would love, because you're my guy, I would love
a different
to
time,
trumpet how trustworthy you are, but the example you're using is apparently the one time that you did lie.
Okay, but what if I had not had that Houston Rocket roster up?
But you did.
It would be warranted for me to be, this dude really don't trust his partner.
That would be a different story.
I don't.
Oh, wow.
I don't trust you.
Dude, I get it.
You know what? Let me clear that up.
No,
I don't trust you for the small things. The big things, I trust you because you are a good friend.
Dibs, and I'm that dude that gets on the bridge like that.
I hate to bring it back to earlier this week, but if you are a 143 IQ guy, then you've got Rockets knowledge on Rockets knowledge.
I had it. Do you really want the truth? Somebody said,
did you cheat on the IQ test?
No, I didn't. Okay. And you can't cheat. I was looking at my guy Mario Ellie's career numbers, and that's why it happened to be up there. I didn't need. Come on, Drexler.
Did you guys hear what happened with Ellie?
Yeah, no, I want to know what.
So Nahigian sends us a list of some Rockets guys he's trying to get.
He's my friend Willard.
And
Nahigian or Ellie?
Ellie. Okay. And so Goo goes, hey, what about Mario Ellie? And I was like, yes, that'd be great. Mario would be great.
Kiss of death.
To talk about the Rockets. And he texts Mario Ellie. And Mario goes, yeah, I work for the Pelicans. I can't talk about the Rockets.
And I knew he worked for the
Pels.
Pels.
Such a friend.
But no.
You're such a friend.
I didn't know it was that serious.
Yeah,
he's a scout to where I can't, I'm with the,
Yeah, sure.
I'm on Dib's team. I can't talk about it. And I get it. And I should have known it. I was overzealous.
Matt Bullard, by the way. Matt Bullard would have been a name you could have pulled.
No. Otis Thorpe.
There you go. You must have a list out in front of you right now.
All right. Why were you a bad tipper?
I wasn't.
You said you were a small tipper before.
My percentages were off a little bit. Now I
you got it.
Yeah, I got it. Will.
What? So
it was a good one.
Yeah.
And the funny thing
what was the percentage?
Well, why did it was high? It was over 20.
Yeah.
I checked because I looked at Todd and I'm like, let's take a look at this. Todd's the bartender. I'm like, hey, Todd, Todd, let me take a look at this. And
I look back and I'm like, wow.
And you know what? I looked at the tip and said, wow.
I don't care. I don't want that wow.
We both had it.
Wow.
All right, gents. Have a great weekend.
See you Monday
When we
and
come
happy
back Monday.
Easter.
It's good. You didn't make a prediction. I got Houston in 6.
I got Warriors in 5.
I mean, I'm sorry. Wait.
Oh my God!
I messed it up. I got Warriors in 6.
I got Warriors in 5.
Thank you. Warriors in 6.
Now, a card played is a card played. You go ahead and cut that, Grandy.
Subconscious.
Rockets
Wow.
in 6.
Rack that guy.
Evan knows. I got Rockets. I said yesterday to you guys, it's going to be very hard for me to pick the Rockets. I'm not picking
There's
the
no
Rockets.
cash out withdrawal on your bet,
Oh
sir.
man.
Okay, listen.
Now we've got a clip of you being right no matter what happens.
Yeah. I don't have a strong opinion.
Wow.
This is where
Where's the Humpty dance?
my listeners will have my back. Warriors in 6.
Did you say my listeners?
Mine.
Is that similar to when Goose said my show?
That's why I'm
Love
doing
you
it.
for that, Willard.
Yeah,
Could you
yeah.
believe that?
Oh.
Dude's done that 100 times.
On 95.7, the game. We move on. Don't interrupt.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey! Let's get it started. It's Friday.
Shout out MC Hammer.
Yeah, they're winning this thing.
Yeah, Warriors in 6. I mean, Steiny's on the Rockets, apparently.
Yeah, let's do it differently. I'm going to say Warriors in 4, Warriors in 5, Warriors in 6.
Okay, you're doing great.
Warriors in 7.
All right.
Rockets in 4.
Okay, no, don't do this.
Rockets in 5.
Knock it off.
Rockets in 6.
Stop.
Rockets in 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Willard has won the bet.
Now we've got it. No matter what happens, we've got the clip. We got the clip. No, you want to know why they're going to win this thing? I was thinking about this. And by the way, Steve Kerr joined us at 9:45 at night last night. No, it was
Something like that, right?
Very, very end of the show. We actually went later than we've ever gone before because we were enjoying talking to Steve, and then he couldn't hear us, and we had to reconnect with him, and all of these things were happening. If you got to hear it, great. If you didn't, we'll have it again for you today in exactly an hour, okay? In full, because there's a lot of what we think are interesting and important things in there because Steve, as always, he's just brilliant at this. I think he's very, very forthcoming. If you've got Kuminga questions, I really suggest you listen to this conversation because we went a few rounds with him on it, and he, I think he explained it in a way to where I walked out of there and I went, I don't really think you can argue this anymore. But I know not everyone's going to agree with me on this, but I thought Steve was that clear with why they're doing what they're doing. Just that as an example. But there was one moment where I said, look, I know you're the coach of the Warriors, so you're not going to come out here and be like, yeah, we think we're better than the Rockets. I get it. The coach is only allowed to say nice things about the other team and how incredible they are.
And that's what you actually preemptively said before your question.
I said, but can we talk a little bit about the dynamic of this matchup that most people seem to think is the one that plays? You have a bunch of players who've done this a bunch of times, and they don't. They've got a bunch of 22-year-olds who will play their very, very first playoff game on Sunday night. And what I brought up to him was your brains. Like, you have to give me that there is an advantage for you with the brains that you guys collectively have, specifically in this matchup. And I thought his answer was really good, and I started thinking about it a little bit more, and I started thinking about, I think that's actually why I like the Warriors in these playoffs so much. And we'll play for you what he said here in just a second. But I started thinking about all the things we break down when there's a big playoff matchup in any sport. And we do it. We do it in X's and O's, and we do it in matchups. The Rockets can rebound, and the Warriors can't. And Steph can shoot, and the Rockets can't. And we do all of these physical matchup things. I think the mental side is what usually wins. Usually wins. Sure, Patrick Mahomes is great, but you know what else really helps? They figured out how their right tackle can cheat. He gets to start blocking the defense before the ball's snapped, right? And all the things we've talked about with the officials, the Chiefs. How about the Philadelphia Eagles and the tush push? I don't think that's a physical advantage. I think they've figured something out in terms of smarts. And even if I went to the Los Angeles Dodgers last year, they overwhelm you with talent, but how'd they get all their talent? How'd they get it all? They got all their talent because they figured out a way to work the system that nobody else in baseball is doing, which is they figured out how to pay all of their salaries 50 years from now. I think the Warriors have a massive edge on the majority of the NBA because of their brains, if not the physical side of their roster.
But it depends on who you face. And if you face the Lakers in the next round, they probably have, in their mind, the same amount of brains that the Warriors do. JJ Redick is not as good as Steve Kerr. I get that, but depends on who you face off with. And in this matchup against the Rockets, one of the youngest teams in the association, you should have that edge. And will that edge really matter? Well, you would expect that it probably could and should. And if you look at all the teams that have won as a 7 or an 8 seed in the best of 7 era, all these teams won one or actually only one of the first 2 games on the road. And 3 of them lost game 1, and then they won game 2. And 3 of them won game 1, and then they lost game 2. So if you're the Warriors, you're looking at this as a 96-minute game. You're not looking at it as, we got to get game 1. You're thinking, we just need to split. If you split in Houston, well, you're in a great spot historically to pull off the upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's maybe the answer to why, like, that little algorithm or word problem that we threw out on the crossover, why are the Warriors favored so heavily to win the series, yet the game 1 winner usually wins the series, and the Rockets are favored to win game 1? I think it's because the world, or at least Vegas, thinks the Warriors are more likely to be able to adjust to the Rockets than the Rockets are going to be to adjust the other way around. Like, wouldn't you argue that game 1 is bigger for the Rockets than it is for the Warriors?
Absolutely.
I would. Absolutely. Exactly.
No doubt.
So I think that's why. And I think that's a nod to the Warriors' experience and brain power.
Right. And I think it's a nod to the reality of what you're facing if you are the Rockets, because if the home team loses game 1, well, now game 2 becomes somewhat of a must win. And if you look at the history of the NBA playoffs, teams that are down 0-2, they win 7% of the time. And if you're Houston and you're thinking about home court advantage, well, home court doesn't matter until game 7, really. And if you're down 0-2, game 7 is not going to happen. So if you're Houston and you know that Golden State's got the experience, then you need to win. You need to win both, realistically, if you're Houston. So I don't think if you're at home for games 1 and 2, and if you're Houston, you're not thinking like, okay, a split. All we need is a split.
No, you have to have them both.
Which means game 1 is a must win.
Yeah. Yeah, well, of course, as is game 2.
But if you're the Warriors, you're thinking all we need to do is win one of these 2.
Didn't the Warriors lose the first 2 against Sacramento 2 years ago? Weren't they down 0-2? Yeah, and they won the series. So, like, I even if the Warriors lose the first 2, which I don't think they will, I would argue that they're still in it. But I'm with you. If the Warriors split, they're in great shape. And good God, if they win both games 1 and 2, night, forget about it. Whole thing is totally over.
Yep.
I don't suggest that the Warriors lose the first 2 and try to come back, but I think they can because, as we always say, especially with young teams, like each win as a series builds is harder to get, and the fourth one is the hardest to get.
Yep.
And so I have a very hard time believing that Houston's just going to run roughshod right through the Warriors. This is going to be a long-ish series if Houston is to win it, which means they're going to have to do it with the gravity of eliminating champions in a Game 6 or a Game 7 situation. Just my opinion, I don't think they're ready to do it. So for me, that's the matchup that is the key one when we look at this series. We'd love to hear what yours is. What's the matchup that to you is the one you're thinking about the most as we enter this weekend? 888-957-9570. It can be individuals. It can be team-wide. For me, it's the Warriors' brains against the brains of the Houston Rockets. If you've ever been a parent of a teenager, you do this. When they make their decisions, you're like, just remember their brains are not fully formed yet. And that's who the Rockets are. And it's not a slight. There are wonderful teenagers out there, but their brains aren't fully formed yet. Houston Rockets, your brains are not fully formed yet. You're phenomenal at what you do. You won 52 games. I'm impressed, but your brains are not fully formed. And you're, in my opinion, you're going to need them. Here's what Steve Kerr said when we threw this idea at him.
I just think the brain power, the experience, the corporate knowledge, whatever you want to call it, of Steph, Dre, Loon, Jimmy obviously has been deep in the playoffs, 2 finals trips, carrying his team, his Miami teams there. I feel like we have everything we need to go and win this first round series. We have the talent, we have the experience, but we know how good Houston is. They just came to our place last week and beat us, and so we've got a lot of respect for them, and we know we're going to have to play well to win.
So that last sentence was the obligatory "I'm the head coach of the Warriors" part. He said all the things he said, and then he went, and we know Houston's very good, and they came back here to Chase Center and beat us just a couple of weeks. That's where the coach speak stuff comes in, and you have to do that, because you don't want to end up on a bulletin board. But the rest of what he said is what's on my mind. The Warriors even called it, what did he call it? Corporate know-how or something like that, like corporate knowledge. Yeah. I think the Warriors can outthink the Rockets.
Yeah, and that can matter, and ultimately it comes down to basketball. And I do think that as you get deeper into the series, then the Rockets know-how, it grows. And I'm looking at their roster and the amount of playoff games that they've all played, and the biggest players on their team, Jalen Green, 0, Amin Thompson, 0, Şengün, 0, Jabari Smith, 0, and I'm adding up all of the playoff games of everybody on the roster, and I haven't gotten to Jeff Green yet, and I guess I'll throw him in there because he is a Rocket.
He's got a uniform, yeah.
Steven Adams and Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet. These are guys who have actually played playoff games, but the most important Rockets are guys who are making their playoff debut.
So what do you think is the most important aspect or matchup of this series? We'll take your calls. You'll hear Steve Kerr in full at 3:15. We're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. Your calls right now at 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
The all-new Honda of Vallejo, offering competitive pricing on a large selection of new and used inventory, plus the only
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
It sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steve mentioned his dog yesterday.
Yeah.
When we were like, hey, Jimmy Butler likes Domino's and coffee. I want to make sure everyone knows that's the Game Domino's, not the pizza. Not that there's anything wrong with the pizza, but I don't want to put.
I'm gonna eat it.
I don't want to put the wrong food in Jimmy's mouth. But when we said, "What's your Domino's and coffee when you get a few days off?" and he's like, "Just hanging out with the dog and the wife and food and let's watch a show." And so the dog made yet another appearance. You'll hear the conversation in full at 3:15.
Yeah, look forward to that and hearing it back again. And, Domino's and coffee for Jimmy and sometimes a trip to Dubai and the rest of it. And I'm being told that they flew to Houston today. So trying to get in a lot of...
Is that true?
I believe so.
Okay.
Getting the work in now and, get the flight in now. And that way you can assimilate and acclimate and be ready to go for Sunday.
What's your Domino's and coffee?
My Domino's and coffee, probably there's a game on my phone that I've been playing. It's I don't know if you're familiar with Retro Bowl.
Oh, I do know. Yeah, the kids have shown me Retro Bowl.
So from Retro Bowl, I've actually started to play a game called Retro Grand Slam, which is a tennis version of Retro Bowl. And it's, it's tennis and you work your way through.
That is the most dibbly thing I've ever heard in my life. That's
work your
incredible.
way through the schedule and, you can either, fly to Monaco and play or you can rest and, you get a new racket and you get new this and new that. And so that's kind of been my thing is, playing that. And beyond that, it's probably betting on horse racing, animals riding animals. And we got the Derby coming up. So
do we?
Yeah, first
Saturday in May. Okay.
Yeah. And all the preps are done and all the horses who will be there. Journalism will be your favorite, which 20 horses going to post. So
I hope they all survive.
Yep.
That's I hope they all survive.
But I mean, and you say that, and all of the animal rights activists who are outraged. If you think about the number of horse races that occur and the number of deaths that actually happen, it's pretty small.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not trying to be highfalutin and high and mighty or none of that. None of that. I just kind of put animals over here, and I don't know. It doesn't feel good to me. I'm not saying it shouldn't feel good to you.
Right.
Yeah, that's just me.
It's just I don't want to get too deep into this because it's like the ultimate for me in hypocrisy for people who like I'm gonna eat a steak, but I can't this with animals. I can't that with animals. And
well, it's like betting. And I know I won't bet on the Little League World Series. The kids,
that's different.
The kids. I don't even really enjoy watching it because it just. I don't know, man. It's just like, and so no judgment for anybody else.
Right.
Do what you want to do. Have a good time. Have a beer. It's Friday night.
It just
go crazy.
For me, it's all like a sliding scale of hypocrisy. How much of a hypocrite do you want to be?
Well, I'm just telling you what feels good to me and what doesn't feel good to me.
I get it.
It's not hypocrisy because I'm not telling anybody else what to do.
Sure.
Like I just don't particularly enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, fair.
It's like having 4 drinks in one night. I'm out.
Yeah.
You can have 4 drinks. I don't want to have 4 drinks in one night. Let's drink. Yeah, but just have 1. Sometimes 2. Not going to trade a headache for it. Not going to puke. We're not going to do this. That's just me. Anyway, let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Talking about what is the matchup that you think matters the most in this series. I think it's the Warriors' brains against the non-fully developed frontal cortexes of the Houston Rockets. Matt, what do you think? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. It's been a while. The first thing I want to say is I'm glad Steven Adams is getting long in the tooth because he would be a problem for the Warriors if he was a Steven Adams that played for OKC. I think for me, the biggest issue or the thing I'm watching the most is how the refs are going to call the defenders who are defending Steph. If they're allowed to grab, hit, and I'm not saying that the refs are against them or anything like that, but the way they call this series, if Steph gets a whistle, then I think that it's going to be really hard for Houston. The last time they played, they beat the crap out of Steph, and it was a real problem for the Warriors. So I think that how this game is officiated is going to really make a difference.
Boy, Matt, I certainly hear your point, and I'm with you, and I hear what you're trying to do by not saying like, are the refs against the Warriors? Are they against the Rockets? I think officiating crews in any particular game set a tone. They set a tone by sort of, and this goes for the Warriors too. You know, like when we heard Eric Hasseltine, the voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, talk about when the Warriors had been in Memphis a couple of weeks ago, Draymond Green was setting a lot of illegal screens, but this is what players do. They're like, I'm going to do this. Oh, you didn't call it? Okay, I'm going to give you a little more. Oh, you still didn't call it? I'm going to give you a little more. No different than a toddler who's like, how far can I push mom and dad before the top of their head flies off of their body and goes through the roof? So they're going to test the refs, and the refs have to set a tone of like what's allowable and what's not. And I'm kind of with Matt. If they do let it get really physical off the ball, that's an advantage for the Rockets.
No doubt. And that's going to be a game-to-game thing. And I'm sure not everybody realizes that every game is officiated by three different people.
Crew, yeah.
It's not the same crew all series long. So you're going to catch a crew that's going to be more tolerant to physicality, and you're going to catch a crew that's going to be less tolerant. And this is where it's up to the players. And this is where, you know, you might have a point about the brain of a Warrior team. And I was just running the numbers on playoff experience, and the roster of the Rockets in totality has 247 career playoff games. And a lot of those are Steven Adams, and you've got a lot of that from Jeff Green. And if you go to the Warriors, you've got Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and Kevon. You've got a lot of guys who have almost 1,000 games of playoff experience. And so when you get into a playoff series, you get into a playoff game, you understand that this game might be officiated a certain way, and you have to react accordingly. And if it's a game where they're calling it tight, well, then Draymond Green and Kevon Looney are going to have to set really stationary, legitimate, solid picks. And if the game is not being called very tight, well, then now Amen Thompson's going to be able to grab Steph, and you're going to be able to set sloppy, loose picks and move on your screen. So you have to be able to adjust to what's going on.
You like numbers?
Sure.
Okay. Numbers are numbers. These are my numbers.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Okay. Then this is going to support both Matt's point, my point, your point. Check this out. We know that Steph has only played against Houston Rockets 3 times this year. 3 times Steph has played against the Rockets. The Warriors are 3-2 against the Rockets, but Steph is 1-2 against the Rockets. Okay. The game that was just a couple of weeks ago here at Chase Center, where the Rockets defeated the Warriors somewhat handily. Steph from the free throw line was 0 for 0.
Yep.
All right. They lost to the Rockets, and I think this was the NBA Cup game, 91-90 back on December 11th. Steph from the free throw line was 0 for 1.
Yep. He missed?
He missed.
Dude.
Made free throws in the 2 losses. None. Then they beat the Rockets 105-98 in the game that was right before the All-Star break. Jimmy Butler was on the team. They pretty handily won that game. They almost coughed it up late, but they were the dominator for the majority of that basketball game. Rockets had a weird lineup that night, sat some guys in the second half, what have you. But anyway, that night, Steph was 8 of 9 from the free throw line. So I think that Matt is onto something here, which is if you're going to allow people to beat each other up off the ball, that affects Steph Curry the most because it's his motion, it's his style, it's the way the Warriors try to get him open. And if you're allowed to just grab him and not let him go anyplace, and you're going to trip him up and beat him up and do all those things, and there's not going to be any call, well, that's going to give the Rockets a little extra piece in the game. But if you're going to call those things, Steph's going to parade to the free throw line a lot, you're probably going to lose. You're probably going to lose. So not the only marker, but I'm buying what Matt is saying. That is going to be a marker in each game.
It's a marker, and you can look at the game from the Warrior lens, and you're right to do so. But also, if you go back to that game you referenced, 91-90, where Steph Curry shot 1 free throw, the Warriors shot 9 free throws. Houston only shot 10. So it's not like it was slanted.
No, I do
think
it was
that
allowable.
when you talk about Alperen Şengün being a big physical player, it's not like that he was getting a bunch of calls and then the Warriors weren't.
Understand what I'm saying?
I totally understand what you're saying.
It's not about Steph at all. It's about what the refs want to allow. And if they're going to allow a physical game, and you know the phrases that we use, they're letting them play.
Yep.
All right, if you let them play, I think the Rockets get an edge there. I think they get an edge. And it's interesting because there's sort of two competing things that I think we're used to in the playoffs. And so I don't know which one's going to win out. I do think they tend to, quote, let them play in the playoffs. What else do? They blow the whistle for superstars. So which one of those is going to win out? Are you going to let them play? That's advantage Rockets. Are you going to whistle for the superstars? Clearly an advantage for the Warriors.
Depends on how it's blown. And I'm looking at the first game that they played this year when Steph Curry did not play. And the Warriors had a 31-point lead against Houston. And Houston actually took the lead in the fourth quarter and went to overtime, and the Warriors won. And I'm just looking at the box score here. The Warriors shot 50 free throws. I'm going to say it again for effect. They shot 50 free throws. They only made 32.
Yeah, this is back when they were the worst free throw shooting team in the league.
Last. Yep. And this is a game without Steph Curry. Yep. You started TJD and Wiggs, and you also had Lindy Waters and Kyle Anderson who played, and they're not going to play in this series, I don't believe. Houston got called for 32 fouls. The Warriors got called for 22 fouls. Pods and Draymond each fouled out. It went to overtime, and that game was officiated the way you would think that it would favor the Warriors, but in fact, because you couldn't make your free throws, it turned out to not be in their favor.
Although you could argue that for much of the game, it very much was in their favor. Hell, they built a 30-point lead.
Yeah, second quarter.
I know that they coughed it up.
Yep.
But again, I think that it's fair as we look to what's about to happen. I think it's fair for a Warrior fan to hope that the whistle is tighter and not looser. And I know how I'll process that, which is don't get mad if a couple of things get called on Draymond Green. That's okay. I want the officials to call the fouls when they see them, as opposed to being like, well, we'd like to let the players decide this. Well, what a weird phrase that is, because the players can decide it 100 different ways. And I don't think when people say, let's let the players decide this, that doesn't mean let's let Dillon Brooks throw Steph Curry into the second row and land in a popcorn box and not call it. That way the players are deciding it. No, it's not what you want. You want a tightly officiated series where physicality, not that you can't have some, but physicality when it is over the top is not allowed and rewarded. I think if you get that, more often than not, you're probably not going to get it 7 times. I don't know how many games they'll even be, but if you get that in 70 to 80% of the action over the next 2 weeks, I think that's a huge help to the Warriors.
Depending on what the whistle is like for, and you mentioned it, Draymond Green, because he's the most important defensive player on the Warriors, and if he gets a couple of tightly called calls that go against him, and now he's into foul trouble, that's going to hurt the Warriors. And I understand what you're saying about Steph Curry and freedom of movement and all the rest of it. And, the game that you referenced where you had no free throws, that I think was way beyond the norm for NBA games that are officiated. And Houston saw it, and they acted accordingly. Yeah. They realized that these calls were not going to be made, and so they got even more physical with Steph, and they took Steph right out of the game. And if that is going to be allowed, then the Warriors are going to have to find a way to adjust.
Yeah, well, I can't think that will be allowed. Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be once. Again, as you said, it's different crew every time. Yep. But, I mean, look, I'm not an NBA conspiracy theorist. But I also know that the Rockets and Warriors are not the only two outlets that are preparing for this series. The NBA refs meet, they talk, the league talks. I don't think by any stretch the league is like, all right, playoffs are starting. Master plan. Ready? Let's go get Steph out of these playoffs. Let's get him off of the TV. Let's let everybody beat him up. Don't let him go wherever he wants to go. As long as Dillon Brooks can get inside the shorts of Steph Curry, then these ratings are going to be great. I don't think that's going to happen, obviously. So I don't know the way it's going to be officiated, but as I break down and think about this series, I do think that this is going to more often than not be advantageous to the Warriors, because I don't think that the officials are going to walk into the house that Steph built and let Amen Thompson and Dylan Brooks beat him to hell, throw him up against the standard underneath the hoop, butt bump him into a cameraman. Like they're not going to do that. I don't think. I would hope not, because as you just pointed out, this game 2 weeks ago, I came in the next day with face paint because they had done 3-1 in the gauntlet, and I was happy. Yep. But I also was not thrilled because of what I had watched the night before. That was ridiculous. That was absurd. We've all watched the highlights now of what's going on off the ball. Absurd. And the league is looking at that right now as they prepare for this series, for sure.
It depends on who the crew is and depends on what they decide they want to emphasize. But I will say this, to your point, Steph Curry, for his career in the regular season, is averaging 4.3 free throw attempts a game. In the playoffs, it's 5.3.
There you go.
And I know it's a smaller sample, although he's played about 170 playoff games, so it's not a tiny sample. But in the playoffs, and I'm going to assume that he plays largely the same way. He doesn't play a lot differently. He doesn't go to the basket more in the playoffs.
More minutes, I would argue, though, could affect that.
Probably close, but
you know what I mean. Like, look at the way.
37 minutes a game in the playoffs, and in the regular season, he's averaging about 35 minutes a game. Okay. So not a dramatic difference.
But in a small sample, not even just more minutes, more. It's kind of like the way they played the game against Memphis. Like Steph and Jimmy, you get the ball. You get the ball on just like almost every possession. So that's all.
18 shots a game in the regular year, 20 shots a game in the playoffs. Yeah, so 2 additional shots, but I would argue, and I'd have to look at all the numbers, but I don't think that he's going to the basket anymore. I don't know. It's just in the playoffs, he probably gets a little bit more of a whistle.
But yeah, probably. But I'm just thinking of things that could also affect those numbers a little bit. And Steph going to the free throw line is often not him going to the basket. It's stuff that's happening out at the top of the arc,
right,
and people are slapping on him.
In the game when when they have the lead and you get him the ball, and all that exists in the regular season as well. And of the 2 additional shots that he takes per game in the playoffs, 1.3 of those are threes. So in fact, he goes to the basket maybe even a little bit less in the postseason. But I do think what you're saying about him being a star, you're going to get a little bit more of a kinder whistle. Not that the league is going to meet with the refs and say, look, we need Steph and LeBron. Guys, no matter what happens, we got to make sure the Warriors win.
Definitely
but there's a certain amount of a nudge if it's close, like we saw with Pods. Pods goes up and blocks a shot, and it's a foul because you're a second-year player and you're Pods.
Yeah.
If it's Draymond, it's a clean block.
Totally. I don't think I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe that the league sees what happens 2 weeks ago, and they're like, look, what we don't want, I'm not saying, hey, guys, make sure you get Steph to the next round. What I am saying is, hey, guys, I tell you what we don't want becoming a national story with Stephen A. Smith tomorrow morning. We don't want on Monday morning Stephen A. and the rest of the NBA media freaking out with constant videos of Steph Curry being handcuffed by Rockets defenders, tripped, shoved, dragged, thrown, all of these. We do not want that video all over all the shows and a stat in a box score that says Steph went 0 for 0 from the free throw line. We don't want that. There's so many more eyeballs on playoff games. Nobody was paying attention to that game on Sunday night outside of this market. The Warriors had done what they needed to do that week. Yes, it was a national TV game, but it wasn't like everything was on the line. I look back at that now. There are a couple of losses at the end of this Warriors season I'm really thankful for. One of them is that one, because I think it sets the tone to swing the pendulum in the other direction. You beat him up. You never allowed him to the free throw line. It looked absurd, and that's now the backdrop for the start of this series. The other loss I'm really thankful for is the Clippers loss, because if you win that game, Steph and LeBron are playing tomorrow. But they lost that game. So now you get to play Alperen Şengün. Not that he's not good, but he's not LeBron. So I actually think those two losses, as nerve-wracking as this all was, it actually set the Warriors up for success to start these playoffs.
Yeah, and by success, you mean you're facing a Rocket team that you should be able to beat, and you're favored to beat them. So absolutely, I agree with that part of it. And, it just depends on who you end up getting as a crew, and we'll find out on Saturday. You can go to ref assignments, NBA ref assignments. They get released that day, usually in the morning, and so you can all find out for yourself what kind of a crew they're going to get. And I'll predict this. I don't know how many games will be in the series, but there'll be a game where it's called super tight, super loose, and 3 to 5 right in between.
Maybe.
And the game that you're referring to with the Rockets, I'm looking at how many fouls were called, and they only called in that game a total of 29 fouls for the entire game. And that's not a lot.
That's not a lot.
And if you look at the NBA ref stats, 29 is actually way below even the low for the majority of these refs. And so if you get a game like that, I agree with you that definitely favors Houston.
A lot of stuff going on today. So we can keep talking it out as we get ready for Warriors and Rockets and ask you what's the matchup that you really, really are thinking about and you think is the key as we get ready for this one. For me, it's the Warriors' brains against the Rockets' inexperience for sure. Steve Kerr conversation in full coming up at 3:15. Our friend Ryan Hollins, longtime NBA journeyman who's now also an analyst for the Rockets, is going to join us at 4:15. And then, quite frankly, going to sprinkle in some other things that are going on as well that with all of the Warriors stuff, obviously Giants off to a very good start. I don't know who knows this, but the 49ers have the 11th pick in 6 days. Brock Purdy has not signed. There's all kinds of stuff going on, and so we've got a little bit on that as well. Glad you're with us. We will continue to take your calls, 888-957-9570. The matchup that you think matters the most in this series, 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right, live in the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco, and all of us here at 95.7 The Game. Super pumped to have Laughing Monk along for the ride. If you missed any of our Into the Night conversation with Steve Kerr yesterday, we'll have it for you in full here at 3:15. And spoiler alert, it's very good. And I don't mean that to prop ourselves up. I mean that to prop Steve up.
I don't care.
Well, I do. He's very, very good at talking, and he does that in this conversation.
And if you have questions about Jonathan Kuminga and why or why not, and if or if not, or should not, Steve Kerr does it in a matter-of-fact, non-emotional, analytical way. He breaks down all sides of it, and again, spoiler alert on a second instance, JK's still working his butt off, and he might play.
All true. There was sorry to laugh. There was a moment in the interview where he said Jonathan is here working out with the other low-minute players.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, ow.
Ow, that really hurt.
Ow. Yeah.
Ow.
Yo.
No, but that's what you do.
No, look.
Ow.
Thank you.
Ow.
We're all adults. Like, you got to deal with this stuff. You have to deal with this stuff.
And how do you stay sharp if you are a low-minute guy? And by the way,
you work out.
If you don't play in back-to-back games,
I work out.
Spoiler alert, work out. You are a low-minute guy.
You're a low-minute guy.
If you don't play in back-to-back games.
You're a no-minute guy right now.
And,
but it made it sound.
Here's Noxie to the right side. Now here's Beekman up top. Now it's Spencer left side. Kuminga, what are you doing out here?
You ever seen
Beekman? What a throwback!
Exactly.
I'm talking about the low-minute guys. I mean,
you ever,
not a Warrior anymore. That was way back.
Is he not a low-minute guy?
I don't know. I don't even know where he is. Where is he?
Patrick McCaw.
He was involved in the Schroeder trade, the original Schroeder trade.
The original one. So
the original Schroeder trade.
He was an undrafted free agent out of Virginia this past year, and then the Warriors traded him to Brooklyn. I don't know if he's still in Brooklyn.
I think he starts there.
He's still in Brooklyn, according to Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Top side, TJD. Left side, Pat McCaw.
He's been on their G League team all year.
Okay.
Yeah.
It kind of made it like, you ever seen Swingers?
Many times.
Right? Okay. Yeah. So like, hey, man, we're going to the high limit room. We're going in, man, boop, 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 double down, slap. Now you're at the $5 table.
Yep.
That's what it made it sound like. It's like, oh, yeah, the low minute guys, they go to that table over there.
2 words. Penny slots. Penny slots.
But I love that you brought this up, because I would like to propose something to you and to everybody who listens to this show. I would like everybody to listen to what Steve said in what is a 4-question journey with regard to the Kuminga situation. And after you've heard it, after we listen to Steve, I would like to attempt, until something else happens, to put it to bed. Because I think that what Steve said yesterday will help. It doesn't mean you're all going to feel great about it or even agree. But I would challenge anyone to listen to what Steve actually says about it and then argue back, I don't understand. No, you may not agree.
Correct. There's a difference.
But you will understand what they're doing. And then, I hope, understand why right now ain't nothing to talk about.
Well, are you trying to give this topic the night? Is that what you're trying to do?
I am.
Okay.
Hey, YouTube.
Yeah.
If he comes in,
you could do it like Draymond and do it 7 times in a row.
Just to whack myself in the face.
Right in the face.
If he comes into the game, or if the Warriors are down 0-2, or if they try to put him into the game and he goes, you ever heard of Devondre Campbell, Kerr?
Totally.
And leaves the arena.
Catch me in the tunnel.
We're going to have a new conversation.
Right.
Until then, he's at the low limit table. He's not in the plan.
He's not even at the low limit table. He's the dude, and I'm this guy a lot when I go to Vegas. I'm the guy standing behind my friend watching him play.
Do you coach? Coaching?
Nope. I just stand there and I enjoy it. I don't need to be a part necessarily always of the action.
No,
Sometimes I like to watch my buddies, and I like to watch them either win or lose.
Same.
That's what JK's doing right now.
But if they're losing, I have been known to be like, now would be a good time to get up. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go get a drink. Let's go get a snack.
Yep.
Or let's just
An
change the
snack.
energy. Let's
Yep.
go. Let's go to a different table.
I actually did that with my buddy Ron at the craps table. And Ron, I know you're listening down in San Diego. He's on the Odyssey app. He loves the show.
Hello, Ron.
Ron Venti. He was playing craps, and
Got a Venti right here.
Ventimiglia, 20 miles. But he's playing craps, and they were doing great. And then it started to turn, and I gave him the tap, and I said, "Hey, might be time to go back to the sports book.
Tap, tap, tappy.
Tappy, tappy, tappy.
Yeah.
Just tap it in."
Dude, I did it with a long ago friend. I'm not even really in touch with this person anymore, but like it was sad. It was like you're up so much money and you're giving some of it back. Now you're giving most of it back.
Right.
Now you're giving all of it back.
And
now you're giving back your own money. And we got all the way to the end, and my man was just empty pockets.
Yeah. You hate
he
to see
turns
it.
around and looks at me, and he kind of like, now, no shock here, there was an inebriation sensation that had taken place.
Let's drink.
And so he wasn't mad at the dealer, but he did one of these like kind of sarcastic, why didn't you stop me? Like, oh God, why did you turn over all of those bad cards? She looks at him and points at me. Your friend been trying to get you to leave for a half hour.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Where is he?
Jung Hoo Lee.
Are we ready?
Oh, by the way, since Jung Hoo Lee's name just came up, can I borrow 3 minutes to ask a question?
It'd be better if you did it in 90 seconds.
Okay, fine. I'll do it. Actually, I can do the question in less than 30. And this is a genuine question. Is Jung Hoo Lee tracking toward being the most popular Giant? Yes or no?
Since
no, just right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? He's got
that was like 12 seconds.
OPS over.
You're doing great.
What was question 1?
Okay.
He's over 1,000 OPS.
He hits homers. He
doubles
runs like the wind.
He's got people wearing hats in the outfield. Right. You got a Jung Hoo crew.
He's 5 tools.
Jung Hoo Lee. If he becomes the dude of now for a team that, by the way, looks pretty sparkly, is there any Farhan legacy? And I'm just asking a question.
Oh, for sure.
Is there a little bit of let's not put more dirt on Farhan's Giants' grave, because that was his signature signing.
Right.
That was his signature signing.
That's great. I mean, he gets it. He gets credit.
He gets all the rest too.
He does. And it's like, and I'm thinking about Patrick Reed in the Masters, where he holed out for Eagle and he wound up like top 5. And it's like nobody even really noticed because he was so far out of it. But yeah, great shot. And Farhan is not going to be top 5 in the Masters related to his tenure. I don't know
what he's working on right now.
When you look back at his tenure here, if Jung Hoo Lee becomes this player and he signed him, you're damn right he gets credit. He absolutely gets credit.
I hoped you would say that.
What I also,
and I'm not suddenly bringing that name back up so that we can talk about Farhan's idea. I've lost that battle 13 times.
For me, the Warriors comp is Mark Jackson. Like, we all talk about Steve Kerr and 4 titles, and we're right to do so. But Mark Jackson deserves more credit than he is given for the foundation that he established.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, he was here for 2 years or maybe 3 years, and they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he established a culture.
And I will say right now that I don't think that they would have become the championship dynasty that they did if Mark had stayed. I don't. I give Steve Kerr that part of the credit, but from a foundational standpoint, as you just said, yes, deserves a piece of the pie. So I just wonder about that. I wonder if now that it's over, and look, the proof is in the pudding, literally just by the way the Giants look and by the way the Giants have started. Yes, Buster Posey being the president of baseball operations is a way, way, way to the way, 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 way better thing than Farhan Zaidi. But I wonder if there's just a little bit of room in everybody's heart as you buy tickets to be a part of the Jung Hoo crew or put on funny hats or chant or whatever you do as the Giants get ready for a homestand that starts on Monday. Is there any little piece of you that could be like, thanks for that part, Farhan? That was his biggest signing. That was the longest term deal that by far that he offered anybody. And it looks like a pretty rocking deal.
Looks awesome. Yeah. And
don't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could look at the balance sheet and it's easy to skew negative and say there was more misses than hits. But when you're looking at the current team, and if that guy is the face of the franchise and they seem to think that he is and he's living up to it, then yeah, tip of the cap to Mr.
I mean, he looks like, it's been 20 games. And there was a little bit of last year too. Like he didn't look bad last year.
Right.
He looks like a star. Like he looks like a freaking star.
Yeah, 5 tools, right?
He does everything, and he doubles like every at bat. His OPS is 1,055. He looks phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. So, food for thought. That's all.
Okay.
All right. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Okay, there are some of you that want to weigh in on the wee little bit of a Kuminga conversation that we just had. I would like to kindly ask you for your patience through Steve Kerr in full coming up next. Listen to what is said, and then we can have a full conversation about it if you'd like. I would like to use that conversation. I'm hoping to put this thing to bed until there is new information or occurrences. That's my hope. Doesn't always go that way. We'll see. But if you want to weigh in on this, you will have your chance. But first, Steve Kerr, conversation from yesterday in full, and a very healthy chunk does get into all of the aspects of Jonathan Kuminga. So that's next on Willard and Dibs. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Coach Kerr. Presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. And brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Here he is. Hey, Coach. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We are fantastic. Congratulations. I know after your career, maybe that sounds funny to congratulate you just on making the playoffs, but it feels appropriate this week.
Trust me, I am thrilled, and I will gladly accept your congratulations. So thank you.
Perfect. And you indicated after it became a reality that yesterday was going to be an example of one of your favorite days of the year when you got to just dive into getting ready for a playoff series. So why do you feel that way, and how did it go?
Well, because for 82 games, you basically are an AAU coach. I mean, you're just showing up to the gym and playing games, and obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit, but we just hardly ever have time to actually prepare for an opponent. We play every other day for 5 months, and the players are exhausted from the travel, and you get to the playoffs, it's an entirely different operation, entirely different exercise. You get to put in a lot of practice time, film sessions, game planning. It's just it's so much fun, and it kind of makes the whole regular season worthwhile, and you finally get to really delve into your opponent and put together a game plan.
Deep dive on one team as opposed to, worrying about 3 and 4 nights. So what has today been like, and what's the plan for tomorrow and Saturday, and then the lead up to game 1 on Sunday?
Yeah, so we, the staff met yesterday, and then all day today. We just finished a walkthrough and a film session with our players where we presented the game plan, the matchups, everything we're trying to accomplish in this series, against Houston. And the guys were really attentive and excited, and we walked through a few things on the court, but I felt it was really important to give them 2 full days off from any real practice time. And so we didn't practice. Well, our first real practice will be tomorrow. Some of the guys got on the court today and got shots up and, got a workout in. But this has been just a fantastic 2 days, for the staff to prepare and for the players to finally get their feet on the ground. It just feels like the last 3 weeks have been insane, even by NBA standards. I don't think we've been able to rest for about 3 weeks and be in the same city for one time. And so I think our guys are really going to feel rejuvenated.
See, Steve, I find that fascinating because now that it's a reality, now that you don't have to play tomorrow night, I wonder if you can speak a little bit more freely about this, because I certainly felt like if you didn't win Tuesday, a scenario was being set up that was going to be kind of preventative for you guys because of what you just talked about. Like, can you speak now on how vital was this rest?
Yeah, that game was huge. To beat Memphis and to get this 4 days, I think gives us such a better opportunity to win and advance in the playoffs and make a run. I just feel like, had we lost that game, we were playing tomorrow, maybe won the game and then flown to Oklahoma City. I mean, I was half joking, the other day. I said to my staff, I'm just going to rest our entire starting 5 for game 1. I'm sure I'll get fined by the league, but we are not doing this. I'll just rest, and we'll try to beat them 4 out of 6 with 4 days rest or 3 days rest. So it was a daunting schedule, and that's what made that Memphis game so enormous.
And it kind of came on the back of the Clipper game where you talked about how great you played, and I agree. That was just a high-level NBA game, and you were able to back it up against Memphis. What did you like that you saw against Grizzlies where you had to come back 2 days later in a gut-check spot against a team that was equally hungry?
Well, I just loved how locked in we were with the ball. I think we had 10 or 11 turnovers for the game. It wasn't our best game, but we were dialed in game plan wise. We missed a lot of shots, which is going to happen, But, you know, one of the things we preach all season long is you can still win games when you don't make shots if you take care of the details. And I thought for the most part we took care of the details. I thought Memphis played at a really high level, particularly after, you know, we got up 20. They made a great run, and we were able to gut it out, and that's that's kind of what the playoffs are all about.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs. Steve, we know the rules. When you're about to play an opponent, a coach only says wonderful things about the opponent and how dangerous they are and all those things, and it's not that that's not true, but I do wonder your perspective on what kind of a weapon your team's brains are in this series with so much experience versus a team that's so young.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that way regardless of our opponent. I just think the brain power, the experience, the corporate knowledge, whatever you want to call it, of Steph, Dre, Loon, Jimmy obviously has been, you know, deep in the playoffs, 2 finals trips, carrying his team, his Miami teams there. I feel like we have everything we need to go and win this first round series. We have the talent, we have the experience, but we know how good Houston is. They just came to our place last week and beat us, and so we've got a lot of respect for them, and we know we're going to have to play well to win. Speaking of playoff Jimmy,
Is this kind of what you expected, and are you guys looking to employ a quote-unquote more aggressive Jimmy Butler as you move into the postseason?
We don't employ playoff Jimmy. Playoff Jimmy shows up on his own. And, he reminds me so much of Andre Iguodala from a personality standpoint. He almost doesn't even really want to score. You know, like Andre always loved the nuances of the game. He loved getting other people open. He loved manipulating the defense. I feel the same way about Jimmy. Like he really loves the game and he loves the chess match. But he really, he's much better scorer than Andre, obviously, much more capable of getting to the line and taking over a game in that regard. But there's a similar mentality in terms of, I'm just going to do whatever it takes to win tonight, and I'd rather pass the ball to my teammates than shoot. And so it's really a beautiful mentality, one that his teammates love because, they love getting his passes for jump shots, and they also love seeing him take over and get to the line 5 straight times down the stretch.
How important is that latter part going up against Houston? And we saw him in the last matchup. They harassed Steph. They held him. They hugged him. They caressed him. How important is it to have Jimmy Butler be playoff Jimmy and be aggressive getting to the basketball, or the basket rather, if Houston's going to guard Steph the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge dynamic for us. That's really brand new. I mean, even when we had Kevin Durant, Kevin wasn't a guy who got to the foul line a ton. He was obviously a guy who scored a ton, but it was more, just his incredible, jump shooting and ability to free himself up. But it's a similar dynamic that we had with Kevin in terms of, having 2 guys who can really take over a game when the defense is at its best. And I think, my experience is, over the years, it's kind of what every championship aspiring team needs. You can't rely on one guy. You can't rely on, offensive execution to get you open with 2 minutes left in Game 7 of a series. You got to rely on a person. You got to rely on a star, and that's what Jimmy gives us. I thought the other night was a great example of that. He carried us the first 3 quarters, and Steph carried us the fourth.
Steve Kerr with us every week on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, and now as we get ready for Game 1 on Sunday between the Rockets and the Warriors as the playoffs begin. Steve, just as an observer and a fan of the Warriors, I will always have some feelings come up when Dillon Brooks and the playoffs happen. What are your feelings?
I've let that stuff go. I mean, in the heat of the moment, a few years ago, when he clotheslined Gary. He was not my favorite guy. That was a cheap shot. I think I said he broke the code. I still feel that way. But I have a lot of respect for Brooks. He's a hell of a player. He's really shooting the ball well. He's at 39% this year. He's their best 3-point shooter. He's put together a really good career. He's a fierce competitor. So I have a lot of respect for him, and it's going to be fun to compete against him.
And he's just one member of a Rocket team that, by my eyes, pretty physical. They're a good defensive team. They're athletic, and they're the top rebounding team in the association. How do you get your team to match their physicality and be able to, keep it not only between the lines, but be able to still play your game while matching them in a physical standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of the challenge is, not only, making sure we are putting every effort into getting every loose ball, every long rebound, hitting bodies, boxing out, but also maintaining our poise and our composure when the game gets physical and when things aren't going our way. And that's a big part of playoff basketball every year, but particularly against the more physical teams.
Coach, I know you're fully aware of this. It's an interesting dynamic that has kind of developed. You guys have achieved this, and people are very, very excited about Warrior basketball. At the same time, it has become a very large story and something that our listeners just keep on wanting to know about and keep talking about, and that is the Jonathan Kuminga situation. So what is your perspective? How do you kind of take that this playoff run has happened, yet the Jonathan Kuminga story continues to be kind of bandied about by the fans?
It's all part of the job. I mean, I got no problem with it. Mostly I feel for JK because I like him, and he's been here 4 years, and he's a talented guy, and sometimes things go in a different direction. And what happened here is, it's pretty obvious. I've talked about it, but Jimmy Butler came in, and when JK was out, we traded for Jimmy, and they played the same position, and our whole team changed. We became an ISO team with Jimmy. The movement of Steph, ISO with Jimmy, and Jimmy's one of the best players in the league. So it's not as simple as just saying, "Oh, okay, we'll just we'll play them together." Basketball doesn't work that way. The puzzle has to fit. We found, a really good formula when JK was injured, and we got Jimmy. I think we went 18-2 or something right away, and so we found lineup combinations that have clicked, and we're winning, and we have to stick with that. And it's brutal for JK. It really is. He's a young player who wants to play, and he's absolutely talented enough to play. And he still may be a part of the equation in this series and the next series after that and after that. So we just have to keep plugging away, keep moving forward, and he's doing a good job of that, but I definitely feel for him.
I got to think that this brings out other aspects of you as a coach, right? There, as you said, you get to do X's and O's now, but how do you kind of on the side handle a young player that is going through a frustrating situation?
Well, I think I try to communicate with all my guys constantly, just checking in with different guys at different times. And then you have to be careful not to overdo it too, and sometimes you have to give a guy space but we have a great staff. JK has a lot of support, in the locker room. All his teammates like him and coaches like him. And so you just support him and remind him to stay ready because things can change, in a heartbeat.
And how has he been handling this? Because it's like Mark was saying, it's difficult for a 22-year-old. And, from the outside, we can't really see, and you try to read body language, but I just wonder how JK is reacting and handling it when he finds out that he's probably not going to be in the rotation.
He's handling it well. He's coming in. He came in yesterday and scrimmaged, with the low minute guys who scrimmage routinely. So he's staying ready. He's keeping a positive attitude. And like I said, I'd be surprised if he didn't find his way back out there, just from what I know of, my experience with the playoffs, how things work. But again, I have to read what we need. I have to read, who's playing well together. And to be very frank, the Jimmy JK combination has not been great, and that's the tricky part here. And I'm playing Jimmy 40 minutes a night because Jimmy is he's one of the very best players in the league, and there's a reason we're here and we're in the 7th seed, and we won whatever it was, 24 of our last 30 games, and the reason is Jimmy. And so it's my job as a coach to keep the team on a path that I think gives us the best chance to win. And for now, that's what I've been, that's why I've been leaning into the lineups that I have.
Yeah, Steve, I think the clarity of that is going to be really helpful to people. There is the comment out there that from matchup to matchup, like youth and athleticism and length is like something people want to talk about a lot with Houston. And that kind of describes Jonathan. So does this matchup lean maybe a little bit more in his direction?
He's played very well against Houston, for sure. And so that's a positive sign. He is not, it's not been a great combination with Jimmy and Draymond. Part of the reason that it's tough to play Jimmy and Draymond is that you need a center with them. Now, maybe the combo is Quentin Post with Jimmy and JK, and so that's a combo that may work, that we may lean into. But obviously, Draymond Green. He's going to play big minutes as well. And but when you play against length and athleticism like Houston has, you need spacing. You desperately need to space the floor. Otherwise, you got 5 monster athletes sitting in the paint, and it doesn't matter. There's no driving lanes for JK or Jimmy if there's no spacing. And so these are all the nuances that go into this. And, it's tough. It's not fantasy basketball. It's not as simple as saying, hey, this guy averages so many points. You just put him out there. The combinations have to fit. The flow has to be right. And these are the things that we have to decipher as a staff.
You mentioned Quentin Post, and he's a rookie, but he's 25, and I can't help but watch him. And Mark and I were joking earlier about the flexing and the gesturing and the facial expressions. Can you remember a rookie who has played with as much just joyful moxie and scowl as Quentin Post when he hits a three?
Yeah, Quentin's been awesome. 25-year-old rookie. He's kind of old school in that regard. A rookie like 20 years ago, somebody who actually is, ready for the NBA in year one because of, 5 years of college. And he's fearless. You can see how much confidence he has in his shot. He's been the pick and pop big that we've needed for years. And you can see, again, and this probably relates to JK as well. We play Jimmy and Draymond with the second group without Steph, and we have a shooter out there. The whole world opens up for Jimmy, and so that's how he's getting to the rim, and that's how he's getting fouled, and so this is what Quentin Post has added to our team, and he's been a godsend.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Coach, have you reflected at all for a moment that you, Steph, and Draymond are playing the Rockets again in the playoffs, yet they are a completely new generation of the team, and yet here you three still sit?
I really haven't reflected on those Houston series because, literally every player on the opponent is different. The longevity is something I'm very proud of. The fact that Steph and Dre and Loon and I are all still here, and my staff, so many of my staff members. I think we first met Houston in the 2015 playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, and we've had I think four series since, or 3 since, 4 total. That's a pretty incredible stat, in the modern NBA for all of us to still be at it. So I'm very proud of them.
It's funny because you made reference earlier to an AAU team, and all of this Rockets team, they were AAU players when you took on the Rockets back in. They might not have even been old enough to be AAU players. And I just wonder about, Mark asked you earlier about the experience and, the intelligence that your team has. How much is it going to be a challenge to offset the youth, especially as a series maybe gets longer? Does that give a younger team a certain advantage when they're able to play their way into experience and play deeper into a series?
I don't know. I mean, what I like about the playoffs where we are right now is that you have built-in rest. Unlike the regular season, you have days in between games. Even if it's just one day in between, generally you're staying in that city. There's very few playoff games where you feel like the schedule, is a problem. And in the regular season, you face that all the time. And that's where I think the youth and energy of a team like Houston actually is an advantage. I think in the playoffs, I just don't feel like there's an advantage.
All right, Coach. Well, congrats again. And also, Jimmy Butler, I know, said when he's got a nice little break like this, he leans into Domino's and coffee. What do you lean into when you get this little break?
Oh, man. Just being at home with my dog, my wife, cooking dinner, watching a show. These nights off at home in the NBA are golden. I mean, you really do have to just rejuvenate, fill up the cup, and so nothing special for me, just being at home.
Did you do seafood stir fry again?
My daughter cooked for us last night, which was awesome. We went to her house. She lives about a mile from us, and so family time is the key. So she's a great cook. We had a really nice dinner.
Did you get through White Lotus yet, Steve? And if so, what are you on to now?
Yeah, I watched it, finished it up. Totally entertaining. Love that show. And what am I on now? I don't know. We watched a movie the other night, The Brutalist. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it, but yeah, it was like long. It was a long movie. It was 2 nights. We took 2 nights to watch it.
It wasn't about your playing experience before Tuesday, was it?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
So what's our next show? What should we be watching? What are you guys watching?
Oh, I mean, I'd have to ask the wife. She watches a lot of that the trash TV. I'm watching you guys, and she's watching The Real Housewives of Fill in the Blank. So.
Yeah.
It's probably
on the off nights,
watch.
I guess you're watching other games too, like I am.
No,
So,
for sure. And Bill Burr has a new comedy special on Hulu that I highly recommend, Steve.
All right, I'll check that out.
Yeah,
Thank you.
check it out. For guys our age.
right.
It's not so bad. Hey, Coach, thanks. Here we go. Playoff basketball. We're excited. Congrats again.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, there it is, Steve Kerr. We want to react to that. Take your calls. We're going to put the Kuminga thing to bed. We're going to try. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Your phone calls next, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Can we try?
And what?
Can we try?
We could try.
I'm gonna try. I just want to try. I know it's a long shot. It's kind of like you when you play the lottery.
Yeah, and I do it all the time.
Yeah, so do I.
And I never win.
Well, I have the weirdest quirk about the lotto.
Yeah.
I won't play if it's less than 100 million.
Right.
As if 58 million's not enough for me.
That's the funniest thing. And that's human nature. Like, if Super Lotto is 5 million, which I think is where it starts, like the majority of people will be like, nah, I'm going to pass.
That's right.
Even though you get half of it.
Small potatoes.
Even if you get half of the half, because if you win 5, then 2.5 is gone right away. And then you got to probably get half of the 2.5. So you get $1.25 million.
I'll take it. I'm in.
Nah, not worth my $1 to try.
Yeah, but then again, they do. It's a bad bet, right? Like, I mean, it's not.
It's a horrific.
It's a horrific bet, but whatever. Like,
you'd be better off getting absolutely soaking wet and carrying around a bunch of metal rods and running out into a lightning storm.
Yeah,
you have a better chance of getting struck down than you do of winning the lottery.
Not today, because there's no rain. But
right. Well, yesterday I was a little worried with my my whole Jesus take. About him coming back from behind after a rough first half.
That's right. Steiny and Goo
Good
today.
Friday.
Good Friday. Steiny and Goo today had a conversation that made me laugh out loud.
We move on. Don't interrupt.
No, I will, because Steiny said something like, "What makes it good?" And then he asked Goo the question. He goes, "Is today when he starts to? Is he rising today?" And Goo's like, "He's about to." And I'm like, perfect, exactly. So yes, we're all going to get struck by lightning, and it's
he's about
to. Brace yourself, it's coming.
Yeah.
Anyway,
wow.
Happy Easter. But no, I know this isn't going to work, but I still want to try. Okay.
And I'm here for you, and I'm going to support you.
It's fine. I'm not going to. It's not going to be some sort of an ego slap if it doesn't work.
Okay.
Then again, there's a piece of this that will 100% work because it's up to us, which is, do we want to simply put this to bed until there is something new on the Jonathan Kuminga front? And I think for the most part here in this back half of the week, we wanted to ask the questions that we asked to Steve, and we did. And if you are just joining us, here's answer number 1. When I asked Steve, kind of, how are you taking it that you've achieved this and you're winning and you're in the playoffs, but so many people still just want to talk about Jonathan Kuminga?
Mostly I feel for JK because I like him, and he's been here 4 years, and he's a talented guy, and sometimes things go in a different direction. And what happened here is, it's pretty obvious. I've talked about it, but Jimmy Butler came in, and when JK was out, we traded for Jimmy, and they played the same position, and our whole team changed. We became an ISO team with Jimmy. The movement of Steph, ISO with Jimmy, and Jimmy's one of the best players in the league. So it's not as simple as just saying, "Oh, okay, we'll play them together." It doesn't. Basketball doesn't work that way. The puzzle has to fit. We found, a really good formula when JK was injured, and we got Jimmy. I think we went 18-2 or something right away. So we found lineup combinations that have clicked, and we're winning, and we have to stick with that. And it's brutal for JK. It really is. He's a young player who wants to play, and he's absolutely talented enough to play. And he still may be a part of the equation in this series and the next series after that and after that. So we just have to keep plugging away and keep moving forward, and he's doing a good job of that, but I definitely feel for him.
So there's one more that we want to play, but what I sort of want to propose to everyone is, after listening to what I thought was measured, I thought it was fair, I thought it was descriptive,
logical,
I thought it was clear. Like, do you accept these answers? And then Rockets Warriors. Whoever's in the jerseys that are on the court, let's do Rockets and Warriors starting this weekend. Do you accept these answers? Here's one more, because I did throw him at the end a lot of people are making this what feels like a very sort of intuitive A to B. The Rockets are young and bouncy and athletic. So the only way to combat that is, well, you need to have some young and bouncy and athletic. And that's Jonathan. So does this series match up better for him to play? And I thought this is where I sort of came to critical mass on the whole thing. Listen to this.
I have to read what we need. I have to read, who's playing well together. And to be very frank, the Jimmy JK combination has not been great, and that's the tricky part here. And I'm playing Jimmy 40 minutes a night because Jimmy is one of the very best players in the league, and there's a reason we're here and we're in the 7th seed, and we won whatever it was, 24 of our last 30 games. And the reason is Jimmy. And so it's my job as a coach to keep the team on a path that I think gives us the best chance to win. And for now, that's why I've been leaning into the lineups that I have.
Okay. So I actually do not think, and I know a lot of people do, well, he's going to play in this series. Not to start.
Not necessarily.
Not to start. And if he does, it's going to be just for little bits and pieces. And I guess what I'm getting at is when I listened to him talk that whole thing out late yesterday afternoon, I went, agree or disagree, that makes sense. I get what you're saying. I get what you're doing. And I don't really think that there's no fact that exists that doesn't sort of lean in the favor of what they're doing. There are emotions. There are opinions that can lean in the other direction. I don't think there are any facts. He's got them in his favor. I understand what he's doing. You don't have to love it, but do you accept it? I accept it.
Well, you either accept it or you don't, and you just look at what he was describing, and in his subsequent answer, he talked about what combinations might work, and it almost seemed like he was working it through in his own mind, and he talked about a combo of Draymond and Quentin Post and Kuminga and how that might be a trio that could potentially work. But when you think about that trio, you're dealing with about 8 minutes that Jimmy Butler's not going to be playing because Jimmy's playing 40 minutes. And Steve even said that. He's like, I'm going to play Jimmy 40 minutes. And if Jimmy and Kuminga don't do well together, and the analytics would prove that to be true, well, then where is the leash for Jonathan to go in there and play? Because if he and Jimmy don't play well together and Jimmy plays 40 minutes, now you're left with about 8 minutes where Kuminga could possibly play. And then he even said, well, maybe it's Quentin and Draymond and Kuminga, and then you're going to have maybe Steph and Pods or GP2 or whatever, but you're starting to get into a really tight window of where JK could even fit without Jimmy Butler.
When I look at Warrior basketball in the playoffs, here's what I don't buy. I don't buy that you fight fire with fire. I don't buy that. And I think that's
they've never done that.
No, and that's what people are suggesting. You're like, oh, the Rockets are young and bouncy, so this is a Kuminga series. No, I'd argue it's even less one, maybe.
Maybe.
Because you know what Jonathan does well? They can do it too, so they can stop it. They're phenomenal on defense. They're big, tall, lanky, bouncy, and young. So Jonathan's going to walk out on the floor, and I know he's played well against Houston. I get it.
Yeah.
Circumstances, Steve even pointed to that. But I don't see this as that. Like, these games are not those games. Those games largely didn't have Steph Curry in them.
Right.
So
and they didn't have Jimmy Butler in them either.
Those games are not these games. So I just don't. I think what the Warriors do so well is that they don't fight fire with fire. How many years have we been going? I even saw Brian Windhorst just do this today. He was doing a thing where I guess he books hotel rooms at the beginning of the year for June, based on the cities that he thinks are possible sites for the NBA Finals. They asked him about
veteran.
Yeah, he asked him about San Francisco, and he said, not then, and still not quite yet. And the first thing and the only thing he said was, they're just too small. And I went, perfect. Right. Where's Leandro Barbosa? Because it's the exact same thing that they said 3 years ago.
Well, they've always been too small.
They've always been too small. And what do? Do they go, we better fight fire with fire, we better get some tall people?
Right.
No.
They make you get small.
Right.
Steve Martin, let's get small.
Let's do what you don't do well, and let's battle you there. I mean, look, you know who's really tall? Zach Edey. So they made him guard Jimmy Butler. How'd it go?
Yeah, not great for Zach. I mean, he was able to get, I think, 11 offensive rebounds on the other end. And unfortunately for Zach, when he gets a rebound, a lot of times he puts the ball down where everyone can swipe at it. Swipe or no swiping. Shout out Dora the Explorer. But
second reference.
That's what Zach Edey was doing. And I'm just looking at the reality of what has happened this year. JK gets hurt, and the Warriors over the next 17 games, they go 7-10. Then they acquire Jimmy Butler, and JK is still out, but now you have Jimmy, and you go 12-2 over the next 14 games with JK out, Jimmy in. Before that, you had no Jimmy and no JK, obviously, and you struggled. And then when you've had Jimmy and Jonathan Kuminga together, you have still been as good as you were before Jonathan Kuminga even came back. So you've won when you had Jimmy Butler. The one common denominator in the winning is Jimmy Butler. It's not Jonathan Kuminga.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Magic Johnson sent out a tweet today.
Okay.
And said it was a lengthy one. I don't want to read it all because his tweets are the funniest, most boring things I've ever seen. But anyway, his point was, there's going to be a lot of action in that series, and it's going to be interesting because the Rockets have all of this young athleticism, but the Warriors, they've got some veteran know-how. But at the end, I think the Warriors can do well, provided that Jonathan Kuminga is the X factor.
Yeah, boy.
And I was like, oh, Magic doesn't send his own tweets.
Or he doesn't watch ball. It's possible he sends his own tweets.
It's possible. It's possible that he sends his own tweets.
Well, I don't know how.
It's possible that he doesn't watch ball, but I'm like.
It could be both. I don't know how closely. Like when I read his tweets, I read them maybe in his voice, and so I think that he sends them, but it just sounds to me like he sends them because, it sounds like it's coming right from Irvin Magic Johnson, and it's a guy who's probably not watched a lot of Warrior basketball, and maybe he hasn't watched a lot of Warrior basketball of late, because if Jonathan Kuminga is the X factor, then the Warriors are getting swept because Jonathan Kuminga is probably not going to play that much.
I will be glued to my TV during this year's playoffs, and I'll be at every Lakers versus Timberwolves game watching three of the NBA's most exciting players, LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and Anthony Edwards.
Okay, you're good. I mean, that's an accurate tweet.
There you go. Yep.
They'll be there, and they are really good players.
He said, I'm scared for my Lakers because the game's most exciting player, superstar Anthony Edwards, is a matchup problem.
Okay. I mean, these are tweets that I would not imagine that someone on his staff is sending these out. These feel like they're straight from Magic himself. And, if you're not watching Warrior basketball, or you're a casual, or you're looking at it from the outside and you've not been paying attention, then yeah, Jonathan Kuminga would be an X factor because he's a really good young player. And if you're not watching what's actually going on, you probably think, yeah, they need Kuminga to play well in order to be able to beat Houston.
He picked the Pacers to win over the Bucks 4-2. And then he tweeted again an hour ago. I changed my mind.
Boy.
I think Giannis Antetokounmpo will put the Milwaukee Bucks on his back and lead them to victory over the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, and the news about Dame makes that prediction, I think, more accurate because Dame Lillard will play coming off of the blood clot situation, and doctors are saying it's a lightweight miracle that he was able to get over this in just 3 weeks.
I mean, we thought he was, quote unquote, out for the year. I think this is still the year. So, yeah, this is that's completely shocking. I still don't know how connected the Bucks look, but yeah, anyway, I don't want to go too far down that whole rabbit hole. Look, I know that everybody has had their commentary on this. Their emotions are in it. And that's fine and fair. And I actually, I would not make the same sort of proclamation with you that I did going into the game against the Memphis Grizzlies, where I took the under on 30 seconds. I do think he's probably going to get on the floor at some point in this series. Probably. There are a bunch of different scenarios that could lead to that. But one thing was clear after talking to Steve yesterday, it's not in the plans. It's not the plan. Warrior basketball, that's not the plan. And so I just wonder if people are ready to accept that, because what he's very, very clearly saying is Jimmy Butler plays that position. He's very good. You all accept that. They don't play well together, so I'm going to play Jimmy Butler. And I just don't know how we don't arrive at a spot where that should make sense to everybody. That should make sense. I'm not saying you have to love it. I think you have to accept it, though. You have to accept
the reality.
And they're winning.
Right.
We're here.
Go back to the last time the Warriors were in the playoffs, and I know he was in his second year, and I'm looking at it right here. They played the Lakers, best of 7. Game 1, Jonathan Kuminga, DNP. Game 2, he played 9 minutes and 43 seconds, and they won by 27. I believe all of that came in the fourth quarter when the game was already decided. Game 3, he played 9 minutes and 11 seconds. They lost by 30. That was, again, garbage time. Game 4, he did not play. Game 5, they won by 15. He got 2.5 minutes. Game 6, they lost by 19. He got less than 4 minutes. All of that was non-consequential. We need a body playing time. So I know he's a different player than he was 2 years ago, but it shouldn't surprise us that Jonathan Kuminga is at a spot where he's not going to be in the playoff rotation.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I have, and this is, look, you're all welcome to call the show all the time. That's what we do here. You're all welcome to think whatever you want and feel whatever you want and express that. And Dibbs has his positions and I have my positions. I would like to not go too far deep into this once the playoffs start unless there is something new that happens. I think that everything that was said yesterday was lengthy, it was definitive, it was clear. This is where we are, and so it shouldn't surprise anybody anymore. And I don't think it's productive, to be quite frank.
Well, it's not even a story anymore. Like Jonathan Kuminga is back-to-back games where he did not play. They weren't both must-wins, but they were treated as such, and the rotation was limited, and he didn't play in either game. And then Steve, you just played the sound, and we heard the interview again, and Steve was pretty clear with the reasons and the approach. Now, Jonathan might play. He could play, but I don't think that it's very likely. And I look at the Clipper game and going in the matchup, the way the Clippers play, I thought, okay, it makes some sense that Jonathan Kuminga wouldn't play in that game. But then the Memphis game, and that's why I made the bet with you, I thought that was more of a Kuminga-friendly matchup with the up and down, the frenetic pace, which is what the game was. The game was everything I thought it would be. High scoring. It was an over. It was not close, and then it was close, and then it was not close, and then it was close, and he didn't play in that game either. So if you take a slow game and he's not playing, and then a really fast game and he's not playing, then what are we doing? What's the debate point? There is no debate.
That's what I took from yesterday. It's not matchup dependent. The Warrior basketball, like you could make your little whatever, like strength in numbers or what have we said? We believe or Warrior basketball. Right now, we're not playing him.
Yeah, it's not a good slogan.
It's not.
It is a tagline.
It's true.
Warriors basketball. Okay, but not JK.
Yeah. It's better than okay.
Thank you.
So 888-957-9570. The other thing that we started off the show talking about, and I do want to launch into this with our next guest who's going to be on in about 7 or 8 minutes, Ryan Hollins, former UCLA Bruin, and then you can fill in the blank of almost any NBA team. Actually, except for Rockets and Warriors. However, somehow he has ended up as an analyst for the Houston Rockets. And he's a good dude, and he's a good analyst, and he's going to jump on here next. And I really want to get into him. What are the matchups that matter here? And for me, the more I thought about this as we get ready to launch into the weekend, I really am focused on the Warriors' brains. I think that's where this series is going to be won or lost. And there's a little bit, for me, too much focus on they're all 22, they're all tall, They're very good on defense. They'll beat you up, this, that, and the other. I don't see this as an X's and O's series that comes down to physicality. I see this as an X's and O's series that comes down to mentality. And I don't know how in that kind of a matchup. So I'm not telling you the Warriors win the title, because there are other very mentally strong, experienced teams in these playoffs. LeBron James is in these playoffs. Nikola Jokic is in these playoffs. But in this particular matchup, I have a hard time believing how the Rockets are going to think their way through three of the smartest players in the game today 4 different times when the key players have never played a playoff game in their life. That's the part for me I can't wrap my head around.
Yeah, and I don't think that you necessarily have to outthink a team to win 4 games. You maybe have to outthink them in 1 game. You have to do what you do as a team, and I think that Ime Udoka is a good coach, and I think that he's going to have a very specific strategy for his team defensively. It's a good defensive team, and what we saw last time against Steph Curry, they'll probably try to replicate it, maybe not in the same level of physicality, but I'm sure if you went into their team room, the top line item would be, don't let Steph Curry beat us from 3. That has to be the number one job, and they did a good job of it last time these two teams matched up. They have done a good
job of it. Yeah. But again, though, how do you go about doing that? You go about doing that by, I would argue, largely doing a bunch of illegal things and finding out
necessarily.
Well, I mean, anything where you're stopping someone from going from to point A to point B is technically not legal in basketball.
But they did many other things in the last game other than just hold him and grab him.
Of course.
They guarded him very well and legally in many spots.
In some spots, but never did I see him on a possession when he did not have the ball, where they were legal at all times. And that happens. I'm not saying you can call everything, because you could stop the play on every single possession if you could. But how close that they call that, to me, is going to be somewhat decisive as we look at how this thing is officiated and how it plays out. I wonder if you saw what Udonis Haslem said about Jimmy Butler on a recent interview. I want to share that with you guys. I want to enter it into the conversation with Ryan Hollins, because I think it was super interesting from someone who's played with Jimmy and LeBron and Dwayne Wade and people like that. So all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Coming up next, Ryan Hollins. He is part of the Houston Rockets broadcast team, longtime NBA player himself, a tall, lanky, athletic guy himself. So we'll get into all of these matchup questions with Ryan coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Not at all. Out here watching Andrew Wiggins play basketball actually right now. In a do-or-die situation, Eastern Conference final play-in game is underway with the Heat having a small advantage here in the first quarter.
Yeah, it was a bigger advantage, but now it's a smaller advantage, and it grows again. Could not be a bigger Heat fan than I am tonight.
Why is that?
Because Trae Young, maybe that's what I should have said is bugging me. The way that he punked out of the last game that they played in the play-in tournament.
Didn't like that, huh?
I thought that it was just weak sauce. It was petulant. It was immature. And if you're a superstar, you should be better than that.
None of those things describe our next guest. I'll tell you that. River Island's guest line, it's our friend Ryan Hollins, longtime NBA analyst, and now covering the Rockets and part of their broadcast team. And it's been a minute since we've gotten to catch up. Hey, my friend, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Not too much. Just getting ready for a little playoff series, you know? What do you think about this one?
It's exciting. It's a true rivalry. I can't believe we're getting it in the first round. And, you know, you see the TV coverage. It's an ABC game coming up. I think Game 3, ABC went and took it. So, you know, you kind of see everything at stake, man. But I just don't think it gets any better. And we're going to have some fun games here and, you know, just rekindle everything.
A little bit weird when the 2 seed is the underdog and they are the unexpected team, perhaps, to be in this spot. What's the Houston perspective about the relative chip on the shoulder for this young Rockets team?
You got to understand, you know, we have a team full of guys with chips on their shoulders. You know, everybody on the roster, including the coach, has something to prove and has that mentality, and that's why Houston's had the success that they've had. So I think you take that, our guys are taking that as fuel right now, and at the end of the day, there's a high level of respect for Golden State, but you do see a bit of a changing of the guard this season. You know, Oklahoma City's the best team in the West. You know, Rockets are number 2, so some of these young stars are emerging. Now, at the end of the day, Mark knows this better than anybody does, that you got to go and make good on it. So the challenge for Houston is to show, hey, man, we belong on this stage. And if you've seen what the Rockets have done this season, they have gone out and gotten wins against the best teams in the NBA. Okay, Boston at Boston, Golden State at Golden State, swept Cleveland for the year. You know, you can go down the line, you know, beat Dallas with Luka. Like, you can go on down the line and see these wins. Oklahoma City at home. Like, there's everybody Houston is knocked off and, you know, played good basketball with.
Ryan Hollins joining us, part of the Rockets broadcast team. Hey, man, the first answer you gave said it was a true rivalry, and I get what you mean by the history of the two organizations, but to the current Rockets players look at it that way, like they've got not only no history against the Warriors, let's be real, Ryan, they got no history against anyone in the playoffs.
They haven't won. They haven't
played.
They got the monkey off their back. Yeah,
they haven't even played playoff games.
Well, whether it was in the playoffs or not, that was the one team. Here's the thing. The Warriors have always, since then, played their best. They've had a bit of an edge every time they see Houston. I'm telling you, man, for the last couple of years, the Golden State will be trashed. They're up and down. They can't make free throws. They can't do all this and all that. And they play the Rockets, and all of a sudden, everybody's firing on all cylinders, you know, and it's been somewhat mental before then. So, again, that's the point where I say it's a rivalry, because they have a little extra looking to stick it to Houston. And because of that alone, you can say, okay, there's a little more gas. And you saw it was the only win where I see all our guys get on the floor and celebrate. So I do think there's a rivalry, whether it was playoffs or not, both sides there. In the first time, this is the only team that Houston had not beat was Golden State. Literally.
And they went out and they got the win, and the Warriors beat them 3 out of 5. Kind of a weird way to look at it, though, because the Warriors didn't have Jimmy Butler for 3 of those, and a couple of those Steph Curry didn't play. When you think about the series, Ryan, is this one where Houston's going to have to try to slow it down and grind the Warriors out defensively in order to try to win these games?
Somewhat. I think you lean on your calling cards. I think Houston has to win the physicality game. At the end of the day, you don't want to come out and try to outshoot Steph Curry. You don't want to trade baskets. This is not a team that trades baskets well at the end of the day. And I think that the defense, the offensive rebound, the tough plays, if Golden State can take those away, they've got a great shot to be successful. If not, it's going to be a really long series for the Warriors.
Ryan, will you update me so that I don't have to search here on the internet in the middle of our conversation? How many times were you on a team that went to the playoffs?
Probably half my career.
Okay.
I mean, Boston, Dallas, Clippers, so you're probably around half.
Okay, so do you remember your very first playoff series?
Dallas, I do.
Okay, so what did that feel like? Because I really want to access how much of a factor that is in this series. The Warriors and all of their playoff resume versus the key players of the Rockets who have never done this before.
The first time I was, happy to be out there, but I was ecstatic because it was the truest form of basketball. And from a competitive standpoint, I'm the type of guy that will rise to those occasions. So the juices and the energy really got me going. And for me, it was a good deal. And that could work for Houston also. Jalen Green is a guy who shows up in big moments. So saying that that's his mindset and seeing that he, just really digs in when those moments are there, I think it's going to bode well for our young guys. And the one thing is, the intensity goes up, the speed of the game goes up, the physicality goes up. And Houston's been incredibly physical and played hard all season long. So at the end of the day, that's something that really bodes in Houston's favor.
Is this something where, as a player who's never been in the playoffs before, can the veterans help you and prep you for what is going to come, or is it something that you have to just get in there and go through?
No, the veterans can prep you. I remember Eric Dampier. I had to go out and guard Tim Duncan. And he knew if he had foul trouble, I was next up, and I ended up being next up. So I remember Dampier telling me, hey, keep him off the box. If he gets on the box, the bank shot's coming. You kind of open his game up. Hey, when he faces up this way, he likes to drive right. This way, he likes to turn fadeaway. So, you get those nuances, and sometimes there are things that a veteran can give you that's not on the scout report. Fred VanVleet, he doesn't have the fear of the Warriors. He beat them. He won a world championship against them, on the biggest stage. So there's a lot that you can glean from him. Jeff Green won a championship with the Nuggets. So, he's had wisdom all season long. But again, when you're on those teams, you've had success. You've seen what it felt like. Dylan Brooks knocked out the Warriors, in the play-in game, So there are guys who can bring nuances to the table. And again, Houston has a group of defenders, not that you can ever shut out a guy like Steph Curry, but the communication was really good in the last matchup. So hopefully those are pieces that they're defensively, they can come in with confidence with.
Ryan Hollins, Rockets analyst, part of their broadcast team with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. All right, you said his name. Let's do it. Dylan Brooks or Draymond Green, who's more inappropriate?
Man, this season it's been Draymond by a mile. Dylan's gotten some texts. He's gotten a lot of reputation technicals, but he really hasn't had to get into it with anybody this year as much as you probably seen, in years past. He's done the chippy things, the bumping shoulders and all that, but all the scuffles and stuff, you haven't needed it. And Dylan, you think he's just this wild card, and so with Draymond. Draymond's not just getting into it with anybody for no reason. He knows that if he can take a player out or get them psychologically out of it, that it could really affect the game, and he's willing to make those plays so Steph Curry can play the best that he can play, be the best version of himself, at the end of the day. So those two extremely cerebral, but if it gets down to it, man, they're going to toe that line, brother, and we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, Brooks out-teched Draymond this year 16-13, each with just one ejection. So safe to say they both were on their best behavior, Ryan?
Well, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, and Dillon's not going to be the target of Draymond. Draymond, I'm going to tell you right now, Draymond's going after Şengün because he knows how important he is to Houston. He's going to try to play those mind games with him, and Draymond might be saying, "Hey, you get kicked, I get kicked." That's a win for Golden State. So he is going to look to toe that line with Alp. He is going to try to get under his skin, and to me, it's the biggest sign of respect. If he don't respect you, he's going to let you do what you want to do on the floor. But if he has respect for you, he's coming after you, man. And that's just what Draymond has done and why he is a world champ.
Ryan, even if I took kind of the matchup out of this and just asked you about the Rockets, nice year, 52 wins. They're clearly kind of ahead of schedule, but it also feels to me like when you look at the framework of the West, that's a team that's still a year away from really making noise. Don't you think?
You know what? Things are so wide open that like Mark, normally we can gauge and say this is supposed to be this. But Mark, if I told you to bet your last $1,000 that the Houston Rockets were going to be second in the West, you'd look at me like I was crazy. A lot of right, you would.
Yep.
And as deep as the West, a lot of the stars that we're used to seeing, the Currys, the LeBrons, okay, those guys are getting older now. They're getting older. There's a changing of the guard happening. And now, not to say LeBron doesn't have a chance, but we've seen the most parity that you can see in the NBA. And heck, a lot of people are pointing towards the Lakers. And I think you have to see how that plays out when they're in a situation where, they got to guard 5 good players on the floor. When they got to run around the perimeter, they got to work, or they got to box out, rebound, then run in transitions. When teams are making them defensively have to bring the effort, how good are they going to be? So I just think there's something so wide open as an analyst, Mark, it makes it incredibly hard for you to project what you think is going to happen.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what types of games they are. I do think a lower scoring game favors the Rockets, but Ryan, I'm wondering about the idea of having been there in order to advance and actually win the championship. And I know you weren't a part of the Dallas team that won the title in 2011, but you were in 2009, and it felt like Dallas had to go through some things before they could get over the hump. Do you find the same thing maybe in store for Houston, where they have to go through the playoffs once or twice before they can get over the hump?
Yeah, I'm not going to say, we projected this team to be world champions. That would be a lie, but I think things are wide open. I think they're absolutely wide open, and it rests on 2 young players' shoulders, who've been up and down but significantly improved, Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green. And the quicker that they can make that jump, or the more they can be consistent, Houston's going to roll. And that's the challenge, or that's the best thing about the Houston Rockets right now, is that they can play both hands. They can say, hey, if Jalen Green or LP turns into a guy, we're good now. We don't need to do anything. If we don't think, or we have to project, and we think they're just going to be good but not maybe great players, go make a move for somebody. So I think they've got wiggle room to kind of bet both ways. So there's a lot that you're going to be able to glean from this contest. But ultimately, yes, if we're talking world championship, those guys are going to have to be 1A and 1B. They're going to have to show us something that we hadn't seen before. We've seen glimpses, but we're going to have to see it at the next level.
Who do you think's winning the series, Ryan?
Like Houston. I think they've shown a lot. I think when I'm looking at Golden State, this is not the same Warriors that we know from the past, Mark. It's not. They're really good, but I don't think great. I think they're too Curry dominant, where Steph Curry, the problem is when he has to do too much. And I'm looking at this team, even with the excellence of Jimmy Butler, he still has to do too much. That's not a good mix. Now, obviously, there's the veteran presence there, and, you can see, hey, what are those guys going to look like? But I like Houston because they can win without their offense. And, again, that's going to be a challenge.
Fun to hear your voice, my man. Thank you so much for doing it.
Oh, man, anytime, brother. You know it.
All right, there he goes. Ryan Hollins, part of the Houston Rockets broadcast team. with a little bit of the breakdown of the matchup that is coming up starting on Sunday night right here, Willard and Dibbs in 95.7 The Game.
We should circle back with him next week after we've got some actual games that have been played and we get his thoughts on what he's seeing.
Yeah, I don't. It's funny what he said right out of the gate. I don't really agree with, and I think is actually a bad sign for the team for which he works. Like, he called this a rivalry. The only way this is a rivalry is if the Warriors logo is in your brain. How on earth is this a rivalry? Like, they're all 22. They've never even been to the playoffs. Jimmy Butler just got here. The only way this is a rivalry is if you as a Rockets franchise are like, damn it, dude, the Warriors are always in our way. But Fred VanVleet was asked this similar question in practice the other day, and he's like, this is not that team, and that is not that team. There's nobody here who was a part of any of those previous experiences between the Warriors and the Rockets.
Yeah, 2019 is when they faced off in the postseason.
Right. So I think Ryan is buying into a narrative that, to me, is a bad thing for the Rockets.
I think it's a good thing for the Rockets.
How so?
Not that you need extra motivation, but you're going up against a dynasty and multiple players who are 4-time champs. And so if you need to ratchet up your feelings and make it feel like it's a rivalry, and you're the underdog, you're the 2 seed, and that's why I was asking Ryan about the whole chip on the shoulder, and he said, well, you know what? They got a chip on their shoulder anyway.
Don't say that to Draymond.
He
says the Warriors are the underdog.
Well, he's wrong.
I know.
But, I mean, you can...
I just said don't say it to Draymond.
Well, I mean, if he would come on the show, I would say it to Draymond.
He said it on his podcast. He said we're the underdogs.
Right, but
they are in game 1.
They are in terms of them being the 7th seed, but the whole idea of favorite and underdog for me relates only to gambling. And because when 2 teams play and the score is 0-0 before the ball gets thrown up, neither team's a favorite, neither team's an underdog unless you look at the perception.
Well, sure. The expectation. The expectation. And I don't agree with Draymond either. From the gambling standpoint, it's factually wrong. But even other than that, just poll the world. Who do they think is going to win this series?
Exactly.
It's the Warriors.
Right.
It's the Warriors.
So, and if Houston wants to think that this is a rivalry, then go ahead, and maybe they're going back to the in-season tournament, which was an elimination game that they won. They knocked the Warriors out, and maybe they're expecting the Warriors to have a chip on their shoulder after they lost that game and didn't get a free trip to Vegas.
Let's talk to some fans. 888-957-9570 is the number. Would love to hear Warrior fans' take on what is the matchup that matters in this series that's coming up this weekend. Let's go to Mr. D in the city. Hi, Mr. D. What's going on? Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just want to know, what do we expect to get from Ryan Hollins? He's been a Warrior hater for ages. And when he played, he wasn't that good. So I don't even know what we expect to get from him.
Well, we're getting some insight.
The Rockets' perspective.
Yeah, some insight into the team that the Warriors are about to play. He knows what's going on with that group. He watched all 82. You know what I mean, Mr. D?
Yeah, he might have watched all 82, but he's watching with one eye because he hates the Warriors. He always has. If you see any interview when he talks about the Warriors, it's always something down. He always got something bad to say about the Warriors. I don't accept anything he says because he don't know what he's talking about. He wasn't even that good when he played.
Well, he wasn't. A lot
10 years in the league. The guy played 10 years
right,
as a pro.
But
So
I understand where Mr. D's coming from. He's never a frontline player. He's a journeyman guy. I've known Ryan for a long time. I have all respect for people who put on the jerseys, man. Like, if you make the NBA, but I understand where you're coming from. Ryan was never a core player for anyone. He was never, and Mr. D, thank you. He was never a core player for anyone.
He never started a playoff game, and he did go to the playoffs 4 times in his 10-year career. So when you asked him that, he was close. He said about half the time, and I think it was 4 out of 10. And he's a guy who played, 9 or 10 minutes, and I liked what he said about, the vets being able to help younger players. And that team that he was on with Dallas, Eric Dampier was, former Warrior, was the big, and he also had Jerry Stackhouse on that team, Jason Kidd, Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Terry. So he had a great group of vets that many of whom would go on to win the title just a couple years later.
Let's go to Jason in Concord. Hi, Jason. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Hey, I'd like to hear what you guys think about the matchup here coming up. The Warriors, knowing the past years, going up and down the court. Young guys past years, but now we have Jimmy. Do you guys think it's better to slow tempo since we have Jimmy instead of going up and down with these young guns? Well, let me not use the word guns since we're not talking about the Memphis youngsters going up down the court. I mean, I don't know if it's ideal matchup. To me personally, I'd love to play the Rockets rather than play the Lakers. But now that we're really deep into it, this is a young, very athletic team, long. And I don't know if it's ideal to match up their tempo type style. Let's think about it a little bit. Maybe with Jimmy now that we have slow the tempo and use the experience versus the youngsters that they might really burn us.
I don't disagree with you, Jason, but I also think you're blending some narratives here. Thanks so much. Like, I don't have this in front of me. Dibs, maybe you do.
Yep.
The Rockets are young. I don't think they play with a ton of pace, though.
No, they're identical.
Yeah.
The pace that, according to Basketball Reference, the pace that each team has, the Warriors are 17th in pace. The Rockets are 18th.
Yeah, there you go.
They play almost identical paces. Now, what's interesting is how they go about scoring the basketball, because we know that the Warriors love the three ball. They shot the second most threes per game in the association. And by the way, 6 threes a game fewer than the number one team. Boston shot 48. The Warriors shot 42, and they're second.
Jeez.
So that
Boston is crazy, dude.
Bananas.
They're bananas the way they play.
Houston is 21st in threes attempted. They only attempted 36, but the big difference is Houston is number 1 in rebounding.
Right.
In the association. The Warriors, I think, are 5th in total rebounds, but Houston is number 1 in offensive rebounds. Yeah. They're number 1 in offensive rebounds. They are number 7 or 8 in defensive rebounds. So that to me becomes the game. When Houston shoots and misses, who gets it? Because if the Warriors can hold their own on the glass,
just hold their own. I'm getting myself ready for some annoying second chance points. It's going to happen.
Number 3.
But I keep hearing this, and in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong, but in my mind, this word that we keep using as like something bad for the Warriors, to me, is something good for the Warriors. I keep hearing people bring it up. Watch out, the Rockets are young. When the hell has that worked in the playoffs? I get it. If you're 36 and you go to the gym and that guy you're playing up against is 22, that's hard. I get it. Amen Thompson looks like a problem. This is the playoffs, y'all. When the hell is that? Oh, watch out for that team. They're going to run through the playoffs because they're young? No, that's not how it works.
I asked Steve Kerr that yesterday, and I'm sure we have the cut and we can play it on the other side, but he wasn't buying it either, because my premise was late in the series, younger players, younger legs can kind of get more comfortable, and they're going to be fresher as the games come more frequently. And he said, no, they don't. No, they don't. He kind of waved me off Mutombo style.
We'll play that for you, and a bunch of people want to weigh in.
You don't. No, you don't.
It's a good laugh. And listen,
I'm just trying to get it down.
I'll give you 2 for your Willard. No, that's a bird. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's the last hour of the week. It's the last hour of 95.7 the game until the playoffs start. So what's the matchup that matters to you? Let's talk it out. It's your calls the rest of the way. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, man, here we go. Good Friday. We're heading into the weekend. Got a basketball game on Sunday night. Giants are taking on a wobbly Angels squad that's lost 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And they play in the best division that has ever happened to the history of Major League Baseball.
Is that a fact, or you're just making it up?
I'm just making it up, but it's how I feel.
Well, I mean, through 20 games or whatever, it might be. I don't know through 20. I don't know if you could find another division that has been this.
The Padres have the best record in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
The Dodgers have the second best record in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
The Giants have the third best record in Major League Baseball.
All right.
And the Diamondbacks are tied for the fourth best record in Major League Baseball. Actually, I'm sorry, let me amend that. They just lost. So they're a half game out of the fourth best record in Major League Baseball. That's your division. Thank God the Rockies are here, and thank God you don't play so many games against the division anymore.
You only play 12.
Yeah.
And the Rockies are on pace to win a game this year. They're 3-15. So they're kind of killing the drill as far as like best division through 19 or 20 games ever.
Wait, that'd actually be fun. So 18 games, 162 divided by 18 is 9. So, the Rockies are on pace for 27 wins this year.
Yeah. Yeah, 27.
Sweet.
That would be, I believe,
a record?
A record. Well, it depends on where you want to draw the line, because you go back to like the early 1900s, and there were some teams that were that bad. I don't know if a team ever won 20 games or 25 games. The Cleveland Spiders, I believe, had a season that was below 30 wins. They didn't play 162 though.
The White Sox last year kind of threatened
which is why
record,
I was looking at it a lot, because they were
they were bad.
Yeah, and they also were looking at maybe the worst run differential in history.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then unfortunately they caught a little fire. Cleveland Spiders, I was right, 20 and 134. Back in 1899.
Oh, but they only played a 154-game schedule.
Right. But a winning percentage of $130. And thank you. Right now the Rockies are at $167.
Well, you spend some time on that. Thank you.
Randy.
You spent all week getting wanting more dings. You got a ding.
It felt great. Thank you. And I know he did it reluctantly.
Yeah, he said thanks.
Yeah,
I know. No, I want a timely thank you, like a sincere one. Like look him in the eye. And spend I'm
going to give him the thanks that he wants.
7 seconds on that thank you.
No, you don't.
You know what you want? Thanks.
Yeah. That's what I want.
That's what he wants.
Okay. Well,
he wants the Dibber
you got
horse.
it.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. It is. Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. Yeah, dude. I like, that gif where the dude just saunters into the bar like, I'm here.
Yeah.
It's kind of how I walk into a Giants series now. Like, what's up, Anaheim? We're here.
Dude.
Are we taking 2 or 3 from you? What do you want to do?
Your choice.
Your choice.
Yeah.
But we're not doing 1, and we're certainly not doing none.
Right.
Logie on the mound tonight. Come on. Who wants to be the losing pitcher on the Angels?
Exactly.
Lock it in.
I mean, who wants to come out of the bullpen and get the win after Logie leaves in a 1-1 game? A little bit of Matt Cain in his game,
Don't do that. Did you know that there are only 2 baseball teams in the majors who have scored more runs than the Giants this year? 2.
Yep. That's
2.
It. One of them's in their division.
Well, no. Okay, then now 3. Because
after today's game.
Yeah, that's
that
not fair. They've already played their game and they scored 1,000 runs.
Yep. So there's actually 3 now.
If you count that. I mean, the Giants haven't had their chance. Maybe they'll put a 10 spot up tonight. I don't know.
Right.
But,
and it's weird because the Cubs have played 22 games.
Right.
And
they played more games.
Played 19.
They played more games. And now the Diamondbacks have played more games. And then the Yankees. The Yankees have scored 9 more runs. Other than that, that's it. The Giants have 11 more runs than the Dodgers, and they've played fewer games.
Yeah.
Huh? Shohei, and Mookie.
That's right.
And Freddie. Oh, these scary lineups. You're terrifying. The Giants have outscored you with Jung-Hoo Lee, and their 2 middle-of-the-order hitters haven't even gotten going yet. What can you do about that?
Exactly. And we'll see you on the field in July?
That's right.
I hate it.
Mano a mano. 6 months from now, when the Giants play the Dodgers for a weekend set.
A lot of things are bugging me for a Friday and such a beautiful day, but that is one.
That's a good one.
This balanced schedule, it bugs me.
Yeah, but it helps you this year.
It does.
It helps you this year.
You've played the Reds already 6 times.
I know.
And you won't play the Dodgers until I think it's late June. I don't know the exact date, but it's just, what are we doing?
The Reds are the only team, I guess the Phillies too, who have had any success against the Giants at all. I think that's 5 of their 6 losses. They have been undefeated against everybody else almost.
Well, that's 10 of their 19 games.
That's true. That's true. 8-1 in the other games.
Yep.
All right, let's go out to the phones. 888-957-9570. What is the matchup that matters to you? What is the aspect of this series that you are really focused on? For me, it's the Warriors' brains. I just think there is too much savvy, too much veteran know-how, too much playoff experience, too much ability to work the officials. And so you can Şengün me, and you can say, can I get an amen? And you can all you want with all of these athletic freaks that the Houston Rockets have. The Warriors are smarter, been there, done that, and I just cannot for the life of me see how this thing goes longer than 6 games and how anybody but the Warriors comes out on top.
I think it is a 6-gamer, and I put this out earlier on the YouTube chat, I think during the Steiny and Guru experience. I have it as loss, win, 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 loss, win. I think they lose game 1.
Okay.
And then they get the split in 2. They hold serve at home. You go back to Houston, you lose, and you close it out here in game 6
I can
at
see
home. That's just my official Nostradamus prediction.
Yep.
You can lock it up, kukush, or you can just leave it alone. There it is.
But you're betting the Rockets in game 1, huh?
I'm not betting anything.
Minus a point and a half.
Yeah, I'm not betting anything when it comes to the association.
Yeah, I
find it to be so difficult. I mean, just well, I mean,
I've done okay this year.
I've
done okay this year. But I don't want to. Yeah, unless something jumps out of the page for a Warrior game, I'm going to avoid those. Because my brain gets all scrambled.
Yeah, and I do
I can't bet against the Warriors. What are we talking about here?
Right. I like a game 2 wager. And in this case, if the Warriors do win game 1, then they'll go into game 2 and they'll probably be favored by 4.5 or 5, I would guess.
That's a big number on the road, but maybe.
And if they lose game 1, then they'll probably be favored by 2.5 or 3 in game 2.
Well, if they lose game 1, I like them even more in game 2.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's that's when a champion shows up, I think, often. And Houston just doesn't have enough offense to run away from the Warriors. So that's the other thing I would foresee, close basketball games. And if you give me close basketball games, I understand where one person could be like, well, give me the team that's going to rebound better and is more athletic and all that. And I'm like, I'd like the team that's more likely to get a whistle and make their free throws. And that's the Warriors, 100%.
No doubt.
But we'll see. We'll see. What do you think? All right, Jonathan in the city on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Hey, I totally agree with you, man. At this point, the Rockets are kind of like Nassim Ahmed, a one-trick boxer, and we're gonna box them. We're gonna counter when they throws that one trick, and we're gonna counter accordingly. And also, I want to see, if this is wishful thinking, I want to see DeSantos on his way to grabbing one of those rebounds, just accidentally sits on and lands his butt right on Dylan Brooks' face. And before he gets up, let's go of a really wet fart.
What is happening? Jonathan, what is this? What are you doing right now, man? Like, have you had a few or... What's happening to you today?
No, that guy triggers me. I'm not like Steve Kerr that I let it go already. I still can't believe what he did to GP2. That was 1980s NBA is no place for today's NBA, and I can't let it go, guys. Yeah.
I understand that. I'm somewhere in between, but I'm not fully over. And thank you, Jonathan. I'm not fully over Dylan Brooks. But I didn't like Dylan Brooks before that happened. I just don't prefer basketball players like that. And I know what some of you are going to say, which is, well, wait a minute, you root for Draymond Green. I do see them as a little bit different. Draymond does push the line and cross the line, but he encompasses such unbelievable basketball know-how. I see Dylan Brooks. Now, he is impressed this year with the way he shot the ball. I'm not going to call him skillless by any stretch, but I do think Dylan is somebody who literally walks onto the floor and is looking to push, shove, fight, challenge the rules immediately. I don't mind trash talk. I don't mind getting in the other's head, but I'd love more skill than what I see with or the skill that you have, use it. I feel this way about James Harden, who's incredibly skilled.
Right.
But the skill that he uses most is trying to fool people. I'm like, dude, no, use your basketball skill.
It's not what he tries to do the most, but it is part of his repertoire. I'll give you that. And I don't think that Dylan Brooks is a guy who gets out on the floor and is thinking first and foremost about fouls, hard fouls, dirty play, and the rest of it. And this year, you pointed out the skill level, and he shot almost 40% from three.
He's their best three-point shooter this year by numbers.
He's 35.5% for his career, and this year he shot more threes than ever, and he made more threes. And he's 29. He's now been in the league for 8 years, and it looks like, well, this year might be the anomaly, but looks like he's actually improving and getting better. And I do have a little bit of a softer spot for him, having watched the documentary of the Olympics. Was it the gold? It wasn't gold medal, but it was
quarter gold.
Thank you, gold. Thank you, Grandy. I'll make eye contact. Thank you, Grandy.
Yeah, ding.
Yeah, ding yourself. Dylan Brooks. There's a scene where he's having dinner with family. There's like a table of 12.
Why is he in that? I didn't finish it. Why is Dylan Brooks in
because
this?
they showcase not all the countries, but they do a thing on France. They did a thing on the Joker and his team, and they did a thing on Canada.
Dylan played for Canada?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a meal that they have, Dylan Brooks and his family, his parents and family friends and siblings, and he comes across as just a sweet, lovable Canadian.
What did he order?
I didn't really look at his plate, and they didn't really dwell on it that long, but you see him out to dinner.
That's what I want to know. Isn't that what you ask someone when they tell you that they went to a restaurant? What'd you get?
Right, but I didn't ask him.
No,
I didn't talk to him. Yeah, and it was like a 2 minute.
I'm just telling you why I was interested in knowing that. Yeah. I want to know. You can learn.
I can go back and look at it.
A thing or two about a person based on what they order.
And the way he came across in that scene and in that documentary, Court of Gold. Thank you, Grandy. You could probably co-sign on this. He came across better than what I thought he was.
Well,
I'm probably the only person in this market who doesn't hate Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, because
he went to Oregon.
Thank you.
I have actually talked to him as a person. He is a very fine person.
Oh, God.
Person. I don't know about a basketball player, but as a person.
How long did you talk to him to be able to come to that?
Well, over the course of multiple times. As a member of the media.
If you really like him, you would have called him something better than very fine person.
So when someone speaks to a media member, even multiple times, you then know that person.
Yeah, you know Steve Kerr.
I don't claim to know Steve Kerr. I think judgments on Steve Kerr can be based on a lot of things because for over a decade we've watched the way he's handled multiple situations, what he has said about certain things, not just the fact that we've talked to him directly a whole bunch of times. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to claim, for instance, people will do this, like the Warrior players. We feel like we know them, right? Because we've listened to them talk a million times. Do you know if they're a good dad or husband? I have no clue.
No clue.
So I'm glad Dylan was nice to you before he got a paycheck.
Thanks.
But actions speak louder than words in my house.
I get that. And I'm just relaying what I watched and what I felt when I watched it. It doesn't mean that, I'm all Team Brooks now, and I won't forget what he did to Gary Payton, even though Steve Kerr has said that's in the past and, you got to move forward. I just look at this series and you talk about matchups. I'm looking at the Dylan Brooks-Draymond Green matchup, not head-to-head, but more about composure and who gets more technical fouls in this series.
Who gets more technical fouls in the series?
Pretty even matchup, I think.
It's a pretty even matchup. It's the playoffs, so probably Draymond. Draymond probably give him a Draymond.
Dylan's not afraid to get a tech. He got
No, he's
16
not.
this year, number 2 in the league.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, here we go. Keep going. It's Sparky, everybody, in Alameda. Hi, Sparky. What are you doing?
Oh, having a get-together with the kids at school right now, actually.
Oh, nice.
But, I got to show up to be a father sometimes.
Nothing says being a good dad like calling a radio show from a kids event.
Yeah, you know what? It's the passion, it's the playoffs. We got to do some of these things sometimes. But since you guys were so much into Dalen Brooks, I cannot wait to quote Klay Thompson calling him a clown because he called his how good they were doing a dynasty back when they got their ass whooped, and Klay Thompson came on the media saying, "I cannot wait." When this clown said, "I cannot wait. Winning games is a dynasty, but this is what we do." That's what he said. Neither here or there. I'm happy to see them matching up. Yes, I think he has multiple ways to prove himself because I think he got something personal against the Warriors. And you know what? It's the playoffs. Let the game come. Let the best win. Neither here or there. I think our players are getting older, and we deserve a chip. But they got to show it. They want it too. We can wish all we want, but the players got to show also their job, and we hope for the best.
Yep, they got to go do it. Sparky, I'll say this. It's funny when he says, in this case, he's talking about Dillon Brooks. Like, I think he's got something personal against the Warriors. Do you know what I've noticed? Because, and again, the Warriors have changed so many times, but if you're talking about the core, Steph and Draymond and Steve, I guess you want to put Kevon Looney in there too, sure.
Yep.
Almost everybody in the league has something against those guys because they've been around for so long and have succeeded so much that if I said, does LeBron have something against the Warriors? Yep. LeBron's got something against the Warriors. Does Dillon Brooks have something against the Warriors? Absolutely.
James Harden?
James Harden.
Yep.
James Harden thinks the Warriors are why he hasn't won a championship. Let's say they got to the finals. Does Boston have beef with the Warriors? Do they have something that they'd like to say to the Golden State Warriors? Like, there are so many matchups where somebody's got something Warrior-related in their craw. And it's a compliment to them. It's just because they've been there so long and they've succeeded so many times.
It's the ultimate compliment because, and that's where I think when, Ryan Hollins talks about it being a rivalry, if you're Houston, you see this as a rivalry because you want what the Warriors have had 4 times over. And so you look at this matchup and you're hungry for it. So you take them on as a, quote, rival, even though the last 4 times these teams have met in the postseason, the Warriors have won all 4 of those series. So is it really a rivalry when you beat Houston every time in the playoffs? Probably not, but Houston looks at it and thinks, it's a rivalry because we want to do what you've already done.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. How about Steve-O in the city? Hi, Steve-O. What's good?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for a little bit of that Giants talk and shout out Wilmer Flores, RBI leader in the league. But we are here to talk about the Warriors, and the matchup I'm concerned about is Şengün and Draymond, and the reason is Şengün's proven that he can get under Draymond's skin, and we need Draymond to be clear-headed. He's been so good this season, and we need him to just focus with intensity on his defense, get his rebounds, maybe a couple of random threes here and there. But that's the matchup that I really am most concerned about. Thanks again, guys, and let's go Dubs.
Yeah, let's go, Steve. Thanks, man. I can see that. Look, that game a couple of Sundays ago, one of the best games I've ever seen Şengün play. And he's a good player. I'm not saying that this was like out of pocket. He's a really good player. But I was really impressed by him that day. Don't think you're going to get that level of output from him every game. And I also, is Draymond going to be up against the line? Sure, that's where Draymond often plays, and the playoffs are here. So I think he'll pick his spots to kind of push the envelope a little bit. But the idea of a 22-year-old player sort of outmaneuvering Draymond in terms of the mental side of the game and trash talking and getting under his skin and everything, come on now. Like, if we've got any faith that Draymond Green is the future Hall of Famer that he is not going to let a 22-year-old outwit him off the court and lead him to technicals and a suspension or something like that. I doubt that very much.
I don't think that that's going to be the way Şengün would go about it. I think that the way he plays with a relentlessness on the glass especially, and he's a guy who can certainly score, and he's also somebody who, like many players in the association, upon little contact, he can throw himself to the ground. And this happened in the last time the Warriors played them, and Şengün went down a couple of times really, really easily. So it's not only baiting Draymond through his words and trash talk. He won't do that, but he certainly is going to try to get Draymond Green to contact him, and he might, try to draw a couple of fouls with some floppery. That sort of thing is just as effective theoretically in getting to Draymond as words are. That actually might make him even angrier.
Maybe. And again, I don't think that matchup is even solely on Draymond Green. In fact, I know it's not. I know that the Rockets team is aware of the fact that Kevon Looney has had a lot of success guarding Alperen Şengün so far this year. So you're going to see that matchup and Draymond move to the 4 or take a break at certain times. So I think the Warriors have a lot of stuff to throw at him defensively. Very good player. He's going to have his successes, but baiting Draymond into a problem, I doubt. Let's go to Dan, Highway 4. Again, 888-957-9570, taking your calls on what you see as the matchup that matters in this series. Hi, Dan. Thanks for calling. What's up?
What's up, Willer? What's up, Dibs? The matchup I'm looking at is Steph Curry versus the refs. He tends to never get a whistle. I mean, not never, but a lot of times he doesn't get the whistle he deserves. And I feel like for a superstar, he deserves a whistle. Do you guys think he should, act out getting fouled more, be more dramatic about it? I'm not saying complain to the refs or, play it off a little more, because he gets held. He gets fouled all the time. He doesn't get a whistle. And another question I'll take off the air. How many technical fouls does Curry have in his career? I really don't remember any. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yep. He has had some. Did he get ejected for the mouthpiece thing?
He's been ejected, I believe, 3 times in his career. Ejected. 2 times for the mouthpiece. One, he threw it when Jordan Poole didn't pass him the ball, right, and he threw it and it happened to go into the crowd,
right,
and he was ejected. And there was another one where he threw it, I think, not into the stands, but off of the scores table, essentially. And that was an ejection. And there was a third ejection that I couldn't find the video of, but he usually gets about 1 tech a year. And as Steve Kerr told us a couple of weeks ago, complaining doesn't work. Those were Steve Kerr's words.
Yes, he did say that.
Right.
So then I asked him, so why do you do it?
Human nature.
Humans.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah. So this is according to AI on Google. So take it for what it's worth.
Yep.
But AI on Google says that as of March of this year, as of a month ago, and I'm pretty sure Steph hasn't gotten any in the last month, that Steph Curry has accumulated a total of 28 technical fouls in his 16-year NBA career. So it's a little bit less than 2 per year if you go over his entire career. 28 technical fouls in 16 years. And it is wild because I don't know if you could do this with Warrior basketball with anything else. Is there anything else that's happened 28 times and you can barely remember any of them? I can remember a couple, but Steph Curry and technical fouls. Did he get one in Brooklyn or did he just get a foul? Remember when he got so ticked at the ref and he just took the inbound pass underneath Brooklyn's hoop and shoved one of the Nets players?
I can check, but I think he got a tech for that because he also kind of stood over the top of the Brooklyn guy.
But he was sending a specific message. I didn't take that as Steph losing his cool. I took that as Steph being like, dude, I need to shake the refs. Hello, are you listening to my message? And by the way, it freaking worked because they went down by 23 points in the first quarter and then they came back and won that game.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the internet, and it's saying that in Game 6 of the NBA Finals in 2016, he was ejected after throwing his mouthpiece into the crowd. But then it goes on to say he was called for his 6th foul with 4:22 left in the fourth quarter. So you already fouled out. Can you foul out and get ejected?
Sure.
I mean, I suppose so.
It doesn't affect the game, but yes, you have to go to the locker room.
Yeah, you don't get
you got to leave.
You don't get to sit on the bench. You got to go in the tunnel with Jonathan Kuminga.
And you got to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah. So I guess that was one of his ejections in the NBA Finals after fouling out, which I don't know how many times he's actually fouled out of games. Probably not many more than he's been ejected.
Yeah, I would say less.
Yep.
Less. 6 fouls for Steph Curry. That's pretty wild.
Really quick, in that game in Brooklyn in early March, when Steph the full court pressure from the Nets, and he shouldered the Nets defender and then kind of stood over the top of him, just called for an offensive foul, but Steve Kerr was called for a tech.
Yeah.
Arguing after.
Yeah. I look, they were all trying to protect each other, and they were trying to send a message to the refs, and I think that message was received because that game got officiated differently from that point forward. It's not why the Warriors came back to win. They came back to win because they're way, way better than the Brooklyn Nets. But I remember, and that's kind of what I mean about watching these games that are coming up and the tone that's set by the refs. That game, it was clear that Brooklyn was going to come out, totally beat him up, and Steph very clearly felt the refs were not paying attention. They were not protecting him. They were not calling things that needed to be called. So even down by a ton of points, he went ahead and took an offensive foul. Steve went and got a tech. It was like all at once, we're going to go send this message to the refs. And it worked. It absolutely worked. So sometimes it's not just emotion run amok. It's strategic getting a technical foul.
Absolutely. And as Draymond has proven over and over and over again, when you get the first tech, then you've got a certain amount of leash before you get that second tech because they don't want to eject a star player. As much as fans think that the refs might be out to get somebody, you get the first tech and it's like, okay, that's a T, enough. And then the player is going to go even further and make the referees have to eject a player, which they don't want to do. So a lot of times when Draymond gets that first tech, then he doubles down on what he's actually trying to do out there.
Absolutely. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. How about Carlos in Alameda? Hi, Carlos. Thanks for calling. Carlos! Oh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Barely.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm in Alameda. It's a little spotty. I'm just saying, I just want to say I'm excited to see Playoff Jimmy, and I've been a long-time listener. Thanks a lot, guys. See ya.
Yeah, Carlos, thank you.
Right, there you go.
Playoff Jimmy. And looks like Playoff Jimmy has been officially activated. Which is great. And, matchup-wise, I think the Amen Thompson-Steph Curry one is an obvious matchup to keep an eye on, but also Jimmy Butler, and I think it's going to be Dillon Brooks a lot who guards Jimmy Butler.
I don't know. And so much of the game now is forcing a team to switch and get something that they don't want. You know what I mean? Like, go back to when they played the Lakers a couple of weeks ago. The Warriors did a great job of like, no, we're gonna mess around until Luka ends up on Steph, and then that music started, and the ball's in the bucket. So we'll see. But yeah, you might be right. That might be how it starts. I don't know. But I think Draymond and Looney are gonna. That's Şengün. Amen Thompson, sure, he's on Steph, and they're going to do everything they can to get Amen off of Steph.
Right. And I think
on possessions.
You put Moody on Jalen Green for a lot of it, I would imagine.
That sounds right.
Because, Moody's your best perimeter defender, and Jalen Green is their bounciest, quickest guard out there. And, the Dillon Brooks one is probably something that you have to keep more of an eye on than in the past because he is making his threes. You can't just outright ignore him anymore. Guy's shooting 40% from three, so you do have to defend him.
415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
Look at you.
Well, I wanted to acknowledge, like 415. He got your joke that he'd be. They says ouch dibs in the tunnel with Kuminga.
It was just a quick little drive by.
Yeah, we got it. They got that.
I'm glad.
They said Kuminga caught a stray.
He did. He caught a stray, and it's playing off of the Tim Kawakami article in the SF Standard.
Look.
And as Tim explained, it's standard, pun intended, for a player to be in the tunnel.
Dark humor is still humor.
Yeah.
If you can't laugh at stuff, I don't know. I mean, I referenced that Bill Burr thing on Hulu with Steve Kerr yesterday.
Yep.
Bill Burr, friend of the program, sorta. But anyway,
you buried me, that Burr.
Hey, he took a shot at me too.
Yep.
Anyway, Bill's the title of his comedy skit is Drop Dead Funny, but the reason it's called Drop Dead is
I hate everybody.
Yeah, that's why. No, because I think Bill and gosh, you and Bill might be the exact same age, actually.
Bald ginger.
Let me look up Bill Burr, but he's in that.
Yeah, he's
56.
He's a lot older than me.
He's 56.
Yeah, he's 2 months older. I'm 56.
You're 56. You're the exact same age.
And we have the same ability to grow hair, apparently.
Apparently.
And he also, I think, is a former redhead. As am I.
Yeah. Well, I'll go with that. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm sure
Nothing
he could.
gets past you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you. I'm sure he could be, as I could.
Anyway,
Give me a couple of years.
He calls it Drop Dead Funny because he's like, I've reached the age where men just sometimes drop dead. And I guess that the inspiration for this came from, and I don't mean this in a dark way, but he was recently at a funeral for one of his friends who kind of had one of those 50-something-year-old heart attacks and dropped dead. And he turned it into a whole skit and sketch. And again, it's not overly dark or whatnot, but it's funny. It's funny, but that's kind of where it all came from. I mean, he's like, we're at that age where some guys just like lean back in the rocking chair and then whoop, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. So anyway, like sometimes you got to laugh at this stuff.
You have to. And I mean,
not to compare Kuminga's benching to dying.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that, but
no,
I don't know.
but
Maybe his Warrior future might have died.
It may have, but then again, his value may have dropped to where he can be kept for a price that is amenable to the Golden State Warriors. We don't know, and
Maybe.
we don't even. It's not even something worth talking about as we head into a great weekend. And you and I talked before about my favorite weekends or my favorite stretches in sports, and I do think the next 2 days where you get 4 on Saturday and 4 on Sunday,
8 playoff games.
it's pretty awesome.
It's pretty good.
And it's 8 game ones too, so it's that freshness of a series starting at 9:30 in the morning, I guess. I don't know.
And if you want to toss in what we're watching right now, you get 10. I mean, these are.
I don't want to toss that in there.
But they're elimination games.
They are.
Elimination games. Whoever your baseball team is, they've got 3 today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Everybody plays.
Yep.
You've got all of that. You're probably going to have some chocolate in the house. Not all of you. Depends.
Yep.
Denomination sensation. But anyway.
First game tomorrow, 10 a.m. Bucks Pacers.
Damn, let's go.
Yep.
This is Wake and Wake and go straight to the.
It's wake and take.
Wake and take.
Wake and take the points tomorrow. It's a classic wake and take.
Take the points.
Well, just because you can't wake and take the favorite, I guess you could wake and take
Indiana
the favorite.
-5.5.
I mean,
man,
some of you are going to wake and bake. Sunday is 420.
Yeah, am I right?
It's also Easter.
It's just, I mean, it is.
Do whatever you want with the holiday. You do what you want with it. I don't care.
If you are waiting until 420 to hit the lettuce, then you got no business hitting the lettuce. It's
How high are you
right now?
I'm high, bro.
Yeah, but I don't know this because I don't really
You don't partake, yeah. Nor do I.
But on 420, can you just do it whenever, or do you have to wait till 420?
No, whenever.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there you go.
And you know that the whole 420 thing started at Santa Fe High School.
I don't know
in
that.
the 70s. Yeah.
I don't know that. Yeah.
It's facts.
Okay.
My brother, Mike, his neighbor was one of the guys who started it. It's fact. And again, I don't want to sit here.
You know how it came about? You know what 420 references?
Oh, boy. Listen to Lucas.
It's the time of day they would go and meet to partake.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because they got out of detention.
How
we
the
all
hell?
know the story.
I don't know the story. I saw Dazed and Confused, and that's about as far as it goes.
Man.
I mean, in college.
There's even a statue Right by SR High School.
In college.
That's where they would meet
Yeah.
at the statue.
But that's it. It was just college.
Meet at the statue at 420.
Like I literally had bookends. We get to college. Let's learn how to do this. When we leave college, that's enough of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go be an adult now.
Exactly.
That's all. That's just me. No judgment. Do what you want on Sunday.
Sure. Just
have a day.
Well, and if you are waiting for that day to hit the lettuce, then,
Dubs.
yeah, you should probably be thinking about something else. It's rookie day. It's like New Year's Eve. Well,
New Year's Eve.
It's the same kind of vibe.
New Year's Eve. Good Lord. Stay
Right.
home. What are we doing?
Right.
Let the restaurant charge you $119 for a plate of Caesar salad. What's happening right now? Anyway, hi, Morgan in Morgan Hill. What are you doing?
Just driving home from work, getting ready to start this weekend. Really excited about the game's dibs. I totally agree with you that something about game ones, it's like there's this pent-up adrenaline where it almost seems like they play the hardest in game one, it kind of seems to me. But anyways, I was calling to talking about the matchups I'm eager to see for the Rockets series. And, I don't know how many years ago it was that the narrative around Steph Curry was that his big weakness was being physical with him, super physical, and that's how you stop him. And then, somehow he kind of shook that narrative, and we were talking about how he was adding muscle and that he's actually got a good field goal percentage inside of the 2-point line, yada, yada. And he kind of shook that narrative. But now this series, I'm excited to see if he's really, really shaking that narrative because I don't know how anybody cannot be nervous after that last loss to the Rockets, the way they shut him down and just how physical the Rockets look. So I'm really excited to see if how much success Steph Curry has in this series.
Morgan, thanks. But I'll try to answer your question because I'm not nervous at all. Like one thing I can promise you, if you look at all of the games between the Rockets and the Warriors this year, all 5 of them have a totally different personality. One time, the Warriors scored 127 points. The next time, they scored 90. They have totally different personalities.
When they scored 127, they blew a 31-point lead.
That too, and went to overtime. Exactly. Some of the games Steph Curry played. Some of them he didn't. Some of them Jimmy Butler played. Some of them he didn't. 2 Sundays ago ain't got nothing to do with Sunday. The Warriors were, their words, exhausted, came through the gauntlet. The officials called that a certain way. I hated it, but they're not going to, some of them might get called that way. Some of them won't. I would put my money on less than half of them will. And so I think each of these is going to have their own personality. I don't think it's a sweep. I'm not sitting here telling you that. But if you think that what the Rockets did 2 Sundays ago, if you think they're getting away with that 6 or 7 times in this series against Steph, I think you got another thing coming.
I don't think that you watch the association very closely, and I'll give you some stats to back it up because in that game, there were a total of 29 fouls called. Do you know what the average is across the association for total fouls called in a garden variety NBA game?
I do not know, but I would guess it to be, you said 29 in that game?
Yeah.
It's significantly higher than that. I would say 42. How about
39?
42? Yeah.
39. I probably should have given him a parameter. And if it would have been a Willard parameter, plus or minus half a foul.
Oh, plus or minus 3.5, definitely.
And that's a win.
No, it's
give that man his name.
No, I overbid.
Loss.
I'll take my buzz.
39 fouls.
I'm about to go get one later tonight.
Yeah, on Sunday, am I right? 38.8 actually is the number. And so if you look at called fouls per game, there are certain refs that you'd rather not have if you're looking for more whistles.
Yeah.
And in that game where you had 29 total fouls and Steph Curry didn't shoot a free throw, that is way outside the norm of an NBA game based on the numbers that I was able to cull from the internet.
And those are numbers, which means they're numbers.
Numbers are numbers.
They are.
And if you're looking for a crew chief.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Like Matt Myers among crew chiefs calls the most fouls in his games, 42.3. Scott Foster, by the way, Scott Foster, number 46 in your program, number 1 in your heart. He calls a lot of fouls, So if you get a Scott Foster game, you might get the whistle that you want.
He calls a lot of fouls for the team he bets on.
Okay. Now
What?
That is, you know what that is? It's not libel because you didn't write it. That's slander. That is slander right there. You find yourself in some hot water right there.
Oh, yeah?
Slanderous.
Take my media course. What is a foolproof way to not get sued for slander?
Say, I think.
No. Have what you said be true.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So if it's not true,
then then it could be.
Okay.
It's pretty hard for celebrities though to prove it.
And I also
you got to have some financial
if you preface
damages
your
and all that.
statement with I think or I believe, then it becomes less ability to be slanderous.
It's super hard. As a celebrity, bottom line is you like to prove financial distress because some schmuck on the radio made a joke about you. Good luck.
If Adam Silver was listening and he called Scott up and said, "Hey, guess what I just heard? You're betting on games, you're fired." Well, then maybe
now we
we got ourselves a problem.
Yes.
NASA,
but
we have a problem.
Don't believe me. Just watch the Tim Donaghy doc and then try to believe that Tim and Scott love to talk on the phone 83 times a night during games. But if you want to believe that they just love each other that much, knock yourself out.
I've seen what love can be like with you and the lovely Christy, so perhaps they are as close as you and the lovely.
And Christy and I bet on games.
And you talk
Sometimes
probably
that's what we're talking about.
A week. Exactly.
Who you got on underdog tonight?
Right.
You like Wiggins? You like Wiggins higher than 21.5 points? What do you think? That's what we're talking about.
The only people you love more than Christy are Stephon Castle and that Duren guy for Detroit.
Jalen Duren.
Thank you.
But you left one person out. Kurt in Hayward Hills. Oh, yes.
Guess who's back?
His triumphant return.
Back again?
To Willard and Dibs.
Let's go.
Kurt, how are you?
Hey, all together. Willard and Dibs, the best sports boys in the Bay Area. Hey, fellas, we're playing Houston, huh?
Hey, Kurt.
Well, Houston's too young. Come on, Houston's a young team, and they got Brooks on there. You know, one thing about Brooks, I don't want to say anything bad. I want to stay cool. But, you know, Brooks leads the league with 18 technicals, and he's out to always hurt people. So that's number one about Brooks. But I don't see Houston beating us at all. I got us winning the first game. I'm going to tell you why. It's payback time, fellas. Payback.
I'm into it.
After we lost the last game, it's payback. And not only that, we're very healthy. We're rested. And when the Warriors are rested, we're a dangerous team. I got us beating those Houston Rockets. Well, they're lucky if they win 2 games, fellas. Lucky if they win 2. You got Jimmy back. Like I mentioned, he needs a championship. You got the best coach. You got Curry, the greatest life shooter ever. And you got Green, the greatest offensive player in the league. Fellas, Houston is going to lose game 1 for sure. That's the bottom line.
I love it, Kurt.
Kurt, it's really great analysis.
So great to hear from you.
It is. I do want to ask you, though.
Just one question.
Why do you not want to say anything bad about Dylan Brooks? Like, are you never going to say anything bad about the opposing team ever again?
Well, I want to stay cool about everything, but Brooks, he's always out to hurt. He's out to hurt players, man. This guy is not a good player. 18 techs he's got, 18 to be exact. And another stats about the Houston Rockets, in 23 playoff games, we beat them 16 times, and they only beat us 7. So what does that tell you? Houston is going down, boys.
Boy, Kurt I love it. I just want to let you know, Kurt, you can still take shots at people. Just, maybe not like the way they speak and stuff like that. But Dylan Brooks, Kurt, that's fair game.
Keep it cool, brothers. I'll keep it cool.
All right.
Kurt,
all right.
I mean, if somebody comes up to you this weekend and says, you know what, Kurt, I think the Rockets are going to win this series, what would you say to that individual?
Welcome
home, Kurt.
Kurt is back.
Back again. Welcome home, Kurt. We missed you.
Yeah, that felt like a shower after a hike.
Needed it.
I'm telling you.
Yep.
Felt like a shower after a hike.
You know, and I'm just gonna be cool, guys. I'm gonna keep my cool.
I said the whole room paused
a couple times
when he goes, the Warriors are gonna beat those, and there was a pause, and then he goes, Houston Rockets.
Oh, okay.
Kurt is behaving on the air right now the way Draymond behaved this year. He's like, man, you know what? I better clean it up.
I got us beating those Houston Rockets.
Granny's so quick on the replay.
Oh, God.
Really good.
That's good.
Dylan Brooks, just for the record, second in the league in techs behind, I like to be fined Anthony Edwards, who had 19.
Oh.
Ant-Man led the league with 19.
Hey, really?
Draymond, a down year, only 13 techs.
Down year, yeah. He's getting old, you know? I mean, he's starting to understand other people a little bit more.
And your favorite...
oh, God. Isaiah Stewart.
Beef Stew with 15, tied for fourth.
15 technicals, and he only played 38 minutes all year long. Right. That's what's unbelievable. This guy's getting the text from the locker room.
Jordan Poole with a quiet 10 for a team.
Really?
Yeah, 10 techs, 10 wins for Washington.
Poole, come on, man. David in San Leandro. Hi, David. Thank you for calling.
You guys got me following Curtin Hayward? That's impossible.
Well, David, yep, let's see if you can do it.
Happy Friday. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, Houston, we have a problem. We are going to smoke these fools. It is going to go 5 at the most. The one caller that said he's worried about Steph because he scored 3 points, we had come off the road in 7-9 games in 15 days. Steve Kerr and the boys are going to put together a game plan for a series, and we're going to shut these guys down. I got no worries. We're winning game 1. It's going no more than 5. Jimmy Buckets showed what he could do. I'm ready for this. Bring on whoever's next, because the Rockets, night. David in San Leandro, I'm out.
He's out.
Rack him. Somebody rack that guy. Go ahead and rack him.
Oh, gosh.
I'm sensing a twinge of overconfidence now.
Well,
I'm not quite. You're allowed to feel what you feel.
Yeah, listen to Steve Kerr. Listen to the way he sounds.
I just think the brain power, the experience, the corporate knowledge, whatever you want to call it, of Steph, Dre, Loon, Jimmy obviously has been deep in the playoffs, 2 finals trips, carrying his team, his Miami teams there. I feel like we have everything we need to go and win this first round series. We have the talent, we have the experience, but we know how good Houston is. They just came to our place last week and beat us, and so we've got a lot of respect for them, and we know we're going to have to play well to win.
I thought Steve yesterday sounded borderline giddy. Not because they're playing the Rockets. I'm not trying to create any bulletin board. I think he sounded giddy, though, because the setup now swings in the Warriors' direction. At least that's what I can tell he thinks. Not only do I think that they've got the experience and the headiness that's going to be really hard for a bunch of 22-year-olds to battle in the playoffs, but we haven't yet seen what these Warriors look like when they had an extended break and a chance to let that stress chill. Like, Jimmy arrived here, and immediately it was almost like Mission Impossible. He was given that little message that was going to self-destruct, and he opened it, and he said, dude, make the playoffs. Every minute matters. And then it self-destructed. And they've been playing that way ever since. And it's not to say that, now you're in the playoffs, every minute doesn't matter. Every minute matters, but that stress of trying to chase something now goes away. They rest for 4 days. They can settle in, get a game plan, practice, and go after a team that's never done it before. He sounded very confident, if you ask me.
He sounded confident, and I do think that what you had asked him about, how important was that Memphis game, and that's where he was giddy, like, oh, God, I was going to sit everyone joking around, but also kind of half keeping it real that they could not afford to be playing and they wouldn't even be playing right now.
No,
they'd be warming up right now.
They'd be playing in about an hour and 45 minutes.
Right, a game that actually really, really matters, a double must win. And the result would be a victory and an immediate night flight to OKC and get ready for the Thunder in a matinee game.
If you win it.
If you win it.
Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson would be here.
Right.
How's that feel?
It feels a lot better knowing that Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson are playing tonight, and you can root for Dallas, and I really am. I'd love to see Klay get in there.
Oh, God, against Memphis? Go Dallas.
Yeah, without a doubt.
There's two words that I rarely say in my life.
Fair enough.
Go Dallas.
You mentioned the gauntlet, and when Jimmy came and he went to L.A. and he was in street clothes and they lost to the Lakers, after that they played Chicago, which between the Chicago game and the Grizzly game, they played 31 games in 66 days. So it's not every day, but you had a bunch of back-to-backs in there, and you had a multitude of cities in which you played, and a lot of those games were playoff intensity. So, to your point, and Steve, what he just said, like, it was a gauntlet, and so you got to the Houston spot after you had played 6 on the road and then Denver at home, and you turn right around a day later and you have Houston. It's like there was some exhaustion there.
No, he did. I know exactly the comment from Steve that you're referencing. We'll play that for you coming up next. We've got open lines if you got to get one more take in about this playoff series before it starts. Call right now, 888-957-9570. We are sponsored by Frontier Ford, and this is Willard and Dibs.
I got us beating those Houston Rockets. That's the bottom line.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, there it is. His triumphant return. Just in time.
Yep.
The playoffs are about to start.
Right. And so, somebody could be a DNP, host's decision, and he was for a couple of weeks. But
hey, I like Kuminga.
And this is the playoffs now, Kurt, and we got to put our best foot forward, and that includes you on a Friday.
Yeah, it's
What was
time.
that, sir?
No, you heard him.
Yep.
And he did. And he called. Welcome back, Kurt.
Glad to have you.
Yeah, it is. It's all good in the hood. All right. Yeah, big weekend ahead. We do have some more people want to weigh in. Let's get to as many as possible. Eric in Daly City. Hi, Eric. Thanks for calling.
Hi. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
And I know you don't want to end the weekend this way, and I'm a wet blanket, and my friends hate actually watching games with me because I'm such a pessimist. But I actually think we're being way too overconfident here. I've been listening to Houston Sports Talk Radio. They're not scared of us. They're calling Curry a top 15 to 20 player. They're calling Curry a middling to good coach. And when you say, you want us, we're good at close games, did you watch the last minute of the last game that we played?
Do you know the stats, Eric?
I don't know, man.
I mean, listen, here's all I would say to you, Eric. If you want to live life as a pessimist, I can't change you. You and I are different, and that's not wrong or right. It just is what it is. But first of all, you sought out Houston radio. Second of all, you're listening to callers who are sports fans in Houston. What on earth do they know about the Golden State Warriors? The clutch stat since Jimmy Butler arrived for the Warriors in close games, I believe, is 10-4. I consider that good. I consider, in fact, all things in Warriors basketball since Jimmy Butler arrived to be good. They have been very, very good. And then the third thing, Eric, is we can talk about the matchup all we want. I just don't think Houston is ready to win a playoff series. I could be wrong, but that's what I think.
All right, man. I hope I hope I'm wrong, and you guys have a good weekend. All right.
And I hope I'm right, and I might not be. You too, Eric. Have a really, really good weekend. I'm not giving Houston no chance by any stretch. I just think that there's a core advantage that the Warriors do have. I don't think the games are largely going to be officiated the way the one was a couple of weeks ago, and I think the Warriors are just an incredibly smart team. I was struck by this. Udonis Haslem, who knows the Miami Heat better than anyone because he played there for 47 years.
Yeah, 20.
Recently was being interviewed about all of this, and I don't have the exact quote, but he said something along these lines. He said, I told LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, dude, you guys are incredibly talented, but you're nowhere near as smart as Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And that comes from Mr. Heat. Mr. Heat. He'd played with all of them as closely as possible. He thought Jimmy Butler's the smartest player he's ever played around.
And that matters. It matters some. I don't know if it matters all. And, you look at a Houston team. We all want to talk about how the Warriors are rested, older team. Houston this year is 4-1 when they get 3 or more days of rest. So even though they're a younger team, they're also going to benefit from the rest. And a lot of these guys played 75, 77 games, and they do have a couple of key players who are older. So the rest advantage that the Warriors get is minimal because Houston also is getting the rest, and they're going to be at home. So I don't think that, are the Warriors going to win both games in Houston? I doubt it. Is Houston going to win both these games, 1 and 2? That's more likely than the Warriors winning both. I think a split is the most likely thing that's going to happen.
Seemingly. By the way, Grandy's got that Haslam thing that I was telling you about, NBA on ESPN. Here's the comment.
And I had this conversation with Dwayne Wade last night. I told him to his face, you are talented as hell. LeBron has been talented as hell, but Jimmy's way smarter than y'all. He is very smart. He is an extremely smart basketball player. I mean, to the point where I used to go home after practice and just think about ways to stop him because of the way he scored on me that night.
That's from Udonis Haslem.
Yeah.
Been a teammate of all three, played with them, played against them, all of those things. Jimmy Butler's way smarter than LeBron James and Dwayne Wade.
Those are pretty heady players.
It's a hell of a statement.
It's incredibly strong statement. And you add in Draymond Green, who is one of the smartest players, and Steph Curry, it goes without saying. And yeah, that is worth something. And if you want to look at the playoff resumes of those three, they've played in a combined, I think, 500 playoff games. Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, it's about 500.
Really true. Holy
I think
smokes.
Steph and Draymond are both around 170.
Oh,
and
it's wild.
Jimmy's probably at about 100 and change, so maybe 400 and change of playoff games, but far, far more than the whole Rocket team combined, and that includes Jeff Green, who may or may not actually play.
Let's go to T.I. in Oakland. Hey, T.I., what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
We're good.
Yeah.
As always, I want to say thank you for taking my call. Mark, this is for Dibs as well, because Dibs like those numbers. I think this boils down to will and desire, which takes age out of the equation. I think the Warriors' desire and will be the reason why they win this series 4-2. And then the other thing for Dibs, if you have time, I want you to look up the records of Udoka and Kerr head-to-head. That's why I think it makes it personal between the coaches, because last time I checked, we won a world championship against Udoka.
Yeah, I feel like, and thank you, T.I. Can we do this off the top of our head? I mean, I don't know what the regular season stuff was before. They beat Boston 4-2. They beat the Rockets 3-2 in the regular season this year. What else? What else am I forgetting? Probably some regular season matchups prior to the meeting in the finals.
Yeah, last year in the matchups between Houston and the Warriors.
Yep.
And I think the Warriors had the better of Houston last year. So head-to-head, it's probably strongly in Kerr's favor.
I mean, both really good coaches. They're both really good.
Warriors swept Houston last year because the 91-90 win for Houston earlier this year in Houston, that snapped a 15-game Warrior winning streak versus the Rockets.
I just look at that game 2 weeks ago. The further we get away from it, the more thankful I am for it. I think the league is fully aware that the Rockets just got really pushy, shovey. They're like a little bit too much was allowed in that game as a whole, and you had a coach screaming at a superstar at halftime. I don't think that's a good thing for the Rockets now. There's a lot of attention on this subject matter, and who's going to win that? I would argue Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler are going to win out on that.
Yeah, probably, although just depends night to night, crew to crew.
For sure.
As we laid out before, in the last game they played, there was only 29 total fouls, 9 fewer than the league average. So it just depends on how it's going to be adjudicated.
As a player, I do have something for you guys.
What's that?
Ime Udoka averaged much more rebounds per game than Steve Kerr in the playing career.
Okay.
Ime Udoka 2.9 rebounds per game over his career. Steve Kerr 1.2. Get a rebound.
Get a rebound. How was Ime from three?
I don't have percentages. I can find him.
Okay. All right.
Hold on.
Good luck to you.
Ime's 36%. Steve Kerr 45.
Okay, 45. Good Lord.
Yeah.
And the official count is Udoka is 5-10 against Steve Kerr teams, including the regular and the post seasons.
Okay, so
5-10.
So Udoka wins 1 out of every 3 games.
Right.
Warriors in 6.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And postseason games played: Steph 147, Draymond 157, Jimmy Butler 119 for a grand total of 423.
423.